Lu Tsang traversed into a world where everyone could change professions. To his fortune, he awakened as an armed class of B grade, the unique trait of which allowed him to equip all types of gear. Moreover, he was fortunate enough to awaken the Divine Equipment Compendium, enabling him to synthesize every artifact in this realm and consolidate all their attributes into one. From that moment on, Lu Tsang soared to new heights. With the combination of the nuclear annihilation bow and the million split bow, he unleashed a devastating arrow capable of annihilating a million foes. By merging the 100 reflective armor with the 100 reflective cloak, he achieved complete damage rebound. The divine summoning staff, united with the 10,000-fold summoning staff, resulted in a formidable 10,000-fold divine summoning staff. As Lu Tsang acquired more artifacts, the entire world's powerful beings trembled beneath his feet. Confronted by the so-called sole true deity, Lu Tsang gazed at his weapon, boasting an astonishing 9999 with 100,000 attributes. Are you certain you wish to engage with me? Chapter 1. The most outstanding genius of Shengjing number 2 high school. It's that time again for these young lads to change professions. Haha, I wonder how many level professions will emerge from Shengjing City this time. Are you not aware that last year, only 4 individuals in the entirety of Shengjing City transitioned to level professions? Director Liu, this batch is different. This year, we have an abundance of prodigious talents. For instance, there's the little dragon girl from Shengjing number 1 high school, Long Xiao Xiao, half-blooded daughter of the White King of the Dragon Clan and the Pope. The White King is the great Archmage Dragon. The Pope's daughter is also a divine grace priest. It's nearly impossible to misjudge this class awakening. And there's the great-grandson of the president of the Warriors Association, Xiao Heba. Their family boasts 3 generations of level professions, the legacy of the Berserker. With such pure bloodlines, this generation will likely produce another level Berserker, possibly even an S-level unleashed warrior. And then there's the erudite scholar from the White Tower, the so-called sage candidate. Oh, that's truly formidable. The grandson of a demigod from the Mage Association, Chu He. He is indeed the grandson of a demigod. This cohort of students is genuinely impressive. Upon hearing these words, another man let out a sigh. Indeed, Shengjing number 1 high school is the premier institution for the Eastern human race, a gathering of exceptional talents. Essentially, all the geniuses of the Eastern human race receive their education here. This generation of youth is indeed remarkable, though past years have seen a few prodigies. Monsters like this year's batch are a rare sight. Monsters? Haha. In previous times, Shengjing number 1 high school was undoubtedly superior to us in Shengjing number 2 high school. But this year, it's uncertain. When it comes to monsters, can any compare to that individual? He is the most extraordinary prodigy I have ever encountered. The gazes of these 2 teachers fell upon the foremost student seated among them, Lu Tsang, that on May 28th, a day designated for nationwide profession changes, the world was rife with magical beasts, and myriad races coexisted, with humanity being merely one among them. The various races engaged in both cooperation and conflict for survival. The ability of humanity to contend with powerful races stemmed from the opportunity to change professions and equitable chance bestowed upon each race. Upon changing professions, one would acquire a vocation, granting them formidable powers. Naturally, such power required relentless leveling to achieve improvement. Shengjing City Center. Profession Change Square. Today, students from hundreds of high schools across Shengjing City congregated in a single location. The purpose for their gathering was singular: to undergo the profession change ceremony. At the podium of the profession change square stood a man clad in a suit, addressing the students. This individual was none other than the mayor of Shengjing City. The profession change ceremony is a momentous occasion for any city. The mayor's presence and speech are essential for the students. Dear students, today marks the day of your profession change. Post-change, you may awaken to various unique professions. Regardless of the profession you awaken to, each of you will contribute to our Eastern human race. Moreover, no matter your profession, you'll find your own path. The admission quotas and requirements for various institutions are detailed on their respective websites. If you wish to complete special recruitment early, ensure you meet their assessment criteria. Of course, those who do not meet the special recruitment criteria need not lose heart. Achieving excellent results in the June 8th college entrance examination will still allow you to enter your desired institution. Additionally, for those who prefer not to pursue higher education, you may utilize your profession to join the corresponding guilds. For instance, heavy armor warriors, greatsword warriors, and magic warriors can all join the Warriors Association. Magic professions should join the Mage Association. Furthermore, if you wish to avoid joining various professional associations, you may also join adventure groups, hunt magical beasts, and enhance your strength while earning wealth and reputation. Equally promising avenues. Among our Eastern human race's guardians, Lord Momo was once a black steel-level adventurer. Additionally, if you aspire to a life profession that contributes to the grassroots of humanity, gather at the Life Profession Hall. However, Remember that although every profession has opportunities for advancement into combat roles, not every profession is suited for combat. For instance, architects. In the early stages, even if architects transition to turret operators, constructing turrets is exceedingly vulnerable to destruction and entails lengthy cooldowns. They themselves are quite fragile. Surviving in dungeons proves challenging. Additionally, the power of turrets may not surpass that of archers. Such professions also struggle to achieve excellent results in entrance examinations. If you cannot secure a good score in the entrance exam, your path to university will be exceedingly bleak. As for architects, I personally do not recommend pursuing combat. Rather, becoming a life profession to aid humanity is a commendable choice. Moreover, there are smiths, brewers, alchemists, scroll makers, etc. These professions are ill-suited for combat. If you ever witness a life profession in a combat role, it is but a rare occurrence. Even then, those individuals often hail from affluent backgrounds, capable of investing significant resources to support their advancement into combat professions. For example, the 4-turn potion maniac from Nanchang City initially transitioned as an alchemist. However, his family boasts a 4-turn Doomsday Knight, a noble-level profession. Families with 4-turn professionals undoubtedly enjoy favorable living conditions. Even if he were an alchemist, he could still be nurtured into a 3rd-turn brewmaster. Thus, students, recognize your positioning. Chasing dreams is admirable, but one must ascertain the resources available to pursue those dreams. Alright, that is all I wish to convey. Let us proceed with the profession change ceremony. The mayor earnestly reminded the students about numerous aspects concerning their profession changes in this world. Myriad paths await, extending beyond merely pursuing universities post-high school. One may also join guilds, work for them, and seek advancement. Point 1 may also join an adventure guild as a monster hunter, pursuing the hunt for creatures of the unknown. Each individual possesses the freedom to make their own choices. Undoubtedly, these matters have been reiterated countless times prior to the class change. After 12 years of compulsory education, commencing at the tender age of 6, students have been diligently instructed on dungeons, types of monsters, career classifications, job transitions, combat techniques, and various other skills. While not all may be applicable, mastery is imperative. Following the mayor's address, a palpable tension enveloped the students. Those who truly attain formidable careers post-transition are, after all, a rare breed, even within the esteemed halls of the Second Academy of Sacred Capital. Historically, the proportion of students transitioning to life-oriented professions has soared to as high as 6-0 in other institutions. The likelihood of transitioning into such vocations may even reach 90. Although any profession can ostensibly shift to a combat role, this is contingent upon possessing sufficient resources to facilitate such a transformation. The vast majority of life-oriented careers offer no viable pathway for a forced transition. The ceremony of job transition is undeniably a paramount event in the life of any aspirant. To claim that one is devoid of anxiety would be an utter falsehood. At this very moment, Lutsong stood at the heart of the transition square, positioned centrally among all students. That he swallowed hard, reflecting on his previous existence as a denizen of Earth. Reborn into this world for a span of 18 years, he had traversed a lengthy journey, finally arriving at this momentous day of transition. In Lutsong's mind lingered a persistent notification. Post-transition, the profession will experience ultimate evolution. While the true extent of this ultimate enhancement remained a mystery, Lutsong felt a surge of optimism. Given that this was an innate advantage bestowed upon him as a traveler, he deemed it unlikely to be lacking. Cough, cough. Now, according to the rankings from the past 3 years of study, the announcer began. The first to undergo transition is none other than the president of the student council at Sacred Capital 2, a prodigy who achieved perfect scores in all subjects during the cultural examination, and a genius with full values across all 4 attributes in the attribute assessment. The most exceptional student of Sacred Capital 2, Lutsong. As each accolade was proclaimed, an array of honors enveloped Lutsong. That moment, he found himself the center of attention, even overshadowing those behind him. Dragonblood hybrid Xiao Long, the warrior of the 3rd generation, Xiao Heba, the grandson of the magical demigod, Chu He Bei from the Summoners Association, and Dailon from the Hunters Association. In Lutsong's presence, they all seemed to dim in comparison. Over the past 3 years, Lutsong had decisively eclipsed their rightful brilliance with his overwhelming performance, dominating the comprehensive rankings across various assessments, even among those from different schools. Yes, Lutsong, let your journey begin. Chapter 2, Awakening, the Armed One. Throughout his 3 years of high school, Lutsong has consistently held the title of the top student in the city, earning the esteemed reputation of being the foremost genius of Shengjing City. According to the theoretical doctrines of humanity, those who excel academically during their high school years are often destined to awaken a commendable profession, even before undergoing the transition. The latent vocation within them has already bestowed upon them corresponding talents. For instance, individuals on the brink of awakening as warriors possess extraordinary physical capabilities. while those about to become assassins exhibit remarkable agility. Mages are endowed with exceptional elemental perception and formidable mental prowess, whereas summoners possess an innate ability to empathize with the emotions of plants and animals alike. Though high school does not facilitate professional awakenings, numerous assessments conducted prior to such awakenings allow for predictions regarding the potential professions of students based on their performance in various tests. Lutsong, with his impeccable display of strength, agility, physique, and intellect, stands as an exceedingly unique entity, being the only individual in recorded history whose attributes reached their zenith before the awakening. Typically, the attributes of ordinary individuals hover around 4 to 5 points. Even after 12 years of rigorous training, the enhancement is often marginal, around an increment of just 1 point. Hence, common professions, even upon awakening, attain merely 5 to 6 points in attributes. In contrast, professions that excel in specific aspects may have slightly elevated attributes. For instance, a mage might possess a mental attribute reaching 7 points, while a warrior's strength could similarly peak at 7 points. Schools utilize this data to ascertain the likelihood of a student awakening a powerful profession. Lutsong, however, exhibits perfection across all 4 attributes, each reaching a remarkable 10 points. In their eyes, he represents the pinnacle of genius, a prodigy among prodigies. Regardless of the profession he might awaken into, he is bound to embody an extraordinary vocation. According to expert estimations, Lutsong's awakening is anticipated to be of an elite caliber, perhaps even a once-in-a-millennium profession. Notably, even the formidable Xiao Heba possesses a strength value of only 9 points and a physique value of 8 points. Long Xiao, whose father is the revered White Dragon of the Dragon Clan, and whose mother is the daughter of the Holy Sea's Pope, boasts a powerful magical vocation. Yet, she merely attains a mental attribute of 10 points, with other attributes lingering at 5 points. Achieving a single attribute of 9 points is already considered exceptional, while reaching 10 points marks one as a true prodigy. Thus, it is evident how astonishing Lutsong's attributes are, especially considering that throughout his 3-year academic journey, he has achieved perfect scores in all theoretical examinations. This transcends mere genius. It is the epitome of a prodigy. Therefore, even amidst a cohort of numerous prodigies, his brilliance remains unmasked. As Lutsong's name was called, he slowly ascended the awakening platform under the watchful gaze of the crowd. Lutsong was filled with anticipation, eager to discover the nature of his awakened profession. However, as a transmigrator, he was already aware of the benefits that came with his status. It had been hinted to him that regardless of the profession he awakened to, it would not be lacking in merit, no matter the outcome. He was assured of substantial enhancement. Thus, Lutsong felt no undue anxiety. Upon making contact with the awakening crystal upon the platform, a resonant hum echoed as a brilliant light erupted from within Lutsong. An extraordinary phenomenon unfolded in the heavens and the earth. The entire awakening hall trembled as the radiant energy surged forth, shattering the ceiling in its wake. What is happening? An anomaly. This is a celestial phenomenon. Chief Lu has awakened a profession that has triggered a cosmic event. Unbelievable. This chief is indeed exceptional. I told you, the chief would not be simple. This time, there is no doubt the profession is of the highest caliber. A top-tier profession? Surely, it must be a once-in-a-decade occurrence. A decade? That is an understatement. It must be a profession that arises once in a millennium. Our guardians of humanity are precisely of such caliber. This time, we shall gain another guardian among our ranks. And I shall be a classmate of this guardian. Ha! As the anomaly erupted, the brilliance danced and flickered, continuing for a full minute before gradually dissipating. This spectacle left the majority of students and faculty members utterly astounded. The magnitude of this event was simply overwhelming. As the light subsided, a fully armed human symbol materialized around Lutsong. Congratulations on awakening the profession of armored warrior. Upon witnessing this profession, every student present fell into a stupor. An armored warrior? He has awakened this profession? The intensity of Lutsong's awakening phenomenon rendered all the students dumbfounded. It is commonly known that celestial phenomena occur only when an exceptionally powerful profession is awakened. Such professions are typically classified as top tier. Even among top-tier professions, it is rare to witness such a terrifying anomaly. Yet, the results of the awakening left them all in disbelief. This is simply outrageous. The armored warrior is categorized as a combat profession of the top tier, one that relies entirely on equipment. Most significantly, this profession, regardless of the equipment donned, pales in comparison to others. Equipped with a longbow, it cannot rival the archer. Wielding a sword, dagger, or hammer, it cannot compete with the warrior. Armed with daggers, it cannot outmatch the assassin. Even with a staff, it cannot surpass the mage. Other professions possess distinctive strengths, but this one exhibits mediocrity in all aspects. Being classified as a top-tier profession places it at the lower echelons of that category. Furthermore, this profession is exceedingly costly. To thrive, one must possess high-quality equipment. While others require merely a single set, an armored warrior must maintain 4 or 5 sets of gear. The disparity in wealth between them cannot be calculated through reason. Although Lute Song boasts exceptional academic achievements, he has been orphaned since childhood and raised in an orphanage, a fact well known among many teachers and classmates. In terms of family background, Lute Song possesses none whatsoever. It is precisely this lack of a background that renders him so remarkable, ascending steadily and effortlessly surpassing numerous prodigies. Logically, one would expect Lute Song's journey to be one of unimpeded triumph. Yet, how is it that he has awakened as a warrior? Where is the genius with full attributes that was promised? Alas, how could such a promising talent awaken as a mere warrior? Initially, it was anticipated that a remarkable professional would emerge from our high school, but the most promising candidate has only awakened a basic class. What a disappointment. This is what is considered the foremost genius of Shengjing City? Even the mayor of Shengjing cannot help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. Typically, the top student in the city awakens a commendable profession, most likely a high-tier class, thereby igniting enthusiasm among the subsequent students and instilling hope within their hearts. At the very least, the first in the city would awaken a mid-tier class. Yet, this initial awakening is merely a basic class, an unprecedented occurrence. Even the staff at the awakening ceremony, who were prepared to celebrate, found themselves hesitant to step forward. Celebrate an awakening of a basic class. What a farce. Although not openly expressed, the leaders of Shengjing City, as well as the heads of recruitment from the Dongren ethnic group, who had gazed at Lute Song with anticipation, were suddenly overcome with profound disappointment. The surrounding students could also sense the shift in atmosphere. Could it be that Lute Song is truly just a warrior? Surely not. Could there be an error in the system? This is the same Lute Song who achieved full marks across all subjects and excelled in every test. How could he possibly be a mere warrior? Well, perhaps being a warrior isn't so bad after all. The likelihood of awakening a powerful combat profession remains quite low, and now that he has awakened as a warrior, perhaps there is hope for me as well. If Lute Song, with his striking appearance, had awakened a high-tier profession, I would have felt unworthy. Now that he is a warrior, there may yet be a chance for us to be on the same level. Some of the girls from various schools in the audience are whispering among themselves, for Lute Song is undeniably handsome. With his good looks and outstanding grades, he is acknowledged as the school's heartthrob, inevitably attracting the admiration of many girls. Beneath the ceremony stage, countless students and factions are engaged in intense discussions. However, upon the awakening platform, Lute Song gazes at his profession in silence. Simultaneously, a notification appears before him. Your profession has achieved an ultimate enhancement. Warrior has been promoted to Divine Armorer. Chapter 3, Divine Armory Compendium. You have acquired the profession specialty, Perfect Artifact Embryo, Supreme Reinforcement, Attribute Absorption, Equipment Concealment, Perfect Adaptation, Perfect Divine Skill, Perfect Artifact Embryo. All equipment that you can wear can be transformed into a Perfect Artifact Embryo once it leaves your ownership. It will degrade to ordinary equipment. Equipment transformed into a Perfect Artifact Embryo will have its level permanently equal to your own. The properties and effects of the equipment will enhance as your level increases. Effect 2. The Perfect Artifact Embryo can absorb higher quality artifact embryos for quality enhancement. It cannot absorb equipment exceeding its own level. Effect 3. The equipment effects of the Perfect Artifact Embryo will receive Divine Enhancement. Supreme Enhancement. The equipment you possess will be directly upgraded to the highest enhancement level. It cannot exceed the maximum enhancement limit. Attribute Absorption. Your Perfect Artifact Embryo can absorb attributes from equipment of the same type. Perfect Adaptation. You can wear all types of equipment and negate all negative effects from the equipment, including negative effects from attribute inscriptions. And the level of your equipment will be equivalent to that of the wearer. Attributes and effects will improve as the equipment level increases. Perfect Divine Skill. When you acquire the exclusive class skill of the armorer, this skill will undergo a divine evolution. Equipment Concealment. You can modify the appearance of your equipment to hide it, rendering it invisible to others by any means. You have obtained the Divine Equipment Compendium. Divine Equipment Compendium. A record of all the synthesis methods for divine equipment in the world. You can synthesize artifacts from artifact embryos through specific means. One prompt after another appeared before Lute Song. However, before he could examine them closely, he was reminded, Lute Song, come down. Other students need to awaken. Ahem. Students who have completed their awakening may leave directly. This reminder made Lute Song realize that he was still on the awakening platform. He promptly descended the stage and left the venue. After Lute Song completed his awakening, hundreds of awakening ritual arrays illuminated in the awakening square, marking the official commencement of the awakening ceremony. Lute Song. Level 1. Class. Armorer, Divine Equipment User. Can choose to display class. Second transition. Ever-changing Divine Equipment, Unique. Health, 1000 1000. Mana, 200 200. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Class Specialization. Perfect Artifact Embryo. Supreme Enhancement. Attribute Absorption, Equipment Concealment, Perfect Adaptation, Perfect Divine Skill. Skills you master, none. With the completion of the class transition, the panel appeared before Lute Song. Prior to the awakening ceremony, The transitioning individual could not view their attribute panel. They could only measure various attributes through specialized instruments to derive an estimated value. Now it was evident that the measurements were accurate. With 10 attribute points, he had already reached the pinnacle for a level 1 untransformed individual, far surpassing the average of 5 points. As Lutsong left the square, countless classmates were observing him, whispering amongst themselves about Lutsong's recent awakening. However, Lutsong remained entirely unfazed, fixated instead on the panel before him, examining the effects of various occupational specializations. He had already grasped the essentials. The only aspect requiring his attention was the Divine Equipment Codex. The Divine Equipment Codex elucidates that one can forge a unique, unparalleled artifact through the formulas inscribed in the Divine Equipment Record. With each increment of 5 levels, one can unlock a tier of divine artifact rankings. The Divine Equipment Record meticulously catalogs myriad types of artifacts belonging to humankind: bows, great swords, staves, scepters, whips, crossbows, dual daggers, staffs, shields, and gauntlets. Among these, the Great Sword class artifact ranks number 99, Jinhue, and is available for synthesis. Its attributes boast a foundational strength value of 500. The effect stipulates that each ordinary attack generates a shockwave, inflicting equivalent damage in a radius of 100 meters, with the damage being tenfold the strength value. Such a power is undeniably formidable. Moreover, the tenfold strength damage applies to every single ordinary attack. It is noteworthy that even a second transformation mage would find it challenging to achieve a 100-meter radius with their skills. More significantly, this represents a damage potential 10 times the strength value. Typically, great swords, in the absence of any enhancements, deal merely 2 damage points per ordinary attack. Yet, Lutsong's strike equates to 5 times the damage dealt by others with each swing. Furthermore, there lies a terrifying versatility in the damage type. Should physical damage exceed that of earth-type damage, one may opt to inflict physical damage instead. This grants an additional layer of choice regarding damage types. He pondered the synthesis path: Earth Scroll Skill Book, Great Sword-type equipment, and 10 Earth Crystals. Wait a moment, this synthesis method seems rather straightforward. The Earth Scroll Skill Book should be a skill accessible to mages, either a level 60 second transformation Earth Mage, or any type of mage at level 100 in their third transformation. The Great Sword-type equipment must surely be a black iron quality sword, right? There are no additional requirements listed. As for the 10 Earth Crystals, while they are somewhat challenging to procure, they are by no means rare commodities. Is it truly possible to forge a divine artifact with merely these items? Lutsong gazed at the equipment description, momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that creating a divine artifact would be an exceedingly intricate endeavor. Given the remarkable power of such equipment, how could it be so effortlessly attainable? Just these few materials could yield a divine artifact? Subsequently, Lutsong turned his attention to other divine artifacts, including the Great Bow ranked 99, Tian Song Bao. Attribute value: 200 agility, base. Effect: your shots will simultaneously release 100 arrows, all possessing identical additional effects, base. Lutsong gazed upon the effects of this equipment, unable to suppress a gulp. Is this truly a divine artifact? To shoot 100 arrows at once? Such a rate of fire would be 100-fold compared to others. Most importantly, they would also carry the same effects. The primary attack method of an archer is to infuse arrows with various effects. This capability is extraordinarily formidable. This effect is indeed astonishing, and it is merely the artifact ranked 99th. What would artifacts of higher rank be like? The synthesis requirements are as follows: 1 piece of shortbow type equipment, which must absorb the attributes scatter and random shot. In addition to the multi-shot skill book and 100 pieces of Black Star meteorite. The material requirements seem rather steep. Black Star meteorite should be an exceedingly rare material. Acquiring it now seems impossible. The multi-shot skill is likely a first-tier skill of the Swift Archer. I could obtain that without issue. However, extracting those equipment attributes would require some effort, which is a bit of a hassle. Over the past 12 years, Lutsong has acquired extensive knowledge about this world. Judging by this, the Heavenly Bow does not appear to be easily crafted. It seems that not all divine artifacts can be fused so readily. Lutsong then shifted his attention to other equipment. Within the Divine Equipment Compendium, aside from weapons, there are also armors, headgear, body armor, boots, and lower garments. In total, there are 4 body equipment slots, along with 1 necklace and 1 ring for accessory slots. This encompasses all available equipment slots, including weapons. There are 7 equipment positions in total. The compendium records all types of equipment. Naturally, at Lutsong's current level, he can only view artifacts ranked 99th, as a new rank is unlocked every 5 levels. To unlock them all, he must wait until reaching level 500. Chapter 4. Purchasing Divine Artifact Materials. After departing from the job transfer ceremony square, Lutsong made his way to the nearest trading hall. Gold coins, 99, 320. This nearly 100,000 gold coins is the scholarship Lutsong has accrued over 3 years. To enter the St. Capital No. 2 school, one must either have an excellent background or possess exceptional aptitude. Even if one is an orphan of common birth, with strong aptitude, they may attend St. Capital No. 2. Unlike St. Capital No. 1, where students tend to have substantial backgrounds, St. Capital No. 2 welcomes not only human students, but also exchange students from various races, such as the forest elves, dragons, demons, and beastmen, each belonging to the category of fantasy species. Students from these races often attend each other's training academies. While fostering friendships through communication, one can also broaden the horizons of gifted individuals, laying a foundation for their future empowerment. In this world, knowledge constitutes a vital component of strength. However, at the second high school of Shengjing, where Lu Tsang is enrolled, the conditions are far from ideal. Shengjing Second High School stands as the second institution in Shengjing City, yet the disparity when compared to Shengjing First High School is glaringly significant. It predominantly recruits students who possess pure talent but lack influential backgrounds. Ultimately, these students tend to fall short when juxtaposed with their more privileged counterparts. Talents like Lu Tsang are rare, perhaps emerging only once in several centuries. Yet, Lu Tsang, endowed with exceptional aptitude, has awakened to a class of remarkable caliber, leaving Shengjing Second High School in utter despair. Originally, they believed that Lu Tsang would mark the dawn of their illustrious ascent. However, they were astounded to discover the nature of his class awakening. The absence of a superior class would have been tolerable, even a lower-tier class would have sufficed. But the awakening of a class of such extraordinary nature was beyond their wildest imaginations. Lu Tsang's innate qualities are unparalleled, unprecedented in history. The awakening of such a class from such extraordinary potential is a true anomaly. In the trading hall, Lu Tsang produced a white card, swiping it through the card slot. Subsequently, an interface emerged, trading interface. Please enter the item you wish to search for. Searching for equipment, weapons. Weapons of the specified type have been located. Black iron greatsword. Weapon category, greatsword. Equipment level, 1. Quality, black iron. Strength, 10. Effect, none. Description, an exceedingly ordinary greatsword. Price, 50 gold coins. Black iron bow. Weapon category, longbow. Equipment level, 1. Quality, black iron. Strength, 10. Effect, none. Description, an exceedingly ordinary longbow. Strong iron claw, black iron, priced at 55 gold coins. White shield, black iron, priced at 65 gold coins. Item after item of equipment was displayed before Lu Tsang. This low-tier equipment can also drop in dungeons. Let's take a look at the skill books. Searching for skill books. Earth Scroll Technique. Skill book found. Earth Scroll Technique. Skill book. Earth Scroll Technique, priced at 50,000 gold coins. Soon, Lu Tsang came across a list of Earth Scroll Technique skill books, with prices generally set at 50,000 gold coins. This type of skill book is not particularly scarce, and the prices remain stable. For a level 62nd tier Earth Mage, 50,000 gold coins might seem trivial, but for me, it represents half of my savings. Alas, the pressing matter is to acquire an artifact. Upon consulting the artifact catalog, Lu Tsang discovered that the artifact he could most feasibly create is the Zhenyu. Furthermore, there exists the formidable armor known as Heart of Resilience. However, even Heart of Resilience is not an item that Lu Tsang can craft immediately. Its effects are remarkably straightforward. For every type of monster you dispatch, you permanently gain 100 maximum health points, limited to one instance. Against certain types of monsters, one can acquire an additional 2,000 maximum health points. Against world-type monsters, one can amass a staggering 50,000 maximum health points. This simple yet brutal effect of permanently increasing health is undeniably potent. In this world, the variety of monsters is astonishingly vast. Just within a single dungeon, there may be dozens of different monsters. It is no exaggeration to claim that there are billions of monster types in this realm. Is it not conceivable that a single piece of equipment could bestow hundreds of billions in maximum health? Moreover, this dungeon, along with the world itself, can offer even more health. Lu Tsang is undeniably envious of Heart of Resilience. However, to create it at this moment seems implausible. The rest will have to suffice for now. Subsequently, Lu Tsang searches for Earth Crystal. Enchanting material Earth Crystal has been located. Earth Crystal. Enchanting effect. Grants an Earth enchantment to an item, converting 50 damage dealt by this weapon into Earth damage, and additionally inflicting 10 points of Earth damage. Price, for 1,500 gold coins. This price is manageable. He can afford it. He proceeds to purchase 10 Earth Crystals. You have purchased 10 Earth Crystals. You have spent 45,000 gold coins. Then, Lu Tsang turns his gaze to the Earth Scroll skill book he just acquired. He purchases the Earth Scroll skill book. You have purchased Earth Scroll skill book 1. You have spent 50,000 gold coins. Current balance, 4,320 gold coins. In that fleeting moment, Lu Tsang has squandered the gold he amassed over 12 years. 90,000 gold coins have vanished as if they were mere water. His heart aches with loss. Yet it is worth it. If 90,000 gold coins can secure a divine artifact, it is indeed a worthy investment. Simultaneously, Lu Tsang feels a sense of relief, grateful for his outstanding performance over the years. Otherwise, he would not have received the scholarship and thus would lack the funds to procure these materials. To aspire for a divine artifact from the outset is undeniably a lofty ambition. However, if he had a favorable background, gathering materials for synthesizing divine artifacts would likely be much easier. With a supportive background, perhaps his family could assist in collecting materials, enabling him to craft items such as the Heavenly Bow, Speculative Blade, and Fallen Edge. Yet Lutsong sighs. After all, he finds himself in this world as an orphan. He then selects a great sword-type equipment from the list. Lutsong intends to use more than just black iron quality gear as the foundation for a divine artifact. No matter how one puts it, nearly 5,000 gold coins remain. Purchasing a slightly better piece of silver quality equipment would be more than sufficient. To forge a divine artifact using black iron quality gear is rather too meager. As he continued his search, Lutsong's attention was soon captivated by a magnificent silver quality greatsword. Chapter 5. Fully Enhanced Divine Artifact. Extraordinary Effects and Attributes. Charged Greatsword. Weapon Type, Greatsword. Equipment Level, 1. Quality, Silver. Strength, 20. Effect, charging accelerates your charge speed by an additional 200, charged heavy strike. Description, a greatsword capable of hastening the speed of charged attacks. Price, 1,500 gold coins. 1,500 gold coins. What an exorbitant sum. A piece of black iron equipment is merely 50 gold coins, yet the price of silver quality skyrockets to 1,500 gold coins. A 30-fold increase. As for gold quality equipment, it is indeed available, but the minimum price is 15,000 gold coins. Such items can only be acquired from nightmare difficulty dungeons, and even then, they drop only with a chance. Thus, their price is exceedingly steep. Lutsong cannot afford it. Level 1 equipment will soon be obsolete. Without a background, a class changer would rarely utilize level 1 gold equipment as a means to transition through the early stages, unless, of course, one comes from a wealthy family. Well then, it is decided. I shall purchase the charged greatsword. You have purchased the charged greatsword. Subsequently, Lutsong turned his attention to other gear. Since he was there, he might as well complete his equipment set. You have purchased the agile boots. You have purchased the featherlight garb. After acquiring these two items, Lutsong was left with less than 500 gold coins. Different pieces of equipment indeed vary in price. Not all silver items are fixed at 1,500 gold coins. Some silver gear can even reach a price of 1,800 gold coins. Lutsong gazed at his dwindling gold reserves, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. 12 years of savings, during which he had taken on numerous part-time jobs to earn money. Yet, compared to his scholarship, it was but a pittance. Typically, he could earn only 1 gold coin for every 2 hours of work, equivalent to a mere 5 silver coins per hour. Truly, money is easy to spend but difficult to earn. Nevertheless, Lutsong merely sighed slightly before heading to the storage space. With a swift swipe of his card, he retrieved the items he had just purchased. Regardless of the cost, this expenditure is worthwhile. A divine artifact is surely worth more than 100,000 gold coins. Let me see if this artifact lives up to its name. After extracting the items, he found himself in the accommodation assigned to him at Sacred Capital 2, a small single-person apartment. As the president of the student council and once a genius at Sacred Capital 2, Lutsong deserves such treatment. However, time has passed since the college entrance examination. Yet Lutsong remains unperturbed by this matter. In this world, as long as one possesses strength, there is no shortage of places to dwell. You have equipped charged greatsword. Would you like to transform it into artifact embryo? Transformation. Buzz. As a radiant light swirled, the white greatsword in Lutsong's hand began to undergo a transformation. A faint sheen shimmered upon its surface. Ding. With a soft chime, reminiscent of steel balls colliding, the equipment had completed its transformation. You have transformed the charged greatsword into an artifact embryo. The equipment effect of the charged greatsword has attained ultimate enhancement. Charged greatsword, artifact embryo 3. Weapon category, greatsword. Equipment level, 1, follows user's level. Quality, silver, can grow. Strength, 30. Effect, charged strike, ultimate. Your every normal attack will become a charged heavy strike, dealing triple damage. Description, artifact embryo, effects significantly enhanced. Each attack can unleash a charged heavy strike. Lutsong beheld these attributes, his pupils narrowing slightly. Could it be? Has it truly reached full enhancement? A level 1 equipment with a strength value of 30. This is astonishing. Moreover, this effect means every single strike is a charged attack. Each weapon possesses its own method of charged attack. The charged attack of arrows extends their range and amplifies their damage. The charged attack of daggers also elevates their lethality. Among them, weapons such as greatswords, axes, and heavy hammers yield the highest multipliers for charged damage, capable of inflicting triple damage. But now, with every normal attack transforming into a charged heavy strike, does this not imply that every ordinary strike henceforth deals triple damage? Just this single weapon has already surpassed countless job changers. Even golden grade weapons pale in comparison. However, when measured against artifacts, there remains a considerable gap. Lutsong opened the Divine Equipment Compendium. Simultaneously, he retrieved materials from his storage space. A notably hefty brown skill book appeared in his grasp. Earth Scroll skill book was extracted, alongside 10 heavy crystals, each resembling stones entwined with a dark aura. Earth crystals. You have gathered the materials for the artifact Shinua. Would you like to fuse the artifact Shinua? Fusion. Would you like to use the charged greatsword as the embryo for the fused artifact? Yes. Buzz. A brilliant light erupted from Lu Tsong's hand. Boom. A dark brown radiance engulfed the entire room. Boom. The entire chamber trembled. Cracks splintered across the walls. Gazing at the great sword in his hand, Lu Tsong beheld. Jinhua, Artifact 3. Quality, Silver, can grow. Equipment level, 1. Strength, 750. Critical hit rate, 25. Critical effect, 200. Effect, each ordinary attack by Jinhua generates a shockwave, inflicting equal Earth-type damage within a radius of 100 meters, with damage being tenfold of the power value, can critically hit. Effect 2. Charged Strike, Ultimate, transforms each ordinary attack into a charged heavy strike, causing threefold damage. Effect 3. Void, can absorb attributes. Effect 4. Seal, unlocked with the enhancement of equipment quality. Effect 5. Seal, unlocked with the enhancement of equipment quality. Effect 6. Seal, unlocked with the enhancement of equipment quality. Effect 7. Description, Jinhua, a sword that stabilizes heaven and earth. It is one of the divine artifacts of the Great Sword type, possessing the might to calm mountains and seas. You have equipped the Great Sword, perfectly adapting to its power. You are now exempt from the negative effects of the Great Sword, such as sluggishness and heaviness. Wielding the Great Sword will not incur any penalties to attack speed or movement speed. Lu Tsong gripped the black iron great sword in his hands, his heart filled with astonishment. In the preview, he observed an attribute boost of 500 power value. Consequently, the synthesized artifact astonishingly provided a 750-point power enhancement. In comparison to the 30 power of the silver great sword, the attributes of this divine artifact were simply unreasonable. Indeed, what I previewed were the unenhanced attributes, and upon equipping it, it would automatically reach full enhancement. Lu Tsong gazed at his attribute values. His current power value had soared to 760 points. Which level 1 class changer could possess such terrifying attributes? Moreover, each of my ordinary attacks dealt damage equivalent to 10 times my power value, affecting a radius of 100. This was comparable to the range of missiles from my past life, wasn't it? Additionally, Lu Tsong noted that the previous effects of the charged great sword had not vanished entirely, but had seamlessly transferred to the artifact. The attribute that enabled each attack to be a charged strike remained intact. If the threefold damage effect could trigger the Jinhua attribute, wouldn't that mean my single attack could inflict 30 times the damage? This was truly terrifying. After acquiring the new equipment, Lu Tsong was eager to test its power. He donned 2 additional pieces of silver quality armor. These 2 armors had also been transformed by Lu Tsong into artifact embryos. Lightweight boots, artifact embryo, 3. Weapon category, boots. Equipment level, 1, follows the user's level. Quality, silver, can grow. Agility 20. Effect, lightweight, ultimate, grants an additional boost of 50 to movement speed, with a corresponding increase in attack speed. Description, boots capable of significantly enhancing movement speed. Feathered garb, artifact embryo, 3. Equipment category, upper garment. Equipment level, 1, follows the user's level. Quality, silver, can grow. Constitution 15. Agility 15. Maximum health 500. Effect, gentle breeze shield, ultimate, gradually accumulates a protective shield while moving, gaining a speed boost. With a maximum shield of 1500 points and a speed increase of 30, after moving 1500 meters. Description, an equipment that provides significant protective capabilities, boasting remarkable defense. Though it was already afternoon, Lu Tsong could hardly contain his eager anticipation. Grasping a divine artifact in his hand, who could possibly resist the urge to test it? With such thoughts coursing through his mind, Lu Tsong neglected the chaos awaiting him at home and set out once more, heading towards the nearby dungeon area. Chapter 6. One Strike. The Power of the Artifact. At Sacred Capital No. 2 High School, there existed a dedicated dungeon zone. Within this area, 3 dungeons were available, specifically designed for freshly graduated students to facilitate their rapid leveling. At this moment, the students who had completed their awakening began their journey of empowerment, inevitably discussing the events of the day. Dungeon, Weeping Forest. Before the entrance to the dungeon, several students from Sacred Capital No. 2 gathered around a flickering flame, munching on provisions as they deliberated the happenings of the day. Do you think today's awakening ceremony was too much of a blow for Chief Lu? One student pondered. I noticed his expression was dazed and forlorn when he left. Well, that's only natural. The experience of plummeting from grace is hardly as pleasant as one might imagine. Upon graduation, they would need to contemplate how to level up. Typically, at this juncture, familiar classmates would form teams to train together. Those with the means would pursue special recruitment tasks as per their desired institutions. Meanwhile, those without such advantages aimed to level up swiftly before the college entrance examination. The higher their level, the better their potential scores could be. Nonetheless, all of this was confined to before the second transition. Should one undergo a second transition prior to the entrance examination, their scores would be rendered void. Generally speaking, it was quite rare for an ordinary student to complete their second transition before the exam, as leveling up to level 30 and completing the transition tasks within a few days was no small feat. Without familial support, resources would be severely limited. Conversely, with family backing, fulfilling the special recruitment criteria became a manageable endeavor. Who would still bother with the entrance examination if they could complete the special recruitment? As for joining various associations, for those with connections, gaining membership in a particular society was hardly a challenge. The regulation prohibiting second transitions before the entrance examination served as a safeguard for ordinary students, protecting them from competing with prodigious talents. Those exceptional individuals had already completed their second transition and ventured onto grander stages, leaving the remaining ordinary students to engage in a fairer competition for examination resources. Have you heard? Long Xiaoxiao cried after Lutsong stepped down from the Awakening platform. Wow, that news is sensational. Did Long Xiaoxiao harbor a secret affection for Lutsong? Hush, you may not be aware, but a year ago, during our academic exchange with Shangjing No. 1 High School, Lutsong and Long Xiaoxiao had their first encounter. Who knows if Long Xiaoxiao developed feelings for the esteemed Lutsong at that moment. Alas, our Lutsong is truly a heartthrob. His charm is simply overwhelming. Shoo, speak not of this. If it reaches the ears of the White King, how many heads do you think you have to spare? The White King is notoriously protective of his daughter. Ahem, however, it's only natural for someone as handsome as Lutsong to be the object of secret admiration. Let us not digress. The weakness following resurrection has dissipated. It is time to continue with the dungeon. Indeed, one should not attempt the difficult mode right from the start. Even with the guidance of previous strategies, the reality of battle proves quite challenging. Thus, it is wise to commence with the easier difficulty. Before the dungeon, students bustle about, anxiously preparing themselves and gearing up for the challenge ahead. At this moment, Lutsong arrives before the dungeon entrance. Crying Forest, dungeon level 5. Entry level requirement. Level 15, dungeon difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Dungeon description. An ordinary dungeon aimed at newcomers. Is that not Lutsong? Goodness, Lutsong, did I not just hear that he had been despondent after awakening his warrior class and had gone to the trading hall to drown his sorrows? He hardly seems inebriated. What nonsense. After all, he remains the chief. Silence, everyone. The students, upon seeing Lutsong, lower their heads, unsure of how to face him. In truth, Lutsong is well liked. Despite being a genius, he bears none of the arrogance often associated with such talent. The emergence of such a prodigy from our school fills us with pride, and when the students of No. 2 High School speak of Lutsong, they cannot help but stand a little taller. However, Lutsong's awakening as a warrior is not something his fellow students wish to witness. Yet, he remains unfazed by the heavy atmosphere surrounding him and strides directly towards the dungeon. Chief Lu, if you don't mind, would you consider teaming up with me? I am a level 1 holy healer, and I promise to keep you safe. Suddenly, a girl steps bravely in front of Lutsong, mustering her courage to extend an invitation to join forces. No, thank you. I can manage alone, he replies, brushing past her. Goodness, what audacity, to dare invite the chief. What of it? The past is the past. In the present, if he were not Lutsong, the level 1 warrior, without equipment, he would be quite weak. Teaming up with a level 1 healer would be an overreach. Yet, Lutsong is still Lutsong. If it were me, I could hardly abandon my pride. The surrounding students fall into silence once more as Lutsong approaches the dungeon entrance. As for his refusal to team up, the reason is quite simple. Teaming up divides experience. If 2 individuals join forces, each would only receive 50 of the experience, effectively halving it. Lutsong is not willing to sacrifice his potential. Arriving at the dungeon entrance, he hesitates not for a moment and selects the dungeon difficulty, Nightmare. He enters the dungeon. Buzz. With a flash of distorted light, Lutsong's figure vanished before the dungeon. This maneuver left the surrounding students utterly bewildered. Wait a moment. Did I hear correctly? Chief Lu has chosen a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Goodness. No. I believe the most pressing issue is that Chief Lu entered alone. He disappeared all by himself. Is he attempting a solo run? My word. A level 1 armed warrior taking on a nightmare dungeon solo? Is this the same Chief Lu we know? He aced every theoretical examination. How could he make such a fundamental mistake? Anyone with a modicum of sense knows that no matter the level, a nightmare difficulty dungeon cannot be tackled solo. Good grief, could it be that Chief Lu has gone mad after awakening as a level 1 armed warrior? Chief Lu has lost his mind. Crying Forest, Nightmare. Upon entering the dungeon, Lutsong immediately sensed danger. In an instant, he retreated 3 steps. Boom, boom, boom. From the ground where he had just stood, 3 spikes erupted. Is this the nature of a nightmare difficulty dungeon? Right at the threshold, he was met with a deadly welcome. Simultaneously, Lutsong noticed, amidst the dimness of the forest, a glimmer of blood-red light. These were the eyes of the monsters. Earth Spell Goblin, Stone Throwing Goblin, Frost Goblin, Wind Wolf, Earth Demon Wolf. Surrounded by monsters the moment he entered the dungeon. Stone Throwing Goblin. Level 5. Health 3000. Skills: Stone Throw. Rapid Stone Throw, Stone Barrage. Description: the most common goblin creature within the Crying Forest. Lutsong examined these attributes. 3000 health. In a simple difficulty dungeon. That would already be formidable. However, it was time to act. Lutsong drew forth Jinhua. The moment the colossal sword was unsheathed, a whirlwind of dust and debris swirled around him. Then, Lutsong raised Jinhua and struck the earth with a mighty blow. Boom. The ground trembled violently. Bang. Buzz. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. A flurry of damage numbers soared through the air. 22941, 19292, 15493, 23924, 23847, 17845, 18328. You have slain the Frost Goblin, level 5. You have gained experience, 1250, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, 400 experience for defeating an enemy 4 levels higher. You have slain the Flame Goblin, level 5. You have gained experience, 1250, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, 400 experience for defeating an enemy 4 levels higher. You have slain the Rage Goblin, Elite, level 5. You have gained experience, 6250, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, 400 experience for defeating an enemy 4 levels higher. Congratulations on your level advancement to level 2. Congratulations on your level advancement to level 3. Congratulations on your level advancement to level 4. Congratulations on your level advancement to level 5. Your Divine Artifact Catalog has been unlocked. Congratulations on your level advancement to level 6. You have defeated the boss, the Wailing Pigman, in the dungeon. You have gained experience points, 70,000, 500 from the Nightmare Dungeon, 600 for defeating enemies above level 6. Congratulations on your level advancement to level 8. A series of upgrade notifications echoed through the air. With a single strike, Lutsong's level surged directly to 8. As he surveyed his surroundings, the ground lay fractured, littered with the remains of fallen monsters, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this the power of a divine artifact? Chapter 7. 6-second dungeon completion. Artifact evolution. With this one blow, had he even defeated those he had yet to encounter? However, it made sense. The arenas of lower-level dungeons were relatively small. Particularly in the Sacred Capital's number 2 high school, they had intentionally selected 3 smaller maps to transplant for this dungeon area. Congratulations on completing the dungeon, the Crying Forest. You have set a record for the fastest completion. Current record, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 6 seconds. Please enter your team name. A team name? What team do I have? Then, I shall name it Hangluo. Lutsong casually filled in a name. Is Hangluo confirmed as your team name? Confirmed. After all, this team name could be changed for each subsequent dungeon. Subsequently, Lutsong did not leave the dungeon immediately, but ventured further into the depths of the Crying Forest. Inside the dungeon, the fissures in the earth gradually diminished. The terrain of the dungeon possessed regenerative abilities. Even if it were damaged, it would swiftly restore itself. Soon, Lutsong arrived before the dungeon's final encounter. At that moment, the body lay lifeless on the ground. Wailing Pigman, boss. Level 7. Health 50,000. Mana 4,000. Skills: Roar, Howl, Blood Rage, Chaotic Blade Dance. Description: an exceedingly ferocious pigman. His health had already plummeted to 0. As Lutsong touched the corpse, a hum resonated. In the next instant, beams of light ascended from various parts of the dungeon, emanating from the bodies of the minor enemies. Before long, hundreds of rays converged upon his own form, causing his body to emit a faint glow. Ultimately, it culminated in the formation of a treasure chest. You have completed the dungeon. Damage taken, 0. Rating. Time taken, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 6 seconds, significantly above the average of 1 hour, 36 minutes, 33 seconds. Rating. Solo completion of the dungeon, additional score bonus. You have received a premium treasure chest from the Crying Forest. Lutsong gazed at the treasure chest gradually taking shape before him. Crying Forest Dungeon Treasure Chest, Premium. Description: a premium treasure chest, potentially containing valuable items. Is this the legendary premium treasure chest? Achieving such a rating is indeed a rare feat. It typically requires countless trials, coordination, and a thorough understanding of the dungeon mechanics to achieve a high rating. Moreover, due to the level restrictions inherent in each dungeon, relying solely on one's level to overpower the challenges and obtain a superior rating becomes a formidable task. Furthermore, high ratings are exclusive to the most challenging dungeons. As the difficulty decreases, so too does the maximum possible score. In dungeons of simple difficulty, one can attain only a basic rating, and the rewards are rather meager. Upon opening the treasure chest, the haul included. You have obtained Large Health Potion X50, Large Mana Potion X50, Berserk Potion X3, Heavy Sword, Gold, Clear Crown, Silver. Clear Necklace, Silver, Silver Broadsword, Bronze Greatsword, Bronze Slow Recovery Ring, 200 gold coins. The amount of gold is quite paltry, isn't it? Lutsong gazed at the meager sum of 200 coins. However, the equipment was plentiful, yielding 4 pieces of silver quality gear and a fair share of bronze quality items. The true value lies in these pieces of equipment, especially the gold quality item. Lu Tsang swallowed hard at the sight of the level 5 gold quality weapon. Heavy sword, gold. Surely, this could fetch a price of 10 to 20,000 gold coins at the marketplace. Yet, he had no intention of selling this weapon. Heavy sword. Equipment level, 5. Strength, 60. Quality, gold. Effect, charge power. While in a charging attack state, gain invulnerability. Along with a damage reduction of 30 and a shield of 250 points. Does not stack with other types of damage reduction. Description, a hefty sword that allows you to charge with peace of mind. A gold quality great sword, it should be a perfect fit for me. Lu Tsang took out Jinyu and brought it into contact with the heavy sword. Detected a higher quality equipment of the same type. Would you like to absorb this equipment to enhance the quality of Jinyu artifact? Upon enhancement, Jinyu will acquire a new attribute. Invulnerable charge, ultimate. Invulnerable charge, ultimate. Each of your normal attacks will grant you the invulnerability state, providing a damage reduction of 50 and a shield equal to 10 of your maximum health. Once the attribute was enhanced, the effect significantly intensified in an instant. Enhance. With Lu Tsang's command, the heavy sword began to dissolve, transforming into a radiant light that merged into Jinyu. Jinyu's quality has been upgraded to gold. Jinyu's enhancement level cap has been raised to 4. Jinyu artifact, 4. Quality, gold, upgradable. Equipment level, 8. Scales with user level. Strength, 8,000. Critical rate, 30. Critical effect, 250. Effect, quake. Each normal attack will generate a shockwave, inflicting equivalent earth-type damage within a 150-meter radius, dealing damage equal to 10 times the strength value, can critically hit. Effect 2. Charged strike, ultimate. Each of your regular attacks transforms into a charged heavy strike, dealing 3-fold damage. Effect 3. Unyielding assault, ultimate. Each of your regular attacks grants you an unyielding state, reducing damage taken by 50 and providing a shield equal to 10 of your maximum health. Description. The wielder of Jinyu can instantaneously achieve charged strikes. Now, none can obstruct the one who brandishes this colossal sword. Chapter 8. Speedrun? How did you solo it in 6 seconds? Lu Tsang gazed at the newly upgraded Jinyu, unable to suppress a gulp. This effect is simply astonishing, isn't it? Not only have the attributes been enhanced, but even the equipment's effects continue to elevate. The original radius of 100 meters has expanded to an impressive 150 meters. This range has truly grown by an entire circle. Furthermore, the equipment's attributes have escalated to an astounding 8,000 points of strength, a substantial increase from the previous 750 points. Of course, this is also a result of Lu Tsang's level progression, having advanced from level 1 to level 8. As his level rises, the attributes of the equipment are bound to improve. After all, Lu Tsang's equipment is perpetually aligned with his own level. However, prior to upgrading Jinyu, Lu Tsang had also examined its attributes, which then amounted to merely 6,000 points of strength. Reflecting on this, he recalled that 4 is twice the base attribute, while 3 only achieves 15 times. Through comparison, Lu Tsang deduced that the attributes of divine artifacts are initially calculated based on their divine level and do not increase with the enhancement of quality. Nevertheless, which silver-grade equipment possesses a baseline attribute of 500 points of strength from the outset, while the foundational attributes of the equipment remain static. They do enhance as the quality improves, continually escalating with the maximum enhancement level. This implies that the caliber of the equipment's attributes is solely contingent upon one's own level and the enhancement ceiling. If memory serves, the enhancement multiplier for resplendent grade equipment at maximum enhancement should reach 18 times, while the celestial grade equipment attains 50 times at full enhancement. This is truly extraordinary. Lu Tsang felt a surge of excitement at this thought. Alas, my gold coins. Selling this level 5 golden weapon could fetch me 20,000 gold coins, or, at the very least, over 10,000. Yet, Lu Tsang soon quelled his yearning, reminding himself that he could clear a dungeon in 5 seconds. Gold coins are but a trivial concern. How could he possibly struggle to earn them? Outside the Crying Forest dungeon. Crying Forest, nightmare difficulty. Dungeon's fastest completion record has been refreshed. What? The dungeon record has been reset? The completion record for nightmare difficulty? I recall the last record was set 50 years ago by a senior. I distinctly remember. The previous record stood at 5 minutes and 44 seconds. To achieve such a speed run in a nightmare dungeon at level 5 is remarkable. In the vast realm of humanity, few can achieve such feats. It is said that others have already embarked on their advanced studies within the Mage Association, ascending to high-ranking positions. And rumor has it that they have attained the status of a 4th-rank mage saint. A mage saint? Such an elevation is beyond the wildest dreams of my lifetime. Who could possibly hold the latest record for dungeon completion? Today marked the initiation of the new class transition, and everyone should merely be at level 1. How could anyone have completed a level 5 dungeon so swiftly? You simply cannot fathom the pace at which those with connections advance. While it appears that all have recently awakened, those from affluent lineages have long been well prepared. Have you ever witnessed the kind of privileged family that, upon merely transitioning classes, immediately acquires an entire set of level 5 golden quality gear? Moreover, every piece is fully enhanced to level 4. The attributes are staggering. At level 5, a warrior can boast a primary attribute soaring to a formidable 500 points, truly intimidating. A warrior with 500 points of strength at level 5 would crush anyone in their path. Wouldn't they? Alas, this is the privilege of the powerful families who can afford such extravagance. A single piece of golden equipment, unenhanced, costs no less than 20 to 30,000 gold coins. Fully enhanced, it starts from at least 300,000 gold coins. Altogether, an entire set of equipment could amount to a staggering 180,000 gold coins. Moreover, level 5 equipment would need to be replaced daily. What a waste of wealth. You surely remember the scene at the class transition square not long ago, don't you? That dragon Xiao Xiao arrived in style, akin to a frost dragon. It's likely that the Holy See has reserved an entire training zone for her advancement. Such treatment is beyond our reach. The starting point of others is merely the endpoint of our lifelong efforts. However, I recall that the dungeon of the Weeping Forest was also conquered by a genius wielding a full set of golden grade equipment. It cannot be too weak, can it? To break this record, one would at least need to be a genius of a higher class, surely? It cannot possibly be the newly awakened limit breaker, Xiaohiba, can it? The students buzzed with speculation. Yet, some students were already rushing towards the record monument. Let me see who has shattered this record. Soon, one after another, students arrived before the inscription of the dungeon record. Eager to discover who had accomplished this feat. Upon glancing at the records, they were left utterly stunned. Fastest dungeon completion record, Nightmare first place, Loot Song, team name, Hung Luo. Completion time, 00006. Upon witnessing this record, the students present found their minds momentarily paralyzed. What is happening? Am I seeing things? This name, Loot Song, isn't he the president of the student council at Shengjing No. 2? Isn't he the one who just awakened as a level 1 armamenter? And the completion time, could it be a mistake? 6 seconds. Is it truly possible to clear a nightmare dungeon in 6 seconds? Moreover, single-handedly? How could this be achieved? Chapter 9, Continuous Progress. An even faster completion speed. Outdoor leveling zone. At this moment, Long Xiao Xiao held her staff, her gaze absent-mindedly fixed on the horde of monsters before her. Xiao Xiao, the monsters are here. Don't lose focus. Concentrate. At the sound of this urgent call, in the next instant, her skills erupted. Frost Spike. Bang. 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 124, 112, 105, 109, 96. A series of ice crystals detonated. This batch of monsters was annihilated in an instant by Long Xiao Xiao. Well done, second miss. Long Xiao Xiao had awakened to the advanced class of Divine Sorcerer. This profession was a formidable magical class capable of unleashing immensely powerful divine spells. The potency and effects of these spells were on an entirely different level compared to ordinary magic. Even among advanced classes, it was considered superior. Observing Long Xiao Xiao's momentary distraction, Long Qinxue, who was accompanying her in leveling up, couldn't help but furrow her brow. Xiao Xiao, are you still thinking about him? Sister, is there truly no future for an awakened warrior? Upon hearing Long Xiao Xiao's question, Long Qinxue sighed. Alas, Xiao Xiao, you know well the prospects of the warrior class. Even our Holy See cannot cultivate a warrior into a formidable independent force. Xiao Xiao, it's best to forget about that man. At this time, Long Xiao Xiao was leveling up under the arrangements of her family. For ordinary individuals, leveling up required personal participation in dungeons and taking matters into their own hands. However, for someone like Long Xiao Xiao, who had a powerful background, there was no need for her to exert much effort. Her family arranged for others to attract and battle the monsters. Once the monsters were left with only a sliver of health, they would be drawn to her, allowing her to deliver the finishing blow. The entire process was as effortless as having experience fed directly into her mouth. Typically, it took only a few hours to swiftly reach level 30. Of course, only someone like Long Xiao Xiao, backed by the Holy See's authority, could afford such a privilege, effectively monopolizing an entire area for leveling. After all, in the wild, the rate at which monsters respawn is limited. The more territory that is secured, the more monsters can be spawned. Naturally, the speed of leveling also depends on the player's capabilities. Without skills, it would be challenging to manage large groups of monsters. Monsters in the wild yield less experience than those in dungeons, which is why even with so many assisting her, it still required several hours to reach level 30. Indeed, the young lady speaks the truth. Second miss, you should cease your thoughts of him. If he were truly a genius, he would possess the means to stand alongside you. But as it stands, he is merely a warrior, entirely from a different world than you. Long Xiao Xiao's brow slightly furrowed upon hearing these words. All right, Zhao, enough of that. Focus on leveling up. Let us strive to achieve the fastest level 30 this time. The challenge dungeon should have reset by now, right? If we can secure the first kill at level 30, our Holy See's influence should expand even further. As long as I can be the first to reach level 30, I should be able to represent our Holy See in securing the first kill of this challenging dungeon. Sacred Capital's second high school dungeon zone. After completing the dungeon, Lu Tsang immediately exited. Chief Lu, despite the numerous calls from others, had little time to attend to them, as there were too many urging him. Instead, he promptly proceeded to the next dungeon. What is Chief Lu up to? Having just emerged from the Weeping Forest, Lu Tsang turned and entered another dungeon nearby. Twilight Graveyard. Dungeon level, 15. Entry level restriction, 515. Dungeon difficulty, simple, normal, hard, nightmare. Dungeon description, in the dim graveyard, there are restless undead unwilling to submit. He selected the nightmare difficulty and entered the dungeon. Lu Tsang was entirely unconcerned about being noticed. Others could not probe his presence, thanks to his specialized profession abilities. His equipment information was concealed from others. Moreover, if anyone attempted to investigate him, they would find nothing, as all his capabilities stemmed from his gear. As for fame, Lu Tsang was indifferent. In fact, gaining notoriety would facilitate the acquisition of resources. Otherwise, when he needed to forge divine artifacts in the future, how could he procure rare materials without a name to his credit? It is worth noting that as levels increase, certain items become unattainable through mere currency. At such a juncture, having a distinguished reputation becomes crucial. With Lu Tsang's confirmation, whoosh. In the next instant, he dove into the dungeon once more. Witnessing this maneuver, the students outside the dungeon were utterly perplexed. What was happening? He had just emerged from one dungeon, only to enter another without so much as a moment's respite. Moreover, this new dungeon seemed to be one for level 515, right? In a mere 6 seconds, he had leveled up by over 5 levels? What sort of monster is this? What terrifying leveling speed? Can you tell me this is an armored one? Where in the world do armored ones possess such formidable capabilities? In the wild, it is possible for high-level players to assist those of lower levels, where absurd feats may occur. However, dungeons impose level restrictions, making overpowering dominance impossible. Dungeon records serve as a testament to an individual's prowess. It is essential to understand that these records have been continuously updated over the millennia. Achieving even a second faster than a previous record is an extraordinary feat. Take the earlier Weeping Forest dungeon, for example, after the first place. Records are nearly distinguished by milliseconds. To say that achieving a time of 5 minutes and 43 seconds under normal circumstances might take 10 years is an understatement. However, at this moment, Lu Tsang astonishingly reduced the record to a mere 6 seconds. It can only be described as a miracle. What do you think? Is Chief Lu experiencing a career mutation? I have heard that certain mutated professions can become extraordinarily powerful, such as the level of a juggler, yet after mutation, they can even rival the prowess of a level 5 trickster. Perhaps Chief Lu's profession has undergone a transformation? What on earth kind of mutation allows one to achieve a nightmarish dungeon record in 6 seconds? Do you think Chief Lu will break the record again upon entering the Twilight Graveyard? I find it somewhat challenging. After all, his equipment has not been upgraded, and the armorer class heavily relies on gear. Indeed, after leveling up, one must replace equipment and acquire new skill books to enhance their strength before facing the next dungeon. Entering the next dungeon directly may leave one underpowered. Nevertheless, breaking the record is no small feat, for 6 seconds is exceedingly abnormal. However, the spectators outside the dungeon had little time to debate this. Suddenly, another notification emerged from the Twilight Graveyard dungeon. The fastest clear record for the Twilight Graveyard, Nightmare difficulty, has been refreshed. Fastest clear record, Nightmare first place, Lu Tsang. Clear time, 0 hours 00 minutes 3 seconds. Upon witnessing this record, all the students were left in utter astonishment. What is happening? Just moments ago, they were marveling at the 6-second record of the Weeping Forest dungeon. And now, in the next instant, Lu Tsang had cleared the adjacent dungeon, compressing the completion time to a mere 3 seconds. Chapter 10, The Embryo of Divine Artifacts. The moment Lu Tsang entered the dungeon, before he could even discern his surroundings, he had already swung down his colossal sword. With his perfect mastery of abilities, all his equipment bore no negative effects, and thus there was no hint of sluggishness. With a single strike, a thunderous crash resounded. 210322, 231010, 243549, 234943, 238949, 225493. You have slain the Twilight Spectre, level 15. You have gained experience, 52. 500, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience. 7 levels higher grants, 700 experience. You have slain the Graveyard Warrior, level 15. You have gained experience, 52. 500, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience. 7 levels higher grants, 700 experience. You have slain the Twilight Wraith, level 15. You have gained experience, 52. 500, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience. 7 levels higher grants, 700 experience. You have slain the Graveyard Slayer, level 15. You have gained experience, 52. 500, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience. 7 levels higher grants, 700 experience. You have slain the Grim Gravedigger, Elite, level 15. You have gained experience, 126. 250, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience. 7 levels higher grants, 700 experience. Congratulations, your level has risen to 17. A series of kill notifications erupted before Lu Tsang, causing his experience points to surge dramatically. All these monsters had been vanquished simultaneously the moment he entered the dungeon. The experience gained was equally instantaneous. This also signified that Lu Tsang could fully reap the benefits of the overlevel kill bonus. Typically, others would find that as their levels increased, the margin for overlevel kills diminished, leading to a reduction in experience gained. It was only a peculiar individual like Lu Tsang who could obliterate all monsters in an instant. Each monster counted as one he had defeated at level 8, each bestowing a remarkable 7-fold experience bonus. The speed of leveling up was exhilarating. Each attack was a charged strike. With a power value of 8,000 multiplied by 30, the damage reached a staggering 240,000. Such devastation was beyond the capacity of a level 15 ordinary monster. And this was merely a standard attack. Who on earth claimed that a normal attack could only strike once? Following the initial strike, Lu Tsang observed the rapidly increasing experience points without a moment's hesitation and immediately unleashed a second attack. The 2 consecutive strikes transpired in a mere 2 seconds. Boom. 253. 982. The distant foes had no time to react. With only 300,000 health, Lu Tsang annihilated them in an instant. Congratulations. You have slain the Deep Grey Burier, level 15, boss. You have cleared the dungeon, Twilight Graveyard. Dungeon duration, 0 hours 00 minutes 3 seconds. You have achieved the fastest dungeon clearance record. Your score for this dungeon is. Lu Tsang gazed at the notifications before him, bemused by the ease of it all. With the legendary weapon Jinhua in hand, clearing the dungeon felt akin to child's play. However, he mused that this speed was still insufficient. He believed he could achieve even swifter completions. This time, he had not executed a one-hit kill. If he could manage to eliminate foes in a single strike, the clearance time could potentially be reduced even further, perhaps to 2 seconds. Yet, upon finishing this dungeon, Lu Tsang's level had already ascended to 17. The dungeon's level cap was set at 15, meaning Lu Tsang had no opportunity to re-enter and clear it again. If others were to learn of Lu Tsang's thoughts, they would likely be left speechless. 3 seconds to clear a dungeon, and he was still dissatisfied? Was there no sense of fairness left? Lu Tsang regarded his record with only a hint of regret. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the treasure chest within the dungeon. Twilight Graveyard Premium Chest. Upon opening the chest, he received Space Crystal, Dual Wielding Skills Book, and a protective necklace, silver. A Space Crystal? Now that was a prized possession. Space Crystal expands backpack capacity. Increases backpack capacity by 100 slots. Lu Tsang promptly stored it all within his backpack, which he had initially acquired upon awakening his class. The default capacity is set at 500 slots. Currently, Lu Tsang's backpack contains approximately over 100 pieces of equipment, far from reaching its limit. As he acquires more of these space crystals, the potential for additional gear increases. Soon, Lu Tsang's attention is drawn to a skill book. Is this the professional skill book for the armored warrior? Skill book, dual wielding. Exclusive skill for armored warriors. Effect, allows you to equip 2 main hand weapons simultaneously. But the enhancement of weapon attributes decreases by 20. It must be said that the armored warrior is truly a peculiar profession. This skill is as lackluster as it gets. While it permits the simultaneous equipping of 2 weapons, the actual attribute remains at a mere 160 due to the 20 reduction. Beyond that, there are no further enhancements. Moreover, typically, the main hand weapons are the most formidable equipment currently available. Equipping 2 main hand weapons requires an exorbitant amount of resources. Furthermore, with the energy invested in dual wielding, why not enhance a single weapon instead? The enhancement is only 60. Yet the investment of both money and effort is equivalent to crafting 2 weapons. It is precisely due to the ineffectiveness of such skills that the armored warrior is often underestimated. Upon learning the skill, dual wielding, Lu Tsang receives a notification. You have acquired the skill, dual wielding. The perfect divine technique has triggered, and the dual wielding skill has undergone ultimate evolution. Dual wielding duplication. Duplication. When you wield a one-handed weapon, you can replicate the weapon with your other free hand. This projection will possess attributes identical to the replicated weapon. Upon changing weapons, the duplicate disappears. Duplicates cannot be traded. Duplicates cannot exist independently. Effect 2. Your offhand can equip any wieldable weapon without any reduction in its effects or attributes. This skill is remarkably potent. Although aware that his skill would evolve, he did not anticipate such a formidable enhancement post-evolution. Originally, the skill could only augment attributes by 20, but now it can elevate them by 100, without the need to invest in a second weapon. More importantly, when he acquires other types of weapons in the future, he can replicate them directly without incurring any costs for cultivation. This effectively grants him double the weaponry. Additionally, due to the existence of the perfect adaptation specialization, Lu Tsang can wield a great sword with one hand, unlike other professions that require both hands. This implies that Lu Tsang can dual wield great swords that others can only equip with 2 hands. It is akin to having 2 extra hands compared to other class changers, equivalent to possessing 2 additional weapon slots. The disparity in attributes alone is immeasurable. Aside from the skill book, Song examined the other spoils and subsequently selected several pieces of equipment to don upon himself. The advantage of the perfect artifact embryo lies in its ability to disregard equipment levels. This alleviates Song from the burden of constantly replacing his gear as his level increases. For an ordinary job changer, the astronomical expenses incurred from frequently upgrading equipment during the enhancement of one's strength can be overwhelming. Ultimately, Song adorned himself with an entirely new set of gear. Protective headband, artifact embryo, 3, equipment slot, head, equipment level, 17, follows user level, quality, silver, can grow, vitality, 255, effect, life protection, ultimate, upon receiving damage, restores 80 health points of the damage taken, with an internal cooldown of 5 seconds. Description: the artifact embryo has undergone significant enhancement, capable of greatly restoring incurred damage. This effect is comparable to that of platinum-grade equipment, is it not? Recovering 80 health upon being attacked equates to an alternative form of damage reduction. Moreover, this restoration of health can benefit from amplification effects of healing. It is even conceivable to recover health exceeding the amount of damage received from a single attack. One cannot help but acknowledge that the enhancement of equipment through the artifact embryo process indeed yields astonishing improvements. Additionally, Song equipped himself with the protective ring and protective necklace, along with a pair of chain iron pants. Without compromising on damage output, he maximized his defensive capabilities. Protective ring, artifact embryo, 3, category, ring, equipment level, 17, follows user level, quality, silver, can grow, effect, protective barrier, ultimate, gains a shield of 3,400 health points every 5 seconds. Description: the artifact embryo has undergone significant enhancement, resulting in a substantial increase in shield capacity. Protective necklace, artifact embryo, 3, category, necklace, equipment level, 17, follows user level, quality, silver, can grow, effect, melee resistance, ultimate, upon receiving a melee attack, generates a repulsion aura that pushes the target away by 10 meters, with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Description: the artifact embryo has undergone significant enhancement, greatly expanding the repulsion range and reducing the cooldown duration. Accessory type equipment does not enhance attribute values. However, their effects tend to be more specialized compared to gear in other slots. At the same level and quality, the effects of necklaces and rings surpass those of other equipment. Even when both may enhance attack speed, for instance, a necklace may provide 50 attack speed, while a weapon might only offer 20. Moreover, it is crucial to note that certain unique attributes are exclusive to necklaces and rings, which cannot be found in other equipment slots. Chain iron pants, artifact embryo, 3, equipment category, lower garment, equipment level, 17, follows user level, quality, silver, upgradable, constitution, 255, effect, damage mitigation, ultimate, reduces damage by a fixed value of 100 points. Description: a divine artifact embryo, its effects have been significantly enhanced, greatly increasing the damage reduction value. At this point, Song had fully donned his equipment. After tallying the spoils, he issued an order to exit the dungeon. In the next instant, Song reappeared at the entrance of the dungeon. Upon witnessing his sudden appearance, the surrounding classmates were left in a state of utter bewilderment. From the moment Song entered the dungeon to when he emerged, less than 10 seconds had elapsed. This served as undeniable proof that he had indeed completed the dungeon. A mere 3 seconds. Typically, upon entering a dungeon, one is engulfed in darkness. By the time one regains clarity, a second may have already slipped away. Now, you are telling me that Song cleared this dungeon in just 3 seconds? What a jest. Chief Lu, are you setting records? After finishing the records of 2 dungeons, surely you must take a breather? Haha, who claims that Song from Saint Capital 2 has fallen from grace? This is a sign of resurgence. Goodness. He is heading to the next dungeon. He intends to conquer another dungeon? Wait, that dungeon is for levels above 15. The Black Tomb. That exceedingly challenging dungeon. I recall that for the same level of difficulty, the actual challenge far exceeds that of other dungeons by 2 or 3 times. Teams capable of leveling up in other dungeons struggle to clear this one. In this dungeon, Nightmare difficulty presents 3 nightmares simultaneously, each possessing combat power twice that of those in other dungeons. If the difficulty were to escalate even slightly, it would likely reach a frenzied level. This must be the pinnacle of nightmare difficulty, right? Is Chief Lu truly daring to challenge that? No way. This is merely an hour after his class change. In an hour's time, even the legacies of those prominent families cannot upgrade that swiftly, can they? What do you mean an hour? This is barely a minute. Indeed. From Song's emergence until now, it has only been around a minute. Entering the Weeping Forest, he emerged in half a minute. Entering the Twilight Graveyard, he was out in 10 seconds. It can only be said that the time spent within the dungeons did not exceed 40 seconds. The time Song spent tallying his spoils far exceeded the time it took to complete the dungeons. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Song arrived before the 3rd dungeon, Black Tomb. This dungeon remained within the necromantic category, with a level restriction of 15 to 30. Gazing at this dungeon, Lutsong pondered to himself, wondering if completing this dungeon would elevate his level to 30. Otherwise, he would have to run it again. Choosing the difficulty, Nightmare, he entered the dungeon. Dungeons for levels below 30 only offer Nightmare difficulty as an option, with the potential for the highest quality golden equipment to drop. For those who have yet to reach level 30, golden quality represents the pinnacle of equipment quality. Superior quality gear can only be acquired in higher difficulty dungeons. As for monsters encountered in the wild, they predominantly drop white gear. Only dungeon-dwelling creatures possess the potential to yield advanced equipment. In the blink of an eye, Lutsong vanished from his original position and entered a new dungeon. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before all the students present at the entrance of the Black Tomb dungeon. It flickered before them. Fastest clear record for the Black Tomb, Nightmare difficulty. Dungeon has been updated. Chapter 11, 1 second clear? What madness? As Lutsong prepared to enter the dungeon, he had already gripped the Zhenyu in his left hand. Dual-wielding Zhenyu. With dual-wielding, Lutsong, now at level 17, wielded a Zhenyu with an attribute value of 17,000 strength. At this moment, his strength had soared to 34,027 points. To possess such a staggering strength at level 17 was truly terrifying. Upon entering the dungeon, darkness momentarily enveloped Lutsong. However, before he could wait for the shadows to dissipate, he immediately swung his massive swords. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar resonated through the earth, akin to an earthquake. A flurry of damage numbers erupted. 1, 856, 556. 1, 555, 599. Within the span of a mere second, all the monsters perished in an instant. The dual Zhenyu doubled Lutsong's strength. Simultaneously, the effects of Zhenyu's equipment also multiplied. One Zhenyu unleashed a shockwave damage equivalent to 10 times his strength. With two, it became 20 times. A staggering 340,000 strength directly translated to a colossal 680,000 damage. Regrettably, this charged attack could not stack, thus still resulting in tripled damage. Nevertheless, each strike dealt an astonishing 1,800,000 damage. Even more frightening was the fact that, due to wielding two weapons, Lutsong's attack speed had effectively doubled. With double equipment effects, double attributes, and double attack speed, this weapon replication seemingly offered twofold attributes. Yet it actually amplified Lutsong's output efficiency by a staggering 8 times. Furthermore, as he acquired more attributes for his weapons in the future, the capabilities he could unleash would only grow stronger. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the students stood utterly petrified. 1 second. No way, what on earth? How was this record achieved? Could Chief Lu be concealing his true class? Clearing a dungeon in a second? This was beyond absurd. Is he about to achieve a 0-second clear? Wait, isn't this the highest difficulty dungeon? How is it that under his command, it is cleared faster than the Twilight Graveyard? Does he possess limitless strength? And most importantly, the power of the armed combatants. Isn't it all derived from equipment? From the moment he entered the first dungeon, he never changed his gear. To the eyes of others, Lutsong has always wielded a mere ordinary iron sword, adorned in a garment of silver quality and donning a pair of silver quality shoes. Generally, the quality of equipment can be discerned from its appearance. Equipment that glimmers with a faint silver hue is classified as silver. Otherwise, it falls into the categories of bronze or iron. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and report to the teacher. But Haven T, we already graduated? For heaven's sake. Does it matter whether we graduated or not? Perhaps we misjudged Chief Lu. Chief Lu remains, as ever, a prodigy. Initially, these students believed that Lutsong would fade into obscurity, yet they found themselves swiftly proven wrong. In a mere hour, the so-called useless profession of Lutsong completed the 3 major dungeons of St. Capital II, shattering records with a score that defied imagination. At this very moment, in the office of Teacher Li, she was busy organizing materials. For the students, their vacation had begun. After completing their professional awakening, they could disperse to pursue their individual endeavors. However, for the teachers, it was their duty to enter the students' data into the archives and submit them to various universities, which would then reach out based on this information. At that moment, Teacher Li happened to glance at Lutsong's profile. What a pity. Truly a pity. Lutsong, I have watched you grow. Why did you have to awaken as an armored warrior? Suddenly, her chat window erupted with a flurry of notifications. Beep, 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 beep. Student Imo Chunrong from the class of 2020 has sent you a message. Student Li Haoran from the class of 2020 has sent you a message. Student Hu Zhenggao from the class of 2020 has sent you a message. These messages flooded in, astonishing Teacher Li. Why are so many students reaching out to me all at once? She opened the messages to find. Teacher, Chief Lutsong has shattered the dungeon record. Teacher, Chief Lutsong has completed the Black Tomb dungeon. Teacher, Chief Lutsong has broken all the records. Teacher, Chief Lutsong has completed the dungeon in under 10 seconds. Teacher, Chief Lutsong, he cleared the nightmare difficulty of the Black Tomb in 1 second. As she read these messages, Li Chun was utterly dumbfounded. For a moment, she didn't know where to begin her contemplation. Lutsong, had he not just awakened as an armored warrior, completing the Black Tomb dungeon? Isn't that dungeon accessible only to those at level 15? Moreover, breaking the completion record, clearing it in 1 second? What does this mean? Each word is comprehensible. Yet when strung together, they become incomprehensible. What on earth are these students talking about? 1 second to clear the Black Tomb dungeon? Surely, that cannot be taken literally. Chapter 12. The Instantaneous Black Tomb. Level 30. Upon receiving these messages, Teacher Li found herself momentarily frozen in disbelief. She could scarcely comprehend the situation. Were the students conspiring to deceive her? What was this astonishing development? It seemed implausible. Typically, each cohort of students bore a striking resemblance to the last. After years of teaching, she had never encountered such a scenario. Could it truly be? Yet, as she gazed at the barrage of notifications, the corners of her mouth twitched in incredulity. If this were genuine, it would be utterly absurd. To clear the Black Tomb in a mere second, what did that even signify? It was essential to note that, until now, the fastest recorded completion of this dungeon stood at 56 minutes and 33 seconds, nearly an hour's duration. Now, these students claimed that Lutsong, who had only recently awakened as a level 30 armed combatant, had managed to conquer the Black Tomb on nightmare difficulty in less than a second. Within that hour, even the offspring of prominent families would likely have only just reached level 10, having monopolized an expansive training area, with thousands attending to a single individual. This was the pace at which they could level up. Yet, they insisted that Lutsong had single-handedly ascended to level 15 in under an hour, while also completing the most challenging level 15 dungeon within the capital, Saint Capital City. Could this be believed? Nevertheless, the number of students sending her messages continued to swell, not only from her own class, but from others as well. The messages echoed a singular theme. All were heralding Lutsong's remarkable achievement of clearing the dungeon in a second. Was this some novel form of deception? I assure you, teacher, I am not misleading you. The chief truly accomplished it. If you come to witness the monument, you will see for yourself. Chief Lu is not as simple as we presumed. Faced with the relentless stream of messages from her students, Teacher Li ultimately resolved to set aside her current obligations and investigate the nearby dungeon area. Perhaps these mischievous youngsters merely sought to summon her for a surprise. Yes, if that were the case, it would indeed be reasonable. There had been instances in previous years where students prepared surprises for their teachers after graduation. These little rascals certainly kept her on her toes. As the darkness enveloping the dungeon dissipated, Lutsong found himself bathed in light once more. Yet, before him lay a scene of utter devastation. The ground was strewn with the corpses of monsters, while fissures marred the earth. Of course, these cracks were rapidly sealing themselves, healing at an astonishing rate. You have slain the Phantom Lich, level 30. You have slain the Death Chant Caller, level 30. You have slain the Ashen Lich, level 30, elite. You have slain the Annihilation Lich, level 30, elite. You have slain the Soul Singer, level 30, elite. You have slain the Guardian of the Black Tomb, boss. You have acquired experience points, 6, 500, 000, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, level 13 kill 1, 300 experience. You have slain the Fearmonger of the Black Tomb, boss. You have acquired experience points, 6, 500, 000, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, level 13 kill 1, 300 experience. You have vanquished the Mourner of the Black Tomb, boss. You have acquired experience points, 6, 500, 000, Nightmare Dungeon, 500 experience, level 13 kill 1, 300 experience. A series of kill notifications erupted forth. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 30. Thus, reaching the 30th level was as I anticipated. This dungeon is teeming with monsters. After vanquishing all these creatures, the experience gained is substantial. More importantly, Lutsong is soloing. The mechanism for experience allocation within the dungeon is evenly distributed. If 5 individuals engage in the dungeon together, the experience from each monster is divided into 5 parts, meaning an individual can only receive 20% of the experience, even if teammates do not engage. This is also a pathway for classes such as the priest to level up. After all, if experience points could only be earned through direct action, healing and support classes would find it exceedingly difficult to gain experience. It is precisely this experience distribution mechanism that prompts Lutsong to undertake a solo endeavor, effectively yielding 5 times the experience compared to a regular 5-person group. Furthermore, the entry level for this dungeon ranges from 15 to 30. However, in nightmare difficulty, the monsters are predominantly level 30. Thus, Lutsong is indeed engaging in level-skipping kills. At level 17, he instantaneously eradicated these monsters, obtaining 13 times the experience. Conversely, others typically enter this dungeon only upon reaching level 30. Otherwise, it would be a pure exercise in futility. By this reckoning, Lutsong's experience points are an astonishing 65 times that of other normal class changers participating in the dungeon. Therefore, ascending to level 30 within a single dungeon run is hardly surprising. Rather, it can be said that Lutsong's experience has overflowed. However, upon reaching level 30, he must complete a second job change to continue leveling. Otherwise, with his current experience points, reaching level 40 would not be an impossibility. Soon, Lutsong found himself before 3 Black Liches. To be precise, 3, the Mourner of the Black Tomb, boss, the Fearmonger of the Black Tomb, boss, and the Guardian of the Black Tomb, boss. Level 30. Health 10,000,000. With 1,000,000 health points, even the mightiest class changer, upon reaching level 30, possesses merely 7 pieces of equipment, all of golden quality and fully enhanced. Each piece of equipment, even at maximum attributes, offers a mere 2 for 100 attributes. Moreover, the accessories do not confer any attributes. Thus, the cumulative effect of the 5 pieces of equipment barely surpasses 10,000 points. To confront 3 adversaries, each boasting 1,000,000 health points, is indeed a formidable challenge. Furthermore, this 10,000 attribute is hardly likely to consist entirely of primary attributes. Otherwise, one would find a situation where every other attribute languishes at a mere 40 points, while a solitary attribute soars to an astonishing 15,000 points, exemplifying a severe imbalance. Particularly, vitality is an essential attribute that must be augmented. Without sufficient durability, even a single area of effect attack could swiftly annihilate one. Even an assassin must allocate a modicum of health to safeguard against being dispatched by a random area attack. Therefore, even for those who possess fully equipped gear, this dungeon remains exceedingly arduous. Lutsong placed his hand upon his body, and with a soft hum, a new treasure chest materialized before him. Black Tomb Premium Treasure Chest. Chance to obtain rare materials. Upon sighting this chest, Lutsong was suddenly reminded of his recent elevation to level 30, unlocking numerous divine equipment illustrations. Perhaps he could now synthesize other artifacts. However, let us first see what the chest has to offer. May it yield equipment of golden quality. Equipment of such caliber could fetch a substantial sum, with each piece worth no less than 10,000 gold coins. With wealth, one can craft artifacts more effectively. Contemplating this, Lutsong opened the chest. St. Capital's Second High School Dungeon Zone. My son, during these 3 years, you have been overshadowed by Lutsong for far too long. Now that you have awakened the ultimate warrior class in our family's history, you must establish the renown of our warrior association. St. Capital First High School is not devoid of powerful awakeners this year, among whom the president's son has directly awakened a tiered profession, an overlimit warrior. This tiered warrior class surpasses even the ancestral heritage of 3 generations within their family, representing the pinnacle of warrior lineage. As for tiered professions, they may not manifest even once in a millennium. This is beyond consideration. At this moment, Xiao Heba donned a full set of level 5, fully reinforced golden quality equipment. These were meticulously selected by his family prior to his awakening. Additionally, Xiao Heba had learned 2 exclusive skills of the overlimit warrior. One was Power Overdrive, which allowed for double strength enhancement on every 3rd attack. The other was Overlimit Amplification, which could elevate all of his attributes by 50%. It is safe to say that these 2 skills are akin to possessing cheat codes. Now, fully equipped, Xiao Heba arrived at the vicinity of the dungeon zone of St. Capital Second High School. My son, the time has come for you to earn your rightful name. Let them forget the nonsense of Lutsong. You are the most formidable genius of this generation. Go, refresh the nightmare difficulty record of the Weeping Forest. The previous record holder was merely a level-tiered berserker. As a long-standing member of our Warriors Association, you have now awakened as an overlimit warrior, undoubtedly capable of shattering records. You have reviewed the strategies haven to you? Strive to make it onto the leaderboard on your very first attempt. With these thoughts in mind, Xiao Batian led his son to the instance area of Shengjing No. 2. Chapter 13. The prize of the leveling competition. What is this nonsense about first place? You have obtained the Black Tomb Premium Treasure Chest. Lutsong gazed upon the treasure chest gradually taking shape before him. Black Tomb Instance Treasure Chest, Premium. Description: a premium treasure chest that may yield precious items. Lutsong was no stranger to this process. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had successively opened 3 premium treasure chests. Such efficiency in treasure hunting was unparalleled. Upon opening the chest, he was greeted with yet another piece of golden equipment. A wave of joy surged within Lutsong at the sight of the golden gear. With the ability of Artifact Embryo, he could absorb the attributes of these items. However, unlike artifacts that could absorb numerous attributes, golden quality equipment was limited to 2 attributes at a time, while silver gear could only possess 1. This was the reason Lutsong had amassed so many pieces of equipment, yet failed to absorb all their attributes. Nevertheless, this was only a temporary setback. Once he could refine the artifact embryo into a true artifact, he would be able to accommodate a multitude of new attributes. Lutsong examined the new golden equipment he had acquired, and promptly transformed it into an artifact embryo. Holy Crown of Enlightenment, Golden, Artifact Embryo. Mental Value, 2,400. Effect: Mental Shield, Ultimate. Grants a shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 3 times your current mental value. After the shield is broken, it enters a cooldown period of 10 seconds. Description: a crown that provides a substantial shield. Lutsong absorbed the crown, and thus his headgear ascended to golden quality. At last, my level has reached 30. The immediate priority must be to complete the second class transition. However, this leveling speed has exceeded my expectations. Lutsong understood that his profession would undergo a divine evolution, yet he had not anticipated such an extraordinary transformation. An artifact, ranked merely 99th, had enabled him to swiftly clear 3 instances in succession. How powerful will I become after acquiring additional artifacts in the future? Lutsong opened the Divine Equipment Compendium. Now that he had reached level 30, he had unlocked equipment ranked 93rd. Indeed, the higher the ranking, the more expensive the materials required for synthesis. This 94th ranked Forbidden Spell Ring requires 100,000 Sage Stones. Why not seize it? However, all Forbidden Spell mana consumption is reduced by 99, and they can be activated instantly, with a 10-fold increase in power. Such effects are undeniably formidable. This Forbidden Spell Ring is evidently designed specifically for mages who cast forbidden spells. Gazing at the array of outrageous artifacts in the Divine Equipment Compendium, Lutsong couldn't help but swallow hard. However, within the Divine Equipment Compendium, there lie opportunities for creation. One such item is the Heart of Resoluteness, and the other is the Abyssal Summoning Staff. The synthesis requirements for the Heart of Resoluteness include 10 skins of the Earth Corner Dragon Beast, 100 life crystals, 1 stomach sac of the Devouring Colossus, 1 heart of the Giant. The skins of the Earth Corner Dragon Beast are not particularly costly. These creatures, being level 60 wild monsters, can be easily hunted, with their skins fetching a mere 1 gold coin each, quite affordable. The Devouring Colossus, on the other hand, is a formidable beast from the Northern Territories, boasting a level of 80. Nevertheless, even this material remains relatively inexpensive, priced around 5,000 gold coins, as it is merely a byproduct. As for the Heart of the Giant, it is a drop from any giant creature, with a market value of around 50 gold coins. The only costly component is the 100 life crystals. These high-grade gemstones hold immense significance across various domains. They are essential for skill activation, enchantment, grinding into powder for life potions, and even for divination rituals. Each life crystal commands a price of 20,000 gold coins. Thus, the costs of the other materials can be disregarded. The Heart of Resoluteness is thus clearly marked at a total of 2 million gold coins. Fortunately, I should be able to claim a sum of 1 million gold coins now. As for the other item, the Abyssal Summoning Staff, it requires no monetary expenditure. Instead, it necessitates that Lutsong personally venture to a location tainted by the abyss to obtain the polluted staff for crafting. Such artifacts, which require no financial outlay, are particularly favored by Lutsong. Having confirmed his intentions, he promptly arrived at the heart of the town. In the holy capital, there exists a fixed teleportation point, offering great convenience. At the town's center, numerous shops abound, providing a plethora of services. However, Lutsong's purpose for visiting this bustling hub was for another reason: to collect funds. Engaging with the community system, Lutsong accessed the community interface. Within the community page, there exists a section titled Holy Capital Events. This segment lists all activities occurring in the Holy Capital, among which a particular event captured Lutsong's attention: the Holy Capital Leveling Competition. Organizer, Radiant Gem Merchants Association. Eligibility: current class changers who completed their awakening on May 28th. Rewards based on leveling speed. First place, 1 million gold coins. Second place, 100,000 gold coins. Lutsong vaguely recollected that this leveling competition is held annually. Generally speaking, however, the vast majority of participants struggle to secure the rewards from this prestigious event. After all, students with a background experience in extraordinarily rapid advancement. This event, primarily orchestrated by the illustrious Gemstone Guild, is designed for the purpose of fostering connections with the prodigies of prominent families. Essentially, the likelihood of an ordinary individual winning an award is virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, having reached level 30, I see no reason to forego the reward. This entails a sum of 1 million gold coins. With such wealth, I could potentially craft half of the Heart of Tenacity equipment, thereby enhancing my defensive capabilities. Despite my current high damage output, my health remains alarmingly low, with less than 1,000 vitality points. A mere brush from a formidable foe could lead to my untimely demise. In later stages, certain maps may feature toxic gas or extreme heat, in addition to dungeons that inflict damage through environmental hazards or possess invulnerability mechanisms that unleash unavoidable harm. At such moments, having ample health to withstand a single attack becomes exceedingly crucial. More importantly, while dying in a dungeon allows for resurrection, death in the real world is irrevocable. To ensure my safety, acquiring life-preserving equipment is paramount. The Heart of Tenacity, which allows for infinite health accumulation, stands as the optimal choice. Each defeated monster grants a permanent increase of 100 maximum health points, allowing for effortless accumulation of millions in health. I made my way towards the Gemstone Guild. The rules of this event are quite straightforward. Any awakened class changer from this session can validate their identity card. Once they reach level 30, they are entitled to claim their reward. The Gemstone Guild is one of the largest commercial entities of the Eastern peoples. and it would hardly jeopardize its reputation over a mere million gold coin event. At the heart of the sacred capital lies their guild, welcoming all. As I stepped through the grand entrance, I was greeted with, "How may I assist you today? I am here to claim my event reward." Event reward? Would you like to exchange your gemstones for gold coins, participate in the enchanters competition, or join the stone opening event? It was evident that the Gemstone Guild frequently hosted a plethora of activities, rich with various competitions and entertainment offerings. Glancing at a nearby notice board, I noted, Second Transition Enchanter Competition Prize, 10 million gold coins. The sight of such a bounty caused a flicker of excitement within me. The enchanter profession is indeed lucrative. However, I did not lose sight of my primary objective for being there. I wished to redeem my reward from the leveling competition. I am one of this session's awakened individuals and have reached level 30. The receptionist momentarily froze, her surprise palpable. Level 30? If I recall correctly. The awakening ceremony just commenced an hour ago, did it not? There are numerous high schools in the sacred capital, and the awakening process typically spans 3 hours. The awakening begins in esteemed high schools, followed by those of lesser renown. The awakening ceremony remains incomplete to this day. Yet, suddenly, a recent graduate emerges, proclaiming that he has reached level 30. She has dedicated over a decade of her life to the glittering gem chamber. This leveling competition boasts a century-long history. Traditionally, it is observed that from the commencement of the awakening ceremony, ascending to level 30 typically requires around 15 hours. The fastest recorded time stands at 14 hours, 25 minutes, and 25 seconds, a remarkable feat established by the contemporary Sacred Law Institute. However, the individual before her claims to have achieved level 30 in merely 1 hour. Is this a jest? Nevertheless, her professional demeanor compels her to suppress her skepticism. As a receptionist for the glittering gem chamber, her conduct must remain graceful and appropriate. Even if she suspects that Lute Song is merely causing a ruckus, she maintains a courteous smile. "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Lute Song follows her to a device labeled Personal Information Assessment Instrument. "Dear guest, please update your personal information on this machine." Lute Song is familiar with the apparatus and adeptly places his hand upon it. In an instant, new information materializes on the screen. Name, Lute Song. Level, 30. Profession, armed combatant. Origin information, Shungjing No. 2 High School, recent graduate. Awakening duration, less than a day. Client meets the requirements for participation in the leveling competition. Prize has been dispersed. Account credited, 1,000,000 gold coins. Lute Song gazes at the notification that has popped up before him. Indeed, how efficient and straightforward. He had heard that in this leveling competition, as long as identity verification is successful, rewards are automatically granted, yet he did not anticipate such generous compensation. This significantly enhances Lute Song's favorable impression of the glittering gem chamber. After receiving the funds, Lute Song turns to leave. Meanwhile, the receptionist stands beside him, her lips twitching slightly. She stares at the interface, at a loss for words. She had meticulously prepared a series of remarks to address the impending situation. If this student were merely causing trouble, she would employ the utmost elegance and professionalism in her response, effortlessly managing whatever actions he might take. Yet, the guest before her is indeed genuine? He truly ascended to level 30 within an hour? He has claimed the rewards of the leveling competition? Suddenly, a voice intrudes upon her thoughts. "Alan, what are you dawdling for? Quickly, invite him over." In the manager's office, the manager himself sits leisurely sipping tea. In his position, his responsibilities are rather effortless, predominantly revolving around enjoying tea in the office. In rare circumstances do their affairs come to light. It is a delightful job that allows one to earn money effortlessly. Today, however, he was engaged in his usual idleness when, unexpectedly, a notification appeared before him. The first place in the leveling competition has been claimed. A reward of 1 million gold coins has been issued. The instant this message materialized, the manager spat out his tea in shock. Had the prize for the leveling competition been claimed? Yet, as a seasoned veteran who had toiled in management for half a lifetime, he swiftly grasped the gravity of the situation. In a flash of realization, he understood that either there was a malfunction in the system, or a prodigious talent had emerged, capable of reaching level 30 within an hour. Regardless of the outcome, that individual could not simply be allowed to depart. In the next moment, he recalled the name of the person who had claimed the reward, Lute Song, the renowned genius of the holy capital. Remarkably, just an hour prior, he had awakened as a seemingly useless armed warrior. Yet now, the once inept Lute Song had claimed the leveling competition's prize. In the instance of the holy capital's second high school dungeon zone, Xiao Batian, accompanied by Xiao Heba, stood before the entrance to the Crying Forest dungeon, where they encountered Lute Song's homeroom teacher, Ms. Li. Upon seeing Lute Song's teacher, a smile spread across Xiao Baishan's face. His son had awakened as an overlimit warrior, an extraordinary class. As a parent, he naturally felt a sense of pride. More importantly, the entire holy capital had been focused on Lute Song, overshadowing his son's brilliance. Now that Lute Song had fallen from grace, his own son had achieved the remarkable feat of breaking through to the overlimit warrior class. Upon meeting the teacher, he was eager to engage in conversation. "Ah, Ms. Lee, what brings you here? Even during the holidays, you come to supervise the students in clearing dungeons. Look, my son has awakened as an overlimit warrior. His achievement is undoubtedly linked to your guidance at the exchange meeting. Xiao Batian deliberately raised his voice, emphasizing the words overlimit warrior. The entire dungeon zone turned their attention toward him. Ms. Lee glanced at Xiao Batian, then at the young Xiao Heba behind him. A slight furrow formed on her brow. She was well aware of what class Xiao Heba had awakened to. During the awakenings of the top 100 students in the holy capital, all the teachers were present, and they remembered vividly the students who awakened to advanced classes. Xiao Batian merely sought to flaunt his son's accomplishments. It was nothing more than a record being broken. As they awaited the record setter's emergence. Oh, a record-breaking feat? Haha, Ms. Lee, I was just about to take my son to break the records for these dungeons. After all, I am the president of the Holy Capital branch of the Warrior Association. The record-breaking prize, we shall forego. At that time, your esteemed institution can promote it, which would be mutually beneficial. Upon hearing such words from Xiao Batian, Teacher Lee's expression morphed into one of peculiar incredulity. The corners of Teacher Lee's mouth twitched. Record-breaking? These few instances? Are you quite certain? Hearing Teacher Lee's tone laced with skepticism, Xiao Batian gave his son's head a resounding slap. Bang! Xiao Heba's feet sank directly into the ground. Grimacing in pain, Xiao Heba's head buzzed. Certain? What is there to be uncertain about? Are they not merely a few broken records? When was this record set? Ages ago? Son, come. Meanwhile, the grounded Xiao Heba gritted his teeth, his mouth twitching slightly. Father, how many times must I tell you? Could you perhaps refrain from slapping me so casually? As a veteran warrior of the Warrior Association, a fourth-tier job changer, this slap left Xiao Heba momentarily dizzy. I can't kill my son with a slap, can I? Let me see where the records currently stand. I recall the last time I came. It was 5 minutes and 44 seconds, wasn't it? Son, this time let us aim for a direct improvement of 10 seconds. Speaking thus, Xiao Batian approached the record monument of the instance to check the records. Buzz. In the next instant, the instance records appeared before Xiao Batian's eyes. Upon catching sight of the instance record, Xiao Batian was momentarily stunned. The first place, what on earth? Chapter 14. A million a day? Isn't this akin to picking money off the ground? First place, Loot Song? That name seems oddly familiar. No, it should be said that it is hard to forget. Completion time, 6 seconds? What the? Is there an issue with the record monument? Xiao Batian could not fathom how a level 5 newly awakened job changer could achieve a record of 6 seconds for the instance. More importantly, this record was set by Loot Song. Loot Song. Wasn't he just newly awakened as an armored warrior? Isn't that a low-tier profession? Ahem. Teacher Lee. The record monument isn't malfunctioning, is it? Upon hearing this query, Teacher Lee furrowed his brow. How could the record monument possibly be broken? There has never been an instance of a record monument malfunctioning. Moreover, even if that instance's record monument were faulty, how would one explain these? Teacher Lee pointed to the 2 instances beside him. Hearing Teacher Lee's words, Xiao Batian seemed to grasp something and immediately rushed to the record monument beside the dusk graveyard to check the completion records. Good heavens. First place, still Loot Song. Completion time, 3 seconds. What the hell? What is going on? Faster than the Weeping Forest? And just completed moments ago? As a high-tier job changer, Xiao Batian had an exceptionally sharp memory. He had completely memorized the completion time of the Weeping Forest instance. And this instance. After conquering the Crying Forest in a mere minute, he turned his gaze towards the Black Tomb instance before Teacher Lee. This was a level 15 dungeon. Teacher Lee, are you waiting for someone? He inquired. Could it be that they were awaiting Loot Song? Upon hearing Xiao Batian's question, Teacher Lee nodded slowly. Was Loot Song indeed attempting to break the record for the Black Tomb instance? However, when confronted with this notion, Teacher Lee shook his head. No. He has already completed it. We are waiting for him to emerge. Instantly, Xiao Batian was taken aback. Completed it? Just moments ago, he had finished the Twilight Graveyard instance. Could it be that Loot Song had also cleared the Black Tomb in a mere 5 minutes? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he approached the stone tablet recording the dungeon's achievements. Upon seeing it, Xiao Batian was momentarily petrified. Completion record. First place, Loot Song. Completion time, 11 seconds? Staring at the record, Xiao Batian was utterly stunned. An 11-second completion? How on earth was that possible? He glanced at Teacher Lee, who merely shrugged with a look of bewilderment. Don't look at me. I was just as astonished when I first saw this record. Behind Xiao Batian, Xiao Heba, who had been following him, was equally taken aback by the series of records. Yet, as he beheld these achievements, a greater turmoil brewed within him. Loot Song. Why is it always you? For 3 years, ever since high school began, he had been overshadowed by that monster. For a full 3 years. People had forgotten about the 3rd-generation bloodline of Xiao Heba, only to remember the monster Loot Song with his maxed-out attributes. Today, after finally awakening, Loot Song had merely become an armored warrior. He had thought that Loot Song's awakening would lead to a lackluster profession, allowing him to escape the shadow of this terrifying genius. Yet, to his surprise, Loot Song continued to hold him firmly under his grip. Breaking records? With completion times of 6 seconds, 3 seconds, and even 1 second? He hadn't even engaged a single minor enemy before others had finished the entire dungeon. This was beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. But hadn't Lu Tsang awakened as an armored warrior? How could he achieve such outrageous results? Meanwhile, within the manager's office of the brilliant Gem Merchant Association, the manager stared incredulously at Lu Tsang's profile card, disbelief etched across his face. Is it truly level 30? Manager Huang, you call me here for this matter? If there is nothing else, I must take my leave. Lu Tsang frowned slightly. His time was exceedingly precious. Having reached level 30, he was now on the brink of his second advancement. After this transition, his combat prowess would surge once more. Merely hearing the name evokes a sense of grandeur. Most importantly, the awakening is a phenomenon of global unification. Furthermore, following the day of awakening, a multitude of entirely new dungeons will emerge across the world. Some of these dungeons will impose a restriction, allowing entry only to those above level 30. In fact, there are areas with level restrictions that will experience world resets. When no one has yet reached level 30, the ability to access such areas exclusively means one could monopolize the world. Just imagine the spoils to be gained. It is worth noting that even a level 30 realm holds a value of no less than 100 million gold coins. More significantly, these worlds may yield rare items that money cannot buy, including exceedingly rare skill books. The manager, with an abundance of flesh, monopolizing his time, was enough to irk Lu Tsang. Observing Lu Tsang's furrowed brow, the manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and produced a card from his chest pocket, offering it forth. Mr. Lu Tsang, young Master Lu, esteemed guest, please remain patient. This is a gold card from our establishment. Holding this card entitles you to a 7% discount on all purchases within our store. This was the utmost courtesy he could extend, being merely a lobby manager and lacking the authority to issue a black card. Upon seeing the gold card, Lu Tsang's impatience slightly dissipated. He accepted the card and inquired, how much longer must I remain here? With the gold card, he could procure materials for his Heart of Resolve, saving himself a staggering 140,000 gold coins. In other words, a few spoken words could spare him that sum. This did not even account for future discounts on purchases, which was quite acceptable. Our illustrious Gem Merchant Association hopes to invest in you, Mr. Lu Tsang. You are a prodigious young talent, and we aspire to establish a fruitful partnership with you. Lu Tsang, upon hearing this, nodded slightly. Speak of your terms. Noticing Lu Tsang's interest, Manager Huang exhaled in relief. Certain dungeons impose level restrictions, and this year's challenge dungeon is expected to open soon. We hope that Mr. Lu Tsang can represent our association in this year's challenge dungeon. Given your rapid progression, you may even be the first to undertake the challenge, maintaining a top position on the leaderboard for at least 2 days. As the challenge dungeon becomes a focal point of attention throughout the Eastern Domain, our Gem Merchant Association stands to gain substantial profits. We are willing to offer you 2 million gold coins to undertake this challenge. All you need to do is inscribe our association's name on the completion team. Upon hearing this remuneration, Lu Tsang's expression remained neutral, yet his throat subtly shifted. 2 million gold coins, such financial might from the association was astonishing. However, Lu Tsang did not immediately acquiesce to the terms. Instead, he rapped his fingers on the table and stated, if my record remains at the top for an extended duration, wouldn't 2 million gold coins be somewhat insufficient? Faced with Lu Tsang's inquiry, the manager's brow furrowed slightly. In truth, the individual negotiating terms with Lu Tsang is not he, but rather the leaders of the merchant guild behind him. As a mere lobby manager, he holds no authority over such matters. Upon hearing Lu Tsang pose this question, the guild leaders behind Manager Huang could not help but chuckle. At such a tender age, he has already begun to engage in negotiations like others, they mused. Does Lu Tsang truly believe we are unaware that he has merely awakened as a rank 1 armed fighter? Does he genuinely think he can remain at the top of the leaderboard for long? They intended to impart a lesson. Conditions are earned through strength, and without it, even the most generous offers would slip through his fingers. They proposed a price. Should he manage to hold the first position for a day, a reward of 1 million gold coins would await him. Although the means by which he ascended are unknown, one cannot overlook the limitations of a rank 1 fighter. How could he possibly contend with the other formidable talents of this year? This offer, they believed, would not hold value for more than a few days, as they were confident Lu Tsang would be unable to maintain his speedrun record amidst such formidable competition. After all, this cohort of students is exceptionally gifted, boasting 5 rank 2 transfigurers and over a dozen top-tier rank 3 transfigurers, a veritable assembly of monsters. What significance could a rapidly advancing rank 1 armed fighter possess in such a gathering? With the extensive family resources backing the rank 2 transfigurers, could they not easily handle a rank 1 fighter? Advancement in levels does not necessarily equate to combat prowess. Thus, for the brilliant Gem Merchant Guild, this wager resembled betting against a disabled individual to surpass the world champion's record. No matter the stakes, the disabled individual could not hope to break the record. The disparity between rank 2 and rank 1 professions is even more pronounced. Yet, the proposition left them momentarily speechless. Such an opportunity? Are you certain? 100,000 gold coins for maintaining a record for a day? Lu Tsang, harboring a flicker of confidence in his ability to set records in dungeons. Thought to himself that 100,000 for a day seemed akin to picking money off the ground. Stifling a laugh at the delicious irony of the offer, he decided to proceed with the contract. Manager Huang let out a sigh of relief. Lu Song, the contract has been printed for you. What do you think? Lu Song examined the document handed to him, quickly scanning its contents. Indeed, it contained no hidden traps, aligning perfectly with what had been promised. The Glittering Gem Merchant Guild would not stoop to deceive him in such matters. Subsequently, Lu Song inscribed his signature. Contract enforced. Lu Guibin. 2 million gold coins will soon be transferred to your account. Upon hearing this, Lu Song beckoned to Manager Huang. Wait a moment. Convert the 2 million gold coins into materials for me. He then requested a sheet of paper, on which he meticulously listed the materials required to forge the Heart of Tenacity. Manager Huang, can you assist me in gathering these items? Since the funds are sufficient, it would be prudent to procure all the necessary materials directly from this guild and synthesize the Heart of Tenacity here. Chapter 15, A Million a Day. Am I to suffer a loss of 700 billion? For the Glittering Gem Merchant Guild, 100 life crystals were well within their means. As for the other materials, they were hardly rare commodities. The stomach of the devouring stone and the heart of the giant were generously gifted by the guild. The entire collection of these materials took less than half an hour. After purchasing all the necessary components, Lu Song had only spent 185,000, with Manager Huang graciously waiving the excess. After departing from the Glittering Gem Merchant Guild, Lu Song found a secluded corner to synthesize the Heart of Tenacity. At that moment, he gazed upon his heavy armor with great satisfaction. Heart of Tenacity, Artifact, 4. Quality, Gold, Upgradable. Equipment level, 30. Maximum health, 150,000. Health regeneration, 2,000 per second. Healing resistance reduction, 30. Effect, for each type of monster you defeat, gain a permanent increase of 100 to your maximum health, one time only. For specific types of monsters, gain 2,000 to your maximum health. For world-type monsters, gain 50,000 to your maximum health. Effect 2. Vitality, Ultimate, grants an additional 30 to your maximum health. Effect 3. Empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 4. Seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 5. Seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 6. Seal, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 7. Lu Song was particularly pleased with the second effect of the Heart of Tenacity. He had chosen a heavy armor with the Vitality attribute for the synthesis of the Heart of Tenacity. Upon completion, the effects of the armor were fully transferred to the Heart of Tenacity. Originally, the Vitality attribute could only enhance the maximum health by 5. But once transformed into an artifact embryo, it directly increased the maximum health by 30. The effect had multiplied sixfold, instantly raising Lu Song's health to over 200,000. At level 30, he boasted a health pool of 200,000. Even the most ordinary nightmares paled in comparison. Typically, the health of dungeon bosses was often hundreds of times greater than that of the challengers undertaking the instance. At present, Lu Song's health points have reached a formidable level, which is indeed terrifying. More importantly, the true horror of his unwavering resolve lies in the potential for infinite regeneration. Currently, Lu Song has yet to begin stacking his health. Should he choose to do so, it could only be described as invincible. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Song, prompting him to disable the Do Not Disturb mode. You have disabled Do Not Disturb mode. Ding 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 ding. Ding ding ding. A flurry of messages instantly appeared before Lu Song. Class Teacher Lu Song? Where have you been? Why haven't you emerged from the dungeon? Explain to me how you managed to clear it. Student Council Vice President Ling Shuer, Brother Lu. You are so impressive. I knew I wasn't mistaken. Could you take me through the dungeon? Classmate Zhongwei Lu God. Incredible. How did you clear it? Your armed fighter is so cool. Take me along. Companion Zhang Tao Lu God. I bow before you. A cascade of messages bombarded Lu Song's inbox. He gazed at them, lost in contemplation. Lu Song was no fool. He understood the implications of clearing the dungeon in such a manner. It appeared that the excitement was even more fervent than he had anticipated. However, Lu Song had no intention of remaining anonymous. Lu Song, where are you? Why are you taking so long to come out after finishing the dungeon? Lu Song glanced at the message from Teacher Li. After a moment of thought, he replied, Teacher, I am currently at the Transcendent Sanctuary. If there is anything urgent, please wait until I complete my class change. By the way, please hold on to my reward for breaking the record. The rules of Shengjing No. 2 High School stipulated that for breaking a dungeon record, there was a prize of 100,000 gold coins. This reward was too good to pass up. 300,000 is still a substantial sum. Moreover, for Lu Song at this moment, it remains a significant amount. Having said this, Lu Song closed the chat window. Dealing with other classmates and teachers was not of paramount importance. The most pressing matter was to proceed with his class change and swiftly enter the newly refreshed, misty region. The world would not refresh a second time. For every beast slain, one less remains. Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Not long after Lu Song's departure, Huang Tao let out a long breath. He then resumed sipping his tea while browsing through today's community updates. Savoring tea and scrolling through updates made for a rather leisurely life. At this moment, on the trending topics, a significant portion of the news pertained to Liu Song. Most of it revolved around rumors of Liu Song awakening as an armed fighter. Once a genius, now a waste? Leveled armed fighter, a genius, is this all? The joke of Shengjing City, a once lauded genius turns out to be an armed fighter. Proposal to abolish the evaluation system and restore the lineage system. Lineage is the only path to awakening high-tier professions. Talent theory is unreliable. Unprecedented genius? More like an unprecedented waste. Manager Huang surveyed these headlines and found his spirits were surprisingly buoyant. The news of Liu Song being the first to reach level 30 has yet to be released. Currently, this information is known solely to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. And now, a seemingly inconsequential individual will be the first to enter the challenge dungeon and secure the top position. One can only imagine the attention this will attract. Ultimately, the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association is comprised of merchants who possess a keen understanding of public opinion. Such a sensational headline is bound to captivate the masses. The 2 million coins spent to sign Liu Song will be a worthwhile investment. However, as time passed, an unexpected piece of news gradually ascended to the trending topics in the Holy Capital. Genius? Waste. The record of Holy Capital No. 2 High School has been shattered. Record breaker, the genius Liu Song. 6 seconds to clear the Weeping Forest. 3 seconds in the Twilight Graveyard. 1 second to conquer the Black Tomb. The pinnacle of level 30 difficulty. A godly genius, Liu Song, is born. A dungeon slayer of divine caliber. Is this the so-called waste warrior? The genius has not fallen. Rather, the genius is rising in an entirely different manner. These headlines, released merely minutes ago, are rapidly gaining traction. Manager Huang clicked on the news for a closer look. In an instant, his cup shattered on the floor. Staring at these astonishing headlines, he felt darkness enveloping his vision. 6 seconds to complete the Weeping Forest. 3 seconds to conquer the Twilight Graveyard. 1 second to clear the most challenging dungeon, the Black Tomb, in Holy Capital City. Could this news possibly be true? But damn it, the source was the Holy Capital Observer, an official media outlet. Would they fabricate such a story? As he absorbed this news, he recalled the contract he had just signed with Liu Song. If the record holds for a day, he owes Liu Song 1 million gold coins? No. 1 second of dungeon record. Wouldn't that mean a head-to-head challenge? If Liu Song continues to tackle this year's challenge dungeons with such ferocity, the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association would be obliged to pay him 1 million gold coins daily for the rest of his life. Given that a combat profession's lifespan is roughly 200 years, does this not imply that if Liu Song lives a full life, they would owe him nearly 70 billion gold coins? Liu Song, when you tackle dungeons in the future, please do not be as relentless as you are now. After leaving the trading hall, Liu Song made his way to the Transcendence Temple. Transcendence Temple. Numerous individuals were awakening their professions within the hall. Liu Song surveyed his surroundings and soon found an unoccupied awakening crystal. He approached it directly and placed his hand upon its surface. Your level has reached 30. You have met the requirements for second advancement. Buzz. In an instant, a series of new messages flooded Liu Song's mind. Your advancement direction. Divine Equipment Master of the ever-changing Divine Gear. Unique. Please select the difficulty level for your advancement task. The higher the difficulty level of the advancement task, the greater the potential for development. You may choose from the following difficulty levels. Level Advancement Task Rewards. Awaken Divine Equipment Master. The completion reward for the class transition task is the Awakening Divine Gear, granting a randomly chosen rank 90 Divine Artifact, Platinum. The completion reward for the class transition task is the Awakening Divine Gear, granting a randomly chosen rank 10 Divine Artifact, Platinum, and an exclusive temple. Is this not a blatant scam? The difficulty of class transitions for others generally peaks at rank, with only a select few able to opt for lower ranks. Yet for myself, I begin at rank, the highest, directly ascending to rank. There is simply no opportunity to choose a lower difficulty. However, this reward appears somewhat excessive. The difficulty of the transition task offers only 2 choices. Liu Song briefly contemplated. Subsequently, I choose rank. This reward directly bestows a rank 10 artifact. What reason could there be to refuse? Furthermore, Liu Song intends to gauge just how high the difficulty can reach. More importantly, the disparity between the rank task rewards and the rank task rewards is indeed vast. A divine artifact ranked within the top 10. My goodness, even the rank 99 Jinhua is remarkably powerful. How formidable must a rank 10 artifact be? Although the rank task reward of a rank 90 artifact is commendable, in comparison to a rank 10 artifact, it is merely incomparable. You have accepted the rank class transition task. Buzz. A beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Liu Song's body entirely. What the heck? What is happening? Light? What light? So dazzling it blinds my eyes. What an anomaly. Could someone have undertaken the rank class transition task? The rank class transition task? Typically, are not class roles at a certain level associated with corresponding transition tasks? A rank class role can at most accept rank tasks. Could a rank transitioner truly have emerged? How is this possible? If a rank transitioner existed, how could we remain unaware? Once a rank transitioner appears, our entire Dongren clan would undoubtedly know. Wait, today is May 28th. Today is the Awakening Day. Could it be that a transitioner has awakened today? No way, are you serious? This is the transition hall. One must be level 30 to undergo a transition. Who does not know that class awakenings occur at 4 in the afternoon? It is only 5 in the afternoon now. You expect me to believe that someone has already reached level 30 within just over an hour and directly awakened? Even for a rank class role, leveling up that swiftly is implausible. As the light gradually dissipated, what they beheld was a young man, tall and handsome, exuding an aura that repelled others from a distance, as if he were a born superior. What the heck? That person I have seen in community news. Is that not Lutsong? The most extraordinary genius in the history of Holy Capital City. Chapter 16, The Airport of Holy Capital City. Transition Task 1, Solo Hunt of World-Class Quantity, 10. Task 2, Possess 2 or more Divine Artifacts. Lutsong gazed at these two tasks. Solo Hunt of the World. The very first task presents a challenge so formidable that it is nearly incomprehensible. The world is often characterized by grand battles involving legions. Securing the final blow frequently hinges upon sheer fortune, and even an intentional attempt to deliver that last strike may prove futile. Managing health points is an arduous endeavor, rendering it easy to miss one's target. Not to mention the prospect of solo hunts. The world itself is a coveted resource, fiercely contested by various factions. Gaining entry into a raid group is an exceedingly difficult feat, and whether one can contend with the world alone remains dubious. Merely being the first to engage with the world is a daunting task. As for the second mission, it requires the possession of 2 artifacts. Lutsong believes that apart from himself, no one else is capable of accomplishing this task. Who, at level 30, could possibly wield 2 artifacts? The difficulty of this class transition task is indeed exorbitantly high for an ordinary individual. It is no wonder that it is categorized as a high-level mission. It is said that among the high-level classes that have emerged in this world, even those who can undertake high-level transition tasks and achieve high-level awakenings have a failure rate of 50% when it comes to completing such daunting missions. Many only manage to fulfill the requirements for secondary transitions, thus failing to reach their ultimate potential. Now, upon reviewing the task, Lutsong realizes just how extraordinarily challenging the high-level missions truly are. For the average person, these tasks are nothing short of tormenting. Time is of the essence. In the dungeon area of Shengjing No. 2, Xiao Heba takes a moment to steady his emotions as he gazes upon the freshly recorded dungeon entries. Dad, are we still going to grind for records? He inquires. In response, Xiao Batian surveys the records with a grim expression. Grind? What nonsense. Haven't you heard? Lutsong has already transitioned classes. He just awakened an hour ago and is already undergoing his second transition. He is truly a monster. Stop dawdling. We have no time to waste on low-level dungeon records. I have already contacted the Warrior Association, and a leveling party will soon arrive in the nearby training area. Hurry up and level up. With that, Xiao Batian leads his son away from the dungeon area. Meanwhile, the students within Shengjing No. 2 gaze at the dungeon before them, feeling an inexplicable sense of ennui. No matter how many times they grind these dungeons, it seems devoid of meaning. Knowing the prowess of a genius makes their own inadequacies feel all the more pronounced. Is our gap with Chief Lu truly this vast? Even after awakening as an armored one, Chief Lu remains an existence we cannot hope to reach. Upon entering the transition temple to accept the transition task, Lutsong sensed the increasingly fervent gazes of the onlookers. His striking appearance is of a breathtaking caliber, easily drawing attention in a crowd. Not to mention, he is now a celebrated figure in Shengjing City, a prodigy, a failure, and now a prodigy once more. Various titles envelop him, making it nearly impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. Furthermore, the news of Lutsong's instantaneous completion of the Black Tomb dungeon has begun to circulate, causing his renown to swell with time. This compelled Lutsong to visit a nearby shop, where he procured a mask to obscure his visage, thus reducing the likelihood of attracting unwanted attention. However, at this moment, fresh rumors about him have emerged within the community. Lutsong has appeared in the Awakening Temple, with phenomena comparable to undertaking a high-level job transfer quest. Could Lutsong possess a mutant profession, with the armed warrior merely a facade? The Emerald-level adventure group, Kingfisher, has extended a recruitment invitation to Lutsong. The Martial Fighters Association has issued a special invitation to Lutsong. Within the community, an increasing number of reports about Lutsong have surfaced. Some factions have even directly proffered olive branches to him. It is noteworthy that after Lutsong awakened as an armed warrior, nearly all factions fell silent, those previously eager to recruit him now feigning ignorance. Now, sensing his burgeoning strength, they have resurfaced. Nonetheless, in response to the external factions extending their invitations, Lutsong has chosen not to reveal himself before the public or engage with the media. Instead, he has made his way to the skyport of Holy Capital City, purchasing a ticket to St. Leon City, seeking the soonest departure. After leaving the job transfer temple, Song logged into the community to ascertain the location of this year's 30-level exploration area. Each year, new lands emerge in the world, often accompanied by specific level entry restrictions, areas for levels 30 and 60, as well as 60 to 100, and finally, 100 to 200, corresponding to second, third, and fourth job advancements. For combat professions, ascending from level 30 to 60 typically requires a full year, thus historically, only freshly awakened graduates compete for the newly opened 30-level areas. A year later, the level restrictions for these regions will be lifted, and the newly unveiled maps will integrate into the world. Therefore, the geographical landscape of the world is perpetually expanding. This time, the new map is surprisingly located near St. Leon City, a mere 5-hour journey away. Upon reviewing the map, Song felt a sense of relief. St. Leon City is a joint city-state of the forest spirits and the eastern people, where both species coexist. Naturally, there are also many hybrids of humans and forest spirits, referred to as half-elves. Such mixed-blood individuals are not uncommon in this world, and their lineage can often yield greater strength. Long Xiao Xiao is a quintessential example, being a half-dragon. If the newly opened area were significantly distant, I would indeed find myself in a predicament. In certain locales, even traversing the airways by airship may require a journey spanning 10 days and nights. Should one expend such an extensive duration, the advantage of rapid advancement would dissipate into oblivion. The fare for an airship ticket to St. Leon City is priced at 1,688 gold coins for the regular service and 18,888 gold coins for the express. The regular vessel, the Whale, is scheduled to ascend at 1930 and will arrive in St. Leon City in approximately 4 hours, while the express vessel, the Cang, will depart at 1900 hours, promising a 2-hour journey to the same destination. Sir, which type of flight do you prefer? Song glanced at the time. It was currently 18:15. I would like the express, thank you. He swiped his card, and a notification chimed. Ding, you have paid 18,888 gold coins. Upon seeing this message, Song felt a pang of anguish in his heart. Even now, having just spent nearly 20,000 gold coins in one go, a sense of regret lingered. It's all right. Fortunes may dwindle, yet they can be regained, he reassured himself internally. ISNT at just 18,800? Sir, here is your ticket, along with a guiding compass. Follow the compass, and it will direct you to the airship you are to board. Song accepted the ticket and, guided by the compass, ventured deeper into the airport. St. Capital City remains the hub of the human race. In the afternoon, on this day of awakening, the airport is bustling with life. Not only humans populate the area, one can occasionally glimpse the elegant forms of the elven race, distinguished by their pointed ears and often possessing golden or silvery hair. Indeed, this race is none other than the elves. As Song entered the terminal, he observed elves disembarking from airships, and a thrill coursed through him. After such a prolonged period in this otherworldly life, he was finally witnessing elves. As he wandered through the airport, he noticed not only elves, but also robust dwarves adorned with iron helmets. He even spotted lizard folk and beastmen. Above, thousands of airships ascended and descended in the vicinity of the airport, and occasionally, a few majestic dragons soared through the skies. Dragons. Real dragons. Song felt a surge of exhilaration. Truthfully, over the past 18 years, he had devoted himself to study, leading a life confined to the narrow path between home and school. His excursions beyond these boundaries were exceedingly rare. Even upon his rebirth in this fantastical realm, he primarily experienced the wonders of the world through the pages of books. His most frequent encounters were limited to martial arts exchanges with the renowned St. Capital Academy and sparring matches with its distinguished students, such as Xiao Heba, Dailon, and Long Xiao Xiao. Yet, in essence, these individuals bore little distinction from humans. To deem them as otherworldly would be somewhat misleading. Although he resided in the capital of the Eastern human race, St. Capital City, for the past 18 years, Song's sphere of existence had been almost entirely confined to home and school, rarely stretching beyond a 5-kilometer radius. The vistas of the world he had observed were scant. Furthermore, before the awakening at the age of 18, individuals are subjected to stringent control. Students who have yet to awaken are exceedingly vulnerable, devoid of ranks or skills, and even a mere level 1 monster could spell their demise. Thus, prior to awakening, Song refrained from venturing forth to explore the world. Even the community network was only accessible post-awakening. Before that, the only form of communication available was the most rudimentary. His understanding of the world was limited to the teachings at school and the pages of books. Now, upon arriving at the air harbor, Song felt a sense of liberation. This is the true essence of another world. Guided by the compass, Song boarded the Cang. On board, he encountered a plethora of well-equipped job changers, a swordsman wielding a massive sword and donning a blue scarf, a magician adorned with a green hat and grasping a colorful staff, and even a catgirl sporting claws, complete with feline ears and a tail. There was also a fair-skinned half-blood vampire girl holding an umbrella. The sight stirred a tempest of emotions within Song. This is the adventurous life of another realm. Attention, passengers. The express airship, Cang, will take off in 15 minutes. We kindly ask all passengers to refrain from extending hands or heads beyond the protective membrane, and to avoid casting skills, flying, or summoning aboard the airship. Should you have special needs, please contact the crew on board. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. Chapter 17, St. Leon City. It is rumored that a new map has been unveiled near St. Leon City. Haha, we can profit from the newcomers again. We shall position ourselves at the entrance of the new map, purchasing the materials they bring out at a low price. Surely, we can deceive many newcomers. You, a level 70 assassin, are scheming to swindle the novices? How shameful. Oh, you wouldn't understand. Every bit earned counts. And it exposes these newcomers to the world's harsh realities. Experiencing losses early ensures they won't face greater misfortunes later. We imparted such meaningful lessons. One might even say we are benevolent figures. Moreover, I never anticipated the difficulty of leveling up after the third job change. If I don't amass some wealth, I may find it impossible to advance. After reaching level 60, a second awakening of one's profession awaits. This marks a significant turning point. For combat professions, reaching the third job change is not particularly challenging. However, the disparities among different job changers become pronounced after the third transition. Concurrently, the experience required for leveling up skyrockets post-level 60, rendering progression exceedingly arduous. If, after completing the second job change, one could effortlessly reach level 60 within a year, then the journey toward level 100 following the third transition could span decades. Even after several decades, one might not achieve level 100, and even upon attaining it. The fourth job change task required for further advancement is notoriously difficult. For combat professions at level 100 or below, it is conceivable that they may remain stuck at level 100 for their entire lives. However, conversely, as long as one is a combat class transmuter, with sufficient diligence, reaching level 100 within one's lifetime is not an insurmountable challenge. However, this also signifies that beyond level 100 lies the realm of true strength. Lute Song stood on the airship, observing the enthusiastic exchanges among the various class transmuters. The Day of Awakening is not only a day of excitement for high school seniors, but also a highly anticipated event for seasoned transmuters and renowned adventuring guilds alike. This day heralds the opening of new maps and the emergence of fresh dungeons. The reason the Day of Awakening is set on May 28th is not merely a whimsical choice, but rather because it marks the annual occurrence of anomalies in the world. Information for sale. Leveling guide for St. Leon City. No one is interested in buying. The distribution of dungeons in St. Leon City. Encrypted data. Strategies not found in the community are available here. A top-secret report for just 500 gold coins. No takers. Upon hearing these shouts, some transmuters cast their gazes in that direction. On this airship, there were not only experienced transmuters, but also others like Lute Song, who were awakening today. Their sole purpose for heading to St. Leon City was to level up. This new level 30 map had appeared near the city, and in just a few days, tickets for airships heading to St. Leon City would become exceedingly scarce. Thus, these students' parents hurriedly brought their children to the city, for delays would render them unable to make the journey. Unless one possessed a private flying mount, traveling overland to St. Leon City would likely take 2 weeks. I want a guide. Here is 500 gold. I want one too. Madam, would you like to join our elite group chat? It includes children of the same level in St. Leon City, making it easier to form teams later. There are even higher level transmuters in this chat. If your child teams up with them, it's a great advantage. How about it? Joining the chat is just 888 gold coins. Surely you wouldn't want your child to arrive in St. Leon City without good teammates to level up with, would you? The vendor at one end of the airship attracted a multitude of eager parents and children. Meanwhile, from the opposite end of the airship, different cries could be heard. Only 188 gold coins now. After we disembark, it will be 888. Lute Song regarded these unscrupulous vendors with an indifferent expression, harboring no desire to purchase anything. Buying on the airship felt akin to the experiences of his past life at an airport. 2 words encapsulated it all: exploitation. Lute Song had no intention of squandering his gold on such trivial matters. The speed of the sea conch was astonishing. A layer of light enveloped the airship, shielding it from the fierce winds. Lute Song stood at the edge of the vessel, gripping the railing, and watched as the clouds raced behind him. In the distance, he even spotted several winged creatures, such as birds and dragons, being left far behind. The fast airship of the Eastern people has surpassed the speed of conventional flying mounts. Lute Song quietly revels in the nocturnal splendor from the deck of the airship. The passage of 2 hours slips by swiftly. The conch gradually approaches an exceptionally luminous city. A gentle light radiates, enveloping the entire city in a soft, emerald glow, evoking a sense of prosperity, tranquility, and profound peace. This is the city of St. Leon, a joint metropolis of the elves and humans. Simultaneously, Lute Song observes thousands of lights converging in the sky towards St. Leon. Furthermore, a multitude of magical beasts soar through the heavens, heading towards the city, serving as aerial steeds for the affluent. Each new map unveiling brings an extraordinary bustle to the nearby cities, and St. Leon, being one of the most vibrant cities of the Eastern people, stands as a formidable counterpart to the holy capital. The conch is landing. The conch will dock at port 1067 shortly. This journey has concluded. Wishing all passengers a pleasant voyage. The conch gently settles at the port. Lutsong disembarks alongside other passengers, unnoticed amidst the throng. In truth, the city is currently teeming with renowned figures, yet Lutsong's fame, though commendable as a top scholar of his city, pales in comparison to the world-renowned luminaries. Thus, he harbors no anxiety about being recognized. The airship port of St. Lien rivals that of the holy capital in vibrancy, with a striking abundance of elves and half-elves. He observes statuesque, golden-haired elves with enchanting figures striding through the port, a sight that is undeniably delightful. Ah, St. Lien is truly a paradise, he muses, but quickly refocuses his mind. This is not the moment for reveries about this otherworldly realm. What he must seize now is his level advantage, to continue expanding his influence like a rolling snowball. As the first human to reach level 30, he stands alone as the sole individual eligible to venture into the new level 30 map. Lutsong possesses an undeniable innate advantage. Within this new territory lies a plethora of primordial treasures, and it is entirely possible that he may stumble upon a treasure chest along his path. Such lands are undeniably rich. More importantly, some exceedingly rare materials may emerge in this untouched expanse, potentially unveiling veins of precious gems. Various types of gems are essential raw materials for crafting diverse equipment, potions, and enchantments, especially for forging legendary artifacts. Some materials, though invaluable and unattainable through mere currency, may also be found here. At this moment, while other humans are still leveling up, Lutsong stands as the only one capable of seizing the treasures of this new map for himself. In previous years, even if others were the first to enter the new map, they would not gain much of an advantage. Typically, it would take several minutes before more prodigies reached level 30 and began entering the map. Even the frontrunner could not hasten their progress significantly. However, Lutsong now possessed a full 10 hours of lead time. Without further ado, he opened the map. Shortly, the entire layout of St. Lien City unfolded before him. Following the map's guidance, Lutsong departed from the air harbor and soon arrived at a luxurious mount rental shop. "Boss, I wish to rent a swift steed for 3 days," Lutsong requested. The shopkeeper regarded him with curiosity. A window soon appeared before Lutsong, displaying the rental menu. Undead Warhorse, level 60, 2,000 gold per day, average speed 500, note, entirely skeletal, without a specialized saddle, it may cause discomfort. Swift Earth Dragon, level 80, 3,000 gold per day, average speed 560, note, a discreet black dragon, the epitome of cost-effectiveness. Unicorn, level 85, 5,000 gold per day, average speed 580, note, exceptionally stylish, essential for charming encounters. Phantom Warhorse, level 90, 17,000 gold per day, average speed 700, note, embodying black flames, capable of momentarily treading upon air, exuding immense charisma. Wind Dragon, level 180, 30,000,000 gold per day, average speed 12,000, note, a fourth-tier dragon beast with formidable combat abilities. Note, the mount will be bound by a temporary rental contract, strictly for transportation. Engaging it in combat will void the contract, leading to uncontrollable aggression. Lutsong studied the menu, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He understood the exorbitant costs of mounts, yet this was indeed a worthy expense. 30 million gold per day? Why not seize it? Nonetheless, the level 180 Wind Dragon was undeniably priced accordingly. Mounts above level 60 were ineligible for the new map, rendering a higher level rental ineffective. After a brief contemplation, he settled his gaze upon the 2,000 gold per day Undead Warhorse. To purchase it outright would require a staggering 1 million gold. Never mind, he mused. This is akin to luxury vehicles in my previous life, thousands for a day's rental, but over 1 million to buy. With further reflection, Lutsong realized that a level 60 mount would not serve him for long. He might surpass level 60 within a few days. Moreover, if he could craft the Boots of Swift Travel, ranked 97 among artifact footwear, it would enhance his movement speed 100-fold while in a non-combat state and stack with other speed-boosting effects. With such boots, his pace could potentially surpass that of the Phantom Warhorse. "Boss, I will take the Undead Warhorse," he declared. The shopkeeper merely nodded in acknowledgement before stepping into the adjacent dimensional portal. Before long, a Death Warhorse was summoned, with a deposit of 200,000 gold coins required. For each day of delay, the rental fee would accrue at the original rate. If the delay exceeded 7 days, the mount would be deemed lost. The proprietor, addressing the young man, cautioned, "Do not let any accidents occur. Without the means to compensate, you would find yourself in arbitration. An imprisonment at such a tender age would be quite unfortunate." Listening to the proprietor's words, Lutsong felt his eyelids twitch. Was this how one spoke to customers? Threatening them with imprisonment? How could such a business possibly thrive? Nonetheless, Lutsong chose to remain indifferent, merely paying the deposit of 200,000 gold coins, along with a rental fee of 6,000 gold coins. Additionally, he spent 50 gold coins on a premium undead saddle before departing from the mount shop. Upon returning to the broad streets, he mounted the spectral black horse, which emanated a ghostly glow and wisps of dark smoke, and hastened towards the outskirts of St. Leon City. As he rode, he observed individuals around him effortlessly piloting even more extravagant and formidable mounts that overtook him from behind. One particular class changer riding a earth dragon beast stirred up clouds of dust and debris as they sped past, causing Lutsong to cough from the choking haze. Was there no sense of decency? Riding an earth dragon beast on the road? Watching the class changer's retreating figure, Lutsong's lips twitched slightly. Once he amassed sufficient wealth, he vowed to acquire a superior and swifter mount, even if it meant crafting divine shoes first. On the route out of the city, near the northern Broken Mountain Range, Lutsong stopped by a general store to purchase 10 bottles of energy potion, which could restore vigor and stave off fatigue. Each bottle cost 500 gold coins, totaling 5,000 gold coins for all 10. These potions had been meticulously concocted by an apothecary, and Lutsong estimated their production cost to be merely 100 gold coins. With the awakening day upon them, everyone was racing to progress, and these potions had skyrocketed in price to 500 gold coins each. Lutsong couldn't help but marvel at the lucrative nature of the apothecary's trade. Indeed, life professions could prove just as profitable as combat professions. Throughout his journey, Lutsong witnessed numerous class changers battling monsters in the wild. The efficiency of their leveling was exceedingly low. However, for those unable to conquer dungeons, this was the sole means of advancement. It took them 1 or 2 minutes to slay a red-eyed rabbit, yielding a meager 23 experience points. After an hour, they might accumulate around 60 experience points. This was indeed the most basic leveling method for ordinary class changers. Combat professions constituted 70 of the global fighting classes, and these fighters were notably weak in their early stages, often unable to conquer even simple dungeons. Therefore, they needed to level up sufficiently before attempting dungeons. Lutsong had long ceased to compare himself to the average individuals. His point of reference had already risen to the elite among the top students of St. Capital No. 1, who were backed by powerful factions and esteemed families, and who themselves had awakened to become exceptionally gifted class changers. Yet beneath the gifted, there existed a vast sea of commonality. The majority, akin to students preparing for an important examination, formed the true essence of the human race within these combat professions. Near the Broken Mountain Range, the reality of these struggles unfolded. Recently graduated students are also nearby, engaging in minor battles to level up. One student gazes upon the mountains enveloped in a gentle luminescence, unable to suppress a sigh. The continuous mountains. I wonder if I can gain early access to the new map this time. At this pace, I should reach level 30 and enter the new terrain in 3 weeks. I wonder if I will still be able to seize some valuable treasures by then. As he muses, a striking young man suddenly appears, riding a skeletal horse wreathed in dark mist, charging toward the luminous barrier of the continuous mountains. The black steed moves with astonishing speed, accelerating further. Observers in the wilderness, witnessing the horse's relentless momentum as it approaches the barrier, widen their eyes in disbelief. What the heck? Bro, there's a restriction. You can't get in. But in the next instant, whoosh, Lutsong's figure vanishes before their eyes. He, along with his steed, seamlessly passes through the barrier and enters the depths of the continuous mountains. Stunned, the onlookers are left reeling. What just happened? Someone entered the continuous mountains? But wait, isn't entry restricted to those who have just achieved level 30 in this cycle? Could this individual truly be among the current level 30 transfigurers? Dragon Clan's Silent Stone Ridge, level restriction, 60 to 100. A golden dragon roars defiantly. Comrades, tear that stone giant apart. This year, the world first kill shall be ours. As Lutsong steps into the continuous mountains, the Dragon Clan's team has already encountered the world and immediately launches a full-scale assault. Chapter 18. A ground strewn with treasure. Crossing the radiant barrier, Lutsong finds himself in an entirely new map. You have entered the continuous mountains. This area is an origin map, restricted to initial transfigurers. Should you perish within the continuous mountains, you will respawn outside the barrier and be unable to re-enter for 2 hours. Initial awakeners are those who have just completed their transfiguration, transfigurers who have not exceeded 1 year since their transformation. Thus, even if one were to remain at level 60 for a whole year, entry to the new map would still be denied, regardless of level stagnation. They would no longer qualify as initial transfigurers. This landscape comprises a series of undulating mountains. The terrain is not overly steep, as the expanse of these mountains is vast. Much like Lutsong's previous life, where the blue planet is round, yet people walk on flat ground, the earth here is predominantly grassy. Scattered amidst the grass are piles of irregular stones. Rather than mountains, it resembles a sprawling plain. Were it not for the gradually rising slopes and the massive mountain formations, one might easily mistake it for an open grassland. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What truly captures Lutsong's attention in this expansive environment is the sight of dozens of chests, tightly closed and scattered across the grassland. Paradise, this is the true paradise. It has long been said that in the new map, arriving early allows one to choose treasures at will. At this moment, Lutsong was truly experiencing the vastness of the realm. The map before him revealed a sprawling mountain range, offering an exceptionally open vista. Unlike the usual maps that were shrouded in forests, stone circles, or rainforests, where one had to search diligently for a treasure chest, this expansive environment allowed the treasure to be seen with ease. Just as Lutsong marveled at the abundance of resources, a creature materialized beside him. White leopard, common. Level, 30. Health, 6,000. Skills, scratching, pouncing, biting. Description, a common beast of the Broken Mountain range. Observing the emerging white leopard, Lutsong noted its immediate display of aggression. Yet, he remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his features as he drew forth a magnificent black sword from behind him. Jinyu F4, golden, artifact. Dual-wielding replication. Projection. With a swift motion, another great sword materialized in Lutsong's left hand. Boom. A single strike landed. 359-9998, 359-9996, 359-9995, 359-9998, 359-9997, 359-9998. A flurry of damage numbers erupted. Centered around Lutsong, a horde of monsters fell instantly. You have slain the white leopard. As this is your first kill of this type, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the velvet worm. As this is your first kill of this type, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the flying line mouse. As this is your first kill of this type, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the black wolf. As this is your first kill of this type, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain the white leopard king. As this is your first kill of this type, you have gained maximum health, 2,000. A series of kill notifications appeared before him. Although he was currently bound by a class change quest, which required him to complete a second job change to gain experience, Lutsong, endowed with the heart of resilience, found that each creature he touched granted him an increase in his maximum health. In this encounter alone, he had accrued a remarkable 2,600 points to his health pool after defeating one of each of the 7 types of monsters. Was this not exhilarating? Merely by engaging in combat, he had amassed an additional 2,600 health points. While reveling in this newfound strength, Lutsong did not pause his actions. Instead, he urged his skeletal steed toward a nearby silver treasure chest, disregarding the iron and wooden chests as mere trifles. Before him lay an entire treasury. He could not waste time collecting refuse. As he dashed toward the silver chest, Lutsong continued to wield his Jinyu for golden artifact. Whoosh. Bang. Another strike landed, unleashing a shockwave around him. The ground trembled and fissured as yet another wave of damage numbers erupted. 359-9998, 359-9996, 359-9995, 359-9998, 359-9997, 359-9998. You have vanquished the venomous caterpillar, marking your first kill of this creature type, and have gained an increase to your maximum health of 100. You have slain the fire-breathing lizard, also your first encounter with this monster, earning another 100 to your maximum health. You have defeated the burrowing mole, your inaugural kill of this species, granting you an additional 100 to your maximum health. You have triumphed over the spiked scorpion, your first kill of this formidable foe, resulting in yet another 100 to your maximum health. In this region, the density of monsters is relatively sparse, and the variety is limited. A single strike has restored 400 health. However, Lutsong remains unfazed. After all, he has only slain one creature thus far, which accounts for the greater health restoration. In this expansive landscape, wild creatures abound, yet they cannot withstand his blows. Ordinary monsters at level 30 possess merely 6,000 health, whereas in the nightmare difficulty of the Crying Forest, a level 5 goblin boasts 3,000 health. This stark contrast illustrates the significant disparity in strength between the nightmare dungeons and the commonplace creatures found in the wild. Yet, dying in the true wilderness bears dire consequences. Death here is irreversible. If the infinitely respawning monsters in the wild were as formidable as those in the nightmare dungeons, countless lives would be lost to their assaults. Boom. Another strike. 3, 599, 998. 3, 599, 996. 3, 599, 995. 3, 599, 998. 3, 599, 997. 3, 599, 998. You have dispatched the thick-lipped slug, marking your first kill of this type, earning another 100 to your maximum health. You have vanquished the large hat mushroom, also your first kill of this species, gaining yet another 100 to your maximum health. An additional 200 health has been restored. Typically, a single area will yield only a few types of monsters. Lutsong has not ventured far, and the types of monsters nearby have begun to repeat. Consequently, the health restoration from this strike has naturally decreased. The heart's resilience does not grant a fixed 100 health for each monster killed. Rather, it is contingent upon the species of the creature. For instance, when defeating a white leopard for the first time, one gains 100 health, but subsequent kills yield no further health increase. Boom, boom, boom. Song continues to wield his massive sword with fervor. However, the nearby monsters belong to the same type, and thus no additional health is restored. In this brief span of a few hundred meters, Song does not anticipate encountering a multitude of different monster types to enhance his health. Before long, Song arrives before a silver chest. Upon opening it, he discovers, you have received, wind shield, silver, 5 minor status curing potions, and 4,000 gold. Is this chest truly worth 4,000 gold? That seems rather excessive. Nevertheless, Song, in a moment of reflection, regains his composure. The contents of this chest may indeed be substantial for an ordinary job changer, but for him, 4,000 gold, accompanied by a piece of silver equipment and potions, is a noteworthy bounty. The cumulative value amounts to a mere 7,000 gold coins. In a flash, Song reached a conclusion. Spending time to unlock a chest of such mediocre quality is ultimately a loss. Currently, by merely engaging in a dungeon run, he can achieve instantaneous passage, open chests, and sell gold-grade equipment to earn over 10,000 gold coins. The paltry sum of 7,000 gold coins from a single chest hardly seems worth the effort. Were other job changers privy to Song's thoughts, they might very well spit blood in disbelief. After all, this treasure chest is akin to a gift found by the roadside, devoid of any unlocking prerequisites. Simply acquiring it guarantees 7,000 gold coins. Yet, he dares to express disdain for such a windfall? However, in Song's mind, had it not been for the necessity of completing his second job transfer, he might have indulged in repeatedly farming the Black Tomb dungeon, frantically opening chests and amassing wealth. While others might need to attempt the dungeon 100 times to achieve a commendable rating and earn the highest rewards, he is assured of such accolades. Moreover, the entire process takes him merely a second. Nonetheless, the pursuit of strength ultimately takes precedence. He has a world to conquer. As for gold, he can earn more after he has grown stronger. Besides, the treasures dropped in the world may not necessarily surpass the rewards from rapid dungeon runs. Subsequently, Song cast his gaze towards the horizon once more. This time, he beheld a massive golden chest, guarded by a muscular giant bear. King of the Angry Bears, Wild. Level, 45. Health, 1, 500, 000. Skills, Slam, Fury Eruption, Shockwave. Description, a frenzied king of the Angry Bears. Possessing immense strength and remarkable speed, do not underestimate his swiftness due to his size. Surrounding it were dozens of lesser creatures. Golden chests are often protected by formidable beasts. Even with the advantage of being the first to arrive, claiming such a treasure is no simple feat. Should a job changer enter the Broken Mountain range and encounter this chest, they would likely perceive it as a troublesome obstacle. Yet, upon seeing the king of the Angry Bears guarding the golden chest, Song's eyes sparkled with excitement. A wild beast, coupled with treasure, was this not an opportunity for him to bolster his health while acquiring valuable goods? Outside of Holy Capital, Long Xiao consumed a vial of Enhanced Vitality Potion, banishing all drowsiness and fatigue. Holy Snowstorm. Whoosh. A gust of frigid wind swept through. Bang, 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 bang. Countless ice crystals fell from the sky, instantly annihilating dozens of level 40 wolves with minimal health. Second miss, the second wave. Holy Light Break. Bang. Columns of light descended from the heavens. Once again, dozens of monsters fell to Long Xiao's decisive strike. Naturally, these creatures were all fragile. Second miss. The third wave approaches. Withering ice crystals. Bang. A magical array emerged upon the earth. In the next moment, all creatures within this array erupted with icy spikes. 1202, 1293, 1042, 1105, 1286. Second miss. The fourth wave. Dissolution of light. Whoosh. Waves of light swept forth. 1202, 1293, 1042, 1105, 1286. Once again, a multitude of monsters lay defeated. Congratulations, your level has risen to 16. Well done, second miss. Take a moment to rest. You have been leveling up for 3.5 continuous hours. The next wave of monsters will arrive in 5 minutes. As time passed, Long Xiao had ascended to level 16. She had been engaged in relentless leveling for over 3 hours. The pursuit of advancement was an arduous challenge. Ever since Long Xiao commenced her training in the leveling zone, her skills had not ceased. After one wave of monsters was vanquished, the next would immediately follow. The moment a skill was ready, it was unleashed without delay. For 3.5 hours, there had been scarcely a moment to catch her breath. Even upon reaching a new level, she was compelled to utilize the skill book she had prepared, learning new abilities and employing them instantaneously. It was precisely this intense monster hunting that enabled her to swiftly level up by defeating these minor creatures, which yielded minimal experience points. This method of advancement had been meticulously refined over thousands of years by various factions and families. The room for improvement had become exceedingly limited. Upon hearing the butler suggest a break, Long Xiao promptly sank onto a stone behind her. After more than 3 hours of incessantly casting skills, she was utterly exhausted. While taking a brief respite, Long Xiao casually opened the community forum. The moment she accessed it, she was rendered speechless. The channel for Saint Capital City was flooded with news regarding Lute Song. Had Lute Song cleared the Black Tomb dungeon in a mere second? So many factions were vying for his allegiance? What had transpired? Long Xiao perused the messages within the community, finding them somewhat astonishing. The Warrior Association is offering a substantial reward to recruit Lute Song. The Enforcer must be classified as a warrior profession. The Mage Association has issued a statement. The Enforcer can wield a staff and is classified as a mage profession. We welcome Lute Song to join the Mage Association. The Storm Church declares. Regardless, I am determined to recruit Lute Song. No reason needed. Long Xiao stared at these community updates in bewilderment. However, amidst her astonishment, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This sign indicated that Lute Song was not a mere failure. He remained the prodigy he had always been. Sister, have you seen the community news? Lute Song cleared the Black Tomb dungeon in a second. How incredible is that? I read that someone has already gone to the dungeon to verify the inscription. This news must be true. It seems there are rumors suggesting that Lute Song has already reached level 30. Seeing the good news about Lute Song, Long Xiao felt more elated than if she herself had attained level 30. Yet, Long Qianxue, observing her sister's foolish expression, couldn't help but sigh. Alas, Xiao, this may not necessarily be good news. I have just seen the news, but I hesitated to tell you. Xiao, have you heard about certain mutated professions that, upon awakening, possess a once-in-a-lifetime ultimate skill? Chapter 19, The Absorbing Ring. The world emerges. Such a lethal move, once employed, can never be utilized a second time. However, upon its execution, it unleashes an extraordinarily terrifying power, far surpassing that of any peers in the same profession. In the secondary dungeon area, a video of Lute Song's actions has been recorded. I have already reviewed the entire process. His haste suggests an urgency, perhaps indicating that he was under some time-restricted condition, allowing him to complete the dungeon in a mere second. But Xiao, ponder this carefully. What caliber of ability could enable a novice to clear the Black Tomb dungeon in just 1 second? Aside from a forbidden ability that can only be used once in a lifetime, I can think of nothing else. Upon hearing Long Qianxue's description, Long Xiao's heart raced. Sister, are you implying that Lute Song used this forbidden move so early? Does this condemn his later life to mediocrity? Long Qianxue shook her head in response. No. It may be even worse. Such moves, while often usable only once in a lifetime, come with severe side effects. Some may lead to blindness, while others could result in the loss of a limb. Indeed, certain side effects may render one's later years a living hell. Long Qianxue's expression turned grave. These were not mere fabrications, but documented truths. Listening to Long Qianxue's words, Long Xiao trembled slightly. I hope he is unharmed. Even if such speculation arises, our Holy See must still recruit him. Other factions will surely have similar thoughts. However, those factions do not lack for positions. They likely seek to capitalize on Lute Song's current renown. Moreover, there is an element of gamble involved. Even if Lute Song were to become incapacitated, they would not suffer, as their organization has no shortage of resources. Yet, should Lute Song truly succeed through his own prowess, they would reap substantial rewards. The Shattered Mountain Range. Boom. Lute Song swung his weapon, suppressing the mountain. Before him, the Angry Bear King collapsed, its massive form now a lifeless corpse. Presently, Lute Song dealt a staggering 3.6 million damage, overwhelming any ordinary foe. Soon, he rode his ethereal steed to the stronghold, where numerous angry bear corpses lay strewn about. These were merely lesser angry bears. Heart of Resilience has triggered, maximum health increased to 2,100. Delightful. This time, Lute Song had only slain the angry bears and the Angry Bear King. Each bore 2,000 health, while the lesser monsters boasted only 100 health. Dismounting, Lute Song approached the bodies. Unlike the dungeon, this Shattered Mountain Range is akin to a self-contained microcosm. In a dungeon, teams enter as groups. Multiple teams may enter the same dungeon without encountering one another. Each team's experience within the dungeon remains entirely independent. However, the continuous mountain range. This new map is essentially a realm accessible to all who meet certain criteria. Apart from the ability to resurrect, everything else is, in truth, indistinguishable from the outside world. In the wild, upon vanquishing an opponent, one can directly loot the corpse to claim spoils. Conversely, within a dungeon, rewards are only distributed after the final battle has concluded. In this world, dying inside a dungeon results in immediate resurrection outside, and one cannot re-enter the dungeon thereafter. When the dungeon is completed and rewards are calculated, those who fall within cannot loot corpses individually. This arrangement reflects a degree of fairness. Otherwise, in large-scale dungeons with thousands of participants, some members may perish early, leaving the survivors without a share of the resources. Furthermore, in certain dungeons, to progress, it is necessary to sacrifice some members to trigger particular mechanisms, which may lead to their demise. If contributions were to be accounted for, without these individuals, the dungeon could not be cleared. Additionally, there are some classes whose early contributions in battle are immensely significant, even surpassing those of players who survive to the end. If the rewards did not include these participants, it would be profoundly unjust. If every individual were to loot corpses independently, only the surviving members would receive rewards, and no one would be willing to sacrifice themselves, instead opting to cling to life. Thus, all rewards within the dungeon are settled at the conclusion. However, the situation is different in the wild, where no such settlement mechanism exists. Upon death, one can immediately loot the corpse for loot. Loot Song rummaged through the body of the Angry Bear King and received. You have obtained 50 Angry Bear pelts, 1,000 gold coins, and 1 skeleton summoning necklace, silver, along with 5 energy herbs. A skeleton summoning necklace? It summons a small skeleton of the same level as the wearer, of ordinary rank. Loot Song found little value in a common skeleton of equal level. The thought of a bumbling skeleton trailing behind him while he cleaved the earth with his sword was amusing, yet futile. The artifact's effect enhances the summoning to a hero-ranked skeleton, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Still, it offers little utility. For the average person, this equipment might be considered extraordinary, a 30-second cooldown to summon a hero-ranked skeleton, a creature that surpasses elite monsters in power. However, for Loot Song, this effect seemed rather superfluous. Hero rank. He could effortlessly obliterate wild monsters of boss rank. Perhaps he should examine the treasure chest instead, at least it might yield some monetary value. Loot Song felt somewhat disappointed with the dropped items, consisting merely of 4 or 5 pieces of silver equipment. Subsequently, he turned to the golden treasure chest beside him. The golden chest resembled the exceptional treasure chests found within dungeons. Approaching the chest, Loot Song prepared to open it. Congratulations on acquiring the golden absorption ring, 5,000 gold coins, and 10 wind spirit herbs. Golden equipment? Moreover, wind spirit herbs? It's astonishing that such items can be obtained. The wind spirit herb is a vital component in crafting the swift boots, which require 10 wind spirit herbs, 10 thunder herbs, 10 perpetual stones, and any quality of human boots as materials. Each of these components is exceedingly challenging to procure. To think that I could obtain 10 wind spirit herbs here. Effect, upon use, permanently increases agility by 20 points and grants temporary flight ability for a duration of 1 hour. Required auxiliary material for learning the skill Sky Tornado. Essential for crafting the Wind King's sword. Can be used to create the Windwalking potion, granting extended flight ability for 6 hours. A cascade of effects manifested before Loot Song. The Wind Spirit herb indeed possesses numerous applications, and its rarity renders it exorbitantly priced. 500,000 gold coins for a single unit. At present, Loot Song cannot possibly afford such a sum. What a fortuitous find. Being the first to enter the continuous mountain range has proven exhilarating. Just a casual pickup amounts to 5 million gold coins. Subsequently, Loot Song turned his attention to another prize, the golden absorption ring. Its effect allows for the absorption of items within a 50-meter radius that belong to the user, transforming them into a divine artifact embryo. Loot Song intended to examine what this equipment would become once transformed into a divine artifact embryo. Transforming the absorption ring into a divine artifact embryo. Absorption protection ring, divine artifact embryo, 4. Category, ring accessory. Equipment level, 30, scales with user level. Quality, golden, can grow. Effect, ultimate absorption will draw all loot within a radius of 1,000 meters directly into your backpack, while simultaneously expanding backpack capacity by 1,000. Description, divine artifact embryo. Possessing formidable absorption and storage capabilities. Loot Song gazed upon this effect, his heart filled with joy. With a single strike, he could effortlessly slay at least 100 or more monsters. Yet, the thought of individually looting each corpse seemed tedious. Allowing such loot to be disregarded felt wasteful. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Particularly, in his previous life as a gamer, he was one to thoroughly scour every nook and cranny. He would traverse half the map to retrieve a free health potion, meticulously ensuring that every monster was completely looted, gathering every dropped item into his backpack, regardless of their monetary value. Now, in pursuit of efficiency, Loot Song found himself reluctant to ignore the corpses strewn about. While it did not evoke a sense of loss akin to a personal defeat, it nonetheless left a lingering itch within him. However, with this ring, at last, a solution to his dilemma had emerged. The golden quality equipment conveniently offered 2 attributes, absorption. With a mere thought, Loot Song activated the absorbing ring, drawing the ring from his finger into its essence. A resonant hum echoed as a luminous glow cascaded forth. The effects of the ring upon his hand seamlessly transferred to the absorbing ring, causing the original ring to vanish entirely. Absorbing protective ring, artifact embryo, 4. Category, ring. Equipment level, 30, scales with user S level. Quality, golden, capable of growth. Effect, absorption, ultimate. Instantly absorbs all your loot within a 1,000-meter radius directly into your backpack, while simultaneously expanding the backpack's capacity by 1,000. Effect 2, protective barrier, ultimate. Gains a shield of 9,000 health points every 5 seconds. Description, an artifact embryo. Possessing formidable absorption and storage capabilities, while providing substantial shielding. The effects of the 2 rings had indeed fused, with the original protective barrier now significantly enhanced. Previously, in its silver quality, the barrier shield only granted 6,000 health points. Now, it provided a robust 9,000 health points, making it conceivable that certain fragile assassins at level 30 might possess less health than the shield itself. Liu Cang surveyed the effects of the ring with great satisfaction before rising to his feet. In that very moment, streams of radiant light ascended from the corpses of the monsters, swiftly darting towards Liu Cang's ring as if being drawn into its depths. You have obtained Deer Hide X1, Copper Coins X2. You have obtained Leopard Hide X1, Copper Coins X1. You have obtained Scorpion Venom X1, Copper Coins X2. A series of notifications erupted before Liu Cang. Soon enough, his backpack brimmed with an abundance of worthless materials, though the increase in coins was rather meager, a mere 5 more. This left Liu Cang bemused, as the system was not set to automatically collect trash materials, which were limited to gray and white quality. This world, after all, was not akin to the games of his past life. Here, an excessive accumulation of junk in his backpack would genuinely cause him distress. However, the ever-increasing copper coins were a different matter. More was always better, for no one ever complained of having too much money. The more coins he could automatically collect, the better. As Liu Cang prepared to advance towards the next treasure chest, a thunderous tremor reverberated through the earth. He turned towards the source of the sound, and was abruptly taken aback by the sight of a colossal tortoise-like creature ambling through the trees on the mountainside. In that instant, Liu Cang recognized it. At last, it had appeared. The world, the objective of my second awakening quest. Chapter 20, Infinite Health. Health doubled. Yet, that world lay at a great distance. The mountain range was vast and imposing. Regardless, the fractured mountains were capable of accommodating the entirety of the Eastern clan and all the awakened individuals of this generation. Each year, approximately 1 billion individuals awaken within the Eastern clan. A billion individuals can inhabit the same expanse of map without appearing overcrowded. One can only imagine the vastness of such a territory. This is also the reason why Liu Cang sought to rent a steed, not solely for swifter passage to the Lianduan mountain range, but equally to facilitate his movements within its confines. Otherwise, pursuing a single target might consume several hours, and by then, he might scarcely encounter a few, only to find that another day has dawned. As others who had achieved level 30 began to venture into the Lianduan mountain range, Liu Cang, drawing upon the knowledge acquired in class, employed a distance measurement technique to gauge his proximity to the target. With an unobstructed view from below, he was able to discern distant objects clearly, akin to how humans can gaze up at the stars from the ground. Theoretically, as long as there are no obstructions, the visible distance could be considered limitless. After a brief calculation, Liu Cang estimated his distance from the world to be approximately 150 kilometers. Even at his current speed, it would take him half an hour to arrive. However, should the skeletal warhorse accelerate, he could reach his destination more swiftly. The average speed does not necessarily represent the maximum capability. If the skeletal warhorse were to unleash its full potential, achieving double the speed for a brief period would pose no challenge. Of course, the downside would be that after such a rapid sprint, it would succumb to extreme fatigue, rendering it unable to move further. With a firm resolve, Liu Cang urged the skeletal warhorse onward, racing towards the world's location. In the community of the human race, new sensations emerge daily. This world is vast, and the occurrences within it are manifold. While Liu Cang might be exceptionally renowned within the holy capital, in the grand scheme of the world, he appears less remarkable, overshadowed by numerous other significant events. Yet at this moment, a new sensation surfaced within the human community. Lianduan mountain range. First-person perspective. Someone has entered the Lianduan mountain range. Appendix. Video. A post that swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the Eastern human community. What? Someone has entered the Lianduan mountain range, riding a skeletal warhorse? Which prominent family does this young master belong to? That skeletal warhorse must be worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Come on, do you lack discernment? Only a young master could ride a skeletal warhorse, right? Shouldn't he be riding a young dragon instead? 1,000,000 gold coins has you starstruck? No. The focus should be on the skeletal warhorse, shouldn't it? Shouldn't the highlight be that this individual has ventured into the Lianduan mountain range? Wait, he's level 30? Speaking of which, I recall hearing about a prodigy emerging from the holy capital who completed the most challenging level 15 dungeon in a mere second, shattering records. Rumor has it he has already reached level 30. Could it be that the one entering the Lianduan mountain range is him? I've also heard that the leveling rewards from the Radiant Gem Merchant Association have already been claimed. Now, only the second place rewards remain. It seems that someone has indeed reached level 30. Alas, could it truly be that individual named Liu Cang? If so this time, the first kill in the challenge dungeon is likely to be snatched away. But fret not, for he is the sole entrant thus far. Even if he secures the first kill, it will only be at the simplest difficulty level. A challenge dungeon of such ease can be soloed by anyone with a modicum of skill. Any combat class can conquer the simplest of challenges. Truly, I am filled with envy. The treasures of the Broken Mountain range are abundant, and it feels like he has struck gold. I cannot fathom how many treasure chests Liu Cang might collect. After hours of soul gathering, he must be overwhelmed with riches. Moreover, he entered upon a level 60 skeletal steed, making his treasure hunting even more outrageous. Regardless, being the first to venture into the Broken Mountain range, the resources available to him are exceedingly bountiful. Especially since Lutsong has an advantage of several hours over the others, there is no one to contest with him. This only heightens the jealousy of other aspirants. Western Saint Capital, Burning Desert, level 30 grinding zone. Has Lutsong truly entered the Broken Mountain range? His speed is indeed remarkable. However, had I been in his position, I would have acted similarly. It is not just the various factions that are keeping a close eye on Lutsong. His contemporaries, the prodigies of his generation, are also watching him intently. To them, Lutsong looms like a shadow, perpetually hovering above them. Throughout their high school years, they have been entirely overshadowed by him. Whenever genius is mentioned in the Saint Capital, the first name that springs to mind is invariably Lutsong, rendering the names of others insignificant. Thus, even after their class transitions, they remain vigilant regarding Lutsong. At this moment, observing the news in the community, Chui furrows his brow. He is the grandson of a demigod, wielding immense power and status within the Mage Association. Simultaneously, owing to his divine bloodline, he has awakened as a tiered, forbidden sorcerer, becoming a noble sorcerer. Old Xiao, can I expedite my leveling further? I can endure hardship. My lord, if you level up at such a pace, your body may not withstand it. Lutsong has already entered the Broken Mountain range. I cannot afford to lag behind him. Upon hearing Chu He's words, the steward sighed. My lord, it is highly likely that Lutsong has employed forbidden techniques to level up, and he must have paid a significant price. No one can clear the Black Tomb dungeon in a second without resorting to forbidden powers. He is likely already a cripple. My lord, if you continue to provoke a cripple, and it harms your health, how shall I explain it to the master? You know he dotes on you above all else. If anything were to happen to you, I would not survive. Upon hearing the steward's words, Chu He clenched his teeth slightly. Old Xiao, I sense that this matter is not as simple as it appears. The Lutsong I know would not so easily become a cripple. The fear of being overshadowed by Lutsong loomed heavily over the discussions between the first and second high schools in the Saint Capital. In the series of battles concerning magic deconstruction, elemental affinity, and magical interpretation, he faced a crushing defeat. Yet Lutsong remains ever the picture of calm and composure. His demeanor suggests a nonchalance towards all that he has achieved, as though he conveys that his aspirations lie far beyond this immediate sphere. Such an existence surely would not rashly resign itself to becoming a mere shadow of its former self. During the exchange meeting, Lutsong left an indelible impression on Chu He, who could scarcely believe that Lutsong would ever diminish himself in such a manner. Nevertheless, Chu He managed to regain his composure. Based on your current leveling progress, how long until I reach level 30? My lord, at your present pace, and according to our most optimistic projections, you could attain level 30 in approximately 10 hours. This is a method we have meticulously tailored to suit your needs. Ordinarily, you would be the first to reach level 30 this year. However, even if our rate of advancement is somewhat slower, it matters little. At the very least, you will have the opportunity to slay the world boss before Lutsong does. With your name attached to the world's first kill, that would be a triumph of sorts. After all, it is unlikely he could solo the world boss, even if he ventured into the Broken Mountain range. Enough talk. Let us continue leveling. Broken Mountain range. Boom, boom, boom. As thunderous sounds echoed, the forest was alive with the flutter of crows. The ground was strewn with the corpses of various magical beasts. Effect of the Heart of Resilience has been triggered. Maximum health permanently increased by 100. Maximum health permanently increased by 100. Maximum health permanently increased by 100. You have slain the creature Fire Lizard King. Heart of Resilience has triggered. Permanent health increase of 2000. You have slain the creature Ice Water Scorpion. Heart of Resilience has triggered. Permanent health increase of 2000. You have slain the creature Rampaging Zombie King. Heart of Resilience has triggered. Permanent health increase of 2000. A series of kill notifications continued to appear, and Lutsong's health surged at an astonishing rate. Boom. With a single strike, a wave of damage erupted. 3, 599, 998. 3, 599, 996. 3, 599, 995. 3, 599, 998. 3, 599, 997. 3, 599, 998. Once again, the earth was littered with the remains of magical creatures. Throughout this half hour, Lutsong rode upon his skeletal warhorse, wielding his weapon, the Town Suppressor. Even while mounted, he could attack, despite having learned no skills related to mounted combat. Health, 402, 290, 402, 290. His health had now breached the 400,000 mark. Lutsong gazed at his health pool, which had previously been just above 200,000. In the span of a mere half hour, his health had doubled. Given a mere 10 hours, reaching 2 million health would be well within reach. At that point, he would indeed become a veritable behemoth. It is essential to recognize that. At the same level, His health pool would often be several dozen times that of an ordinary class changer. At long last, the moment had arrived. Lutsong gazed upon the forest before him, having steadfastly maintained a direct course forward. Engaging in minor skirmishes with lesser foes had merely been a natural progression along his journey. After enduring a protracted expedition, the colossal entity of the world now lay within his sight, the Xianzhong giant tortoise world, to confront a world boss single-handedly. Based on the knowledge I have acquired, no individual has ever achieved such a feat. Chapter 21. Hunt. World Battle. Xianzhong giant tortoise world. Rank. World. Level. 30. Health points. 150, 000,000. Mana points. 1, 000,000. Skills. Earthquake. Stomp. Earth Pulse. Shockwave. Traits. Critical hit resistance. Less susceptible to critical hits. Earth resistance. Heavy armor. Description. A world-class magical beast, possessing an independent special rank. Exhibiting immense destructive power and extraordinary vitality. Description 2. A world-class giant tortoise, with defenses that have reached astonishing and abnormal levels, coupled with formidable earth resistance, rendering earth attribute attacks remarkably ineffective against it. Description 3. Should it be vanquished, it may yield exceedingly remarkable treasures. With a staggering health pool of 150 million, Lutsong found himself swallowing hard at the sight of this health bar. It was thicker than any he had encountered before. 15 green bars lined up vertically, each representing 10 million in health. Though he had heard tales of worlds and studied their nature, witnessing one appear before him was a first. This Xianzhong giant tortoise was enveloped in black stones, with faint red currents flowing between them. The obsidian-like stones seemed to convey to the challenger just how resilient it was. The tortoise's tail was unlike that of an ordinary turtle. It was thick and elongated, adorned with an irregularly shaped stone at its tip, reminiscent of a meteor hammer. Aside from its coloration and tail, its other features bore no distinction from a common tortoise. As he scrutinized the creature, Lutsong's expression grew solemn. Despite his current high damage output and formidable combat prowess, defeating such a being would typically require a legion of at least 10,000. This was no ordinary foe. More crucially, teams that managed to slay world bosses were rarely composed of mere level 30 players. They were comprised of higher-level individuals. Most members of such teams had likely undergone their second-class transition and ascended to levels 40 or 50 before embarking on this daunting quest. Particularly in the case of first-kill squads. These first-kill teams often included elites from various families and associations, distinguished among their peers. It was only through the convergence of such exceptional talents within a single team that they could achieve the first kill of a world boss in a new map. One can only imagine the sheer magnitude of power possessed by such a world. And now, Lutsong's second transfer task required him to engage in a duel. Fortunately, there were no other players nearby, a significant advantage of entering early. Once the crowd gathered, any casual interference would negate the notion of a solo kill. Presently, this was the optimal opportunity to complete his second transfer mission. Lutsong's expression was grave, yet he did not linger unnecessarily. His potential for enhancement was now limited to stacking health. Delaying further would yield no greater outcomes. Rather than overthinking, he resolved to act decisively. With a health pool of 400,000, he deemed it impossible to be instantly vanquished, at least, not by the creature before him, for it was of a defensive nature, naturally inflicting lesser damage. In his hands, he wielded the twin blades of Zhunyu. With a resounding clash, he struck. Boom. 1, 202, 534. The blow dealt over 1,000,000 points of damage. Remarkable. The creature, now aware of Lutsong's presence, turned its attention toward him. Yet, upon seeing the diminutive figure of Lutsong, its coarse eyelids drooped as if regarding a mere mosquito. A feeble level 30 human dared to challenge its might? Boom. Almost simultaneously, the colossal turtle's tail swung violently in Lutsong's direction. Fleeing, Lutsong swiftly summoned his spectral steed. The undead warhorse seemed to sense the impending danger, suddenly accelerating like the wind, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Just as the spectral horse surged forward, a thunderous roar erupted behind Lutsong. At that moment, he felt a shockwave wash over him. 210. In an instant, he lost over 9,000 points of his shield. His health remained intact. Yet he did not underestimate this minor loss. Damn it. This was merely the creature's basic splash damage. It hadn't even unleashed its skills yet. Meanwhile, as Lutsong continued his retreat, the turtle launched its counterattack. Boom. 1, 042, 310. 1, 092, 148. Two damage figures emerged from the Xuanzhong giant turtle. However, Lutsong was not foolish enough to stand idly by. While evading, he seized every opportunity to retaliate. Concurrently, two notifications appeared. You have slain a colorful butterfly. As this is your first kill of this type, you have gained maximum health, 100. You have slain a giant ant. As this is your first kill of this type, you have gained maximum health, 100. Within a radius of 150 meters around Lutsong, some unfortunate monsters were obliterated by the residual energy of the battle. Boom. Yet, the next strike was imminent. The giant turtle, though massive, was surprisingly swift in its assaults. War tread. Bang. It lifted its legs and stomped down forcefully upon the earth. Observing this, Lutsong hurriedly swung Jinyu. Boom. 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 1, 152, 534. 1, 202. 541. 1, 052, 264. The ground trembled violently. Each time the formidable Jinyue is swung, the earth fractures with intricate fissures. The Xuanzhong giant turtle, a creature of immense power in earth-based attacks, wreaks significant havoc upon the terrain. Boom. As the legs of the Xuanzhong giant turtle descend, a shockwave radiates towards Lutsong. In an instant, Lutsong's health plummets by 40,000. The remaining 60,000 is absorbed by his shields. Lutsong is adorned with various protective shields. Holy Crown of Clarity, 4, golden, artifact embryo. Mental value, 2,400. Effect, mental barrier, ultimate, grants a shield capable of absorbing damage, equivalent to 3 times your current mental value. Once shattered, it enters a cooldown of 10 seconds. Even his ring provides a shield, as does his boots. Upon his awakening, Lutsong procured these boots from the trading post, which accumulate shields through movement. Presently, these boots bestow an impressive 4,500 points of protection. The cumulative effect of these shields totals a staggering 20,000. Adding to this, the third attribute of Jinyue is as follows. Effect 3, Body Slam Attack, Ultimate. Each of your normal attacks grants you a state of invulnerability, reducing damage by 50, while providing a shield equivalent to 10 times your maximum health. Lutsong's shield value skyrockets to 60,000. A 50-point damage reduction has already caused me to lose 100,000 health. Is this damage not utterly outrageous? If an ordinary level 30 class changer were to face this, they would surely be obliterated. It is pertinent to note that Lutsong, even with the Heart of Tenacity equipped, possesses merely 200,000 health at most. This was only augmented through subsequent health stacking. Concurrently, Lutsong observes the trajectory of the shockwave, which has expanded at least 500 meters, a range surpassing that of his Jinyue's attack. Should a typical level 30 expedition party attempt to confront this creature, would they not face total annihilation? Lutsong comprehends the necessity for teams in the hunting world to be at least 20 levels higher. Goodness. If they are not at least 20 levels above, who could withstand such a strike? One blow, and whether a 1,000-man team or a 100,000-man team, they would be utterly wiped out. Only those who can endure such damage may continue to deal damage. Survival is essential for output. Once dead, all is lost. Fortunately, this strike has revealed that such an attack is merely a scratch for him. Green numbers float above Lutsong, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. The attributes of the Heart of Tenacity encompass not only health, but also life regeneration. Boom, boom, boom. 115, 2534, 120, 2541, 105, 2264. Throughout this process, Lutsong does not cease his output. With a staggering 55 million health, he consistently inflicts over 1 million damage per hit. It would take no more than 150 strikes to vanquish this foe. Boom, boom. The twin blades dance with lethal grace. As Lutsong observed the health bar depleting at a rapid rate of 13 per second, he recognized this as the pinnacle of his output. With 2 regular attacks per second, a resounding crash echoed as debris flew. 102,419. Another shockwave radiated towards Lutsong. 314902. Suddenly, however, his steed stumbled beneath him. In that fleeting moment, Lutsong comprehended the gravity of the situation. Alas, while he could withstand the onslaught, his mount could not endure. The creatures employed as steeds often boast speed as their primary attribute, yet their offensive power, defensive capabilities, and health remain woefully inadequate. Though this skeletal warhorse was a level 60 creature, its health had yet to exceed 1 million, and it lacked any damage mitigation or shields. After enduring 3 attacks, it was perilously close to death. You must flee, Lutsong urged, giving his mount a firm slap on its hindquarters, and promptly rolled off. The warhorse galloped away into the distance while Lutsong swiftly adjusted his position on the ground, rolling to absorb the impact. The fall inflicted minimal damage, a mere few dozen points, primarily serving to reposition himself for the impending assault. As for the mount, if the battle continued in such a manner, it would soon perish. Without the steed, any subsequent endeavors in traversing the fractured mountain range would prove exceedingly inconvenient. Imagine if a world lay hundreds of kilometers away. Would he truly embark on foot to hunt? By the time he arrived, dawn would have already broken. After relinquishing the warhorse, Lutsong immediately wielded his weapon, the town suppressor. His output could not waver. Each area attack was capable of inflicting around 40,000 damage to himself. However, even with a recovery of 2,000 health per second, it would require 20 seconds to restore that 40,000 health. Thus, it became a contest of kill speed, who would perish first, him or his foe. With that thought in mind, he consumed a rage potion. You have consumed a rage potion. Strength 50, attack speed 30, casting speed -20, movement speed 30, duration 120 seconds. This rage potion had been acquired from a previous battle. The boost to strength was negligible. Yet the 30-point increase in attack speed significantly enhanced Lu Tsang's output efficiency by nearly 30%. 115-2534, 120-2541, 105-2264. In an instant, a flurry of 3 consecutive strikes erupted. Boom. Simultaneously, the creature retaliated against Lu Tsang. Turning to pursue him, the mystic heavy turtle shifted from disdain to earnest respect. Within mere seconds, its health had already diminished by 20. This human was not to be underestimated. As Lu Tsang noticed the creature closing in, he began to retreat continuously, all the while unleashing relentless attacks. Boom, boom, boom. 115-2534, 120-2541, 105-2264, 115-2534, 120-2541, 105-2264. The effect of Heart's Tenacity has been activated. You have slain the Flame Titan for the first time, granting you an increase in maximum health, 100. You have also defeated the Herbivorous Dragon, earning an additional 100 to your maximum health. As Lu Tsang battles against the world, the effects of Heart's Tenacity continue to trigger in succession. Monsters lurking nearby are directly felled by the residual shockwaves of the combat. Suddenly, gazing upwards, a heavy hum reverberates through the air. At that moment, the clouds in the sky part. A meteor descends from above. Cursing under his breath, Lu Tsang swiftly maneuvers away, dashing into the distance while maintaining a relentless barrage of attacks. From Lu Tsang's position, ripples of darkened energy emanate outward in concentric circles, causing the surrounding area to tremble. With every swing of his sword, the earth responds with a profound resonance, akin to a blade's arc spanning a radius of 150 meters. Boom. A tremor erupts behind Lu Tsang as the meteor strikes the ground. However, not every attack from the world is a widespread assault. In fact, quite the opposite is true. Such extensive area attacks are seldom employed by the world. Having endured 3 consecutive large-scale attacks, the party faces dire consequences. While Lu Tsang can withstand the onslaught, how will the raid party endure? Even with healing support, it takes time to restore the entire team to full health. After enduring these 3 area damage strikes, the raiding party would likely be reduced to a fraction of their original number. Thus, the success of a raid against a world is contingent not only on strength and strategy, but also on a stroke of luck. However, skills have cooldown periods, and Lu Tsang's 3 expansive abilities have already been expended. If he can evade the single target attacks, he may yet prevail. Meanwhile, under Lu Tsang's relentless assault, the enemy's health has plummeted to 60. Striking away 0.66 health points with a single sword strike is no trivial feat. Following this blow, the enemy's form momentarily falters, clearly affected by the recent skill. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Tsang unleashes a torrent of attacks. While attacking in motion typically results in a slower output compared to stationary attacks, a series of damage figures appear. 1, 158, 534, 2, 207, 541, critical hit. 1, 192, 267, 1, 153, 535, 2, 501, 541, critical hit. 1, 055, 263. A cascade of damage erupts. At this juncture, he finally achieves a critical hit. Hitting a target with critical resistance is no easy task. Capitalizing on this moment of stationary output, Lu Tsang unleashes a frenzy of strikes. The enemy's health rapidly diminishes. 60, 58, 54, 51, 48, 45, 43. The rate at which Lu Tsang depletes health has surged to nearly 2 points per second. In the brief span of 10 seconds, the enemy remains immobilized. The health points plummeted to 40. It was precisely at this moment that the stiffness dissipated. A thunderous roar reverberated through the world. The health bar instantly transitioned into a gray lock state. What could possibly be the trick behind this deceptive health lock? Nevertheless, Lu Tsang understood the situation well. Chapter 22. Soloing the World in 1 minute. First kill of the world. Lu Tsang did not approach recklessly. Instead, he consumed potion after potion. Special healing potion, small. Healing potion, medium. Healing potion, small. Yielding 1,550 health points respectively. Lu Tsang utilized these potions to hasten his health recovery. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Every bit of recovery counts. The relentless barrage of attacks had already reduced Lu Tsang's health to 250,000. After all, continuous area attacks had prevented even his shield from regenerating. During this time, he gradually altered his stance. The heavy shell upon his body continuously shed. Boom, boom, boom. The shells crashed onto the ground, splattering soil in layers. Lu Tsang observed this scene with calm composure, maintaining a safe distance to avoid the fallout of the descending debris. Sitting quietly to recuperate, he restored both his stamina and his state. As he watched the shells fall away, Lu Tsang's expression did not lighten. This signified that the opponent had forsaken defense, but in turn, had gained a tremendous boost in offensive power. Should he be struck in this state, it could spell peril. The shedding of the shells persisted for a full 30 seconds. During this brief interval, Lutsong managed to recover 80,000 health points, bringing him back to 330,000. Simultaneously, his shield replenished to 20,000 points. Coupled with the 10-life shield from Jinhua, he had a full shield totaling 60,000. With the final shell fragment crashing down, a fierce wind surged forth. As the dust settled, the once tortoise-like being was transformed, now resembling a dark entity akin to a lizard. Surrounding this creature were floating fragments of dark red shell. In that fleeting moment, its health bar shifted from the gray locked state back to green, indicating that it was once again susceptible to damage. The instant Lutsong witnessed the transformation of the health bar, he immediately swung his colossal sword. Maintaining a distance of 150 meters ensured that his attacks would consistently land. Boom. 3, 0, 12, 503. 3, 0, 29, 942. 3, 0, 95, 205. In a heartbeat. 1,000,000 health points vanished into thin air. The damage had escalated. In response to Lutsong's assault, the creature let out a furious roar. In the next moment, countless fragments of its shell erupted towards Lutsong with great velocity. Observing this, Lutsong swiftly maneuvered around, simultaneously escalating his offensive output. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled as the fragments pursued him relentlessly. As Lutsong sprinted at an astonishing speed, the earth and stones erupted around him, reminiscent of a relentless barrage from a Gatling gun. In the midst of this frantic pace, his assault never faltered. The health points of his adversary plummeted at an alarming rate, from 3, 0, 12, 503 to 3, 0, 29, 942, and then to 3, 0, 95, 205. With only 60 million health remaining, Lutsong's output surged threefold per second. In the blink of an eye, the enemy's health dwindled to a mere 15. Lutsong resolved to afford no respite, seizing the moment to secure the kill, lest his foe unleash a devastating high-damage skill that could obliterate him in an instant. 10, 7, 4, 1. Boom. The Void Marsh, one of the new maps for the Eastern tribes, is a level 60 to 100 realm. Unlike the level 30 maps, which only allow the current generation of job changers to enter, the Void Marsh imposes no such restrictions. Any job changer within the appropriate level range may venture forth. At this very moment, a team of level 100 adventurers encircled a colossal entity of sludge within the Void Marsh, launching a fierce assault. Void Devouring Sludge, World, Rank, World, Level, 70 Health, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, Mana, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, Skills, Void Devour, Sludge Healing, Random Strike, Toxic Touch, Poison Body, Stench Cloud. Description: a world-class magical beast, possessing a unique rank, exhibiting immense destructive power and extraordinary vitality. Description 2. This world-class void sludge boasts formidable physical resistance, rendering it nearly immune to physical attacks, and wields potent toxic capabilities. Defeating it necessitates exceptional anti-poison resilience. Description 3. Should it be vanquished, it may yield astonishing treasures. In a level 70 world, the advantages of the 60-level zone, compared to the 30-level zone, are significant, allowing immediate engagement with world bosses. Annually, the first kills of the world typically emerge from the 60-level areas. As for regions above level 100, they are notoriously challenging. The elite among them are scarce, making the assembly of a complete raiding team a daunting task. Furthermore, defeating world bosses often requires the prowess of players at levels 150, 170, or even 200 to inflict meaningful damage. A team of extraordinary strength is essential for a successful raid, but such individuals are renowned throughout humanity, making their unification into a single team exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on the level 60 region, the 100-level job changers epitomize the pinnacle of combat professions. No innate talent is required. Mere diligence suffices to attain this status. Hence, 100-level job changers are not an uncommon sight, and among them, many possess formidable strength. In fact, there exists a segment of job changers who, despite reaching level 100, have languished for an extended period on their fourth job change quest. They too are qualified to enter the new level 60 map, capable of challenging the world. This void muck is precisely countered by our team. The presence of 100 purifiers as external support is truly fortuitous. With their detoxification skills, we face no threats whatsoever. At this rate, with just half a day more, we shall surely vanquish it. Who would have thought that our Kingfisher Adventure team could achieve the world's first kill? At this very moment, the leader of the Kingfisher Adventure team is brimming with excitement. This could very well be their first kill in their lives. Each year, as the world resets, they strive to seize the first kill. Typically, the first kill emerges only after a day has passed. After all, no record for the world's first kill has ever been less than a day. Yet this time, they have encountered it upon entering the map, and fortuitously, it is a foe they can counter. Consequently, their time to defeat it can be significantly advanced. At this moment, the leader wields dual blades, his expression electrified with anticipation. His eyes blaze crimson. The blades emanate an icy blue radiance, a manifestation of high-tier frost enchantment that imbues the weapon with pure ice attribute damage. The Dance of Death. Swish, 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 swish. 61481, 62329, 65249, 66043, 65,786. The frenzied output is relentless. The Kingfisher Adventure team, under his leadership, has had the world's first kill snatched from them 4 times consecutively. Each time, they were outpaced by a mere half a minute, and on one occasion, by just a second, as another team seized the world's first kill before them. Yet now, this year's first kill lies right before them. They need merely half a day to secure it. Previous records indicated a minimum of 1 day, 2 hours, and 22 minutes. Now, they require only 15 hours. Surely, this record cannot be claimed by anyone else. Perhaps they might even break the record. And who knows, they may achieve the world's first kill. Who else could possibly contest this first kill with us? Everyone, unleash your full potential. Do not hesitate to consume potions. Use them freely. Enchant vigorously. If you have scrolls, cast them. I will bear all costs incurred in today's battle. Upon hearing the leader's rallying cry, each job changer in the Kingfisher Adventure team feels invigorated. As if they have been electrified, they produce their long-save potions and down them in one gulp. Ancestral high-tier spell scrolls ignite instantaneously. They extract their high-tier enchantment stones and apply them without reservation. They are prepared to unleash their utmost capabilities in a desperate bid for glory. The world's first kill is a mark of honor. This also signifies an incredibly generous reward. The first kill is categorized into world first kills, race first kills, and regional first kills. The world first kill encompasses not only the human race, but also other races such as elves, dragons, and orcs. Typically, the humans are unable to seize this accolade, as each year's world first kill is invariably claimed by the dragon race. The Cormorant Adventure team seeks only the human race's first kill. Unlike regional first kills, the human race's first kill each year comes with exceedingly high additional rewards, sufficient to elevate an entire team to greatness. With this thought in mind, how could they not feel exhilarated? This is indeed an opportunity to achieve a dramatic turnaround in life and ascend to the pinnacle of success. Just as their spirits soared, a sudden notification popped up in the lower right corner of their screen. Human Race, East, World Announcement. First kill, Xianzhong Giant Turtle, Level 30, World. Achieved. World Slayer, Lute Song. Time taken, 0:01:5202. Human Race, Lute Song has achieved the world first kill. Upon seeing this notification, the entire Cormorant Adventure team was momentarily stunned. Team leader of Cormorant Adventure team. Bang. At that very instant of their astonishment, a massive tendril of polluted sludge lashed out. With a resounding crack, it sent the bewildered team leader flying. Northern starry wilderness of Holy Capital. At this moment, Xiao Batian sat upon a stone, observing his son, Xiao Heba, drenched in sweat as he fervently battled monsters. A look of gratification spread across his face. Son, keep leveling up. I have already secured connections for you. When the time comes, you should be among the first to enter the Broken Mountain Range. That Lute Song doesn't count. Our Warrior Association has also trained a select group of elites whose leveling speed will not be too slow. Once you enter the Broken Mountain Range, quickly elevate your level. We have already coordinated with the Holy Church, Mage Association, Assassin Association, and Archer Association to each cultivate an elite team. As soon as they reach level 40, they will embark on world quests. We must at least secure the regional first kill in the Broken Mountain Range. If we can conquer the world and if your exclusive skill book drops, you will have the chance to surpass Lute Song. Upon hearing his father's words, Xiao Heba felt a renewed vigor in his quest for advancement. For 3 years, the shadow of Lute Song loomed over him. 3 long years. He yearned to surpass Lute Song and become a distinguished figure of the younger generation. A name to be remembered, rather than just the genius of the Warrior Association who was bested by Lute Song at the combat exchange. Hearing his father's plans, he glimpsed the dawn of surpassing Lute Song. Thus, Xiao Heba devoted himself even more fervently to leveling up. If this endeavor could lead him past Lute Song, he was willing to undertake it. Although a warrior is a class defined by limitations, it remains one of the most arduous paths to level up. Warriors possess very few area attack skills, and in the early stages, their abilities are primarily melee-focused. This results in a monster-slaying speed that pales in comparison to the prodigies of other families. As others, with a mere flick of their fingers, could annihilate entire hordes of foes with a single spell, he found himself compelled to charge headlong into the fray, hacking away at the monsters in relentless waves. Even if he managed to fell 4 or 5 at a time, it still required him 7 or 8 strikes to eradicate a single wave of adversaries. This inefficiency starkly contrasted with the swiftness of his peers. Yet, before him loomed the pressure of Lute Song. He dared not slacken his pace. This urgency was compounded by the fact that Xiao Batian had withheld from Xiao Jiba the notion that Lute Song belonged to the mutated forbidden profession. This was a stratagem devised by Xiao Batian to instill a sense of motivation within his son, urging him to ascend swiftly in levels and not to fall behind other prodigies. as Xiaoba Tian was orchestrating the forthcoming endeavors for Xiao Jiba. Painting a vivid picture of a prosperous future, a sudden notification materialized before them. Humanity, East, world announcement. First kill, Xianzhong Giant Turtle, level 30, world. Achieved. World Slayer, Loot Song. Killing duration, 0:01, 52:02. Broken Mountain Range. With a muffled thud, he collapsed to the ground. Thud, 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 thud. Meanwhile, the torrent of turtle shells erupting behind Loot Song subsided. A sigh of relief escaped his lips. He had finally triumphed. It had indeed proven somewhat challenging. Teetering on the brink of failure. 400,000 hit points had been barely sufficient. Following the kill, Loot Song seated himself upon a nearby stone, wiping the sweat from his brow. This battle could only be described as thrilling yet perilous. He had initially believed that his 400,000 hit points would suffice to absorb the onslaught, but it now appeared he had underestimated the situation. After all, he was the main target of the world's wrath, facing single-target attacks while simultaneously needing to manage his damage output. All without the luxury of a healer to restore his vitality, while others bore the brunt of the damage up front. Their healers would promptly restore their health should their life points dwindle. In contrast, he had no healing assistance to bolster his health, shield him, or mitigate damage. Soloing a creature was vastly different from participating in a coordinated team effort. Had his health been any lower or his positioning any less adept, he might have faced his own demise. Such an outcome would have resulted in hours of wasted time, barred from entering the Broken Mountain Range, incurring significant losses. However, the risks undertaken were indeed rewarding. Following the world's defeat, another notification presented itself before Loot Song. Steadfastness of the heart has been activated. You have slain the world, Xianzhong Giant Turtle. As this is your first kill of this type of creature, you have gained an increase in maximum health, 50,000. This world had bestowed upon him an augmentation of 50,000 to his maximum health. Yet, the true prize lay not in this boon. Before him, the carcass of the giant turtle had transformed into a veritable mountain of treasure. The spoils were bountiful, piled high as a small hill. The rewards from this slaying were exceedingly generous, capable of being distributed among a team of thousands, ensuring that each member received a sufficiently rewarding share. And now, he finds himself capable of claiming all the rewards alone. More importantly, this is the world first kill, which will yield an abundance of additional spoils. Chapter 23, A Mountain of Treasures. The world announcement appeared before all the Eastern human tribe's transmuters. From the newly awakened youth of merely 18 to the elderly of 199 years, who had long since lost hope for a fourth transmutation. All beheld the kill notification regarding Loot Song. Upon witnessing this world announcement, the entirety of humanity, along with messages on major social channels, erupted in commotion. Each year, the world first kill is a momentous event, proclaimed to the entirety of the Eastern human tribe. Humanity's world channel. What on earth is happening? How did we achieve a first kill? Moreover, a world first kill? Which team is so formidable? Has a level 30 team already conquered the continuous mountain range for a first kill? My child has only just reached level 6. I recall that for a century. The world first kills have been claimed by the Dragon Clan, who require merely 10 hours each year to vanquish the world. While we can only secure a racial first kill, it has been nearly 100 years since humanity last achieved a world first kill. Damn. This truly brings honor to our race. It is incredibly impressive. Wait, I feel like this shouldn't be surprising, right? Have you not noticed the kill list? Is that not worthy of astonishment? What else is left to be amazed at? What is wrong with the kill list? I remember past kill lists being extensive, complete with team names. Yet this time, there is but a single name on the list, and it is Loot Song. This reminder led some humans to finally recall and examine the kill list. I swear, I hadn't even noticed the kill list until you mentioned it. The kill list typically requires one to click to view. Thus, many initially only noticed the eye-catching world first kill notification. After all, it stands out remarkably. The kill list is usually quite lengthy, with every participant's name recorded. It resembles the credits at the end of a film, which most people seldom scrutinize, unless perhaps a friend or family member is mentioned. However, this time, the kill list appeared remarkably unique. Above the entire list, there exists only one name, Loot Song. The sole name. Does this not imply something significant? Upon realizing this, a wave of trepidation washed over the entire human race, as they collectively swallowed hard. A terrifying hypothesis began to form within their hearts. This is the world, where the team that vanquishes it is recorded with the fewest members, totaling 5,062 individuals. At least 5,000 are required to slay a world. Yet now, there is but a single name on the list. The only explanation is that this individual is soloing the world. Damn, who exactly is Loot Song? This extraordinary figure, Loot Song, a name previously unheard of, has suddenly emerged. The name Loot Song is not one that is universally recognized. Much like an overworked employee or a graduate who has long since left their university days behind, they are unlikely to be acquainted with any high school prodigies, for it holds no relevance to their lives. Ultimately, the true recognition of Loot Song belongs to a select few, educators, and recruitment officers from various powerful factions. However, now, a global announcement has catapulted Lu Tsang into the limelight. This world announcement, though brief in its wording, delivers a staggering impact. The first kill of a level 30 area. A world first kill, accomplished in a mere 1 minute and 52 seconds. The kill list bears the name of Lu Tsang alone. This was a solo endeavor. Each line of the announcement bombards the audience with explosive information, leaving many in a state of disbelief. What has transpired? Regardless, all this information converges on a singular conclusion. Lu Tsang is extraordinary. In the Dragon Clan's desolate stone ridge, hundreds of young dragons have formed a raiding party, besieging a colossal stone giant. This realm belongs to them. In this world, every race has its territory, which continually unveils new maps. Moreover, these new maps impose racial entry restrictions. Non-humans cannot enter human territories, and vice versa. At this moment, the dragons, engaged in their assault on the stone giant, are met with the announcement of Lu Tsang's world first kill. Upon witnessing this notification, the dragons fall into a perplexed silence. How could they have secured a world first kill at this moment? Logically, humans should not have been able to achieve this so swiftly. A golden scale dragon, its scales impervious and radiating a powerful aura, projected its thoughts into the air. Surrounding it, hundreds of dragons shared in this confusion. Yet, the leader among them, the golden dragon, did not express excessive astonishment. It seemed that this year, they would only achieve a racial first kill. With a thunderous roar, the stone giant raised its massive stone fist and struck down toward the golden dragon, who responded by lifting its wings, which shimmered with a brilliant golden light, instantly becoming incredibly resilient. The impact registered a staggering 2,139 points of damage against the golden dragon. Which human adventuring group secured this first kill? Inquired the leader. This time, leader, the human first kill is rather unusual. They are not an adventuring group. Oh, could it be the Holy See, or perhaps one of the major associations? Neither, leader. This world first kill was achieved by a single human player. The normally composed golden dragon's pupils dilated in surprise. A human, soloing a challenge? In the Dawn Forest, Iris Sanct Terika Kumaroni Lilialu Wei, in the name of the Elven Queen, officially bestows upon you the legacy of the Elven Sanctus. The Elven Queen held the verdant scepter in her grasp, gently tapping it upon Elise's crown, akin to a knight bestowing a knighthood. A soft hum resonated as a gentle radiance, centered around Elise, gradually expanded. Soon, the light coalesced, signifying, you have acquired the legacy of the Elven Sanctus. Witnessing this moment, the surrounding elves finally exhaled in relief. Congratulations, Elise. You have successfully embraced the heritage of our kin, becoming the Saintess of the Elven race. As a level star archer, you are surely the most formidable class awakened in this century. I foresee that you will lead our people toward a luminous future. Elise slowly opened her eyes. Indeed, Your Majesty, Elise shall bear the mission of guiding the Elven race. Elise, you should proceed to level up. Accepting the legacy has consumed much of your time. However, I am certain you are the most exceptional among the young generation of the Alliance. Even the mightiest dragon pales in comparison to you. Elise, I anticipate your leadership will usher in a unique Elven era. The Elven Queen expressed her high expectations for Elise with abundant praise. A class of such caliber is worthy of inheriting the flame of their race and leading them to greater glory. After all, even she, the Elven Queen, was merely a level class, a significant gap from Elise's potential. As she offered her commendations, the Elven Queen opened the doors to the Hall of Legacy, preparing to send Elise forth for her ascension. Just as the doors swung open, a notification appeared before all the elves present. First kill, the ancient heavy tortoise, level 30, world has been achieved. First kill by the human race. Killer's name, Lu Tsang. Time taken, 0 hours 01 minutes 52 seconds 02 milliseconds. Previously, within the Hall of Legacy, all external information had been shielded to ensure the sanctity of the inheritance process. Now, with the doors ajar, the news naturally surged into the Elven Queen's mind. Momentarily taken aback, she swiftly absorbed the entirety of the notification's content. What is this? A level 30 world has been first slain? And by a single individual? What manner of prodigy has emerged from the human race this year? Amidst the towering treasures, Lu Tsang gazed upon the amassed riches. The golden quality equipment alone numbered over 30,000 pieces, while the silver quality gear exceeded 100,000. Yet, lamentably, this world adhered to the law that the highest tier of equipment available at level 30 could only be of golden quality, an immutable rule. Nevertheless, Lu Tsang remained unfazed by this limitation. In the face of adversity, one might as well invest in platinum-grade equipment to elevate one's arsenal. However, Lu Tsang chose not to examine the gear first. Instead, he delved into the pile of items. As expected, he unearthed hundreds of spatial crystals. Truly, as the world's first conqueror, he was reaping a bountiful harvest. Among them, the highest quality, giant spatial crystals, numbered a remarkable 10. Spatial Crystal, Giant. Effect, expands backpack capacity by 50,000, maximum usage, 10. Description, an exceedingly rare giant spatial crystal, obtainable only by achieving a world first kill each year. Each crystal granted an astounding capacity of 50,000 slots. For the vast majority of adventurers, even liquidating their entire fortune might not suffice to fill such a volume. Acquiring a single giant spatial crystal equated to an almost infinite expansion of backpack space for them. Yet, for Lu Tsang, he estimated that it would merely suffice. After all, the treasures unearthed this time were plentiful. Without hesitation, he activated the crystal. These spoils would undoubtedly occupy tens of thousands of slots in his backpack. Given the sheer magnitude of the rewards, his current capacity was woefully inadequate. You have used Spatial Crystal, Giant, X10. Your backpack capacity has expanded by 500,000 slots. Next, Lu Tsang turned his attention to the lesser Spatial Crystals. Spatial Crystal, Large, Effect, expands backpack capacity by 5,000 slots. Maximum usage, 10. Description, a rare large spatial crystal. Obtainable from dungeons of extreme difficulty or from world race first kills. In comparison to the giant spatial crystals, the large ones had a plethora of acquisition methods, yet their capacity paled in comparison, offering merely 1/10 of the volume. Nevertheless, they remained exceedingly rare treasures. A total of 50 large spatial crystals had dropped, each fetching an estimated market price of 2 million gold coins. What a windfall! By utilizing 10, he stood to gain an astounding 80 million gold coins. And this was merely from the spatial crystals. There were still numerous other spoils to consider. Lu Tsang proceeded to use the large spatial crystals, further augmenting his backpack capacity to 550,000 slots. Following this, he employed the medium and small spatial crystals, filling his inventory to its maximum capacity. Ultimately, Lu Tsang's backpack capacity expanded to 570,000 slots. Having completed this endeavor, an idea struck him. He activated the absorption function of his ring, prioritizing the collection of high-rarity spoils. In an instant, the mountain of treasures was seamlessly drawn into his backpack. The space within the backpack was a purely independent, weightless realm. Therefore, the items stored within imposed no burden upon his character. As he watched a small hill vanish completely, all the treasures were absorbed into his backpack. Lu Tsang couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration coursing through his body. However, even with a backpack capacity of 570,000 units, there still remained some spoils on the ground, an assortment of worthless potions, scrolls, and equipment of bronze and black iron quality. Lu Tsang, even in his attempts to absorb items, adhered to a hierarchy of rarity. The lowest tier rubbish he deemed unworthy of inclusion in his backpack. He meticulously organized his backpack, categorizing the items by their rarity. In a mere second, everything within was neatly arranged from the highest to the lowest rarity. His gaze fell upon the most valuable materials in his possession. The first item that caught his eye was Black Star Meteorite, 50 pieces. This was precisely the material required for crafting the Celestial Bow. Lu Tsang examined the description of the Black Star Meteorite. Black Star Meteorite, key material for crafting exceptionally high-quality equipment. Effect 1, can be used to enhance the quality of equipment, potentially elevating it to crystal grade. Effect 2, can repair damaged equipment. Description, obtained from celestial monsters or divine beings, or as a bonus for achieving a world first kill. Upon reading this, he realized that such a material could only be acquired from a world first kill. As for the celestial monsters and divine beings, he dismissed them outright. According to the description, they were far rarer than world first kills. A world first kill occurred annually. Yet celestial monsters? The sun above was one, and so was the moon. Celestial monsters were not mere creatures dwelling among the stars. They were, in fact, the stars themselves. As for divine beings? Well, that was another matter entirely. In the past 5,000 years, the emergence of divine beings had invariably heralded significant calamities, and historically, they had only appeared thrice. In comparison, world first kills seemed far more reliable. Just the 50 Black Star meteorites alone were likely worth a fortune. Lu Tsang was unaware of their market price, as they were not even available for sale. He speculated that pricing them at 1 billion might not be out of the question. However, he had no intention of selling. He needed them for himself, and once sold, acquiring them again would be exceedingly difficult. Next, Lu Tsang turned his attention to the other materials, 2 of which particularly piqued his interest. Eternal Motion Stone, 50, Thundergrass, 50. These materials were precisely what was needed for the Swift Journey boots. The Swift Journey boots required Wind Spirit Grass, Thundergrass, and Eternal Motion Stone. Wind Spirit Grass could still be purchased with gold, at 500,000 gold per unit. However, Thundergrass and Eternal Motion Stone were far more elusive, with Thundergrass starting at a minimum of 1 million gold, if it could even be found at all. This item is an essential material for mages above level 100 to craft the highly advanced Thunder-type scrolls. The Eternal Motion Stone is virtually unattainable. This item is a material associated with time and holds immense significance across all domains. Moreover, it can only be acquired through the first kill of a race, and such kills yield a mere 10 pieces. Conversely, a world first kill can drop 50 pieces, yet the human race seldom secures world first kills. With an annual production of merely 10, it is hardly sufficient for the strong to share. Thus, upon seeing these materials, Lutsong's heart surged with excitement. He was finally on the verge of synthesizing a new artifact. He had taken yet another step closer to achieving his goal of equipping himself entirely with divine artifacts. Chapter 24, A New Artifact. A complete equipment revolution. Lutsong gazed at his gear, embarking on a quest to find boots. Soon, he stumbled upon a pair of impressive golden-quality boots, boots of shadow. Upon discovering these boots, Lutsong immediately transformed them into an artifact embryo. Boots of shadow, artifact embryo, 4, category, boots, equipment level, 30, scales with user level. Agility, 2400, quality, golden, upgradable. Description, with these boots, one can move freely within walls. The effect of these boots greatly satisfied Lutsong. He was reluctant to navigate various obstacles while moving at high speeds. If he could traverse in a straight line, his efficiency in travel would undoubtedly receive a significant enhancement. Subsequently, Lutsong rummaged through his equipment pile and soon found another pair of boots, frenzied dance boots. He effortlessly converted them into an artifact embryo as well. Frenzied dance boots, artifact embryo, 4, category, boots, equipment level, 30, scales with user level. Attributes, agility, 1500, quality, golden, upgradable. Effect, frenzied dance, ultimate, grants a 40 physical evasion rate, evasion. Physical attacks will directly pass through the body without inflicting any damage. And an additional 100 hit rate. If an attack while out of combat kills the target, it will not enter combat mode. Description, dance, revel, and ignite the fervor. The feast of slaughter has commenced. These battle boots were evidently designed for swiftly dispatching minor foes, ideal for travel. Lutsong was particularly drawn to the effect that allows for killing without entering combat. After all, the effect of the swift journey boots required one to be out of combat to activate, rendering them ineffective without disengagement. In contrast, the effect of the frenzied dance boots, when considered among golden quality gear, could only be deemed somewhat lackluster. The evasion rate had its merits, but the hit rate was virtually useless in the early stages, where few possessed any evasion attributes. Furthermore, the effect that prevented one from entering combat upon a kill was seldom needed. In other words, the frenzied dance boots. The only effective attribute is the evasion rate, which is not particularly ideal for most classes. However, for Lutsong, the Dance of Madness boots and the Swift Journey boots are a perfect match. Subsequently, Lutsong retrieved 10 pieces each of the Eternal Motion Stone, Wind Spirit Grass, and Thunder Grass. Using the Dance of Madness boots as the foundation, he proceeded to synthesize the Swift Journey boots, absorbing the equipment attribute, Shadowy Boots. Do you confirm the synthesis of the artifact? Materials cannot be refunded after synthesis. Confirm. Currently synthesizing the Swift Journey boots for you, with a whoosh. The boots before Lutsong emitted brilliant rays of light, while gusts of wind howled, spreading in all directions. Suddenly, an immense gale erupted. A new artifact was born. Swift Journey Boots, Artifact, 4, Artifact Rank, 97, Quality, Gold, Upgradable, Equipment Level, 30, follows User Level. Agility Value, 30, 000, Movement Speed, 10, Physical Evasion Rate, 30, Effect. Upon exiting combat, movement speed increases to 100-fold, stacks with other acceleration effects. While in this state, movement will not induce fatigue, and the user will gain heightened awareness, allowing for perfect control over their speed. In combat, you can forcibly activate the speed enhancement for 3 times, increases with quality, lasting 1 second, increases with quality. Effect 2, Dance of Madness, Ultimate, grants a 40 physical evasion rate, evasion. Physical attacks will pass through the body without causing any damage, and provides an additional 100 hit rate. If an attack in a non-combat state directly kills a target, it will not trigger combat. Description, the most outrageous artifact boots with the highest speed enhancement in the world. Who can traverse the realm faster than I? Lutsong gazed at the boots' effects. The preview revealed only the 100-fold speed enhancement upon exiting combat. The ability to activate effects 3 times during combat was an unexpected surprise. It seemed the additional effects were due to the quality of the artifact. It appeared that the effects of my artifacts would also improve with quality, which is certainly a fortunate development. After crafting the Swift Journey boots, Lutsong continued to peruse his inventory, followed by a glance at the Divine Equipment Compendium to see what other items he could create. He soon discovered that while he could not forge new artifacts at present, he had already acquired certain materials for some artifacts. For instance, the Chaos Hidden Ring, which conceals personal information, had its most precious component, the Chaos Mist, already in his possession. The remaining auxiliary materials should be available for purchase at the trading post. After calculation, it would likely cost around 100 million to acquire them. Such artifacts are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. They are exceedingly expensive. Fortunately, I have secured the world's first kill and reaped the rewards, which have enriched me considerably. 100 million is indeed a trifling sum. As for the other artifacts, I have acquired some materials, yet they remain incomplete. The majority of materials required for the crafting of artifacts are indeed worthy of their esteemed status. Moreover, Lutsong has only unlocked artifacts ranked 93. The previews available to him are still quite limited. He remains uncertain whether the materials in his possession can facilitate the creation of higher-ranked artifacts. Nevertheless, he has no intention of selling these rare materials. Should he later upgrade and unlock the divine equipment catalog, only to discover that the materials he sold are precisely what he requires, the regret would be unbearable. After reviewing the materials, Lutsong turned his attention to his equipment. Following a thorough selection process, he adorned himself with a new set of gear, specifically designed to withstand damage. He certainly wished to avoid a repeat of the near mishap he had just experienced. His output was more than sufficient. As long as he could ensure his safety, dispatching a few world entities would be a mere trifle. Wind Spirit Sacred Shield Crown, Artifact Embryo, 4. Category, Headgear. Equipment level, 30, follows user's level. Attributes, 2400 spirit value. Quality, gold, upgradable. Effect 1, Wine Sensitivity Shield, Ultimate, gains a shield equivalent to 3 agility points. The shield will have a 5-second cooldown upon being broken. Effect 2, Sacred Shield Protection, Ultimate, nullifies the next incoming attack's damage, not exceeding maximum life value. The shield will have a 10-second cooldown upon being broken. Description, a crown that harnesses the power of wind to create a shield, possessing the ability to generate a protective sacred barrier against damage. With the acquisition of the Swift Wind Boots, Lutsong's agility surged to an astonishing 30,000 points. He promptly replaced the previous crown, which provided a shield based on spirit value, with one that offered a shield derived from agility. Consequently, this new crown could directly bestow a shield value of 90,000 points. If he were to engage the formidable heavy turtle again, Lutsong could confidently assert that the creature would be unable to breach his shield. The sacred shield, in addition, provided an extra layer of insurance, allowing him to withstand a single high-damage attack. Regrettably, he lacked an entry that would grant a shield based on strength. Otherwise, the shield's potential could have been even more remarkable. Subsequently, Lutsong applied the same method to replace his trousers with an equivalent type of entry. Wind Spirit Swift Strike Light Leggings, Artifact Embryo, 4. Category, Lower Garment. Equipment level, 30, follows user's level. Attributes, 2400 agility value. Quality, gold, upgradable. Effect 1, Wine Sensitivity Shield, Ultimate, gains a shield equivalent to 3 agility points. The shield will have a 5-second cooldown upon being broken. Effect 2, Swift Critical Strike, Ultimate, grants an additional 35 critical hit rate. Description, harnessing the power of the wind. This leg armor creates a protective shield that significantly enhances critical hit probability. Lutsong specifically sought a pair of lower garments that increased agility and affixed the corresponding attributes to them. The majority of lower garments typically augment vitality. Fortunately, the recent acquisition featured a diverse array of equipment. If it wasn't found among the golden quality items, he could always explore the silver quality ones. Once located, elevating their rank would yield similar results. His shield was nearly maximized, boasting 180,000 shield points, supplemented by an additional 40,000 from Zhenyu, culminating in a total of 220,000 shield points. Coupled with the protection of the Holy Shield, even when confronted with high-damage adversaries, Lutsong could ensure he would not be instantaneously eliminated. Thus, for his second attribute, Lutsong opted to enhance his critical hit rate, further amplifying his offensive capabilities. However, this enhancement could only grant an additional 35 critical hit rate, and that was post-augmentation from the Artifact Embryo attribute. Originally, the increase was a mere 10. There was no remedy for this, as formidable attributes typically emerged from higher quality equipment. The strength of attributes in both gold and silver quality items was, at best, moderate. It was unrealistic to expect to uncover attributes of artifact caliber within lower-tier equipment. Such an expectation would be excessively unreasonable. Not to mention, even if one were to sift through hundreds of thousands of items, or even tens of millions, or hundreds of millions, the combined total of all golden and silver quality equipment in the world would not yield a single artifact-level attribute. As for pendants and rings, Lutsong replaced the shield attribute of the ring with near-death resistance. Ring of Death Resistance, Artifact Embryo, 4. Category, Ring. Equipment level, 30, follows user S level. Quality, gold, can be upgraded. Effect 1, Near-Death Resistance, Ultimate, grants immunity to death damage, providing 3 seconds of invincibility, can trigger twice, cooldown, 3 hours. Effect 2, Near-Death Resistance, Ultimate, grants immunity to death damage, providing 3 seconds of invincibility, can trigger twice, cooldown, 3 hours. Description, Death Resistance 2 allows for perfect triggering of near-death resistance twice, making it the optimal equipment for survival. The Near-Death Resistance attribute offers at least 6 seconds of invincibility. Stacking both attributes together results in a maximum of 12 seconds of invincibility, allowing him to deal damage for 12 seconds uninterrupted. Considering critical hits, he could potentially inflict nearly 100 million damage. In a level 30 world, even defensive types typically possess only around 150 million health points. This implies that when facing high-damage foes, Liu Cang could utilize invincibility to eliminate them before succumbing himself. Liu Cang was exceedingly pleased with this attribute. The rings and necklaces bore no attribute enhancements. In other words, their attribute effects were significantly stronger than those of other equipment types. This made it the finest attribute one could find among golden quality rings. As for the Ring of Absorption, Liu Cang did not declare it obsolete. The profession of armed combatant primarily revolves around the ability to frequently change equipment during battle. This allows for seamless transitions even in combat situations, not to mention in non-combat scenarios. The ring that provides the absorption effect can be donned when needed. Regarding the pendant, Liu Cang has inscribed it with the attributes of Frenzy and Purification. Divine Frenzy Pendant, Artifact Embryo, 4, Category, Necklace, Equipment Level, 30, Scales with User Level. Quality, Golden, can evolve. Effect 1, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, Ultimate, increases attack speed by 50. Movement speed by 30, and critical hit rate by 35. Attack speed will enhance over time, reaching a peak of 150 after 10 seconds. Effect 2, Purification, Ultimate, removes 3 negative states every 12 seconds. You can actively trigger Purification once, cooldown, 2 minutes. Description, a pendant that significantly boosts attack speed and critical hit rate, while also providing the ability to eliminate abnormal states, proving to be exceptionally useful. Zhen Yu inherently possesses a critical hit rate attribute of 30. With the addition of 2 critical hit rate attributes, Liu Cang's critical hit rate has reached a perfect 100. As long as the opponent lacks anti-critical attributes, every strike from Liu Cang will be a critical hit. As for Purification, although he can gain invulnerability during ordinary attacks, he cannot remain in that state indefinitely. Thus, it is prudent to guard against control situations. In the event of being incapacitated, he can still cleanse himself. Moreover, invulnerability does not grant immunity to persistent abnormal states, such as poison or various afflictions. Therefore, Purification remains essential. After equipping his essential gear with the appropriate attributes, Liu Cang turned his attention to other potentially useful functional equipment. He subsequently combined attributes for items such as underwater breathing, wall climbing, and delayed poisoning, along with a comprehensive set of elemental resistance, health recovery, and mana recovery gear. He assembled evasion set, attack speed set, magic resistance set, and armor set. Any attribute that could prove beneficial was meticulously combined. Thus, Liu Cang's entire equipment underwent a remarkable transformation, leading to a substantial enhancement in combat prowess. Once the equipment was arranged, he then examined the classification of skill books. Each year, the world's first kills yield a unique skill book. As the name suggests, this skill can be learned by only one individual of the profession. The potency of this skill far surpasses that of other skills. The skill book's profession is determined by the final blow. The class of the last strike determines the profession of the skill book dropped. As Liu Cang belongs to the armed combatant class, he naturally obtained the skill belonging to that profession, the unique skill book of the armed combatant, Infinite Transformation. Equipments meticulously detailed can indeed enlighten readers about the protagonist's specific gear and abilities. Among the readership, there are invariably data enthusiasts who relish intricate statistics. In truth, composing equipment descriptions is often more laborious than crafting the narrative itself. While the plot may flow seamlessly, the detailing of each item's precise effects demands profound contemplation. On a paid platform, I would likely condense the data section, considering every word incurs a cost. However, on a free website that imposes no charges, those who delight in scrutinizing the minutiae may do so at their leisure, while those who prefer to bypass equipment statistics can effortlessly skip over them, ensuring no one is left wanting. Chapter 25. An inescapable sense of oppression prior to the second job advancement. Each class possesses merely 4 skill slots, allowing for the mastery of 4 skills. Were it not for the constraints imposed by these slots, the general combat skills available in the marketplace would number in the hundreds. The elite of prominent families, through sheer expenditure, can wield over 100 distinct skills, with the ability to unleash all skills at once. They need not fret over the world as challenges. It is precisely due to the limitations of skill slots that each job change necessitates thoughtful consideration of skill combinations. Furthermore, illustrious families often employ analysts to scrutinize the interconnections and transitions between skills, enabling access to exceedingly rare and potent skill tomes. Nevertheless, no skill tome, regardless of its rarity, can compare to the uniqueness of the singular skill book. Presently, Liu Cang possesses such a tome, indeed, perhaps the only one of its kind in this realm. The prerequisites for acquiring a unique skill book are exceedingly stringent. The class of armored combatant, being a relatively underprivileged profession, seldom encounters opportunities to obtain such unique skill books. Armored combatant. Infinite variations, unique. Learning conditions, class, armored combatant. Level restriction, 30 unlimited. Activates 3 distinct stances with a 1-second cooldown for stance switching. Swift stance. Increases movement speed by 100 and attack speed by 50, negating 40 of slow and hindrance effects. Attack stance. Grants an additional 30 damage increase, while ignoring 50 of resistance. Defense stance. Provides an extra 20 damage reduction, generating a shield equivalent to 5 of maximum health every 2 seconds, with a maximum of 10 layers. Sai, the armored combatant class. Upon reviewing this skill description, Lutsong found himself at a loss for words. Is even a unique skill so feeble? The enhancements from these 3 stances seem rather paltry. However, should Lutsong's thoughts become known to others, he might find himself on the receiving end of a reprimand. A 30-point damage boost, coupled with built-in 50 penetration of resistance. Is this not substantial? A 100-point increase in movement speed, a 50-point boost in attack speed, and most importantly, the ability to disregard slow and hindrance effects. Does this not signify strength? As for the defense stance, a shield providing 5 health points every 2 seconds amounts to a substantial protective measure, offering half of one's health as a shield within 20 seconds. The sight of the meat tank profession was enough to bring tears of longing. Is it truly still considered weak? Employing the skill tome, one embarks on a journey of infinite transformations. You have acquired the skill, infinite transformations. The specialization of the divine armorer's profession has triggered a perfect divine skill. Infinite transformations, unique. Infinite extremity, unique. Infinite extremity. You actively gain 6 distinct stances, freely switching among any of them. Swift stance. Increases movement speed and attack speed by 150, ignoring all movement restriction effects. Attack stance. Grants an additional 50 damage boost, while disregarding resistances and armor. Defense stance. Provides an extra 40 damage reduction, generating a shield equivalent to 5 of maximum health each second, stacking up to 20 layers. While the shield exists, control effects are negated. Turret stance. Movement is prohibited, yet all attack ranges increase by 25 times, with damage effective range doubling, calculated based on linear distance. Healing stance. All healing amounts are elevated to 300, simultaneously generating an equivalent additional healing effect for oneself, without consuming mana. Shadow strike stance. Immune to skill targeting, disappearing for 1 second every 2 seconds, without leaving any trace in the world. The next attack post-disappearance inflicts double damage. In Shadow strike stance, all invisibility skills remain undetected by any form of surveillance and cannot be dispelled by external forces. These 6 stances are significantly more formidable than before. Previously, one merely disregarded a 40 slow and reduction. Now, all movement restrictions are entirely ignored. The attack stance has transformed, providing an additional 50 damage and immunity to resistances. The defense mitigation has also increased substantially, now including a shield that grants 5 health per second, with the stacking limit doubled to 20 layers, along with control immunity. As for the turret stance, the attack range doubling means that the radius for the town guardian now extends to 300 meters. In Shadow strike stance, one becomes invulnerable to skill targeting and simply vanishes. The healing stance now offers 3-fold healing amounts. Truly, each stance surpasses the last in its capabilities. Upon mastering this skill, Lutsong turned his gaze towards the various skill tomes nearby, a plethora of skills from different professions. However, the tome for the armored warrior was conspicuously absent. There was nothing else of particular concern. Subsequently, Lutsong directed his attention to the nearby necromantic steed. Swift stance. In an instant, Lutsong appeared beside the necromantic steed, several hundred meters away. His base movement speed was already 16, with a foundational attribute of 10 meters per second, with a 100-fold speed enhancement. This equated to a staggering 1,600 meters per second. Adding the 150 speed boost from Swift stance elevated Lutsong's velocity to an astonishing 4,000. In 1 second, he could traverse 4,000 meters, enabling him to cover 240 kilometers in a mere minute. In contrast, the necromantic steed could only manage 500 kilometers in an hour. The disparity between them was indeed vast. Lutsong gently patted the skeletal horse's bones. Alas, you are no longer needed. The skeletal horse understood Lutsong's command and swiftly turned to race towards the direction of St. Leon City. After the skeletal horse departed, Lutsong gazed at the mountain peak. He had now reached the midway point, and the summit was not far off. He looked down and, scanning the surroundings, saw no signs of other worlds. Very well. In the next instant, Lutsong vanished from his spot. 3 minutes later, a gust of wind swept through, and Lutsong's figure materialized atop the mountain. During his journey, Lutsong had equipped himself entirely in the speed set, enhancing his speed with gear that granted a boost of 300, propelling his velocity to an astonishing 9,900 meters per second. In just 3 minutes, he traversed nearly 2,000 kilometers, reaching the summit. From this vantage point, Lutsong could finally survey the entire expanse of the continuous mountain range. He also discerned the distribution of worlds in various directions, 1 to the east, 3 to the northeast, and 5 to the north. Amusingly, none were visible in the direction he had come from. Observing this distribution, Lutsong felt somewhat at a loss. The nearest world, a furious, 2-headed demon, was merely 10 kilometers to the east, an almost negligible distance, seemingly right before him. Upon locking onto his target, Lutsong sprang into action. In an instant, he vanished. Shadow strike stance. Whoosh. Attack stance. Following his emergence, Lutsong wielded his twin swords, Jinyue, and with a resounding hum, struck. Boom. 27, 000. 000, critical hit, hidden strike, damage bonus. With a single slash, he unleashed a staggering 27 million damage. Before the creature could even react, its health bar plummeted by nearly 1/3 in an instant. This world was not defense-oriented, and its health was not particularly robust, totaling only 90 million. How could Lutsong seize his onslaught after such a strike? In a heartbeat, his attack speed reached its peak. Boom, boom, boom. 13, 500, 000, critical hit, damage bonus. 13, 500, 000, critical hit. 13, 500, 000, critical hit. His attacks rained down like a tempest, disregarding all forms of resistance. In a mere 2 seconds, under the influence of his heightened attack speed, Lutsong had unleashed 9 slashes. At this moment, the creature behind him had completely emptied its health bar, unable to release a single skill before being instantaneously obliterated by Lutsong. A thunderous crash resonated as its body collapsed to the ground. The world announcement echoed once more. The Broken Mountain World, blood-soaked twin-headed demon, level 30, has been slain. Slayer's name, Lutsong. Time taken for the kill, 0 hours 00 minutes 3 seconds. Before the eyes of all humanity, this declaration manifested. In that fleeting moment, the entire human race was engulfed in bewilderment. What transpired? Hadn't Lutsong just achieved the first kill of the heavy turtle less than half an hour ago? How could he have dispatched another world so swiftly? Moreover, it was yet another solo endeavor. Did his prowess truly possess no limits? Once again, he had claimed a world-first kill? I recall there being only 10 world bosses refreshed each year with the unveiling of a new map. Yet here he was, single-handedly eliminating 2 of them. This was utterly preposterous. Damn it, my father arranged for an elite team, pouring substantial resources into securing a coveted spot, solely to share in the glory of a world kill. Surely, they wouldn't be wiped out entirely, would they? No, that couldn't be the case. Even if Lutsong were extraordinarily powerful, he couldn't possibly eradicate every world within the new map alone. 2 kills should be his limit. He must need a respite. Great power invariably demands a heavy toll, a truth universally acknowledged among the inhabitants of this realm. Yet, following Lutsong's latest victory, the world channel erupted once more. Previously quieted chatter now igniting into fervent discussion about Lutsong. He had truly become the focal point of the Eastern human race. However, just as the conversations reached a fever pitch, another notification abruptly appeared before them. The Broken Mountain World, Black Abyss Bloodvine Tree, level 30, has been slain. Slayer's name, Lutsong. Time taken for the kill, 0 hours 00 minutes 5 seconds. What the hell? What was happening? 3. This minute had barely ticked by. And he had already felled another world? Was there no law to govern this? What of the cost? What was the price of such power? Did it not come with a price? To dispatch 2 worlds in under a minute? Was this even human? Are we to believe this is merely a newly awakened class changer? Surely, this must be a level 200 expert infiltrating a level 30 map. At this moment, not only were ordinary people driven to madness, but the various factions were equally unhinged. They watched as Lutsong shattered record after record, toppling world after world, descending into a frenzy of disbelief. Among the most frantic were the Seeker's Church and the scholars of the White Tower. They possessed vast reservoirs of knowledge, yet their understanding of the essence of power rendered them even more astute. The essence of power is, after all, the exchange of cost. To gain power, one must inevitably pay a price. Time, energy, and resources. If one aspires to enhance their prowess, a gradual and methodical process is essential. Moreover, it is paramount for these scholars to comprehend that each level of strength possesses an inherent ceiling. Even a level 30 profession, adorned with the finest equipment and wielding unique skills, should not exhibit such overwhelming power. With equipment attributes maximized, the utmost one could attain is a mere 2,400 points. The equipment effects, even at the pinnacle of rarity with dual attributes, yield no more than a 20 critical hit rate. Furthermore, even the most exceptional unique skills can only offer a multiplier of 30 times the attribute value. These scholars, in their fervent analyses, pushed every parameter to its limits, seeking the apex of level 30 professions, optimal gear attributes, and the highest values of unique skills. They even doubled the foundational values in their calculations. Yet, the conclusion they reached was disheartening. It should not be possible to annihilate a level 30 world. This revelation sent these scholars into a state of despair, as if the grand edifice of their theories, constructed over millennia, had crumbled to dust. What they found even more alarming was their belief that Lutsong had acquired a power that was incongruent with his being, and thus, a dire price must be exacted. They were convinced that Lutsong existed in a state of overextension. However, Since Lutsong's emergence, he seemed to be in a perpetual state of dominance. Where was the promised price? The anticipated consequence of wielding taboo abilities and suffering grievous repercussions? He had risen in an instant, yet remained unscathed, continuing to solo the world. Lutsong, what manner of being are you? 3 worlds, this should be his limit. This was his final frenzy. He could not possibly endure much longer. Son, you must hold on. In the starry wilderness of the northern holy capital, Xiao Batian cradled his son. Xiao Heba, gazing at the notification before him, felt his body grow weak. He collapsed to the ground, staring at the darkened sky. Father, do you think I still have a chance to surpass Lutsong? 2. Formidable. I feel as though I could never scale this towering mountain. Indeed, you can. My son, you are an exceptional level warrior. Have faith in yourself. Just a mere level 30 armed fighter. You will surely surpass him. Take heart. Xiao Batian sensed that his son's confidence had been shattered by Lutsong's overwhelming prowess. If this continued, there would be no hope of upholding their family's legacy. Without a strong conviction, it would be impossible to inherit prideful battle intent after the second transformation. At that moment, another notification appeared before them. The world of the Broken Mountain Range, Blood Axe Madman, level 30, has been slain. Killer's list, Lutsong. Killing duration, 0 hours 00 minutes 4 seconds. Today, countless prodigies, witnessing the incessant stream of announcements before them, paled visibly, while their hearts surged with tumultuous waves of anxiety. In the realm of humanity, 70% of the prodigies hail from the prestigious Shengjing First Academy. For the past 3 years, within its confines, various exchanges and contests have been relentlessly suppressed by the formidable Lutsong, casting a long shadow over their aspirations. Today, after a long-awaited awakening of their professions, they believed they had finally liberated themselves from his dominance. However, upon witnessing the incessantly refreshing world announcements, a wave of despair washed over them. It seemed they were still ensnared in Lutsong's shadow, with the world's gaze fixated solely upon him. In that fleeting moment, these talented individuals felt a profound sorrow akin to that of their contemporaries with Lutsong. Chapter 26, Sudden Wealth. 15 Minor Goals. The fourth creature roared, nearly entering an invincible state. If it had succeeded, the efficiency of their kills would have drastically diminished. In most worlds, however, if the damage output were sufficiently high, Lutsong could swiftly reduce the health of the next 2 adversaries to a critical 50 before they could unleash their first skills. Seizing the opportunity during the skill casting interval, he would eliminate the remaining health, achieving a world-first kill. This accomplishment was tantamount to securing both a regional and a racial first kill. The subsequent kills, however, merely yielded ordinary loot. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of loot from slaying 4 worlds was astonishing. With 6 worlds remaining, Lutsong's inventory was overflowing. He had even discarded numerous trivial items. Turning his attention to the locations of the other 6 worlds, Lutsong pondered briefly. After all, it would be a while before others could join him. Since his entry into the continuous mountain range, less than an hour had passed, and it would still be some time before the other prodigies reached level 30. With this in mind, Lutsong decided to remain patient and prioritize sorting his spoils. The commotion he had stirred was indeed considerable. He needed to craft the chaotic concealment ring first. Simultaneously, he donned a mask and equipped items bearing the Veil of Breath attribute. Once all preparations were complete, he activated his next move. At that moment, it was already 10 o'clock at night, yet the city of Shenglian remained bustling and vibrant, illuminated by countless lights. With a clear objective in mind, Lutsong made his way directly to the brilliant gem trading company. He was keen on establishing a relationship with them, as their primary business involved selling various rare mineral materials, particularly supplying ultra-rare components that were unavailable on the market to top-tier profession changers. Moreover, Lutsong required a reliable consignment point. Given his rising notoriety, consistently visiting unfamiliar trading posts would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. A stable location for monetizing his hard-earned treasures was essential. Upon entering the brilliant gem trading company and facing the receptionist, Lutsong presented his gold membership card. The instant the receptionist beheld the card, a more elegantly dressed attendant approached him with alacrity. "Sir, how may I assist you today? I wish to engage in a transaction of considerable magnitude. Additionally, I require some materials. I am in need of the Mist of Chaos skill book, the Void Breath skill book, 10 Dream Weaver's nets, and 1 soul of the Mistwalker. The primary material for the Ring of Chaotic Concealment has already been acquired. Once I procure the remaining materials, I will be able to forge the 4th artifact. With 7 equipment slots in total, only the trousers, headpiece, and necklace remain unenchanted. I have taken a significant step closer to achieving my goal of a fully enchanted ensemble. More importantly, the Ring of Chaotic Concealment is of paramount importance to Lutsong at this juncture. The commotion I have caused may attract the attention of numerous entities. The concealment abilities I possess are not on par with those of an artifact. Based solely on the golden equipment I currently bear, I believe it will prove insufficient." Upon hearing Lutsong's list, the reception manager trembled with excitement. Having worked here for a decade, he was well versed in the prices of various materials. Each employee of the Radiant Gem Trading Company undergoes extensive training. This transaction is worth a staggering 100 million gold coins. According to the company's policies, whoever secures the deal is entitled to the promotion and bonuses. Even a janitor can earn a commission if they facilitate a successful transaction. The prospect of this 100 million deal left the reception manager positively exhilarated. We have all the items you require in our inventory. How would you like to proceed with payment? Through material offset. Please take me to finalize the transaction. Lu Tsong entered the trading reception room, a vast space designated for traders to showcase their goods. The manager beamed at Lu Tsong, rubbing his hands together in anticipation, reminiscent of a fly eager for a feast. Manager Wong, I must insist that my transaction here remains confidential. Should I discover that your company has leaked my information, I will terminate our partnership permanently. I believe there are numerous trading companies willing to collaborate with me. As he spoke, Lu Tsong removed his mask. The moment Manager Wong beheld Lu Tsong's visage, his hands froze in mid-motion. Why you are, however, before he could finish, a cascade of materials was abruptly dumped onto the floor, filling the entire reception room. The sight revealed countless pieces of golden equipment, over 20,000 items. These were of golden quality. Lu Tsong refrained from transforming them into artifact embryos. Firstly, he lacked the ability to do so. Once ownership of an artifact embryo is transferred, it reverts to ordinary equipment. Secondly, even if he possessed such an ability, Lu Tsong was reluctant to reveal it. His capacity to convert equipment into artifacts was his greatest secret. It is common sense not to expose one's trump card lightly. Fame, without a doubt, would follow. Powerful individuals are destined to be formidable. After all, the second transition task is inherently a solitary conquest of the world. When the world is vanquished, an announcement is inevitably made. This is an unavoidable reality. Lu Tsong could not fathom how to discreetly execute a solitary kill on the world. Therefore, this circumstance is inescapable. However, concealing his possession of artifacts and the ability to absorb attributes to infinitely enhance equipment is within his control. With a gentle gesture, Lu Tsong pointed towards a large chest beside the trading reception area. In an instant, all displayed equipment was seamlessly transferred into that chest. Dimensional warehouse. This dimensional warehouse possesses vast capacity, yet its drawback lies in its seemingly compact size, which belies its significant weight, rendering it unsuitable for backpack storage and cumbersome to carry. Above the warehouse, a number materialized. Items, equipment of golden quality quantity, 320. Lu Tsong retained over 1,000 pieces of equipment, equivalent to more than 100 sets of diverse types and functionalities. As for the 28,000 sold, the majority were repetitive attributes. Ultimately, the most common attributes of equipment tend to be the same few. 80% of equipment attributes are prevalent. In that moment, Manager Wang's expression turned grave. Mr. Lu Tsong, we will do our utmost to fulfill your request as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, the information regarding your transaction with us will remain utterly confidential. This is the headquarters of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, safeguarded by a secret array set by a level 200 archmage. Even a level 200 powerhouse cannot pry into its depths. You can rest assured while conducting business with our association. Upon hearing Manager Wang's assurances, Lu Tsong nodded slightly. Even a level 200 powerhouse would find it challenging to directly observe the city center of St. Lien from a distance. This locale is home to the headquarters of various merchant associations and influential factions, all shrouded in layers of concealment and hidden arrays. If one were to attempt espionage, would not the secrets of others become as trivial as common cabbages? The city center has always been the safest haven. This safety encompasses all aspects, including discretion. These equipments should suffice as collateral, correct? Please bring forth the materials I require. A level 30 golden quality equipment can fetch over 20,000 gold coins. Lu Tsong's 28,000 pieces are already valued at 600 million, if not more. Shall Li please come in? Upon hearing Lu Tsong's request, Manager Wang dared not delay. Soon, a transport personnel entered, carrying a chest. Lu Tsong opened the chest for inspection and confirmed that it contained the materials he needed. Subsequently, he directly stored the materials in his backpack. With a mere thought, he initiated the synthesis. Synthesize artifact, ring of chaotic concealment. Materials used for synthesis cannot be returned. Do you confirm the synthesis? Confirm. Buzz. As some materials vanished from his backpack, a ring materialized within, signifying the successful synthesis. Chaos Hidden Ring Artifact, 4. Quality, Golden, Upgradable. Equipment level, 30, follows user's level. Effect, the chaotic mist cannot be detected by any ability or effect, concealing one's fate, can shield from divine probing. Nullifying all marks capable of detection upon you, and revealing all skills that attempt to probe you. Effect 2, Empty. Effect 3, Empty. Effect 4, Seal, unlocks with equipment quality enhancement. Effect 5, Seal, unlocks with equipment quality enhancement. Effect 6, Seal, unlocks with equipment quality enhancement. Description, a ring of chaos that can hide all. Its concealing power has reached its pinnacle. The sole effect of this artifact is to obscure one's presence. Consequently, the efficacy of this ability has been heightened to its utmost. Even the probing of true deities can be obstructed. Equipping it, Lu Tsang felt an invisible shroud of chaotic mist envelop him in an instant. This sensation was fleeting. Simultaneously, notifications appeared before Lu Tsang. Probe from the Great Sage of the White Tower, Pumi, level 200, has been obstructed by a hidden array. Search from the demigod of the Mage Association, Chu Xiao, level 200, has been obstructed by a hidden array. A series of probing alerts flashed before Lu Tsang. Indeed, many were attempting to investigate him. Fortunately, the Chaos Hidden Ring worked swiftly. After donning the ring, Lu Tsang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then resumed his trading, presenting the items he wished to sell. Large Spatial Crystal, 40. Medium Spatial Crystal, 120. Tornado Scroll, Frenzy Scroll, Earthquake Scroll, Guardian Armor Scroll. Silver Quality Equipment, totaling 150,000 items. Various types of potions. Over 1,000 tomes of diverse skills. Tons of materials. Even some powerful pet eggs. While these pet eggs might be formidable for ordinary individuals, they held little value for Lu Tsang. At this juncture, he had no need for a pet's assistance. As a pet's level could not exceed that of its master, was there truly a pet stronger than Lu Tsang at level 30? Seeing the items Lu Tsang had discarded, Manager Wang felt a sense of bewilderment. He swallowed hard. Mr. Lu, please hold on. I require a moment. Yet, merely 2 minutes passed before Manager Wang presented his appraisal. 1.5 billion gold coins. Upon receiving this offer, Lu Tsang had no inclination to haggle. Given his current status, the other party would not dare to exploit him on price. Otherwise, would they wish to continue in business? Moreover, 1.5 billion precisely met his expectations. Additionally, Lu Tsang refrained from selling any rare items, those that could only drop from world first kills. The transaction merely involved a selection of readily available commodities. However, the more elusive items posed a challenge once sold. Consequently, only 1.5 billion gold coins were transacted. Otherwise, even hundreds of billions might not suffice to procure all the materials within Lu Tsang's backpack. Take the Black Star meteorite, for instance, which could command a price of 1 billion per unit, and Lu Tsang possessed 50 of them. Very well, I have other matters to attend to. Please deposit the amount directly into my account. You may deduct the cost of the materials purchased. Wait, Mr. Lu Tsang. In regard to this transaction amounting to billions, Lu Tsang appeared unfazed, displaying no inclination for negotiation. As he turned to leave, Manager Wang promptly rose to his feet. This is our guild's black card. From now on, all your purchases will be processed at a 25% discount. This is the utmost concession we can offer without incurring losses. The materials you are acquiring have already been discounted. With this black card, you will also enjoy priority access to exceptionally rare materials. Additionally, we assure you that all your purchases will remain strictly confidential. Lu Tsang nodded slightly, accepting the black card with ease. In truth, given the status of the Radiant Gem Guild among the human race, such a transaction of merely billions might not typically qualify for a black card. Yet, this world still harbored formidable merchants. But Lu Tsang was no ordinary individual. Even if he chose to buy nothing or sell nothing, the black card would inevitably find its way into his possession. What merchant would decline to invest in a prodigious youth capable of single-handedly vanquishing 4 world bosses? This is the advantage that fame bestowed upon Lu Tsang. After receiving the black card, Lu Tsang's figure vanished before Manager Wang in an instant. Teleportation? Staring at the spot where Lu Tsang had just stood, Manager Wang was momentarily stunned. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he began to tally the inventory. The prodigious talent was beyond his contemplation. He promptly instructed the responsible party to transfer the funds to Lu Tsang's account, for they dared not default on this matter. Otherwise, the reputation of the Radiant Gem Guild would be tarnished. With Lu Tsang's arrival, a considerable quantity of goods needed to be processed, and everyone within the Radiant Gem Guild busied themselves. Yet, merely 15 minutes later, a familiar notification reappeared before them. Connected Mountain Range World, Annihilation Demon, level 30, has been slain. Slayer's list, Lu Tsang. Time taken to slay, 0 hours 00 minutes 5 seconds. Chapter 27, Ascension to Kingship. 15 billion as a trivial goal, how exhilarating. Alas, this map contained only 10 worlds. Before Lu Tsang, the colossal demon hovering in midair had not even registered the unfolding events. Its health had already been reduced to 0. As Lu Tsang recognized his own output capacity, the equipment has become increasingly aggressive. Shields? What need have we for shields? Let us don only gear that enhances attack speed, retaining a single life-saving attribute. The death resistance, ultimate, shall suffice. The demon has fallen, transforming into a bounty as monumental as a mountain. Lu Tsang once again stows the spoils into his backpack, a total of 100,000 in treasures. If this were not a world first kill, the amount of loot would not be so extravagant. Lu Tsang meticulously organizes his backpack, taking a moment to tally the spoils. Yet again, he finds himself lacking the skill book for the armored class. Had he known, he would have purchased one. Previously, at the Glittering Gem Merchant Association, he refrained from acquiring the skill book, believing that it would eventually drop while battling in the world. However, after 5 worlds, he discovers it remains elusive. Nonetheless, it is not entirely surprising. Vanquishing a world typically yields only a few hundred skill books, while this realm boasts hundreds of thousands of professions. Oh well. On to the next. Lutsong resolves to eradicate all 10 worlds before undertaking the second job transition. Moreover, there is no immediate urgency for skills. Once he completes the second transition, he can directly learn the upgraded abilities, which is far more advantageous. Furthermore, the second transition quest offers a ranking 10 artifact, a treasure he yearns for even more than skills. Ranking 10. Currently, he possesses only artifacts beginning with rank 9, which are already formidable. One can only imagine the power of those starting with rank 1. The next target lies a bit farther away. Lutsong swaps some of his gear for a speed-enhancing set. During his journey, he neither rushes nor lingers, instead dispatching lesser foes along the way. Boom. Critical hits of 9,000,000 resound. The effect of Heart of Resilience triggers, augmenting his health limit by 100 repeatedly. With a single strike, he regains 400 to 500 health points, and defeating a wild creature can restore as much as 2,000 health. The advantage of the frenzied dance boots is evident, allowing Lutsong to maintain his speed even while battling. In a mere second, he unleashes 4 strikes, eliminating over 20 types of lesser monsters and 3 wild creatures, effortlessly accumulating 8,000 health points. Simultaneously, the absorbing ring aids Lutsong in assimilating the loot dropped by the wild foes. Even the smallest morsel counts. With 4 attacks per second, he siphons no less than 3,000 health, and at times, as much as 15,000 health. Averaging this out, he consistently adds 5,000 health each second. This remarkable efficiency in slaying foes allows Lutsong's health to rise steadily. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. Within a brief span of 3 minutes, he escalates his health to an impressive 1.3 million. To be precise, it is 1.38 million, approaching 1 million health. How exhilarating this is. Observing the steadily rising health points, Lutsong felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Not long ago, he was merely a fragile entity with a mere 200,000 health. Now, even a level 70 tank class could scarcely rival his vitality. And now, it is your turn. Lutsong's gaze fell upon the snow woman of the gale. The 6th world lay before him, the imperial palace of the human emperor and holy capital. At that moment, a resplendently dressed man sat upon the emperor's throne, his eyes closed in contemplation. Lutsong found himself utterly unable to glean any information about him. Even invoking the emperor's authority yielded no insight. This was perplexing. Could it be that the emperor suddenly realized something? Such a formidable presence, impervious to scrutiny, even by the emperor himself, could only signify one possibility. Lutsong had perhaps received a legacy from the true god. It seemed that only a divine inheritance could elucidate Lutsong's overwhelming power. Furthermore, one chosen by the true god would naturally gain their protection, making it impossible for non-divine beings to probe into their affairs. As the emperor pondered this, everything began to make sense. Lutsong's ability to single-handedly slay worlds appeared increasingly plausible. If he were indeed a being selected and nurtured by the true god, such potential was entirely conceivable. Moreover, this year marked the 5,000th anniversary of the Awakening Era. Every millennium heralds significant upheavals in the world, usually catastrophic in nature. The previous millennium witnessed the descent of divine monstrosities, which catalyzed the formation of the racial alliance among humans, dragons, elves, and beastfolk, united in their struggle against these formidable entities and their powerful minions. That conflict left the world in ruins, and the alliance has persisted ever since, partly due to the indelible memories of that harrowing battle. In the millennium prior, the smallest of the 4 moons in the sky suddenly plummeted to the earth, revealing to the various races that the celestial bodies were, in fact, monstrosities, immensely powerful ones at that. It was then that humanity embarked on a systematic study of the stars, ultimately concluding that the heavens were populated by these creatures. In the millennium preceding that, the earth split open to reveal an unfathomably deep abyss, which continues to expand, occasionally releasing terrifying beings from its depths. Encountering these creatures poses a risk of contamination or even assimilation. This abyss is known as the abyss. Each millennium's calamity has left an indelible mark on the memories of the world's denizens. And now, it is precisely 5,000 years, on the 28th of May. Coincidentally, it is also the day each year when the world undergoes its transformations. Remarkably, on this very first day, the humans have achieved the extraordinary feat of consecutively slaying worlds. This further solidified the emperor's conviction that this millennium will not be simple. The glimmering gem merchants. In the dimly lit chamber of the brilliant gem consortium, an atmosphere of oppressive weight lingered. It was uncertain whether the ambience was intentionally crafted by the room's master to instill a sense of subjugation in his subordinates. As the lights remained extinguished, the black card was now in his possession. President, the black card has indeed been handed to Lutsong, came the response. Ah, well done. After 5 millennia, it has finally arrived. Lutsong's potential should not be underestimated. Perhaps in the future, he will be our protector. The optimal moment to invest in a prodigy is when they have yet to fully mature. By the time they spread their wings, it may be too late to invest. Lutsong has purchased 100 million worth of materials from us, correct? Upon hearing the president's inquiry, a subordinate nodded slightly. Yes, President. Waive the charges for him. Additionally, increase his credit from 15 billion to 20 billion. Let him remember the benevolence of the brilliant gem consortium. The president possessed an astute sense of perception. He understood that if Lutsong truly possessed such prowess, a few billion coins would hardly pose a challenge for him. In fact, it was a mere pittance to secure Lutsong's goodwill. In the future, should Lutsong ascend with such momentum, a few hundred billion coins might not even elicit a glance from him. Just as the president's words faded, another announcement materialized before him. The Shattered Mountain World, Snowstorm Maiden, level 40, has been defeated. Killer's list, Lutsong. Time taken for kill, 0 hours 00 minutes 38 seconds. Upon reading this announcement, the president's expression subtly shifted. Add it to 25 billion, will you? Yes. Direct it all to Lutsong's account. Alas, this is indeed a level 40 adversary. Moreover, the first skill unleashed upon being attacked was Crystal Guardian, providing a staggering 90 damage reduction, which hindered Lutsong's output significantly. The earth trembled with howling winds as snow swirled, while the foe remained invulnerable for 30 seconds, inflicting continuous ice damage and imposing various debuffs that slowed movement and attack speed. While waiting for the invulnerability to dissipate, Lutsong merely stood firm, activating defensive stance. Observing his shield thickening, the numbers soared: 2130, 2252, 2346, 2234. The icy tempest dealt over 2,000 damage per second to Lutsong. Yet his shield experienced a remarkable growth of 90,000 each second. In the face of such a formidable area attack, which typically tested a team's healing capabilities, Lutsong silently crouched down. He retrieved a bottle of Coca-Cola from his backpack, burying it in the snow. This cola was a trivial purchase he made while acquiring a mask as he departed from the holy capital. After 5 seconds, Lutsong emerged with the Coca-Cola from the icy depths. Touching the cool can of soda, Lutsong reached a conclusion. Indeed, the environment can exert a profound influence. Having recently transitioned to this new role, Lutsong found himself surrounded by mysteries yet to be unraveled. The terrain can swiftly recover, and any damage to the environment is soon restored. This left Lutsong pondering whether these environmental changes were genuinely impactful. From the current perspective, they certainly were. Cradling the icy soda, he sipped slowly, biding his time until the invulnerability period elapsed. Finally, 30 seconds passed, and his invincibility faded. Humans, submit, he commanded. Adopting the shadow assault stance, swift stance, and attack stance. With a resounding pop, the numbers flashed: 13, 500, 000, critical hit; 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 13, 500, 000, critical hit. She was given no opportunity to respond. In mere 3 seconds after exiting the invulnerable state, her health bar was entirely depleted. Submit? What submission? Speak more, if you dare. With a soft thud, countless snowflakes dispersed, and her form vanished like the falling snow. Following this elimination, Lutsong unexpectedly received a unique friend request. The reason for its peculiarity was unmistakable, as it appeared before him despite his efforts to block all incoming friend requests. Human Emperor Luo Jiutian requests to add you as a friend. This request is an equal one. The Chaos Hidden Ring will not actively block it. You have received a prompt from the Chaos Hidden Ring. The other party is the Human Emperor, possessing supreme authority over the human race. Will the Chaos Hidden Ring block this individual? If blocked, this individual will be unable to send you friend requests through any means, including Emperor's authority. A divine artifact that could even override the authority of the Emperor? Lutsong had long heard that the Emperor held unparalleled power over all humans. Yet he had not anticipated that the attributes of his artifact could disregard even the Emperor's authority. It seemed that the effects of his artifact surpassed the racial privileges of the Emperor. Speaking of which, it appeared that the Emperor had also been attempting to probe him moments ago. Lutsong had received numerous reports of investigations, not only from entities at level 200, but also from those at levels 150 and 160. It seemed that every capable being in the world, possessing even a modicum of remote investigation ability, was attempting to scrutinize him. However, their inquiries bore no fruit. The Shattered Mountain Range, as a new level 30 map, was an isolated space, entirely cut off from the outside world. Thus, external entities could not glean any information regarding its internal conditions. Throughout this process, no one could truly investigate him. Shortly thereafter, in just a few minutes, Lutsong crafted the Chaos Concealment Ring. The other powerful figures had no room for maneuver. Lutsong gazed at the friend request before him, deep in thought, and then clicked to confirm. After all, he was the Emperor of humanity. It would be prudent to see what this individual had to say and to gauge the current emperor's attitude towards him. You have added the Emperor of Humanity, Luo Jiutian, as a friend. Just after the addition, before Lu Tsong could utter a word, the other party sent a message first. Luo Jiutian, young brother Lu Tsong, you may not wish to be disturbed, and I must apologize for directly adding you as a friend using the privileges of the Emperor. It may seem a bit abrupt. Luo Jiutian's words were courteous, yet the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Just how high were Lu Tsong's privileges? As an esteemed emperor, he could add any other human being as a friend without needing their consent. Even if the other party blocked him, he could still enforce communication. Yet, with Lu Tsong, he found himself required to apply and await acceptance. Who, indeed, was the true emperor? However, Luo Jiutian refrained from voicing these thoughts. After all, the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. Luo Jiutian, I shall be direct and concise. Young brother Lu Tsong, I hope you can become a king of humanity. Stunned for a moment by this three-line message, Lu Tsong thought, what on earth? Such explosive news right off the bat. A king of humanity? The title that governs vast territories of the human race, oversees several rare minds, possesses multiple city-states, and holds the qualification to inherit the emperor's position? Furthermore, based on the knowledge he had acquired, it was clear that typically, a king of humanity had to be a high-level powerhouse who had made significant contributions to the human race. Usually, they would be at least level 100 or above. Now, this emperor was proposing that he, a mere level 30 newly transitioned individual, take on the mantle of kingship. The reward for his rank had shifted from a rank 80 artifact to rank 10. This chapter's title, one might wonder, had anyone paid attention to it? Chapter 28. Who, indeed, is the true one? Why? Naturally, Lu Tsong would not accept such a proposition outright. He still did not grasp the other party's intentions. Young brother Lu Tsong, have you heard of the Millennium Cataclysm? I am not one to beat around the bush. Let me be straightforward. I place immense value on your potential. While Luo Jiutian professed this, his mind murmured anxiously, with the true divine inheritance now in play. Who could tell how immense this Millennium Cataclysm would be? Furthermore, if I do not regard the potential of the Chosen One, whose potential could I possibly value? Who could surpass the potential of the true divine Chosen One? Of course, he would never voice these thoughts before Lu Tsong. One could not risk exposing the fact that Lu Tsong was a Chosen One. What if the true divine behind Lu Tsong was displeased? Lu Tsong pondered briefly. The potential of the Millennium Cataclysm. Potential? Upon hearing the Emperor's explanation, Lu Tsong found himself in understanding. After all, the commotion he had caused was indeed quite substantial. If we disregard his current strength and focus solely on his potential, choosing himself to become a king of the human race presents no issue. Contemplating the invitation to assume the throne, Lu Tsong reflected briefly. Upon becoming a king, he would gain access to an abundance of resources. For instance, the materials from the annual race first kills would be prioritized for the kings, even superseding the decisions of successful adventuring parties regarding those resources. Moreover, possessing his own faction would enable him to enlist assistance in gathering various materials. Another advantage lies in the mineral veins. The territory of a king often harbors rare deposits. These veins not only yield ordinary minerals, but also diverse and precious resources. At this moment, what Lu Tsong lacked most were precisely those rare minerals. The fourth point pertains to the potential to inherit the title of Emperor of Humanity. Should the emperor perish or abdicate, the new emperor would emerge solely from among the kings appointed by the previous ruler. Thus, becoming a king undoubtedly outweighs any drawbacks. In fact, he momentarily struggled to identify any disadvantages. Were one to mention territorial management, it is worth noting that kings typically only bear the title. They enjoy power without restrictions on their freedom. In fact, there are specialized officials tasked with governing the territory on behalf of the king, allowing the monarch to focus on enhancing their own strength. The title of king epitomizes the combat prowess of humanity. Administrative responsibilities are naturally delegated to capable individuals. In an instant, Lu Tsong pondered these myriad considerations. However, he did not intend to accept the offer immediately. After all, such an opportunity, akin to a pie falling from the sky, required careful deliberation. Lu Tsong, I understand. I will contemplate this further and provide you with my response later. Luo Jiutian's expression soured. Consider it. This was the position of a king of humanity, a role that others could only dream of attaining. Some kings had elevated their titles to symbols of supreme honor. Yet now, this position was being offered to Lu Tsong. How could it be that I, the emperor, would exploit you? Could it be that I, the sovereign wielding the ultimate authority of humanity, would ensnare a mere level 30 novice in exchange for wealth and glory? Luo Jiutian entertained such thoughts, yet he felt increasingly convinced that Lu Tsong was indeed the chosen of the divine. Otherwise, how could he speak with such confidence? Moreover, his composure in the presence of the emperor was striking, exuding neither servility nor arrogance. It was implausible that he lacked discernment. Coupled with the intelligence he had gathered regarding Lu Tsong's remarkable performance in the sacred capital, the various phenomena and displays of genius, the emperor was further assured that Lu Tsong was undoubtedly the chosen of the divine, a certainty beyond dispute. Luo Jiutian, very well, I shall await your response, young genius. You may continue with your endeavors. With that, Luo Jiutian refrained from further comment. Regarding the psychological state of Luo Jiutian, Lu Tsang remained blissfully unaware. He merely wished to ponder his options a bit longer. A decision would be made only after he had vanquished the 10 worlds and completed his class transition. Lu Tsang stowed away the spoils dropped by the Snow Maiden of the Gale into his backpack and then proceeded towards the next world. At present, the entire map still contained one level 40 world, 2 level 50 worlds, and 1 level 60 world. In the ensuing minutes, the world announcements proclaimed, "Congratulations to Lu Tsang." Twice, as 2 more worlds fell to his might. The mentality of the human race began to undergo a subtle transformation. They were numbed, truly numbed. Ever since Lu Tsang had achieved his 5th solo kill of a world, they no longer regarded it as a miracle. Instead, it had morphed into a state of desensitization. It was simply absurd. Lu Tsang seemed as if he belonged to an entirely different realm. No, it would be more accurate to question whether he was indeed human. Was he not some form of divine being or celestial entity? Was this record truly something achievable by humanity? It was extraordinary, overwhelmingly extraordinary. Meanwhile, in St. Capital High School, Teacher Li was equally bewildered. Not long ago, Lu Tsang had mentioned transitioning at the Holy Temple, suggesting they would discuss matters further upon completion. Teacher Li had taken him at his word. Yet, what was this commotion he had stirred up? When he spoke of class transitioning, did he mean to imply he was soloing worlds? Who transitions by slaying worlds? And not just one. Whose transition task requires the elimination of so many worlds? Little did she know that Lu Tsang's transition task was indeed to single-handedly annihilate worlds, 10 of them, to be exact. Were it not for the grotesque difficulty of this task, Lu Tsang might have succeeded in his transition long ago. Shortly after the first 2 kill announcements, a mere 2 minutes passed before another world announcement appeared before the crowd. World of the Broken Mountain Range, Moon's Greedy Wolf, level 50, has been slain. Killer's list, Lu Tsang. Time taken, 0:01:45. The 9th world, the Broken Mountain Range, was truly on the brink of annihilation. As they beheld the latest notification, the class transition candidates were at a loss for how to react. Particularly those parents who had invested considerable resources to secure their sons a spot in a raid group. Their feelings were exceedingly complex. Just one more world remained. The Broken Mountain Range should soon be cleared. Each new map would only refresh 10 worlds, and once cleared, they would have to wait until the following year. Lu Tsang gazed upon the towering colossal being before him. Giant Spirit Soldier, world. Rank, world. Level, 60. Health, 950, 000,000. Mana, 100, 000,000. Skill, Giant Spirit Strike, Rampant Slaughter, sweeping the 8 wildernesses, Earth Pulse, solid giant spirit body. Description, a world-class beast, possessing a unique special rank. Endowed with formidable destructive power and exceptional vitality. Description 2, a giant spirit warrior that integrates offense and defense, exhibiting tremendous attacking prowess, while simultaneously boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Capable of continuously inflicting wave damage. In a world of level 60, health points approach 1 billion. Even at half health, it is still 450 million. At this level, it is evidently impossible to deplete the entirety of an opponent's health in one fell swoop. However, Lu Tsang has already raised his health to 2 million. To eliminate him in an instant would be merely a fanciful dream. Shadow Strike Stance. Lu Tsang transitions from Swift Stance to Shadow Strike Stance. In an instant, his form vanishes. The most remarkable aspect of Shadow Strike Stance is that at the moment of transitioning, one can enter a state of disappearance. For 2 seconds. This vanishing effect will not trigger again. In the next moment, boom. 27,000,000, stealth break, critical hit. The highest damage dealt in a single strike. Immediately following this blow, waves of shock reverberate outward from the epicenter. Earth Pulse. Bang, 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 bang. 10,042. 10,540. 10,543. 10,255. A series of earth damage strikes Lu Tsang's body. Every 0.5 seconds, it inflicts 10,000 damage. Inflicting 20,000 area damage per second is indeed outrageous. Lu Tsang endures the damage without a hint of panic. With abundant health, one can afford to be audacious in the face of assault. Boom, 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 boom. 13,500. 000, critical hit. 13,500, 000, critical hit. 13,500, 000, critical hit. 13,500, 000, critical hit. Lu Tsang stands firm against the damage, engaging in a fierce exchange. Suddenly, a phantom giant sword descends from the heavens towards Lu Tsang. Defensive stance. In that moment, Lu Tsang neither dodges nor flinches, activating defensive stance to brace for impact. A shield with 100,000 health materializes around him. Simultaneously, while in an attacking state, Lu Tsang possesses a 50% damage reduction and invulnerability. When combined with defensive stance, he instantly achieves a remarkable 90% damage reduction. Rumble. Following this strike, Lu Tsang loses only 80,000 from his shield. How absurd it is that the locked attack damage remains so high. Without damage reduction, this blow would have cost him 800,000 health. Nevertheless, it matters not. In the next second, Lutsong's shield regenerates another 100,000. Another second passes, and behold, another 100,000. With 90% damage reduction and a regeneration of 100,000 health per second, do you think you can take me down? Lutsong resolutely chooses not to switch back to attack stance, opting instead to maintain the state of 90% invulnerability and the infinite generation of shields. Engaging in a relentless assault. 3 strikes from me, 1 from you. 3 strikes from me, 1 from you. 2, 103, 0, 22, critical hit. 2, 192, 546, critical hit. 2, 560, 195, critical hit. 2, 109, 543, critical hit. As Lutsong exited his offensive stance, the ability to ignore resistance faded, resulting in a significant reduction in damage. In truth, due to the effects of resistance and armor mitigation, the damage enhancement from the offensive stance far exceeded a mere 50. It was, in fact, several times greater, by 5 or 6-fold. Yet, even under such circumstances, the opponent's health plummeted alarmingly. In contrast, Lutsong's health remained utterly unscathed, with his shields absorbing every blow without so much as a tremor. In this exchange of blows, it became unclear who was truly dominant. Chapter 29, Second Transformation. The Divine Armor of 10,000 Transformations. The opponent's health was swiftly diminished by Lutsong's relentless assault, each strike inflicting over 2 million damage. In no time, their health had been reduced to 50. Human, you have provoked my wrath. With a thunderous roar, the colossal golem swelled in size once more. A sharp crack echoed as all of Lutsong's shields shattered instantaneously. Yet, in the next heartbeat, his shields restored themselves. The ability to shatter shields was indeed formidable against high-shielded classes, but given the value of his own shields, their destruction was of little concern. With a cataclysmic force, another wave of terrifying damage surged outward in all directions. This strike erupted with the ferocity of devastating sweep. Despite its magnitude, it was of no consequence to Lutsong, who remained impervious, his health bar now a muted gray, signifying his invulnerability. Great shockwave. With another resounding impact, the damage registered at 84,321. Yet, Lutsong remained composed. He observed the emergence of the vitality state on his opponent, which initiated a healing process of 100,000 health points per second. Lutsong simply stood still, waiting for the invulnerability to expire, while the relentless barrage continued to rain down upon him. His shield meter, devoid of mercy, surged ever higher, rendering the most ferocious attacks utterly futile, almost mocking in their ineffectiveness. Though silent, Lutsong seemed to convey a singular message: trash. Finally, after 30 seconds of furious retaliation, the opponent's movements began to slow. A hum signified the end of their invulnerability, yet a thin layer of luminous energy enveloped their form, which was further encased in thick, dark stone. Obdurate Golem. The unyielding stone form. Total resistance 299, armor 299, damage reduction 80. As the invincible state dissipated, an ability comparable to that of a tortoise was obtained, sacrificing damage in exchange for immense resistance and armor. Lutsong unleashed a casual strike. Bang. 500504, critical hit. To Lutsong's astonishment, this single blow dealt a mere 500,000 damage, while he regained 100,000 health per second. Truly, this world is quite repugnant. After dropping to 50 health, a lock-on health ensued for 30 seconds, accompanied by frenzied assaults. He directly entered the unyielding stone form, significantly enhancing his defenses. At this juncture, the severely diminished team would naturally see a drastic reduction in output, potentially plummeting to less than 30% of their initial damage. Although the damage had substantially decreased, if the recovery exceeded the damage dealt, it would unequivocally herald a failure in the endeavor. Indeed, the mechanics of this world are undeniably vexatious. However, what does Lutsong care for the team's tribulations? Damage may have waned, but attack stance disregards 100 of resistance and armor. Regardless of how much armor is accumulated, it amounts to nothing before Lutsong. Boom, boom, boom. 13, 500. 000, critical hit. 13, 500, 000, critical hit. 13, 500, 000, critical hit. 13, 500, 000, critical hit. Lutsong seized the moment, launching an unrelenting barrage. Each strike inflicted damage of 13 million. With merely 450 million health, how much punishment could it endure? This battle was an unequivocal slaughter. The unyielding stone form was thoroughly countered by Lutsong's armor penetration. When it encountered Lutsong, it was undoubtedly met with misfortune. The world of the Broken Mountain Range, the colossal spirit soldier, level 60, has been slain. Killer list, Lutsong. Time taken to kill, 005, 56. World Channel. The people were no longer astonished. Instead, upon witnessing the world announcement issued by Lutsong, it felt as though a collective sigh of relief swept through. He had truly accomplished it. Lu Tsang had single-handedly conquered the entire Broken Mountain range, all its worlds. In that moment, the vast majority of individuals felt an overwhelming sense of relief. If 9 had been vanquished, only 1 remained. The obsessive-compulsive among them might feel driven to madness. Ultimately, those with vested interests in this world are but a minority. The vast majority merely wished to witness a miracle. Initially, Lu Tsang's campaign against the world had sparked their astonishment. They were merely curious to see when he would falter, when he would cease. Yet as Lu Tsang continued to eradicate worlds, their anticipation gradually transformed into a yearning to see him conquer all 10 in single combat. This expectation had subtly shifted without their realization. For this young prodigy, the overwhelming sentiment among the majority of the human race was simply one of admiration. Near the holy capital, Lu Tsang, he has truly succeeded. Long Xiaoxiao was startled by the prompt that appeared before her, springing up in sheer excitement, completely oblivious to the fact that she was still engaged in battling monsters for experience. Second miss. The monsters are charging at you. Be careful. The anxious butler exclaimed from the side. Blizzard, infinite ice spikes. Boom. In an instant, a tempest of blizzards unleashed itself, with countless ice spikes plummeting from the heavens. Faced with such chaos, Long Qianxue swiftly intervened, effortlessly dispatching the wild beasts threatening Long Xiaoxiao. She turned to her sister, who was brimming with exhilaration. Sister, did you see that? Lu Tsang defeated 10 worlds. He even vanquished the world of the Broken Mountain Range. I told you he wouldn't become a failure. I was right, wasn't he? However, observing the elated Long Xiaoxiao, Long Qianxue could only manage a wry smile. Xiaoxiao, yes indeed. The talented individuals of the human race, who were contemporaries with Lu Tsang, gazed at the prompt before them, lost in contemplation. Xiao Heba sat upon a stone, pondering the announcement. Father, I've come to a realization. I will no longer cling to Lu Tsang's shadow. Xiao Heba understood that Lu Tsang was no longer in the same realm as they were. They were no longer competitors on the same stage. Western Holy Capital. Burning Desert. Level 30 Training Area. Chu He gazed at the twinkling stars overhead, letting out a long sigh. He had always been overshadowed by Lu Tsang, and had not anticipated finding relief in such a manner. Up until now, he had regarded Lu Tsang as a peer, a rival with whom he could compete. Yet, he had always been suppressed, finding it difficult to surpass him. In that fleeting moment, a sense of detachment blossomed within Chu He. It felt as though that individual resided worlds away, entirely absent from his stage. Just as only a rabbit can be compared to another rabbit, one rabbit might be stronger than the other, but comparing a rabbit to a whale becomes a farce. There is simply no basis for comparison. Thus, the pressure dissipated, replaced by a newfound sense of liberation. The geniuses emerging from the holy capital shared this feeling of relief. Yet it was accompanied by an unsettling emptiness. Broken Mountain Range. At last, it was done. With the accumulation of damage, the last world fell with a resounding thud. Following the defeat of this final adversary, a prompt appeared before Lu Tsang. Class Change Quest Notification. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the Class Change Quest. You may now proceed to any Class Change Hall to complete your second class advancement. With this thought, Lu Tsang gathered all the spoils of war into his backpack. He had left himself with thousands of city return scrolls, enough to last a lifetime. St. Lian City. Whoosh. The streets remained bustling with crowds. A myriad of enchanting fairy maidens. Golden-haired, voluptuous elves, silver-haired, petite elf Lolis, and even golden-haired, twin-tailed half-elves abound. Lu Tsang, having completed his class transition task, finally finds the leisure to appreciate these vibrant scenes. Who could resist the allure of beauty? As for the treasure chests nestled within the Broken Mountains, Lu Tsang finds them unworthy of his effort. Such items as wind spirit grass are not easily unearthed. Ordinary golden chests no longer satisfy Lu Tsang's aspirations. Given his current rate of earning, purchasing directly would be swifter. Rather than scavenging in the Broken Mountains, he would prefer to complete his class transition tasks. Moreover, a challenging dungeon awaits his attention. Besides, if he were to ascend as a king among humans, would he truly care for a mere handful of golden chests? He is already a lord of mines and territories, possessing at least 4 or 5 veins of ore. Lu Tsang realizes that, unbeknownst to him, he has transformed into a wealthy magnate, too indifferent to even pick up several million gold coins. Upon returning to St. Lian City, Lu Tsang retrieves his transaction card and briefly scans the information. Current balance, 4,000,012, 409. For billion? Wasn't it supposed to be 1.5 billion? Did he make an error? A figure of such magnitude, how could one miscalculate? Subsequently, Lu Tsang delves into the transaction records. Goodness. Transaction in 1,500,000,000. Sale of goods. Transaction in 2,500,000,000 from the Radiant Gem Merchant Guild. Note, Brother Lu Tsang, you are truly a prodigious talent with boundless potential. This is a growth assistance fund established by our Radiant Gem Merchant Guild for young prodigies. Please accept it graciously. Goodness. A growth assistance fund? Lu Tsang had not heard of such a program. Furthermore, it was a gift of 25 small goals. This is clearly an attempt to bestow wealth upon him, cleverly disguised as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, it must be said that the Radiant Gem Merchant Guild knows how to conduct business. True to form, they are seasoned players in the commercial realm. Given that they have extended this generosity, it would be unreasonable to refuse. Lutsong harbored intentions of fostering a good relationship with the guild, and their monetary gesture was precisely an invitation to forge connections. To refuse might lead to misinterpretations. Thus, accepting the gift seems the only sensible course. One cannot help but admire their audacity. To so freely offer 25 small goals is indeed a testament to their wealth. Next, he intends to visit the class transition hall. Though he still possesses some supplies, they do not fill his extensive inventory of 570,000 slots. Therefore, Lutsong plans to first venture to the class transition hall to complete his second class transition. This will also allow him to discern what items he may require post-transition, facilitating a comprehensive purchase from the guild. After all, enhancing his strength is always prudent. Moreover, Lutsong's heart is filled with thoughts of that coveted artifact ranked 10th. In the next moment, Lutsong's figure vanished from the spot. Swiftly, propelled by the speed of the 1,000 miles boots and enhanced by the wall-piercing effect of the shadow boots, he arrived at the Transcendence Hall in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the hall was teeming with aspirants undergoing class transitions. Both the third and fourth transitions required quests to be accepted and completed within this sacred space. Furthermore, after the third transition, they would find themselves making numerous trips back and forth to the hall. Inside the Transcendence Hall, no one recognized Lutsong. Even though he had made no efforts to disguise himself, their gazes merely skimmed over him, as if he were but a wisp of air. In their eyes, even if they caught a glimpse of his features, the memory of his visage would swiftly fade, their attention quickly diverted to other matters. This was the effect of the chaos hidden ring, which obscured perception, even from the naked eye. Approaching an unoccupied awakening crystal, Lutsong placed his hand upon it. A hum resonated as an anomaly was about to erupt. Yet, in an instant, the chaos hidden ring emitted a slight vibration, suppressing the anomaly. The crystal merely flickered momentarily before falling silent once more. Before Lutsong, notifications appeared. Class Transition Quest. Quest 1. Solo Hunt World-Class Creatures. 1010. Completed. Quest 2. Possess 2 or more artifacts. 42. Completed. You have completed all class transition quests. Do you wish to confirm the second transition? Second transition class. Metamorphic Divine Gear. Divine. Confirmation. A radiant light was on the verge of erupting, yet was once more subdued by the chaos hidden ring. Lutsong felt powerful energies flowing towards him from within the awakening crystal. A resonant hum echoed again. With a sharp crack, he sensed the sound of chains being broken within his body. A notification sprang forth before him. Congratulations on completing your second class transition. You have awakened a class, Metamorphic Divine Gear. Chapter 30. Your skills are impressive, but they are mine now. Second transition class, Metamorphic Divine Gear. Your level cap has been unlocked to 60. You have acquired a new class specialization, Multi-Stat Enhancement, Supreme Mythical Stat. You have obtained the equipment, Reversal, Artifact Rank, 10. You have acquired, Metamorphic Temple. Lutsong. Level, 30. Class, Metamorphic Divine Gear, Unique. Health, 21, 082, 612, 108, 261. Mana, 6, 000, 600. Strength, 60, 000. Vitality, 2, 400. Dexterity, 37, 200. Spirit, 40. Class Specializations. Perfect Artifact Embryo, Supreme Enhancement, Stat Absorption, Equipment Concealment, Perfect Adaptation, Perfect Divine Technique, Multi-Stat Enhancement, Supreme Mythical Stat. Your acquired skills. Dual Wielding Copy, Infinite Transformation, 27. Current passive, Colossal Devouring, from Heart of Resilience. Following the second class transition, the number of skill slots has increased from 4 to 7. Lutsong first gazed upon his newly acquired class specialization. This was the most crucial ability following the job change. Multiple Attribute Amplification. For each additional effect of the same attribute on your equipment, non-artifact attribute effects receive an additional amplification of 10. This ability significantly enhances Lutsong's capacity to replicate attributes. For instance, with a speed set consisting of 7 pieces of equipment, all of golden quality, averaging 2 attribute slots per piece, the overall effect of attributes across the entire set is amplified 14-fold. As for the second class specialization, Supreme Artifact Attributes, for every 4, 671, 014 distinct named artifact attributes on your equipment, you gain corresponding bonuses of various types. Current bonus. For mythical attributes grant the status, Absolute Critical Strike, whereby all damage will inevitably deal critical hits, including spell damage, skill damage, true damage, and percentage damage. This critical effect cannot be negated by critical resistance. Are the enhancements from these 4 mythical attributes truly that formidable? Currently, Lutsong has managed to acquire 2 additional critical strike attributes, ensuring a 100 critical hit rate. However, this critical rate only applies to ordinary attacks. as the game progresses and the damage from regular attacks becomes less significant compared to skill damage. Most professions that do not heavily rely on normal attacks will refrain from stacking critical strike attributes. Conversely, skill critical strikes, if available, would effectively double skill damage. Unfortunately, such an ability does not exist in this world, suggesting that, if it did, it would be exceedingly rare. Unexpectedly, Lutsong finds himself able to exploit this ability effortlessly. As the number of divine items in his possession continues to grow, it is inevitable that the artifact attributes on his equipment will increase as well. For Lutsong, this capability is merely an added bonus. The 6 equipment attributes possess terrifying effects. An 80 cooldown reduction, unbound by the world's limitations. No matter how much an ordinary person stacks cooldown reduction, the maximum they can achieve is 40. Furthermore, this cooldown reduction applies not only to skills, but also to the active abilities of his equipment. Who else can benefit from cooldown reduction on their equipment? Additionally, all skills incur no consumption and can be cast in extra time. This means that every time he unleashes an active skill, it translates to a double release. This is truly monstrous. Indeed, it is extraordinarily so. Although Lutsong is aware that his class is unparalleled, not merely a so-called high-tier job, but rather a divine class, this level of superiority is excessively overwhelming. After examining his 2 class specializations, Lutsong turned his attention to the new artifact he had received. This is the reward for completing the Tier 2 transition task. Regardless of the difficulty level of the task, one can obtain the class specialization provided by the second transition. The only distinction lies in the rewards offered by the task. An artifact ranked at 10. Lutsong gazed at the silvery pendant he held in his hand, swallowing hard. This pendant, fashioned in the intricate design of a hollow clock gear, exuded an aura of antiquity and nostalgia. Yet, paradoxically, it appeared to be a freshly minted artifact, devoid of any signs of age. The mere sight of this pendant enveloped Lutsong in a disorienting sensation of temporal distortion. Reverse time, platinum, 5, artifact. Equipment category, necklace. Equipment level, 30, scales with user-s level. Effect 2, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 3, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 4, empty, can absorb attributes. Effect 5, sealed, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 6, sealed, unlocks with equipment quality upgrade. Effect 7, description, a pendant that disrupts the flow of time. Where to mend regrets. Upon reading this effect, Lutsong's mind buzzed with disbelief. What did this mean? A return to the past? No cooldown? No consumption? Absolutely no restrictions? Was this not invincibility itself? Lutsong found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate the sheer power of this artifact. This was an effect beyond the realm of rationality. In fact, even if this equipment had a usage limit of once per day, Lutsong would not have been surprised. It would be reasonable to assume it had some constraints. Yet, the reality before him was undeniable. This equipment's effects were entirely devoid of consumption or cooldown. He thought to himself, as long as he kept wearing this artifact, it would be akin to having a continuous flow of power from that very moment onward. With that thought, Lutsong promptly equipped the reverse time. The ring and necklace bore no attributes. Otherwise, a rank 10 artifact, especially one of platinum quality fully enhanced, would undoubtedly confer substantial bonuses. However, Lutsong surmised that the absence of attribute values was precisely what justified such an extraordinary effect. Next came the rewards commensurate with a rank 10 artifact, his exclusive sanctuary. Lutsong had just received a notification, revealing that he had acquired the Myriad Transformation Sanctuary and understood the means of its activation. He slowly closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to drift. In an instant, he found himself no longer in the transcendental hall, but in a space shrouded in ethereal mist. Simultaneously, Lutsong felt an overwhelming sense of dominion over this realm, sensing he possessed supreme authority to govern all within. Please confirm your name. This name shall be your mythic appellation. Lutsong looked at the information before him, pondering briefly. Another name to choose. Let it be Tsong. Shall you recruit the first disciple of the Myriad Transformation Sanctuary? You cannot recruit disciples of a higher level than yourself, regardless of the method employed. You may acquire the skills and specialized professions possessed by your disciples. As the strength of your disciples increases, you too shall gain access to their abilities. Disciples may offer you any items they possess. You can bestow upon your disciples the artifacts and embryonic relics that you own. Could one truly obtain the abilities of their disciples? Lutsong pondered this notion, drawing in a slight breath. Regardless of the strength of his equipment, he remained merely a wielder of powerful gear. The greatest drawback of an armed individual lies in their lack of corresponding skills. Equipped with a bow and arrows, yet lacking the archer's finesse. Armed with sword, shield, and dagger, yet devoid of a warrior's prowess. Clad in daggers, yet missing the assassin's stealth. He found himself in a predicament where he could only resort to standard attacks. Even now, with his second-class advancement, transforming into the ever-changing divine gear, he had not escaped this embarrassing situation. He was still limited to standard attacks. Though these attacks might boast astonishing damage, They ultimately could not replace the unique effects of each profession's skills. Yet now, he was informed that he could acquire skills from other professions. Did this not imply that his greatest shortcoming could be rectified? Furthermore, if his disciple belonged to a high-tier profession, did that not mean he could also gain access to the abilities or skills of that tier? The effects of artifacts combined with the combat skills of a high-tier profession, how formidable would that be? Recruit disciples. Please set the conditions for recruiting disciples. High-tier combat professions, with no restrictions on race. Filtering beings that meet the criteria for you. House of the Holy Maiden in the Dawn Forest. For ordinary adventurers. Time must be spent slaying monsters to level up. However, as a Holy Maiden of the Elves, she undergoes a lineage transfer every 500 years. She can choose to consume the ancestral crystal dew, thereby acquiring a substantial amount of experience points, directly elevating her level to 30. Each race possesses its own uniqueness. The ancestral crystal dew is a resource exclusive to the elven race. She recited the characters from the sacred tome, chanting the prayers inscribed within. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the characters on the tome were being rewritten at a peculiar pace. Furthermore, she remained oblivious to the fact that the prayers she had intoned countless times had undergone a transformation. Master of artifacts and Lord of change. All artifacts in the world are created by you. The armaments and minions of all things are blessings bestowed by you. The populace shields themselves with your armaments. I praise you, Tsong. Elise slowly closed the book. This was a daily prayer that the elves must perform to express gratitude to the god of harvest and life, Kamaloni. When Elise closed the book and lifted her gaze, she discovered that the scenery around her had transformed. Before her stood not her quaint forest cottage, but a grand palace enveloped in chaos. Elise, welcome to your arrival. Lutsong stood upon the stage, gazing down at the elves below. The moment the elves appeared, Lutsong was inundated with an overwhelming influx of information about them. Elise, Holy Trellica Komaroni Lulyui. Level, 30. Race, Elf. Heritage, Elven Saintess. Class, Cosmic Archer. Class Specializations, Starfire Rapid Shot, Stellar Impact, Close Repulsion, Light Refraction Phantom. Skills, Meteor Arrow Rain, Star Flash. As Elise heard her name called, she felt an immensely terrifying aura. Instinctively, she looked up towards the hall, but all she beheld was a swirling chaos of white mist. To be precise, this aura was not merely terrifying, it was majestic. Exalted, a manifestation of a different tier of existence. In that instant, it became clear that it was not a prayer of reverence for Komaroni. It was a supplication to an unknown entity, drawing her into this space. Merely reciting a prayer had summoned her into this realm. The thought of such an existence caused Elise to swallow hard. There was only one possibility. Elise dared not contemplate further. The term true god was far too grand. Far beyond what a mere level 30 individual could hope to grasp. Even a high-level profession seemed insignificant. Akin to that of an insect in the presence of such a being. Lutsong turned his gaze toward Elise. He needed to first make her his disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Lutsong spoke. I require a disciple to handle certain matters for me. Do not worry. I have no intention of harming your kin. Upon hearing these words, Elise's body trembled slightly, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. I am willing to serve you. The being before her was not merely negotiating. Having drawn her into this space, it was evident that he possessed the power to enact further dominion. Should she refuse, it was highly likely that her kin would be endangered. Elise had no doubt that this entity could easily annihilate the entire elven race. Having just been crowned as the elven saintess, how could she bring doom upon her own people? She felt she had no choice. Simultaneously, becoming a disciple of a true god carried profound implications. It might not necessarily be a misfortune. The moment Elise acquiesced, Lutsong sensed a bond forming between them. Elise could now offer items to him through sacrifice. You have acquired a disciple, Elise, 112. Lutsong surveyed his newfound attributes. Disciple level, 30. You have acquired class-specific skill for Cosmic Archer, Star Flash. Star Flash can only be unleashed using bow-type weapons. Effect, entering the Star Flash shooting state. Each shot releases a beam of dazzling light, creating a star explosion upon hitting the target, inflicting damage equal to 20 times agility. Cooldown, 1 second. Mana cost, 20 points. Description, a momentary flash of light, leaving no possibility for evasion. 20 times agility damage. Goodness, while it is single target damage, that multiplier is extraordinarily high, is it not? Is this what it means to be a high-tier profession? Truly a terrifying skill, although it pales in comparison to my own artifact, which deals area damage equivalent to 10 times strength. Artifacts are beyond the realm of ordinary skills. As Lutsong gazed upon this skill, a subtle smile graced his lips. Your ability is commendable. However, it is now mine. Yet, possessing a bow-type skill without a bow-type weapon is rather vexing for Lutsong. Surely, he could not abandon Jinyu to wield some ordinary platinum-quality bow, could he? Contemplating this, Lutsong's gaze shifted towards the elven saintess. Being an elven saintess, she must hold some power within her race, for the elves are not insignificant in the world. Their treasury should harbor many rare materials. I require 50 pieces of black star meteorite to forge the celestial bow. Other materials for Bao-type artifacts, which are often unattainable in the market, should be available. Though I must not be too greedy. If I request too many rare materials at once, it may draw undue attention from the elven race. If her actions were constrained as a result, it could hinder my acquisition of materials. After all, to suddenly procure such a quantity of materials, which would subsequently vanish without a trace, would undoubtedly raise suspicions. However, Black Star Meteorite, being a material of the celestial category, is closely tied to her profession. She has a legitimate reason to require it to enhance her power. At times, learning certain skills or undergoing second or third transitions necessitates special materials. The higher the tier of the profession, the more precious the required materials become. It is entirely reasonable for a star archer to need some Black Star Meteorite. With this thought, Lute Song turned his attention back to Elise. Chapter 31. The Elven Queen is my disciple. Is not the elven race mine? A hint of mirth lingered in Lute Song's voice. Song, you may refer to me as such. Lute Song endeavored to present himself as a benevolent, true god. After all, should the other party perceive him as an evil deity, one could only imagine the extreme actions they might take. What if his only high-tier disciple were to sacrifice herself in the name of righteousness to save the elven race from the clutches of an evil god? That would be an irreplaceable loss. Upon hearing this title, Elise instantaneously rifled through the names of the deities in her mind. From the ancient gods to the current 7 divine beings. Yet, not a single name corresponded to the being before her. I honor you, Song. It is my privilege to serve you. Elise refrained from adding any titles after her name, viewing such an act as disrespectful to the divine. Lute Song observed Elise, who was bowing towards him with reverence, contemplating how to initiate their conversation. It seemed somewhat demeaning for a being of his caliber to request rare materials from a younger individual. After much reflection, Lute Song resolved to first cultivate an image of a benevolent deity who cares for his disciples. At the very least, he wished for Elise to maintain her awe while feeling less apprehensive. With this thought in mind, Lute Song spoke in a gentle tone, laced with a hint of amusement. Elise, I have never been stingy with rewards for my disciples. However, your current strength is insufficient to fulfill your mission. It would be prudent to enhance your abilities swiftly, and then you may attempt to make a tribute to me. My principle is one of equivalent exchange. If you can present offerings that delight me, I shall grant you the rewards you deserve. But remember, do not harbor delusions of entitlement. Every ounce of power you acquire comes with its corresponding cost. In this brief moment, Lute Song had already contemplated future developments. The Holy Maiden of the Elves was destined to inherit the throne of the Elven Queen, a position akin to that of the human emperor, governing the entire elven race. Such an entity was, after all, his disciple. Did this not imply that he was the true architect behind the scenes of the elven race? As Elise flourished and ascended in status, she would also provide him with increasingly abundant resources from the elven treasury, essentially granting him access to an entire race's wealth. Thus, Lute Song recognized the wisdom of not overexploiting the situation. What was needed now was stability, rather than casting doubt upon the Holy Maiden of the Elves. Upon hearing Lute Song's words, Elise felt a tumult within her. Was her strength truly inadequate to partake in Lute Song's grand design? Was this the machination of a deity? Was she merely a pawn chosen by a divine being? The realization that she had become embroiled in the divine scheme left her profoundly shaken. What type of treasure should I offer to please you? Elise inquired, her voice trembling with awe. After she posed this question, Lute Song let out a sigh of relief, finally steering the conversation onto this pivotal topic. Gently tapping the surface of the table within the grand hall, he spoke as if discussing a trivial matter. What I favor are various rare materials, much like Kumaloni's affection for grains and sustenance. If you were to offer me 50 pieces of Black Star Meteorite, I would bestow upon you the rewards you are due. Of course, I would prefer that my existence remains unknown to those unworthy. 50 pieces of Black Star Meteorite. Elise did not genuinely consider the scarcity of these materials in relation to Lute Song. Instead, she perceived this as a test of her capabilities. Moreover, as a celestial archer, utilizing Black Star Meteorite was indeed the least likely to arouse suspicion. Lute Song had anticipated this, and Elise felt no surprise at the deity's fondness for rare materials. Just as the wind embraces the bough of Lulu Wei, she finds joy in the arrows it releases. The keeper of harvest and life, Kumaloni, delights in the bounty of grains. Items offered in sacrifice to the divine may yield a modest blessing, with the value of the offering directly correlating to the magnitude of the boon received. Yet, regardless of the offering's worth, one ultimately incurs a loss. Before her late song, an entity she held in high regard, and not a shred of doubt crossed Iris's mind. Moreover, in contrast to the blessings from other deities, she was now engaging in a direct transaction with the very essence of divinity. Iris pondered briefly. In accordance with your will, Song, I shall raise no suspicions among my kin as I present to you the treasures you cherish. She refrained from appending any additional titles to Song, mindful of provoking divine ire. Depart now. Offer your sacrifice without the need for elaborate rituals. Merely whisper my name as you present your offering. Regarding the nuances of sacrifice and the means for disciples to re-enter the temple of metamorphosis, Song had long grasped the intricacies. This knowledge seamlessly intertwined with his consciousness upon entering the temple. Upon uttering these words, Iris noted the abrupt transition in the scenery, devoid of any smooth transition, strikingly jarring. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hastily flipped through her book, landing on the page where she had just recited the prayer. Master of artifacts and Lord of change. All artifacts in existence are of your creation. The armaments and minions of all beings are blessings bestowed by you. The living protect themselves through your armaments. It was true. The prayer that Song had supplanted that of Kumaloni. Yet, as she absorbed this revelation, the characters seemed to ignite and vanish into thin air. Iris then closed her eyes and concentrated silently. Indeed, she felt a unique connection forming with a realm that did not belong to this world. Had she truly become a disciple of the divine? For a fleeting moment, Iris was enveloped in a dreamlike sensation. This deity did not exude the madness associated with malevolent gods. Rather, there was an unmistakable sense of justice emanating from them, surpassing even that of the current righteous deities. Each year, the elven race offered a portion of their previous year's harvest to Kumaloni, receiving merely a blessing of soothing tranquility, restoring 10 health points per second. Yet today, she had encountered a genuine, living, speaking god. The sensation was akin to the followers of the chicken doo-doo faith encountering their deity. The divine was indeed real. This profound revelation was beyond articulation. Iris took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions, and made her way outside. She dared not neglect the trials set forth by the divine. Holy Lian City, she mused. So, it was my spirit that traversed to the temple of metamorphosis, while my corporeal form remains in this realm. At the very least, this ability cannot be employed during combat. Otherwise, it could prove quite perilous. Song pondered that if this physical form could ascend to the hall of metamorphosis, then in moments of peril. After completing his second transformation, he would return to the Radiant Gem Merchant Guild. This time, no one obstructed his passage. Song swiftly made his way to the trading venue, traversing the shortest distance possible. Having vanquished level 40 adversaries, he had acquired platinum quality equipment. However, due to the absence of transformation into artifact embryos, he was unable to absorb and enhance the quality of these items. Song did not hasten to sell his possessions. Instead, he proceeded to the trading hall. Unlike the more populous trading halls outside, this one was exclusively accessible to black card holders. In the sanctum, all purchased items were afforded a generous discount of 25%. He searched for the skill books pertinent to the armorer class. Skill book found. Class, Armorer, Skill book, Sturdy Armor. Usage level restriction, 0. Price, 500 gold. Skill book, Weapon enchantment. Usage level restriction, 0. Price, 1,500 gold. Skill book, Lightweight weapon. Usage level restriction, 0. Price, 500 gold. As Song surveyed these skills, he was taken aback. Prior to his awakening, he had not truly delved into the armorer class. Even after awakening, he had only been acquainted with it for a few hours. If pressed to articulate, his understanding of this vocation was indeed rather limited. Now, upon glancing at the market, he discovered that there were merely 4 skill books available for the armorer class, one of which he had already mastered. The dual-wielding skill had evolved in his hands into a replicated form of dual-wielding. Thus, were these 4 skills truly the entirety of his armorer abilities? Weapon enchantment allowed weapons to inflict magical damage, albeit at a reduced damage output. Song pondered its significance. Aside from engaging creatures vulnerable solely to magical damage, he found it hard to comprehend the necessity of such a skill. Why would transforming damage into magical form come with a detrimental reduction? Lightweight weapon reduced the weight of weapons, while sturdy armor enhanced the defensive capabilities of armor. This last skill seemed to hold some merit, though aware that his perfect divine technique and professional specialization could significantly evolve skills. The fundamental effects of these skills felt exceedingly feeble. This disparity was precisely why professions were ranked by level. Certain classes possessed inherently powerful skills, and it was perhaps their robust abilities that warranted their classification as advanced professions. For instance, Elise skills boasted a 20-fold agility damage multiplier, not merely as a single target skill but as a sustained enhancement, capable of continuous fire. In contrast, Song found himself contemplating the limitations of his armorer skills. A simple effect that transforms damage types occupies a skill slot, which in itself is not particularly impressive, especially given its negative repercussions. How can it possibly compare to others? In any case, it is prudent to acquire all available skills. After all, there are 7 slots in total, and I have only learned 2 thus far, which is rather insufficient. Ultimately, I opted to purchase the skill books, Weapon enchantment, Sturdy armor, and Agile weapons. You have spent 1875 gold. In the trading hall, all purchased items are delivered directly to the buyer, eliminating the need for retrieval. As Song completed his purchase, a spatial pouch materialized before him. He extracted the items, Skill book, Weapon enchantment, Skill book, Sturdy armor, Skill book, Agile weapons. Learning skills, Weapon enchantment, Sturdy armor, Agile weapons. Perfect divine skill has been triggered. Your armorer skill has achieved perfect evolution. Dawn Forest. At this moment in the dawn forest, a brilliant green light, accompanied by silvery brilliance, soared into the sky. This radiance struck the clouds above, painting the heavens in hues of emerald and silver. The Holy Tree's job advancement was underway. Elise was experiencing her class awakening. And the spectacle in the sky was indeed her transformation phenomenon. Lady Saint, truly formidable. Such a magnificent job advancement phenomenon has not graced our elf clan in many years. Under Lady Elise's leadership, our clan shall surely flourish even more. This must surely be the blessing of Lady Luluwe and Lord Kumaroni. If Lord Kumaroni were to witness this sight, he would undoubtedly feel gratified. However, while these elves extolled Kumaroni, they were unaware that the elven saint before them had already become a disciple of Cang. How goes it, Elise? Upon seeing Elise accept the second-tier quest, a designated elf responsible for her advancement approached to inquire. I have accepted a level 2 transfer quest. The task requires 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite, and I must individually conquer 20 dungeons on nightmare difficulty, setting the fastest clear record. Yet, Elise refrained from mentioning the remaining transfer quest condition. This task also necessitated the possession of 3 divine artifacts. Such a requirement was exceedingly daunting. Artifacts, as their name suggests, are the possessions of deities. How could a mere mortal of level 30 possibly own such items? Nevertheless, having become a disciple of Cang, Elise felt a glimmer of hope. After all, Cang is the deity who governs artifacts. As a disciple of Cang, completing this task seemed within the realm of possibility. The requirement merely stated possession, which does not preclude borrowing. It would indeed be feasible to borrow 3 divine artifacts to fulfill the second-tier quest and subsequently return them. One cannot simply resign to the loss of a divine artifact and succumb to a decline after a second class change, can they? Once the class change quest is accomplished, it is irrevocably complete. Naturally, the particulars of this quest must remain confidential. Otherwise, should she alone fulfill the requirement of acquiring 3 divine artifacts, suspicion would inevitably arise. 50 pieces of Black Star iron, is it? The demands of this tier of class change quests are indeed stringent. Fortunately, it is a material collection task. Our clan should possess an ample reserve of more than 50 pieces of Black Star iron. Lady Saint, please hold on for a moment while I procure your request, said Elise, who felt a sense of relief wash over her. This would suffice as completion, one hopes. Would these 50 pieces of Black Star iron be enough to appease Cang? And how would she broach the subject of borrowing the divine artifact? Chapter 32, The Essence Explodes. Valley of 10,000 Dragons. The growth gradient of equipment attributes, the enhancement multiplier of gear, and the current calculations of the protagonist's divine artifact attributes are as follows. Graceful lightness, divine. Passive, your equipment transcends the influence of gravity, becoming extraordinarily light, while you remain unaffected by any limitations to your actions, allowing you to move freely in any environment. Artifact of magic, divine. Passive, your attacks will inflict an equal amount of arcane magical damage, and your strikes can directly sever magical skills, provided your damage exceeds that of the opposing skill. For non-damage type magic, the severance depends on the strength of the spell. Inherent defensive heavy armor, divine. Passive, gain a 50 increase in armor, elemental resistance, and arcane resistance for every instance of damage received. Your overall resistance and armor increase by 5, stacking up to a maximum of 100 layers. Graceful lightness evolved from the armament of lightness. Even post-evolution, this skill appears somewhat redundant. One is inherently unaffected by the negative impacts of equipment. As for the movement limitation, switching to a swift stance achieves a similar effect. Nonetheless, even with this, the mastery of the perfect divine skill remains unequivocally worthy of its title. As for the artifact of magic, it has evolved from the magical weapon. Its current effect essentially doubles 1's damage output. The inherent defensive heavy armor further enhances 1's defensive capabilities. At present, Lu Cang does not believe anyone of equal level could eliminate him in an instant. Next, there are the auxiliary materials. The synthesis requirements for the Amatsumagatsu bow necessitate a short bow-type piece of equipment. The short bow must absorb the attributes, scatter, and random shot. Additionally, a multi-shot skill book is required. These materials are quite manageable and can be easily procured. The rarest among them is the 100 pieces of Black Star iron. Lu Cang currently possesses 50 pieces. Elise can provide him with another 50, making just the right amount. He proceeded to purchase the multi-shot skill book. Unfortunately, he did not have it on hand. The world had not yet yielded this tome. As a Black Card member, your discount has been calculated. You have expended 75,000 gold coins. Successful purchase, skill book, multi-shot. This skill enables the archer to unleash multiple arrows with each ordinary attack. However, the damage of the subsequent arrows diminishes, and they lack any special effects. It is, by all accounts, a standard skill. Next, there are the shortbow type equipment, of which Lu Cang possesses an abundance in his inventory. Additionally, he has items with the attributes of scatter and random shot. Lu Cang identified a shortbow featuring both the scatter and random shot attributes within his bag. He then proceeded to combine them into a single piece of equipment. With that settled, he need only wait for a lith to deliver the materials, after which he would be able to forge the heavenly bow. Song completed his shopping list. As for the invitation from the human emperor, he had no intention of rushing. In fact, he wished to meet the human emperor in person to discern his true intentions. He approached the unexpected windfall with caution, wary of sudden opportunities that seemed too good to be true. Of course, Song was no longer afraid of danger. Especially with the time reversal equipment at his disposal. He decided it was prudent to experiment with this extraordinary ability. After all, what if it failed at a critical moment? Better to exercise caution and ensure a safe passage through time. The description indicated there were no other restrictions, suggesting that his trial would incur no loss. In the next moment, Song activated time reversal. Click. The effect of the equipment was triggered. Buzz. In an instant, he glanced at the time, 22:41. Precisely the moment before he entered the Radiant Gem Merchant Association. He then reviewed his attributes. The newly acquired skill had vanished. Indeed, he was in a past time frame. Following the same actions he had just undertaken, he repeated the process, purchasing all the skill books and combining the equipment attributes before leaving the trading hall. Song sensed that his pendant was always in an activatable state, ready to respond whenever he wished. However, he could not advance into the future. He was compelled to experience these events once more. In simpler terms, he could only retreat, never progress, even though he hailed from the future. Moreover, at that time, he was also equipped with the time reversal pendant. This implied that Song would have to traverse a century anew, provided that he was wearing the time reversal at that time. Yet, this effectively granted him a form of immortality. This is the essence of time reversal, a disguised immortality. Now, it was time to undertake the challenge dungeon. He had previously signed a contract with the Radiant Gem Merchant Association, and once such a contract was established, it was binding. Furthermore, he needed to level up, reaching level 60 to accept the third transition quest and become even stronger. If the second transition granted him time reversal and temple of metamorphosis, how formidable would the third transition be? It is imperative to understand that each transition to a new class renders one significantly more formidable than the last. Furthermore, the challenge dungeons are exclusively solo endeavors, yielding only skills and equipment pertinent to the respective class, which aligns perfectly with my current circumstances. While the equipment holds little significance, the skills are of utmost importance. More critically, the absence of the skill for the transmutation masterpiece can still be compensated by utilizing the skills of the armored warrior. Typically, a standard armored warrior would transition to the armored master, yet I find myself as a transmutation masterpiece, rendering the skills incompatible. Thus, I must seek out unique avenues to acquire skills that are exclusive to this profession. In this world, a select few individuals have attained mutated classes, and they too cannot utilize conventional skill tomes, relying solely on extraordinary methods to acquire their abilities. Consequently, the path of growth for a mutated class is significantly more arduous than that of a standard class. This challenge dungeon represents one such method for obtaining skills pertinent to one's profession. With this in mind, Song set forth once more. Under the influence of his newly specialized class, multiple attribute augmentation, his speed surged to an astonishing 21 times its previous rate. This was somewhat hindered by certain attributes that were inconvenient to alter. Otherwise, his velocity could have escalated even further. At this juncture, Song's speed reached a staggering 20,000 meters per second, allowing him to cover a distance of 20 kilometers in merely 1 second. At such an exhilarating pace, within a brief span of 2 minutes, he arrived at a dungeon situated near the vicinity of St. Leon City. Indeed, the proximity is relative. This world is immense, with new maps emerging annually, each vast beyond comprehension. Over thousands, even tens of thousands of years, it is nearly impossible for the world not to expand. The territory still belonging to St. Leon City extends over 2,000 kilometers. His health surged to 283 million. Unlike the ordinary wilderness and the Broken Mountain Range, the variety and quantity of monsters here are considerably scarcer. Unlike the Broken Mountain Range, where one can slay numerous foes at once, the accumulation of health here, albeit slower, is still steady. On the day of each year's aberration, numerous new dungeons are refreshed across the world, while some old ones vanish. However, the challenge dungeon appears only once a year, and with its arrival, the previous challenge dungeon will disappear. This particular challenge dungeon will refresh adjacent to a new level 30 map, akin to Twin Brothers. Song also consulted community posts to ascertain the precise location of this dungeon, which lies to the northwest of St. Leon City, atop a mountain cliff. Challenge: Wine Demon Cliff, Challenge Dungeon, Level Restriction, 30 to 60. Class Restriction: Second Transition Classes, Player Limit. 1. Difficulty Levels: Simple, Normal, Hard, Nightmare. Insane. Description: The Wind Demon Cliff is rife with elemental monsters, featuring terrain damage from fierce winds. Within this map, one will continuously endure wind blade damage. Dungeons above level 30 reach an apex difficulty of Insane, where one can obtain platinum quality equipment. Certainly, the challenge has escalated to an extraordinarily formidable level. While the Nightmare difficulty may still be conquerable by ordinary individuals with sufficient effort and repeated attempts, the madness level necessitates an elite team for any hope of success. At a minimum, 3 out of the 5 members in the dungeon party must be of the highest caliber profession, otherwise, defeat is inevitable. As for the difficulties surpassing the madness level, specifically the dungeons above level 100, the 6th difficulty, termed Hell, is only surmountable by an exceedingly rare breed of transcendent players. Only those of imperial stature, or teams composed entirely of top-tier professionals, stand a chance against such formidable trials. The equipment dropped at Hell difficulty is of diamond quality. To challenge madness difficulty on the very first day of transitioning into a new class seems utterly absurd, even to myself, prior to my advancement. With a self-deprecating chuckle, Lutsong prepared to engage with the luminous interface of the dungeon, selecting the madness difficulty before entering. On May 28th, the day of the world's transformation, within the depths of the earth, lay an expansive cavern. This cavern housed countless small chambers, each filled with intricate apparatuses. On the laboratory tables, an array of vividly colored potions bubbled and emitted pungent aromas, heated by flames. Numerous magical essences manipulated these peculiar materials within the cave, their faces adorned with manic grins. However, the true focus lay at the cavern's heart, an enormous transparent capsule, ensconced within a multitude of tubes connected to it. Inside the capsule swirled a rich green solution, within which floated a spine resembling ginseng. This elongated spine was surrounded by countless golden filaments, akin to nerve fibers, undulating within the solution. Arcane energy surged forth. Buzz. An arcane mage, essence, stationed before a device, immediately unleashed arcane charge upon receiving the command. Soon, a tube shimmered with a pale blue glow as it began to infuse the capsule. Buzz. Upon the infusion of arcane energy, the previously stable and tranquil interior of the capsule erupted into turmoil. Success was imminent. The unstable reaction had reached a critical threshold. The stabilizing energy within the essence had been successfully activated. Beneath the capsule, countless magical essences gazed up in awe at the spectacle. Within the capsule, the spine emanated a bright red light, subtly vibrating. The green solution within the container boiled violently, signifying the extreme instability of the energy contained within, which could potentially explode at any moment. Yet, despite the palpable aura of danger surrounding the capsule, the magical essences below succumbed to a frenzy of ecstasy. Woo. Hee hee. Ha ha. It's done. Finally accomplished. Ah, giggle giggle. Hee haw. A myriad of laughter, eccentric and bizarre. At last, it is completed. A magical essence leaps onto the control panel, dancing with exuberance. Let the test explosion commence. Test team, prepare for detonation. The first essence annihilation is underway. Location of the test, the Dragon Tribe. In the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Explode. Obliterate the mightiest race within the Alliance. The launch pad is established. The ceiling of the cavern opens. In the sky, 3 moons hang high. 1 red, 1 blue, 1 purple. The blue is the largest, the red the smallest. Under the illumination of the 3 moons, the eyes of the magical essences turn crimson, as if enchanted. Indeed, they are under a spell. The second millennium of transformation since the Awakening Era is marked by the blood moon. That year, the smallest moon in the sky gradually became stained with the color of blood. As this transformation occurred, over 90% of the races in the world were affected, becoming bloodthirsty and exceedingly destructive, intent on annihilating everything. The few races that remained unaffected faced a massive onslaught from the transformed beings. Fortunately, those who knew only destruction and not development would not endure long. These frenzied races began to dwindle. Yet, some remained in the world, possessing extreme discipline and a desire for greater devastation. The magical essences are among them. They revel in research and excel in invention. Numerous advanced technologies, merging multiple fields of capability, are the fruits of their ingenuity. Their sole purpose in all research is to orchestrate something monumental. And today, something monumental has indeed come to fruition. At the base of the capsule, a platform has been installed, inscribed with hundreds of magical arrays and marked with unique symbols: acceleration array, flame eruption array, instant propulsion array, directional deviation array, location marker, lock-on marker, and barrier protection array. This series of arrays aims to transport the colossal capsule to the predetermined test explosion site, the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. It is the optimal location for a cataclysmic detonation, capable of decimating the strongest race within the Alliance. The test team watches as one launching device after another is affixed to the capsule, which has been assembled to resemble a bomb. They are filled with exhilaration. The explosion is the art of the magical essences. The fixed magical arrays are deactivated. The annihilation essence is now mobile. Activate the acceleration array and flame eruption array. Lock onto the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Jet propulsion initiated. Launch, launch, launch. Bang. A burst of flames erupts. The annihilation essence soars directly upward, piercing the vast night sky. Chapter 33. This instance is quite challenging. In the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, the capital of the Dragon Tribe lies. Countless dragons soar and nest in this realm, distinct from humanity. Upon their birth, dragons possess a certain level of combat prowess. Even the youngest of dragons can contend with lesser magical creatures. When a hatchling emerges from its egg, it can immediately observe its own attribute panel, albeit without any designated profession or specialized skills. Nevertheless, their inherent strength is sufficient for them to hunt magical beasts in the wild. Even a newly hatched dragon boasts over 100 points in its 4 primary attributes. Through slaying magical creatures, they can enhance their levels, even reaching level 30 before their class transition. Every year, on May 28th, these hatchlings undergo a ritual to transition from their unclassed state to a profession uniquely their own. The profession of a dragon is typically associated with its kind. For instance, gold dragons often embody tank-like roles, such as guardian dragon or protector dragon. Silver dragons are inclined towards magical professions, like arcane dragon or spellcaster dragon. White dragons embody wholly restorative roles, often possessing purifying abilities, serving as healers within the dragon kin, such as healing dragon, guardian dragon, or blessing dragon. However, there are instances of white dragons forsaking healing for formidable punishment capabilities, such as judgment dragon or sacred judgment dragon. At this moment, in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, a mature dragon is leading a cadre of hatchlings in hunting near the forest. Suddenly, this dragon senses something amiss. It lifts its head and spots a small black dot in the sky rapidly approaching its direction. Cliff of Wind Demon. Boom. A single strike. 27, 500, 000, critical hit. 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 Lute Song draws his weapon, Jinyu, and in an instant delivers a devastating blow totaling 27 million damage. This is the damage of the artifact of magic, a fusion of physical and magical harm, which doubles Lute Song's damage output. In the wake of this strike, the surrounding monsters are instantly annihilated, yet simultaneously, a thin layer of the shield enveloping Lute Song is diminished. Insanity, difficulty. Upon entering the dungeon, one is immediately met with lethal attacks. The moment Lute Song steps in, he is besieged by multiple monsters. This is the infamous opening kill. However, with over 2 million hit points, his resilience is formidable. These creatures can scarcely inflict any substantial damage, dealing merely over 2,000 points per strike. Insignificant against Lute Song's robust health. You have slain Wine Demon, level 30. You have gained experience, 90, 000, Insanity Dungeon 2000 experience. You have slain Wind Crossing Eagle, level 30. You have gained experience, 90, 000, Insanity Dungeon 2000 experience. You have slain Winged Dragon of Wind, Elite, level 30. You have gained experience, 390, 000, Crazy Dungeon 2000 experience. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 33. Oh, I have leveled up. Upon witnessing the elevation of my level, Lute Song casually drew forth a Mountain Splitter Giant Sword, Platinum. This is a level 31 Platinum quality equipment. Lute Song is unable to convert equipment of a higher level than his own into a divine embryo. Thus he cannot absorb higher level equipment. However, now that he has leveled up, he is naturally able to absorb it, absorbing the Mountain Splitter Giant Sword to enhance the attributes of Jinyu. Absorbing Mountain Splitter Giant Sword, Platinum. A hum resonated as a wave of reverberation emanated from the black Jinyu. Supreme Enhancement has been triggered. Jinyu enhancement level has reached its limit. Jinyu Artifact, 5. Quality, Platinum, upgradable. Equipment level, 33, follows the user's level. Strength value, 99, 611. Critical hit rate, 50. Critical hit effect, 250. Effect. Each normal attack of Jinyu will generate a shockwave, inflicting equivalent Earth-type damage within a radius of 225 meters, amounting to 10 times the strength value, can critically hit. Effect 2. Charged Strike, Ultimate. Each normal attack will transform into a charged heavy strike, dealing 3 times the damage. Effect 3. Invincible Strike, Ultimate. Each normal attack will grant you an invincible state, reducing damage by 50, while also providing a shield equivalent to 15 of your maximum health. Effect 4. Awaiting Absorption. Description. Jinyu can instantaneously complete charging, now. No one can obstruct its wielder from swinging this colossal sword. Regrettably, the critical hit rate has become redundant. Now, every attack Lute Song unleashes is an absolute critical hit. The 50 critical hit rate is truly a waste. It would be ideal if this critical hit rate subattribute could be exchanged for something more beneficial. Nevertheless, Lute Song is exceedingly satisfied with the base attributes. The difference between level 33 and level 30 is merely 3 levels, yet the attributes of the equipment differ by a factor of 3. The attributes of equipment following the second transformation will experience a dramatic increase. Furthermore, with the enhancement in equipment quality, the attribute bonuses of Jinyu have become extraordinarily outrageous. As he absorbed the platinum quality giant sword, Jinyu's attributes also improved, with its radius expanding from 150 meters to 225 meters. Though it appears to be merely a 75-meter increase, in reality, The radius has augmented to 15 times, expanding the coverage area to 225-fold. The slender Jinhua, now enveloped in a denser aura of black mist, has transformed further. Unlike an ordinary giant sword, Jinhua is not excessively broad, rather, as a giant sword. It appears somewhat slender, exuding an ancient and weighty presence. Now, its form has slightly diminished, imparting an even more agile impression. However, Lutsong remains indifferent. After all, I had never experienced the adverse effects of cumbersome equipment, the sluggishness, the weight, the rigidity, and the myriad negative attributes that accompany such gear. Once Jinhua had absorbed the platinum greatsword, Lutsong turned his gaze to the surroundings. The challenge dungeon possessed a unique characteristic. All monsters within its confines were perpetually scaled to Lutsong's level. As he ventured into the second-tier dungeon, the terrain was no longer as simplistic as the initial novice instances. The landscapes had become far more expansive, with dungeons often spanning hundreds of kilometers. Successfully navigating a dungeon could consume days, if not weeks. In an instant, Lutsong activated the turret stance. The skill-graceful elegance offered him a singular advantage: liberation from the mobility restrictions of the turret stance. The turret stance rendered him immobile, yet amplified his attack range by 25 times, while doubling the effective damage radius, calculated based on linear distance. In that fleeting moment, Jinyue's attack range expanded from a radius of 225 meters to an astonishing 788 meters. The next instant, Lutsong unleashed another explosive assault. Boom. This attack's diameter exceeded 15 kilometers. Bang. In Lutsong's hands, Jinyue swung forth, unleashing a wave of dark energy that rippled outward. The platinum quality of Jinyue rendered its attack effects all the more staggering, as the shockwaves danced with dense, swirling black mist. 229-9611, critical hit. 329-9611, critical hit. 229-9611, critical hit. 292-9567, critical hit. 229-9611, critical hit. In yet another moment, a multitude of wind spirits and wind birds fell before Lutsong. His experience bar surged rapidly. However, it was regrettable that the monsters within this dungeon matched his level, meaning there would be no creatures exceeding his rank, thus precluding any opportunity for level-skipping kills or the accrual of multiplied experience points. Nonetheless, Lutsong's pace of advancement was astonishing. In the span of just 2 attacks, he had already ascended to level 37. You must endure for 29 minutes and 30 seconds more. It appeared that this dungeon's objective was to hold the line. Lutsong surveyed the cliffs on either side. At this moment, the airborne monsters had been entirely eradicated by him. Yet, with the howling winds, a fresh wave of azure, wind spirits, began to coalesce. Only then did Lutsong scrutinize the panels of these creatures. Wind spirit, level 37. Health, 370,000. Skills, wind blade, wind burst. Traits, flight, physical damage evasion, physical damage mitigation, exceptional earth resistance. Description, small creatures capable of flight, utilizing the power of wind. They are exceedingly difficult to hit. No wonder my damage output had diminished so considerably. Physical damage reduction, coupled with formidable earth resistance. If one does not activate the offensive stance to penetrate resistance, the damage is significantly diminished. There are no tangible monsters, which are the most effective at countering physical damage. Conversely, wind-type monsters possess the highest resistance to earth damage, thus rendering oneself vulnerable. However, within this dungeon, even an ordinary creature boasts a staggering health of 370,000. Moreover, it employs 2 remote skills that are exceedingly bothersome, and it can fly. Additionally, the environment is characterized by violent winds. The ranged attacks of the hunting party will be adversely affected by the gale, leading to deviations, whereas the monster's ranged assaults remain unaffected. As for the terrain, Lutsong scrutinizes the surrounding landscape. Before him lies a narrow, elongated mountain path devoid of any railings or handholds, akin to walking a tightrope. Given the tempestuous winds, this will significantly hinder movement. A moment's inattention could result in a perilous fall from the precipice, were it not for Lutsong's possession of graceful agility, which renders him impervious to movement restrictions. He could easily be swept off the cliff by the gale if he did not switch to swift stance. Is this what constitutes madness and difficulty? Amidst such treacherous terrain, he must contend with the swiftly flying wind demon, which also boasts a health pool of 370,000. The challenge is indeed grotesquely formidable. The mere ability to land a hit is a question in itself, and even if he succeeds, the wind demon possesses attributes that allow it to evade physical damage with a high probability, in addition to its damage reduction, coupled with its substantial health. One can only conclude that the challenge level far exceeds what is commonly referred to as nightmare difficulty. Experiencing the madness of this dungeon firsthand, Lutsong comes to understand why only the elite teams of humanity can conquer such a trial. 315, 310, 303, 295, 287, shield refresh, 60,000 shield value. The surrounding, wind environment continually generates blades of wind that incessantly deplete Lutsong's health. The difficulty is indeed monstrous. Simultaneously, he casually unleashes a strike. Boom. In an instant, hundreds of wind demons reappear around him, only to be obliterated once more. This dungeon is truly arduous. Feeling the immense challenge posed by this dungeon, Lutsong finds himself pondering how those high-level professions managed to clear it. He possesses a keen awareness of his own capabilities, having lived in this world for 18 years, during which he has been educated in its myriad intricacies. Thus, he would never compare his prowess to that of ordinary individuals. With that, Lutsong wields his, and steadily ascends towards the mountain peak. 3, 299, 611, critical hit. 4, 299, 611, critical hit. 5, 299, 611, critical hit. 3, 929, 567, critical hit. With a critical hit of 3, 299, 611, Lutsong's level steadily ascended. Congratulations, your level has risen to 38. Congratulations, your level has risen to 39. Congratulations, your level has risen to 43. While it is true that instant kills do not initiate combat status, it is important to note that combat status can be triggered not only by active attacks, but also by receiving damage. The moment Lutsong entered the dungeon, he was met with an unavoidable assault. The effect of the boots of swift journey promptly dissipated. Nevertheless, during this battle, Lutsong had 3 opportunities to activate his speed enhancement. However, what was the point of activating it? This dungeon was a hold the line type, where failing to endure for 30 minutes would lead to no final outcome. No matter how swiftly he ran, it would be of little consequence. Hence, Lutsong proceeded at a leisurely pace. As the surrounding monsters respawned, he would unleash, effortlessly annihilating them all. Dodging, it mattered not, for his 100 hit rate from Frenzied Dance assured success. Did the wind element monsters possess significant resistance to earth damage? No matter, even if they mitigated 99 of the damage, he could eliminate them with a mere 1 point of damage. Furthermore, these creatures lacked the capability to withstand 99 damage. At most, they could only reduce it by 90. As Lutsong's level continued to rise, so too did the health points of these monsters. Yet, regardless of their increasing vitality, they remained doomed to the fate of being vanquished by Lutsong's blade in a single strike. In fact, Lutsong couldn't even be bothered to activate attack stance, opting to maintain his turret stance, clearing the field with maximum range time, and again. The quicker Lutsong dispatched the monsters, the faster they respawned. Once the number of monsters stabilized at a certain value, they ceased to spawn anew. Lutsong's relentless slaughter caused these creatures to reappear repeatedly. Meanwhile, he also took the opportunity to elevate the quality of his other equipment to platinum. For each of the 7 equipment slots, he had reserved platinum gear for absorption. The boots of swift journey granted him an increase in base movement speed, elevating it from 10 to 20. Simultaneously, he acquired the effect of maintaining an acceleration boost for 3 seconds upon entering combat status. And the number of activations of this speed enhancement in combat rose from 3 to 5. Lutsong speculated whether further elevating the quality would allow him to sustain his swift pace during combat. As for his heavy armor, the Heart of Resilience straightforwardly augmented the health points of each type of monster. Each monster could now provide a maximum of 150 health points. And if a single type of monster could stack twice, it would result in 300 health points, raising the world's total to 100,000 health points. The necklace was already of platinum quality, while the ring gained an effect that could aid others in concealing their identity. Lutsong considered that this effect might be beneficial for Elise. She concealed her identity as a disciple. Thus, Lutsong strolled effortlessly towards the summit amidst the tempest within the challenging dungeon, the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. At this moment, within the domain of the Dragon Clan, countless dragons gazed skyward. In the heavens, something was plummeting at an accelerating speed towards the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. The dragons soared into the air, fixating on the dark speck above. A few elder dragons wore solemn expressions. As apex beings, they possessed heightened intuition. What could that be? My instincts are forewarning me. That entity is perilous. Regardless of its nature, I sense ill intent. Intercept it. Oriole, Hymen, follow me. A hurricane dragon emerged, surrounded by innumerable azure and cyan magical formations. These formations illuminated, and in an instant, the hurricane dragon surged to its maximum speed, charging towards the dark point. Chapter 34, Infinite Resurrection? Is there such a blessing? Once again, a horde of monsters fell before Lutsong. Congratulations, your level has risen to level 55. Lutsong surveyed his level. It had finally ascended to 55. The journey from level 30 to level 60 is typically a lengthy endeavor for ordinary job changers, often taking nearly a year to accomplish. The experience points gained from slaying monsters after level 30 are disproportionately meager compared to the experience required for leveling up. A level 55 monster yields a mere 250 base experience points. Even with a 20-fold experience boost in the challenging dungeon, one could only garner 65 million experience points. To progress from level 55 to 56, a staggering 200 million experience points is required. necessitating the defeat of at least 1,000 foes. Bang! Lutsong swept his sword horizontally, unleashing a wave of dark energy. 8, 648, 266, critical hit. 9, 648, 872, critical hit. 7, 648, 657, critical hit. 9, 648, 328, critical hit. 8, 648, 157, critical hit. The wind demons disintegrated into chaotic gusts, ultimately vanishing from sight. You have slain 492 wind demons. You have slain 334 wind-winged dragons. You have slain 593 wind phantasmal birds. You have slain 13 elite frenzied wind demons. You have slain 4 elite wrathful wind-winged dragons. You have gained 269, 693, 725 experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to 56. Lutsong's experience points surged to maximum capacity, even exceeding the limit, as he continued his ascent. In a mere 10 minutes, he approached the mountain's peak, reaching the upper limit of the second job transfer at level 60. Now, even his ordinary pace was remarkably swift, achieving a speed of 30 meters per second. While the data may seem modest, it was accomplished without any speed enhancement. With the right abilities, his speed could easily exceed 100. His opponent could not even catch a glimpse of him. Indeed, within the ranks of the second-tier professions of the human race, none stood a chance against Lutsong. Finally, he had arrived at the summit. The reason for Lutsong's ascent was straightforward. This dungeon offered but one path. Without ascending the peak, where else could he venture? He could not simply remain at the starting point. Moreover, the existence of a path suggested that there must be something awaiting him ahead. Generally speaking, a path signifies a place ripe for exploration. Following this line of reasoning seldom leads one astray, and even if it did, he could always start anew. At that moment, upon reaching the summit, as Lutsong set foot on the final step and arrived at the flat expanse above, a thunderous roar erupted. The ground trembled beneath him. Behind Lutsong, the series of steps disintegrated in an instant. Massive stones plummeted down the cliffside. Observing the ruined steps behind him, Lutsong grasped the essence of this dungeon. He then turned his gaze forward. Before him stood 3 entities. 2 hovered in the sky, while 1 remained on the ground. The ground-bound creature was the azure tiger of fiery winds, a tiger shape being composed entirely of wind elements, surrounded by azure flames. Above, a mass of dark clouds loomed ominously. The clouds, pitch black, pulsated with flashes of lightning, identified as tempestuous thundercloud. The other entity was an ice-blue bird, its wings stirring a flurry of icy winds. Presenting an imposing demeanor, known as the frost crystal skybird. Composite elemental creatures, it seemed. Fire and wind, thunder and wind, ice and wind. One specializing in sustained damage, another in explosive damage, and the last in control. Health points? A staggering 100 million. Each of these creatures possessed an astounding 100 million health points, rivaling that of a level 30 world. However, a world, regardless of circumstances, could be besieged by thousands. Yet, this was a solo dungeon. He would need to face them alone. Could the intensity truly compare? Furthermore, he was confronted with all 3 at once. At that moment, Lutsong noticed a notification. Time remaining until complete fury, 1931. The countdown mirrored his own time limit. This implied that if he could not reach the peak within 30 minutes, these creatures would enter a state of fury. He pondered what level of combat prowess they would possess in such a state. A roar erupted from the azure-flamed wind tiger. Thunder rolled across the sky. Just as Lutsong contemplated these matters in those fleeting seconds, the 3 creatures launched their assault against him. Accompanying their attack were numerous smaller monsters that had spawned nearby. Indeed, 3 creatures with 100 million health points each, alongside thousands of lesser foes. Regardless of the formation, it was a formidable challenge. This is indeed a scene steeped in despair. However, Lutsong merely adjusted the Jinyu in his grasp. With a swift motion, he struck down with his sword. Boom. A circle of black mist instantaneously spread in all directions. The shockwave effect of Jinyu was triggered in an instant. Bang. 183, 702, 600, critical hit. 183, 702. 600, critical hit. 183, 702, 600, critical hit. 183, 702, 600, critical hit. 183, 702, 600, critical hit. In that fleeting moment, every hostile creature, both in the heavens and on the earth, perished utterly. Lutsong gazed at the freshly generated kill report, noting that it wasn't only the aerial foes that had fallen. Even from the depths of the cliff, notifications of creatures succumbing to defeat emerged. It turned out that beneath this cliff lay burrowing monsters. How insidious. A dungeon of such frenzied difficulty posed an unexpected challenge. Lutsong's level had already ascended to 60. The power value enhancement of Jinyu had reached an impressive 204, 114 points. With a power value exceeding 200,000, wielding dual copies meant 2 Jinyus, culminating in a staggering 400,000 points. This was nearly 7 times greater than his attributes at level 30. With a single strike, The damage inflicted had already surpassed 100 million. Lu Tsang was not taken aback. Such minor rewards would accumulate and only be settled after the final kill. However, should a complete team wipe occur before the ultimate defeat, these treasure chests would not vanish. Instead, they would reassemble all participants after the dungeon concluded to distribute rewards for the smaller chests. If one had managed to slay lesser foes, it indicated that this dungeon run had yielded profit. Thus, some teams, aware of their inability to conquer the final challenge, would clean up the smaller foes and then settle their rewards directly. This approach allowed them to reap modest rewards. Furthermore, this was also a method to farm equipment. For instance, acquiring platinum quality gear in a dungeon of such madness was exceedingly difficult. Therefore, some top-tier teams opted to eliminate a few lesser foes to secure treasure chests, still yielding platinum quality equipment. Yet, despite such strategies, the production of platinum quality gear remained exceedingly rare. After all, even if the ultimate target was not the final foe, among the human race, witnessing a team capable of defeating lesser monsters was a rarity. Take Lu Tsang, for instance, having just undergone his second class change. He was already adorned head to toe in platinum quality, fully enhanced gear, a feat unmatched among humanity. Even the most venerable families could not boast such opulent configurations. Of course, a crucial point remained. After leveling up, one must replace their equipment. It would be utterly wasteful to expend such resources-enhancing gear that would soon be discarded. Generally speaking, players linger at these levels for an extended duration. Yet just as the notification for chest reward settlement appeared, Lu Tsang observed. Before him, a wisp of azure flame ascended. In the sky above, dark clouds gathered once more. Concurrently, there loomed a frosty egg, its health bar displayed in gray, signifying its locked status. At this moment, fissures began to emerge upon the surface of the ice egg. Crack, 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 crack. The fractures multiplied rapidly. Bang. At last, the ice egg shattered completely. Birdsong. In the next instant, a colossal bird, entirely composed of ice, materialized before Lu Tsang. Rank, King. Level, 60. Health, 120, 000,000. Mana, 10, 000,000. Skills, Hardened Dive, Icy Descent, Extreme Ice Surround, Deep Binding. Traits, Winds Protection, Ice Crystal Shield, Flame Resistance, Extreme Cold, Aura. Special Guardian, upon death, it transforms back into an ice egg, reviving after 3 seconds. This trait disappears post-frenzy. Description, a frost-laden bird possessing the power of freezing, capable of ensnaring all surrounding foes in cold and sluggishness. This special guardian wasn't he previously mentioned. Had this description existed before, Lu Tsang would undoubtedly have taken heed. It seemed this was an elusive ability of the opponent, revealed only upon activation. Should this creature remain unvanquished, its hidden capability would remain concealed. Contemplating this, Lu Tsang couldn't help but marvel at the insidiousness of it all. Others teams, having expended immense effort to vanquish 3 foes, would discover to their dismay that they could resurrect. He could only imagine their despair. He then glanced at the Thundercloud and the Firewind Tiger. Indeed, they too possessed similar resurrection abilities. With each revival, more and more minions reappeared around Lu Tsang, encircling him. It must be said, during battle, the most vexing adversaries were often the bothersome minions swarming about. Very well. Faced with this scenario, Lu Tsang let out a gentle sigh. He then wielded his weapon, Jinhua. Once more, they were coming, so let them come. Boom. A strike descended. 183, 702, 600, critical hit. 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 Following this blow, Lu Tsang shifted his stance to turret mode. Boom. Another strike. 12, 648, 266, critical hit. 12, 648, 872, critical hit. 10, 648, 657, critical hit. 9, 648, 328, critical hit. 12, 648, 157, critical hit. In a mere 2 attacks, he had once again cleared the entire mountaintop. Meanwhile, another notification appeared. The treasure chests had multiplied to 6? Could it be that killing them again after revival would accumulate treasure? Upon seeing this prompt, Lu Tsang's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. What could possess the ability to resurrect infinitely, accumulating treasure chests without end? Surely, it couldn't be the case that killing it a 3rd time would still allow for accumulation? Lu Tsang gazed skyward, where ominous thunderclouds gathered and an ice egg, on the verge of shattering, awaited its fate. Such fortuitous circumstances. Chapter 35, The New Artifact. The Bow of Heaven's Thorns. 1,000 arrows in a second. Roar. Boom. Birdsong. Before him, a creature roared, resurrected once more. Lu Tsang calmly raised his weapon, Jinhua. Boom. Another strike descended. 183, 702, 600, critical hit. 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 It was not an attacking stance. He was yet unable to eliminate these foes with a single blow. Indeed, it posed a bit of a conundrum. Current accumulated treasure chests, 12. Lu Tsang examined the treasure chests he had already accrued through 4 rounds of combat. The ability to resurrect infinitely was indeed commendable. He felt an overwhelming urge to weep, to strike the treasure chests with his head. Such treasures were not easily obtained by the average person. Lu Tsang observed the dwindling countdown. Frenzy countdown, 1847. 18 minutes remained before this battle would conclude. He decided to remain patient. With Jinyue sheathed behind him, he wielded it in his right hand. As for the artillery stance, he could not be bothered to switch. After all, those lesser monsters could not approach him. Having reached level 60, he no longer needed to slay minor creatures for experience points. Boom, 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 boom. Waves of attack rippled outward. Lu Tsang retrieved a small stool from his inventory and sat atop the wind-swept mountain peak, beginning to browse community updates. News surfaced of an elite talent emerging among the elven race. Oh, what news this was! The White King, the great sorceress dragon, surely one of the strongest beings in this realm. Moreover, there were reports of communication anomalies with the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Communication disrupted. Connection with the Valley of 10,000 Dragons has failed. Suspected signal fog detected. The valley has lost contact with the outside world. Were there news regarding me? Let us see what others are saying. Lu Tsang clicked through a series of community posts. The great sage cannot pierce the fog. Lu Tsang's identity remains a mystery? The emperor appears to have extended a royal invitation to Lu Tsang. Could he be the youngest monarch in history? Speculations on Lu Tsang's anomalous class. Let us enumerate Lu Tsang's hidden abilities. One post after another appeared, the majority engaging in discussions about Lu Tsang's potential abilities and the unique characteristics of his class. Yet, all of their conjectures were purely speculative, devoid of any concrete understanding. After all, Lu Tsang had never once revealed his prowess in front of others, not even a single time. They could only glean hints through the absurd announcements that the world rules provided regarding his feats. In the eyes of all the eastern tribes, Lu Tsang has become an enigma of considerable magnitude. He swiftly perused a multitude of posts concerning himself, yet the sheer volume was overwhelming. After skimming through merely a dozen, he lost interest. The authors of these posts provided no substantial clues. They lacked images and videos, merely crafting alluring titles while filling the remainder with nonsensical fabrications. Consequently, a plethora of wild speculations emerged, including claims that he had stumbled upon a stack of instant kill scrolls capable of annihilating any being in sight. Such absurd scrolls were conjured from thin air. Some even asserted that he was the reincarnation of a true deity, a celestial being descended to earth, or the embodiment of an immortal-level monstrosity. How ludicrous! Nevertheless, among the millions of discussion threads, one could always find a lucky guess. And some speculated correctly about his possession of a divine artifact. Yet this accurate conjecture was lost amidst countless erroneous assertions, rendering it almost unbelievable, much like how, in Lu Tsang's former life on Blue Star, no one would ever believe that Luffy was the mythical Zoan-type user of the human fruit, Nika form. Of course, Lu Tsang had no intention of carelessly revealing any clues about himself before his full strength had been realized. The less known about him, the better. He continued to scroll down, suddenly encountering several posts of notable interest. The awakening era of 5,000 years has arrived. The legend of the Millennium Catastrophe. Will the Millennium Catastrophe unfold once more upon us? A review of historical Millennium anomalies. The mention of the Millennium Catastrophe cast a solemn expression upon Lu Tsang's face, and he gently waved his weapon, Jinyu. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 recently revived entities were swiftly vanquished once more, and Lu Tsang did not even spare them a glance. The initial awakening, the blood moon, the abyss, the stars, and the divine monstrosities. Only the first anomaly granted the power of awakening and class transition to the races of the world. The subsequent 4 instances were calamities, and their repercussions lingered even to this day. The moon in the sky remains a crimson hue, and the abyss persists. Originally, there were 4 moons in the sky, but one has since fallen. The remains of the divine monstrosities and their temples are scattered across the world, and their followers occasionally emerge to wreak havoc. This year marks the 5th millennium, if we disregard the initial awakening. Alas, the Millennium Catastrophe has coincidentally found me. Let us hope that the anomalies do not arrive too soon. As Lu Tsang continued to browse the community, he casually wielded Jinyu. Time flowed ceaselessly. Boom, boom, boom. The notifications of kills continued to pour in. Current accumulated chests, 486. The tally of chests had reached 486, surpassing the total output of the human race's insane difficulty chests produced in an entire year. As the frenzy approached, the rate of revival for these 3 entities accelerated. The quicker they revived, the faster Lu Tsang dispatched them. In a mere span of a few minutes, they had met their demise over 100 times. With just 1 more minute remaining, Lu Tsang glanced at the time. After spending over 10 minutes navigating the community, a sense of nostalgia overwhelmed Lu Tsang, reminiscent of his previous experiences on Douyin. In the final minute, Lu Tsang rose to his feet, and simultaneously, he noticed a myriad of mist gathering in the distance. Approximately 10 kilometers away, the fog coalesced into a corporeal form, unmistakably indicating the emergence of a new elemental creature. Lu Tsang furrowed his brow, recognizing this as the ultimate challenge. Ultimate Storm. Rank, King, Upper Tier. Level, 60. Health points, 320,000,000. Mana points, 1,000,000. Skills, Wind Pillar, Brutal Tornado, Windquake. Ultimate Storm, Thunderstorm, Flamestorm. Traits, Wind S Blessing, Earth Damage Immunity, Gale Aura, Resistance to Proximity. Description, the ultimate wielder of the Tempest S Might, possessing immense destructive power. With 300 million in health, facing this dungeon truly felt akin to confronting a world boss. Perhaps the difficulty of this challenge was indeed slightly elevated compared to a standard dungeon. Lu Tsang observed the creature forming and speculated accordingly. The difficulty of this insane challenge was evidently higher than anticipated. Having witnessed the world, he knew that in a level 60 realm, health points typically peaked around 900 million. Yet, this dungeon, with its staggering 300 million health, coupled with the mechanics enhancements, equated to the strength of a world at the same level, if not surpassing it. Moreover, there were 3 nearby smaller creatures and an entire swarm of minions. The 3 enraged entities, each boasting health points of 12 million, compounded the intensity of the encounter significantly. However, textbooks had never indicated a lack of differentiation between levels of insanity. Just as there were distinctions between strong nightmare difficulty and weak nightmare difficulty, it was evident that they did not belong to the same category. Even seasoned professional teams struggled to clear strong nightmare difficulties, while pure professional squads could navigate weak nightmares with relative ease after some familiarization. The upper and lower limits were not on the same scale. What Lu Tsang was currently facing in this insane difficulty could very well be classified as strong insanity. Naturally, he harbored another suspicion, that the world was undergoing a transformation. Given the dawn of a new millennium, who could predict what might unfold? The thought of a creature escaping from the dungeon and wreaking havoc upon the world did not seem far-fetched to him. Nonetheless, amidst the multitude of possibilities, overthinking would serve no purpose. The challenge lay before him, and he resolved to confront it head-on. Lu Tsang narrowed his eyes, fixating on the entity beyond the cliff. While still in a locked health state, he estimated that he would need to wait until the countdown concluded, allowing the 3 smaller creatures to enter their enraged state. During this interval, a resounding thunderclap erupted from the heavens. Lu Tsang stood his ground, unflinching, merely activating a near-death resistance attribute. 2418, Shield Absorption. Alas, I had anticipated a greater degree of peril. In the distance, the final storm has turned its wrath upon itself. Despite being in a state of locked health, rendering it impervious to harm, it remains a daunting 10 kilometers away. Nevertheless, this audacious entity has launched an attack against me. How shameless indeed. Yet, it bears no consequence. My inherent defensive heavy armor, divine, passive, has long since reached its maximum capacity, bestowing upon Lu Tsang an impressive 550 points of armor and resilience. Coupled with Lu Tsang's own considerable health and formidable shields, the prospect of combat feels trivial. Rising from the charred remains of a stool, Lu Tsang's movements remain unceasing. With a casual flick, he summons the might of Jinhua. Boom. Current chest accumulation, 498. The chests have accumulated to 498. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. In an instant, 3 foes resurrect once more. Employing the same tactic, Lu Tsang strikes again. The trio meets their demise anew, and the chest count increases. Current chest accumulation, 501. Subsequently, Lu Tsang retrieves Wind Spirit Grass from his satchel. Effect, upon use, permanently increases agility by 20 points and grants temporary flight ability for a duration of 1 hour. Can be used to craft Windwalker Elixir, which bestows prolonged flight for 6 hours. Description, a precious herb that allows one to harness the power of the wind. This creature, akin to a turtle, lurks at a distance, entirely out of reach. Flight is the only means to access it. For those transmuting classes who have yet to master flight, this dungeon is akin to a hellish trial. Just as Lu Tsang prepares to consume this herb worth 500,000, a sudden intuition strikes him. A voice resonates within his heart. Tsang, your disciple Elise fervently prays to you. I have procured the rare materials you cherish. I now offer them in sacrifice. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Tsang's spirits soared. At last, the moment has arrived. Elise has set the stage for the sacrificial ritual. After her prayers, she presents 50 pieces of black star meteorite at the center of the magic array. Buzz. Whoosh. Without awaiting the subsequent ceremonial proceedings, the 50 pieces of black star meteorite vanish in an instant. Elise gazes blankly at the sacrificial array before her. The speed is astonishing. It feels as though she has been robbed. Yet soon, a transcendent voice resonates within her heart. To offer to me requires no convoluted rituals. Lutsong gazes at the additional 50 pieces of black star meteorite in his bag, exhilaration coursing through him. At last, he can forge the second artifact. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. The monsters of the Wind Demon Cliff have succumbed to fury. In a heartbeat, the once howling black cliffs, now drenched in blood. Simultaneously, the raging winds carry with them a drizzle of blood rain. However, Lutsong's gaze was chillingly intense. The heavenly bow of amalgamation and platinum bow of continuous fire were in the process of being synthesized into a divine artifact, with a resonant hum. The original replica of the Jinhua vanished from Lutsong's left hand, replaced instead by a short bow that shimmered in a harmonious blend of sky blue and forest green. Heavenly Bow Artifact 5. Quality, Platinum, Upgradable. Equipment level, 60, follows user's level. Agility value, 163,291. Attack speed, 100. Effect, Heavenly Rain of Arrows. Your shots will unleash a barrage of 150 arrows, each imbued with identical additional effects. Base. Effect 2. Continuous Fire, Ultimate. With the short bow in hand, you can execute rapid successive shots without releasing the string. Effect 3. Scatter Shot, Ultimate. Each shot will additionally release 3 arrows in random directions. The angle of deviation from the main arrow will not exceed 30 degrees. Effect 4. Splitting, Ultimate. After being shot, arrows will divide into 3 parallel smaller arrows, each inflicting 50 additional effects and 34 base damage. Effect 5. To be unlocked, unlock upon class change or quality enhancement. Description: a formidable short bow capable of releasing 150 arrows in an instant. Seemingly endowed with further enhancements to increase the frequency of shots. Who knows how many this shot could yield? Lutsong gazed at his new artifact, unable to suppress his astonishment at its sheer power. Subsequently, he turned his attention towards the ultimate destination, 10 kilometers away. His equipment subtly transformed, shifting to an attack speed set. In an instant, nearly all of Lutsong's gear was replaced with items that boasted enhanced attack speed attributes, culminating in a terrifying bonus of 680. He then directly transitioned into attack stance. The Jinhua in his right hand was relinquished, and in its stead, Lutsong raised the short bow with his left hand, drawing the string taut as he aimed towards the direction of the final storm. Simultaneously, he activated his skill. Starry Archer skill, Star Flash. With a resonant hum, light coalesced upon the bowstring, culminating in a brilliant explosion at the bow's tip. Whoosh! Swift as lightning. Thousands of luminous arrows pierced through the ultimate target, rendering the journey itself ephemeral. It was a velocity that truly resembled a flash of light. Star Flash. Chapter 36. More than 500 treasure chests, all opened. With the effects in full force, Lutsong raised his bow, needing no further action to shoot. Merely holding the bowstring taut unleashed a torrential downpour of arrows. This was a relentless barrage akin to a storm. 326-5820, critical hit. 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 1 arrow, through the scatter shot, released 3 additional arrows. The 4 arrows split into 12 scattering projectiles. With the divine bow of Amitsukami, this number was magnified by a factor of 150. This enabled Lutsong's ordinary attack to unleash a staggering total of 800 arrows. Although each arrow, due to the scattering effect, bore an additional potency of 50, the damage inflicted by each arrow still exceeded 3 million. Moreover, Lutsong's attack speed enhancement was extraordinarily absurd. He could unleash attacks more than once per second. Even without aiming, the sheer size of the target made it effortless to strike with thousands of arrows. Thus, in that fleeting moment, he was pierced by thousands of star blasts. The 3 billion health points were obliterated in the blink of an eye. In the Eastman Clan World Channel, inquiries arose regarding Lu Xun's silence. It was unprecedented for Lu Xun to remain inactive for half an hour, especially after previously issuing world announcements every few minutes, often regarding single kills. This was truly alarming. Concurrently, due to the alerts from the world announcements, Lutsong had fervently established his presence. Consequently, after just over half an hour without a world announcement concerning Lutsong, the populace grew restless. Was Lu Xun truly done causing upheaval? Could he possibly still be plotting something? What other events could incite Lu Xun's involvement? Surely he must be preparing for a class advancement after such a commotion. Might he be conferring with the Emperor of Humanity about ascending to a kingly status among the human race? Could Lu Xun aim to become the king of the human realm? Or might that be? Currently, the only available territories were the northern frontier and the southern borders. However, given that the northern frontier bordered the abyss, it seemed that Lutsong's only option would be the southern borders. Remarkably, whether in the northern frontier or the southern borders, both were substantial territories. Wasn't it stated that the Emperor of Humanity reserved these regions for his most promising heirs, if they were to grant such lands to Lutsong? As this thought crossed their minds, patrons in the tavern swallowed hard. The implications were becoming increasingly clear. Yet, Was Lu Tsang truly departing to assume his royal title? Why had there been no news of Lu Tsang completing his second-class advancement? It was rumored that when Lu Tsang awakened, a celestial phenomenon enveloped the skies, even exhibiting signs of a legendary tier. During the acceptance of his second-class quest, the spectacle was even more terrifying, as a pillar of light shot skyward, tearing the roof asunder. It was said that those in the Awakening Temple sought compensation from Lu Tsang at that time, with the assistance of the Glimmering Gem Consortium covering the costs. If Lu Xun had indeed completed his second-class advancement, the ensuing commotion would be monumental, especially considering the scale of the task's acceptance. The manifestation upon task completion would likely be visible hundreds of kilometers away. However, to date, there had been no reports of such a grand phenomenon, leading me to believe that Lu Xun had most likely not yet finalized his second-class advancement. As they fervently debated whether Lu Tsang had achieved his second-class advancement, suddenly, another world announcement materialized before all the human race. Lu Tsang has achieved the first kill in the challenge dungeon, the Wind Demon Cliff. First kill difficulty, insane. Completion time, 0:30, 00, 0:54. List of completers, Lu Tsang, team, brilliant gem merchants. Silence. In an instant, it seemed as though the entire human race had come to a standstill. What was happening? Just moments ago, it was said that Lu Tsang had not completed the second transition. Yet now, he had achieved the first kill in a challenge dungeon accessible only after the second transition? This is utterly absurd. Following a brief silence, an eruption of fervent discussion ensued. What on earth has occurred? The mad difficulty level has been cleared. This is unprecedented. Lu Xun, where have you been for so long? Were you holding back a monumental feat? Completion time, 30 minutes? Such swiftness is astonishing. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Tsang had indeed taken 30 minutes to clear this dungeon, merely because the dungeon mandated a duration of 30 minutes. Had it not been for the final boss, Lu Tsang would have likely consumed wine spirit grass and dispatched the final adversary in mere seconds. Brilliant gem merchants. Bang! The sound of shattering glass echoed. A cup fell to the ground, spilling coffee everywhere. The president of the Brilliant Gem Merchants stared in disbelief at the prompt that appeared before him, his jaw nearly touching the floor. The name of the Brilliant Gem Merchants has appeared on the first kill list for the mad difficulty? Or rather, this may well be the sole entry in the completion list. Moreover, it is destined to be immortalized. For in years past, no one had ever conquered the mad difficulty challenge dungeon. With no other completions, the singular victor becomes the eternal champion. Furthermore, even after the dungeon's disappearance, the record stone will endure. This champion's name shall be eternally enshrined in history. Given its uniqueness, it is likely to be documented in the annals of time. The Brilliant Gem Merchants will be immortalized, perhaps even featured in history textbooks. The advertising potential is staggering. They are bound to reap tremendous rewards. Although the president of the Brilliant Gem Merchants was aware that Lu Tsang had signed a contract to undertake the challenge dungeon, he also recognized that Lu Tsang could have effortlessly cleared a dungeon of lesser difficulty, even if it had concluded rather unceremoniously, considering Lu Tsang's stature. They would not have incurred a loss. Yet he could never have anticipated that Lu Tsang would directly conquer the mad difficulty and inscribe their name, Brilliant Gem Merchants. At the conclusion of such a feat, this contract is indeed priceless. The one who finalized the contract was Huang Tao, correct? Yes. Ensure that the branch in Shengjing pays special attention to the manager Huang Tao, who has befriended Lu Tsang, while simultaneously securing a premium advertising spot. This is a monumental gain. However, the president of the Brilliant Gem Merchants soon regained his composure. He was a businessman, since the other party had bestowed such a grand gift. Otherwise, it would merely transform into a favor owed to the Radiant Gem Merchant Association. In the future, should he seek assistance from Lu Tsang, it would become a delicate matter. This contemplation left the president of the Radiant Gem Merchant Association in a quandary. Lu Tsang's status has ascended rapidly, reaching heights unprecedented. He is on the verge of becoming a lord of either the Northern Realm or the Southern Expanse. What leverage could he possibly possess to attract the attention of a soon-to-be sovereign? What favor could he offer to a genius youth who is destined for kingship? At this moment, within the confines of the dungeon, Lu Tsang was tallying the rewards from his quest. He opted to retain the association's name for the sake of preserving goodwill, as he had already availed himself of 25 billion gold coins from them. Moreover, the team name may hold some significance for the Radiant Gem Merchant Association, though it bears no utility for himself. In fact, Lu Tsang usually completed dungeons under a myriad of whimsical team names. Now, utilizing a singular team name, he effectively repaid the favor of 25 billion gold coins while subtly placing the association in his debt. By exchanging something of no value to himself, he has, in essence, garnered an immense amount of resources. Such a maneuver is uniquely his, achievable only because he conquered the dungeon at a frenzied difficulty level. A name associated with such triumph is priceless. No one else could accomplish the same feat. As for how the Radiant Gem Merchant Association would respond, that was their dilemma to face. Lu Tsang then began to inventory the rewards from this dungeon. Dungeon completed. Your evaluation is. Your chests have all received a quality enhancement. Your chest will likely yield an abundance of high-quality equipment. Limit, Platinum. Current chest count, 505. Final Storm Chests 1. Platinum Chests 504. Upon seeing this notification, Lutsong's expression was one of uncontainable joy. 505 chests from a single dungeon, all of which received a quality enhancement. What splendid treasures might emerge. With a cascade of sound, chest after chest descended from the heavens, forming a small mountain atop the peak. Although there was potential for more runs, Lutsong felt no inclination to pursue that. Over 500 chests were already more than sufficient. An excess of chests would likely yield repetitive rewards, ultimately resulting in mere currency. Moreover, the resources he required had become scarce, and more crucially, his elevation in status would grant him access to treasures unattainable by mere purchase. Thus, there was no necessity to invest another half an hour for a repeat run. With a commanding voice, Lutsong initiated the opening of each chest. The rewards cascaded once more into a towering heap. First to catch his eye were thousands of pieces of platinum quality equipment. Astonishingly, nearly 10 pieces of platinum gear emerged from each chest. Is this the enhancement of quality? This must rival the entire human race's output of platinum equipment over a year or even decades. It is crucial to note that other teams, even upon conquering the most arduous dungeons, seldom achieve a top-tier rating. As for opening minor treasure chests, for those teams that have yet to complete their quests, it remains uncertain whether they can unearth platinum-grade equipment. The probability, as calculated by others, stands at merely 5%, averaging 1 platinum piece for every 20 chests. Yet now, I have nearly 10 pieces of platinum-quality gear from a single chest. To put it in perspective, opening one of my small treasure chests is equivalent to others opening 200. However, the equipment is secondary. What truly captivates Lutsong's attention is the exclusive skill book of the ever-changing divine armament. This dungeon has indeed yielded a skill book unique to his profession. Moreover, it comprises not just one, but several volumes. At last, he can discard those subpar skills. Yet, should others learn of Lutsong's sentiments, they might exclaim in disbelief, "You dare to label your skills as subpar?" Chapter 37. The Art of Transformation. Supernova Flash. Lutsong stowed away the equipment into his backpack, retaining several skill books, 10 volumes of exclusive skill book of the ever-changing divine armament, armament sorcery, 20 volumes of exclusive skill book of the ever-changing divine armament, excessive armament, 1 volume of specialized skill of the ever-changing divine armament, enhanced armament, and 160 volumes of exclusive skill book of the ever-changing divine armament, weak substitution. In addition, there were skill books from other professions. Is there only a quartet of skill books? There exists also a specialized skill, exceedingly rare, which grants an additional proficiency in a profession. Lutsong examined the skill books that emerged from the chests. Notably, the armament sorcery skill was retrieved from the ultimate storm treasure chest, signifying its superior potency. However, the enhanced armament appears even more elusive, as there is only a solitary volume, and its distinctiveness is remarkable. So many treasure chests yielded no unique skills. Even the exceedingly challenging dungeons of extreme difficulty failed to produce a singular skill. This underscores the rarity of a unique skill, which can only be obtained by world-class kills. Or so it seems. With a mere thought, Lutsong activated Time Reversal. A humming sound echoed from his chest, reminiscent of a clock's ticking. In an instant, Lutsong rummaged through his backpack and consumed a precious Potion of Fortune. Potion of Fortune. Effect: Luck 1. Cannot increase luck beyond 5. Duration: 10 seconds. Luck is the most coveted attribute. Even an increment of 1 point is extraordinarily valuable. Without any hesitation, Lutsong immediately opened the treasure chest once more. With a resounding flourish, over 500 treasure chests were simultaneously unveiled. A veritable mountain of riches once again lay before Lutsong. However, this time, Lutsong distinctly sensed a difference. The quantity of platinum-grade equipment had indeed increased. Each treasure chest yielded nearly 10 pieces of platinum-quality gear, now elevated to at least 10 pieces. Lutsong collected these items, and then turned his attention to the skill books. 13 on armed sorcery, 34 on overarmament, 1 on enhanced armament, and over 200 on weak replacement. Yet, no additional skills emerged. The quantity of these skill books had significantly risen, indicating an enhancement in drop rates. However, there were still no new skills to be found. Determined, Lutsong activated Time Reversal, once more imbibed a luck potion, and reopened the treasure chest. The cacophony of clattering echoed as the chest unveiled its contents. Yet, the results this time bore little difference from the last. The number of equipment pieces remained unchanged. Furthermore, due to the ample number of chests, the equipment primarily bore the same attributes, merely varying in quantity. As for the skill books, only a minor change in number occurred, with no additional drops. Resolutely, he attempted again. Click. Time Reversal activated. After repeating this cycle dozens of times, Lutsong finally confirmed that this dungeon would only drop these 4 skill books, which constituted all the skills of metamorphic divine armor. Regarding the platinum-grade equipment, Lutsong utilized Time Reversal to painstakingly generate several desired attributes: instant death resistance, death rejection, forced awakening, and illusion resistance. Despite possessing time reversal now, should he be instantaneously annihilated before he could react, it would indeed be tragic. This equipment required his active engagement to trigger its effects. Thus, even though Lu Tsang currently boasted high health, formidable shields, and robust resistances, he still prepared new life-saving attributes for self-protection. When confronted by an adversary, it was not guaranteed they would be of equal standing. What if an entity of over 100 levels appeared? A mere few million damage dealt would be effortless for them. If he were truly to be obliterated, to whom could he lament? Subsequently, Lu Tsang scrutinized his new skill, Armed Sorcery. Effect: whenever you switch to a new weapon, this skill transforms into one usable with that weapon, equating to the strength of a top-tier professional skill. This was indeed a divine ability. It seemed that after transitioning to metamorphic divine armor, the fundamental efficacy of this skill had improved considerably. The previous skills of the armor were truly lackluster. However, this was likely due to the fact that metamorphic divine armor was a genuinely divine-tier profession. Thus, the skill books naturally reached a godly caliber. Upon learning Armed Sorcery, the message appeared: you have learned the skill Armed Sorcery. Perfect divine skill has been triggered. Metamorphic form of Armed Sorcery. Effect: each time you switch to a new weapon, you temporarily acquire a skill associated with that weapon, the potency of which is equivalent to a professional skill of the same level. Effect 2. Skills acquired from the Temple of Metamorphosis will be elevated to divine level effects. Description: transform your attack methods in myriad ways, rendering your enemies unable to predict your next move. Lu Tsang gazed at this skill and could only utter, impressive. He then turned his attention to Star Flash, a skill derived from the Celestial Archer. At this moment, under the enhancement of Metamorphic Style, it had also advanced. Super Star Flash Divine. This is equivalent to the effect of Star Flash. Upon the conclusion of the explosion, 5 arrows will split from the center of the blast, dispersing randomly in all directions. Each arrow can penetrate up to 3 enemies, inflicting 5 agility damage. No secondary explosions will occur. This is astounding. Initially, a damage output of 20 agility points was already remarkable. However, with the explosion, it could further split into 5 arrows. Altogether, that amounts to 25 agility points of damage. A single arrow, therefore, inflicts 45 agility points of damage. Truly a divine skill. Moreover, the metamorphic style does not merely enhance Star Flash. In the future, I can also empower more skills acquired from the disciples of the Temple of Metamorphosis. It becomes clear now, this is the essence of metamorphosis, infinite and ever-changing. Next, Lu Tsang turned his gaze to the second skill. Overarmament, passive. Effect: you can simultaneously wear 2 upper garments, though the second will only be effective at 40 of its attributes. This skill effectively grants an additional equipment slot. For a divine armor wielder, this is immensely beneficial. Lu Tsang promptly learned it. Perfect divine technique has been activated. Overarmament, abundant armament, divine. Effect: you can wear 2 upper garments simultaneously. This directly allows him to wear an extra upper garment without any detriment. For a divine armor wielder, an additional piece of equipment is tantamount to equipping a sacred artifact. It is important to note that upper garments, like weapons, are categorized into subtypes. The attributes of light armor cannot be absorbed by heavy armor. Hence, this skill is of great significance to him, allowing him to simultaneously equip 2 types of clothing, essentially granting him an additional artifact slot. Subsequently, Lu Tsang focused on the third skill, Enhanced Armament. The more skill books that drop, the less rare this skill becomes. Relatively speaking, if we were to consider the probabilities of quality enhancement, out of 505 treasure chests, with a luck value of 1, only over 70 skill books dropped. The actual probability is indeed quite low. However, compared to overarmament and armament sorcery, it is significantly higher. Enhanced Armament Professional Specialization. Effect: this allows one attribute to have its effect completely doubled. This means Lu Tsang can maintain a continuous doubling effect on a specific attribute. The arrows of the Heavenly Bow can directly be enhanced from 150 to 300 shots. This skill is akin to transforming a single divine attribute into 2. Following this, we arrive at the final skill, which boasts the highest frequency of occurrence. 185 copies of the Transformative Divine Equipment Exclusive Skill Book, Weak Replacement. Weak Replacement. Effect: allows you to replace the secondary attributes of your equipped gear with other types of secondary attributes, although the enhancement will be reduced to 60. Learning, Weak Replacement. The perfect divine skill has been activated. Weak Replacement, Equivalent Replacement. Effect: allows you to equivalently replace the secondary attributes of your equipped gear with other secondary attributes. This effect is perfectly suited for me. Secondary attributes refer to any attributes aside from health, mana, strength, constitution, agility, spirit. Examples include health recovery, mana recovery, movement speed, critical hit rate, cooldown reduction, and attack speed. These are all considered secondary attributes. However, some attributes are subject to world restrictions. For instance, cooldown reduction can only reach a maximum of 40. An evasion rate can only attain a maximum of 99. This is indeed a commendable skill. With this attribute, Lutsong can switch out the useless critical hit rate attribute for others, such as movement speed or attack speed. Thus, Lutsong has mastered all 4 skills: current skills, dual wield replication, infinite transformation, artifact of magic, equivalent replacement, abundant armament, transformative technique. As for inherent defensive heavy armor, it has been directly replaced by Lutsong. The only issue is that the turret's stance has now become immobile. However, this is not a significant concern, as the transition between stances is instantaneous. After executing a strike in turret stance, swiftly switching to another stance is equally feasible. Subsequently, Lutsong stored all other spoils into his bag, over 5,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment. It is noteworthy that even after slaying so many world bosses, Lutsong possessed only about 50 pieces of platinum quality gear. Now, in a mere instant, that number has surged 100-fold. Once all this was accomplished, Lutsong did not immediately exit the dungeon. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes within the confines of the completed instance. This is the safest place. Lutsong's spirit communicated with the transformative divine temple. In the next moment, Saintess's cottage. Elise remained in a prayer posture, devoutly reciting prayers to Tsong. Not much time had passed since her offering of the Black Star meteorite. Lutsong had slain the final storm and counted the spoils, taking less than 2 minutes in total. Soon, upon opening his eyes again, Elise found herself within the transformative divine temple. Well done. Lutsong's voice resonated with a note of approval. Receiving the deity's affirmation, Elise's heart raced. She had garnered the divine's praise. How precious this is. This is the reward you rightfully deserve. Suddenly, Elise noticed the equipment she wore. Everything has transformed into divine artifact embryos. Each piece of equipment has received a remarkable enhancement. However, due to Elise's status as the Holy Maiden of the Elves, her gear is predominantly of golden quality and fully reinforced. Therefore, there is no need to trouble Lutsong to assist her with further enhancements. Upon gazing at these attributes, Elise's pupils constrict slightly. She is acutely aware of what this signifies. The equipment she currently possesses has reached its pinnacle, seemingly devoid of any potential for further advancement. Yet now, Lutsong has inexplicably elevated the limits of her gear to a new echelon. Is this the extraordinary power of the divine? Elise's heart swells with astonishment. Not only this time, but in the future, should she acquire new equipment, she merely needs to pray to me, and her gear shall transform into a divine artifact embryo. Hearing such a promise from Lutsong, Elise trembles with excitement. What does this imply? Presently, even her golden quality equipment boasts such formidable effects. How terrifying would it be if she were to later exchange for platinum or even higher grade gear? Furthermore, these rewards are what you rightfully deserve in return for your offering to me. Lutsong casually bestows upon Elise a complete set of platinum quality equipment. And these platinum quality equipments have already been transformed into divine artifact embryos. Once Elise completes her second transition, she will be able to don the entire set of fully enhanced platinum gear, her combat prowess soaring to its utmost potential. Were it anyone else, Lutsong would not offer such treasures. However, Elise is his disciple, and her ascension in strength would directly benefit him by granting him greater capabilities. Moreover, as her strength increases, so too will her status, enabling her to procure more treasures for him. Besides, the 50 pieces of Black Star meteorite truly warrant this set of equipment, aligning with the principle of equivalent exchange befitting a deity. To act like a god while being petty would be utterly unreasonable. Elise accepts these divine gifts, her heart racing with exhilaration, yet she forces herself to regain composure. She cannot afford to lose her poise before a deity. It is my honor to serve you, Tsong. I praise you. However, your disciple Elise has encountered an insurmountable challenge in her second transition task. I may require your support. Elise has already formulated her approach to communicate with Lutsong. For this second transition task cannot be accomplished solely through her own strength. She has no choice but to beseech the divine. I have accepted a tiered difficulty second transition task, which requires me to possess 3 divine artifacts and single-handedly clear 20 nightmare difficulty dungeons while also setting the fastest completion record. Although clearing the dungeons poses a significant challenge, I believe I can devise a solution for that. The task of collecting these 3 divine artifacts, however, is one where I can only seek your assistance. Upon hearing Elise's task, Lutsong cannot help but sigh inwardly. As expected, the difficulty of a tier transition task is exceedingly daunting. He must confront 10 worlds single-handedly. Elise must conquer 20 nightmare dungeons alone and set the fastest record. While the difficulty of battle tasks indeed escalates, the challenge of collecting 3 artifacts is even more formidable. If it were not for her divine class profession, how could others hope to gather them? Without her support, Elise would undoubtedly falter in completing the second transformation quest, thus hindering any elevation in status. In the temple, a longbow shimmering with a celestial blue and forest green light materialized before her. Chapter 38. Unlocking the Divine Artifact Compendium. A new ranking of artifacts. The moment Elise laid eyes upon this equipment, she instinctively recognized its true nature. This was a genuine artifact. Tsong, indeed, is an unassailable deity. According to ancient elven lore, only deities possess artifacts. In other words, whoever wields an artifact must truly be a god. Overwhelmed by the sight of this artifact, Elise dared not breathe. However, Lutsong spoke with unruffled calmness. You may temporarily utilize this artifact, but you must pray to me beforehand when you require its use. Lutsong articulated this, anticipating that when the time came for Elise to borrow the heavenly bow of thorns, he could not simply lend it out. When you are ready to undertake your second transformation quest, I will also lend you the other two artifacts. However, remember that all gifts from fate have their price marked. Lutsong's final remark served to lay the groundwork for Elise's future offerings to him. In this manner, she would naturally be inclined to present more treasures to please him. Thus, the materials needed for crafting artifacts would be secured. Such was the calculation that resonated within Lutsong's mind. Of course, as my disciple, you may pray to me at any time. After Lutsong's words, reflecting on the recent events, Elise felt as though she were living in a dream. The deity had bestowed upon her such an abundance of rewards. Before the offerings, Elise had surmised that the 50 pieces of black star iron might merely suffice to cover the borrowing cost of the divine artifacts. After all, artifacts felt so distant, while black star iron still had accessible means of acquisition. However, artifacts seemed utterly unattainable. If 50 pieces of black star iron could facilitate her completion of the second transformation quest, the entire elven tribe would deem it worthwhile. Thus, in Elise's eyes, these 3 artifacts were indeed worth the 50 pieces of black star iron. Yet, she could not have anticipated the deity's extraordinary generosity. Not only did he promise to lend her 3 artifacts, but he also granted her an entire set of platinum-quality equipment, all in the form of artifact embryos. The notion that her current gear could permanently transform into artifact embryos left Elise astounded. Was this the bliss of being a deity's disciple? Regardless, this divine being must be a benevolent deity. After all, had it been a malevolent entity, my soul would have long since perished. Not to mention engaging in any form of transaction with a god. As for the most crucial artifact, the heavenly bow of Amaterasu, one must request permission from Cang in advance to wield it. For now, it is best not to disturb the divine presence. I shall offer my prayers before the dungeon instead. Meanwhile, Eliza remains blissfully unaware that she has been unknowingly obscured by Lutsong's chaos concealment ring. As Eliza departs, Lutsong also exits the Temple of Metamorphosis. At this moment, he finds himself still within the Wind Demon Cliff. However, the once howling winds have now subsided, and all monsters have vanished, leaving Lutsong solitary atop the mountain peak. It is 11:34 p.m., and the day is drawing to a close. He proceeds to examine the divine equipment catalog. With the elevation of his level, 6 additional rankings have been unlocked. At last, he has reached the 87th rank, granting him access to more artifacts. The artifacts available for synthesis have become increasingly obscure. Take, for instance, the Profane Dagger. Effect: inflicts irrepressible desecration upon targets suffering life point damage, with the desecration continuously spreading until complete corruption ensues. Upon total corruption, the target loses all rationality. Is this not tantamount to a guaranteed death sentence? At the very least, it equates to a mental obliteration, completely stripped of rational thought and reduced to mere instinctive behavior. Can one still be considered alive? But wait, my time reversal ability could perhaps save. Lutsong found himself intrigued by this equipment. If every kill were assured, then even if he were to face an opponent over 200 levels higher, he would not be without a fighting chance. He then turned his gaze to the crafting conditions. The materials required include the Abyssal Terror Heart, a heart from a level 200 abyssal creature. Additionally, 1 billion elven souls, 1 billion abyssal creature souls, 1 billion dragon souls, 1 billion demon souls, and 1 billion human souls are necessary. Damn. This is quite the evil concoction for a single artifact. Setting aside the other races, just the requirement of 1 billion human souls is unfathomable. How could one bring themselves to slay a billion individuals? Next, Lutsong examined other equipment. The White Shielding Tome, ranked 89th, boasts basic attributes that enhance mental acuity. The shield value gained by oneself is amplified by a factor of 1,000, while the shield value conferred upon others is likewise increased by 1,000 times. The duration of the shield is extended by 100 times, and it can stack up to 3 times. Furthermore, the shields applied can defend against real damage. Truly, artifacts are deserving of their esteemed reputation. Such a prodigious enhancement of 1,000-fold, and the capability to stack 3 times, results in an astonishing 3,000 times the shield. Lutsong recalls that, among others of the same level, those protectors could typically grant around 100,000 points of shielding in a single instance. With the White Shielding Tome, one could bestow 1 million shields at once. Stacking it 3 times would yield a staggering 300 million in health. He intends to utilize this to stabilize the mountain. At least 2 attempts are required to break through. Terrifying, indeed. The crafting materials include 100,000 scales from the White Dragon and a universal shield skill book priced at 10,000. Additionally, there is a unique skill for guardians, the Fusion Shield. Acquiring the scales of the white dragon is no simple task, as each dragon yields but a single scale. Furthermore, the white dragon is among the rarer breeds of dragons. It's worth noting that taking a dragon's scale is akin to slaying the creature itself. It cannot be denied that every piece of equipment requires incredibly difficult-to-obtain materials. Ultimately, Lutsong perused the myriad of divine armaments and, at last, discovered a new divine item that he could craft with relative ease. Crown of Insight. Category: Crown. Attribute: 400 spirit points. Effect: grants the ability of divine perception, allowing detection within a radius equal to 1 spirit points in kilometers, and provides information on all beings and items within that range. This perception cannot be detected by entities below divine rank, enabling one to discern lies, falsehoods, and see through disguises. With this crown, he could uncover the true motives behind the emperor's decision to grant him kingship. Most importantly, the ability to see through deceit, combined with information gathering, would make it exceedingly difficult for others to contrive schemes against him. Although he currently possessed formidable strength, he remained vulnerable to the machinations of those with ulterior motives. A single misstep could lead to a disastrous fall, and sometimes, one might be ensnared without ever knowing the truth. It was entirely possible that in seeking vengeance, he might target the wrong individual, allowing the true instigator to escape unscathed. Thus, the Crown of Insight was indeed indispensable. The crafting materials required include a crown imbued with the perception attribute, which he possessed. 33 portions of divine thought flower were needed. Upon seeing this material, Lutsong couldn't help but smirk. It should be available on the market. However, he suspected it would not come cheap. At that moment, he genuinely felt as though money flowed like water. The mouth of the liar demon, the face of the false demon, and the skin of the disguised demon. These items should be obtainable. The demon and human races could be considered somewhat neutral. Certain factions engaged in beneficial exchanges, while others frequently clashed with humanity. Therefore, these items ought to be for sale. As for personally hunting them down, absurd. The demon territory lay a staggering distance away. Why exert effort when money could resolve the matter? After determining his course of action, a flash. In the next instant, the scroll illuminated. Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. Manager Wong, I require some materials, and I would be grateful for your assistance in procuring them. Suddenly confronted by an unexpected visitor, Manager Wang Yuanmo was taken aback. He was the very manager who had previously attended to Lutsong and had promised to keep Lutsong's arrival strictly confidential. At that moment, he was in his office, counting his bonuses. Receiving Lutsong had led to a promotion and a significant increase in salary, along with a generous bonus. In his eyes, Lutsong was nothing short of a lucky star. Now, with Lutsong's unexpected appearance, Manager Wang's heart merely skipped a beat, quickly returning to its normal rhythm. After all, he was a level 65 class changer, not one to be easily frightened. Need materials? Brother Lu, feel free to command as you wish. Whatever we possess, we shall gladly provide, and credit is no issue. Please, do not hesitate to ask. We trust your integrity. Upon hearing Wang Yuanmo's words, Lutsong could not help but marvel internally. The brilliant gem merchants were resolutely intent on forging a connection with him. This merchant association was renowned for their strict policy against extending credit, asserting that even the wealthiest peers, such as Ma Yunting, were not granted such leniency. Yet now, they were making an exception for him. Regardless of the circumstances, their eagerness was apparent. The materials I require are mind bloom flowers, a total of 33. At the mention of this rare item, Wang Yuanmo's lips twitched slightly. What did you just say? Mind bloom flowers? Do you not have any? His expression hinted at disbelief. The mind bloom flower was categorized among the exceedingly rare resources. We possess but a single mind bloom flower in our warehouse of St. Lian City, Lutsong replied. Moreover, it costs 10 billion. A barely perceptible twitch crossed his face. This implied that with his 25 billion gold coins, he would still owe 305 billion after purchasing the mind bloom flowers. While aware that rare materials commanded high prices, this was exorbitant even by those standards. However, it was somewhat predictable. The celestial bow required 100 units of black star iron, making it significantly more expensive than the Crown of Insight, which ranked higher than black star iron. I possess items that can serve as collateral. Could you assist me in procuring them from other sources? I'm willing to pay extra. Fortunately, he still had thousands of platinum quality items, each easily valued in the billions, and given their scarcity, they could sufficiently cover the cost of 33 mind bloom flowers. That should be feasible, Lutsong affirmed. As long as you require assistance, the brilliant gem merchants will do our utmost to help you. However, it may take some time as we need to mobilize resources from other regions, and we may need to acquire them from other merchant associations. Perhaps the herbal and floral merchants may have a larger stock of mind bloom flowers. Nevertheless, purchasing from us will undoubtedly be the most advantageous. We can still offer you a discount on the black card at market price. As soon as Manager Wang completed his statement, he sensed an inconsistency and promptly added, should Lutsong venture to the herbal and floral merchants, I fear I might find myself expelled from the brilliant gem merchants. Very well. How long do you estimate it will take to gather the required items? Lutsong was disinclined to visit other associations. His choice of the brilliant gem merchants as a consistent trading partner stemmed from the discretion they offered. The fewer individuals who were privy to his information, the better. Approximately 2 hours. The transportation of goods is swifter than the delivery of personnel, with a mere hour required to mobilize from other guilds. However, acquiring supplies from distant locations may pose certain challenges. Nevertheless, within 2 hours, it should be manageable. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in gathering one of each. The mouth of the liar demon, the face of the false demon, and the skin of the disguising demon. Very well, esteemed lord. These materials are not particularly rare, valued at approximately 600,000 gold coins. Consider it a token of gratitude from our illustrious gem guild. After conveying these instructions, Lutsong selected 60 pieces of platinum-grade equipment. Let these suffice as payment. With a debt of 33 billion. Applying a 25 discount brings it down to 24.75 billion. The value of these 60 pieces of platinum-grade equipment is nearly 30 billion, certainly enough to cover the debt. Please assist me in selling these items. Should they prove insufficient, I have more at hand. With that, Lutsong turned and vanished from sight. In the office, Manager Wang gazed at the scattered array of equipment on the floor, his mind swirling in confusion. What is this? 60 pieces of platinum-grade equipment carelessly discarded as if they were mere refuse? This is platinum-grade equipment. Such items can only be obtained from world events or dungeons of extreme difficulty. The annual yield may not even reach 300 pieces, and they are typically divided among the major factions on the spot. Yet here, 60 pieces are simply tossed aside. Even one of these would cause a sensation in the world, with families and factions clamoring to acquire it. Moreover, what is if not enough? I have more even mean. Is this akin to selecting dishes at a banquet? You merely cleared one dungeon of extreme difficulty. So how many platinum-grade items did you actually obtain? Yesterday's total rewards amounted to 16. 10 rewards yield 1 chapter, resulting in only 11 chapters. Unless it's a holiday. I will strive to complete as many extra chapters as possible. Chapter 39, The Cataclysm. The world-ending demon essence creation. Manager Wang stared at the air where Lutsong had just stood, lost in thought. He began to understand why Lutsong was so eager to dispatch the funds. A moment's delay, and they would be deemed unworthy by others. Manager Wang, you have, creak. The door to Manager Wang's office swung open, and a subordinate entered, immediately struck by the sight of platinum-grade equipment strewn across the floor. Startled, she collapsed onto the ground. Manager Wang, what is this? However, Manager Wang merely gestured for silence and shook his head slightly. After departing from the Gem Guild, Lutsong strolled through the city of St. Lien. Having been occupied for several hours without rest from afternoon until evening, even the finest energy potions could not sustain his strained mind. Lutsong sought a brief respite. With 2.5 billion gold coins at his disposal, he could indulge in extravagant pleasures. Yet, he refrained from pursuing luxury, instead opting to purchase some local delicacies from St. Lien. In a picturesque location, I took the time to enjoy the surroundings while browsing the community content. The Valley of 10,000 Dragons has become shrouded in chaotic mist, rendering any communication with it impossible. The airships destined for the Valley of 10,000 Dragons may experience delays in their departure. It appears that the signals from the valley have been actively interfered with and obscured. Amidst the tumultuous fog, is it truly the case that we cannot establish contact with the valley? I pondered whether some transformation had occurred. After savoring the last morsel of pigeon leg, Lutsong slowly rose to his feet. A brief respite of merely 10 minutes had sufficed. He was no ordinary individual, yet uninitiated, but rather a level 60-second transformation class changer. His physical prowess was formidable in all respects. Lutsong was not indulging in hedonistic pleasures. He merely sought to alleviate his mind's burden slightly, while simultaneously admiring the elven beauties around him. With that resolve, he stood up and activated reverse time. In a swift motion, he headed towards the class change sanctuary. It was merely a moment of mental relaxation he sought. His body was far from weary. Was it a waste of time? Absolutely not. The unknown timing of the impending transformation loomed ominously. Throughout the millennia, many powerful beings would inevitably perish during such upheavals. Only by growing stronger could one hope to ensure their own survival. With mere level 60 attributes, Lutsong could not confidently assert his ability to withstand the cataclysms of 1,000 years. What exactly is the Valley of 10,000 Dragons? Just 5 minutes prior, the Hurricane Dragon Laney had intercepted the anomaly in the sky. However, this strange entity was entirely encased in a material known as extreme steel. Extreme steel possesses an incredibly high tensile strength. Even a level 200 berserker would require more than 10 minutes to shatter it. The durability of extreme steel is unparalleled, capable of withstanding the core of ultra-tier magical assaults. Laney, the Archmage has arrived. Laney gazed into the distance, where a silver dragon was soaring toward her. Yalman, the ancient silver dragon Archmage, had lived for over 2,300 years, having endured 2 great calamities. The wind howled fiercely as the level 200 dragon approached with remarkable speed in mere instants. The Archmage conveyed a thought. Apologies for my tardiness. I was investigating the cause behind the obscured information of the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Upon sensing this thought, Lainey understood the situation. No wonder I could not establish direct contact with you. Have you discovered any results? She inquired. However, the silver dragon shook her head. Not yet, but it seems to be a deliberate act aimed at severing our communications with the valley. As she projected her thoughts, her dragon claw rested upon the capsule-shaped object. Material identification. Structural analysis. Unknown. Extreme steel, unstable divine essence, stabilizing liquid, arcane energy crystals. Products of magical essence technology. Magical essence technology? At that very moment, a comprehensive blueprint of the material structure materialized in the mind of the silver dragon. Within it, a timing device was operating at a languid pace. Countdown. 30, 29, 28. Upon discerning this information, the countenance of the grand sage of the silver dragon underwent a swift transformation. It turned its head to gaze behind. The myriad dragons lingered at its rear, awaiting an answer. Like curious children, they yearned to uncover the nature of this object that had descended from the heavens. Witnessing this scene, the silver dragon's vertical pupils abruptly constricted. A thought surged forth instantaneously. What are you all doing here? Children, run. The farther, the better. However, the grand sage's command plunged countless dragons into confusion. This was far too sudden. Run? Where to? Yet here lies your protection. In the Valley of 10,000 Dragons. We possess myriad defensive formations. Silence. Run. Lane, you are the swiftest. Take this object far away. As far as possible. Other dragons. Flee. In the opposite direction of Lane. Just milliseconds behind Yaoman, Lane reacted promptly. It swiftly seized the enormous capsule in its claws, activating all acceleration skills, and raced northward at full speed. Children, run. Run with all your strength. Meanwhile, in the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, the chorus of dragons roared. Class Change Sanctuary. Lute Song arrived at the Class Change Sanctuary. Marking his third visit today, others embarked on instances less frequently than he did. Placing his hands upon the Awakening Crystal, he activated the third class quest. Activating your third class quest. You have only one available quest level. Huh. Last time, there were options. This time, none at all. Why not provide a higher level quest for selection? Lute Song mused slightly as he regarded the quest options. In his hand, the chaos-hidden ring trembled subtly, suppressing the breathtaking phenomenon accompanying Lute Song's class change. Selection, class change quest. Buzz. A faint ripple appeared on the Awakening Crystal. The awakening task was delayed in materializing. Lute Song remained unperturbed. This was a normal occurrence. The more intricate and challenging the awakening task, the longer it would take to manifest. This duration, with the elevation of levels, would become increasingly pronounced. After several minutes, the awakening crystal gradually brightened. A sequence of tasks finally unfolded before Lute Song. Subsequently, he observed the tasks that had emerged before him. Lacking any extraordinary manifestations, they were, after all, somewhat mundane. Yet, for the vast majority of class changers, this was the norm. Activating the awakening crystal, he ascertained the conditions for his third class change. Task 1. Choose a deity and become their chosen disciple. Completed. Selected deity. God of transformation and artifacts. Song. Task 2. Complete a challenge dungeon of insane difficulty and refresh the fastest completion record. Completed. Task 3. Personally slay the divine beasts chosen ones. 01. Unfinished. Task reward. A divine armor of your choice ranked 80. Clothes, pants, boots, crown. Observing these tasks, Lute Song meticulously analyzed the situation. Choosing a deity and becoming their selected disciple. Does this count as completed? Am I my own disciple? However, this does not seem to pose any issues. The task requires a disciple, and since I am a manifestation of the divine, appointing myself as a disciple appears to be acceptable. Then there is this exceedingly challenging dungeon, which conveniently lies along my path. Furthermore, I must slay a divine beast's chosen one. How infuriating it is that it must be you. The divine beast's chosen ones are sentient beings, not the mindless creatures of the world. They possess intellect and are exceedingly cunning. They may even conceal themselves within the societies of various races, making them difficult to detect. Finding them is far more arduous than slaying them. The task reward is an artifact ranked 80. Quite commendable, comparable to the ultimate rewards of second-tier tasks. Lute Song could hardly fathom it. After accepting the task, Lute Song opened his friend list. Among the individuals he had known for the past 18 years, they were all categorized into a group. This group was incessantly noisy. It was not that Lute Song lacked camaraderie, but he had been perpetually occupied. Moreover, there were too many seeking him out. Nearly everyone on his friend list, whether familiar or unfamiliar, was attempting to contact him, and he had no time for idle chatter. He had his own matters to attend to. Those he had met after his awakening were placed into a separate group, trading group. Wang Yuanmo, note, helps sell and collect items. Huang Tao, note, sells items in the holy capital. New group, Luo Jiutian, note, Emperor of Humanity. In total, there were merely 3 friends. Lute Song opened the chat window for Luo Jiutian and initiated contact. Lute Song, I wish to discuss the matter of conferring kingship face to face. I am in St. Lian City, and will be available in approximately 2 hours. Additionally, I seek information regarding the whereabouts of the divine beast's chosen ones. At that moment, Luo Jiutian was soaring through the skies towards the south when he suddenly received Lu Tsang's message. After a brief glance, he thought, yes, I would like to meet the young genius. 2 hours should be manageable. As for the whereabouts of the divine beast's chosen ones, I will inquire with my secretary to see if any information is available. Upon seeing Lu Tsang's question about the divine beast's chosen ones, Luo Jiutian couldn't help but speculate. He had heard whispers of hidden contests among the deities. While the divine beasts are not true gods, they are still considered beings of divinity. Lu Tsang's pursuit of the divine beast's chosen ones likely indicates a divine directive, though the nature of any disputes remains uncertain. However, Lu Tsang is undoubtedly linked to the true god. With this thought in mind, Luo Jiutian's certainty regarding Lu Tsang's identity deepened. After reading the message from the Emperor of Humanity, Lu Tsang simply replied with OK, before promptly closing the chat window. He then glanced at the time. Time, 0000. Unbeknownst to him, the day was drawing to a close. Perhaps he should engage in some monetary pursuits while simultaneously gathering the necessary materials for other divine artifacts. Lu Tsang remained fixated on the abyssal summoning staff, which could arguably be considered the easiest staff-type equipment to craft. As long as any staff came into contact with the corruption of the abyss, combined with some inexpensive auxiliary materials, it could be fashioned. However, the proximity to the area tainted by the abyss was quite distant, situated far in the northern region. Just as Lu Tsang prepared to take action, a sudden tremor shook the earth. It felt as if the very ground had sunk a notch. Lu Tsang stumbled momentarily, nearly losing his balance, but quickly transformed into swift stance to regain his stability. What had transpired? Lu Tsang immediately consumed a wind spirit potion to acquire the ability to fly, soaring upwards into the sky. The effect from the shadow boots allowed Lu Tsang to pass through walls. Once he reached a higher altitude, he observed that the entire transmutation hall had tilted slightly, and the buildings of Holy Lian City were also leaning precariously. The ground below revealed numerous fine cracks. What was happening? An earthquake? Dragon Clan's Valley of 10,000 Dragons. Time, 0000. Hee explosion. Joy. From within the essence explosion, cheers of magical energy erupted. Lainey accelerated away at her utmost speed. However, it was already too late. Boom. A heavy aura emanated from the extreme steel. Bang. In an instant, the Valley of 10,000 Dragons was utterly annihilated. Yet, the waves of destruction did not cease. They continued to spread in all directions. Cloud Peak of the Dragons, Earth Dragon Prairie, Fire Dragon Volcano, Sea of Water Dragons. The waves of devastation showed no sign of abating. A whirlwind swept across the earth, subsequently destroying the surface and excavating massive pits. Nothing could impede this dark red energy. All defenses crumbled like paper. The annihilation radiated outward from the Valley of 10,000 Dragons, infinitely expanding. Within a mere 3 seconds, a third of the Dragon Clan's territory was transformed into deep chasms spanning dozens of kilometers. And this was far from the end. The dragons, in an instant, realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, there was no opportunity for escape. The speed of this spreading destruction far surpassed the speed of light from Lu Tsang's previous life. In an exceedingly brief moment, it penetrated countless kilometers of territory. 10 seconds later, 2/3 of the Dragon Clan's domain lay in ruin. The velocity of devastation has begun to wane from this moment forth. Yet, as the final ripples of destruction continue to spread, ultimately, the entire territory of the Dragon Clan is reduced to a colossal cylindrical pit. Chapter 40. Reversal of time. At least there are things I can accomplish. The residual waves of annihilation lingered, taking a full 5 minutes to subside. The devastation did not spare merely the Dragon Clan. Even the southern lands of humanity were affected. 2/3 of the southern region plunged directly into the abyss. In the skies above, countless powerful beings of the human race gazed upon the enormous chasm in the distance, their pupils contracting slightly in disbelief. What on earth has transpired? How could the domain of the Dragon Clan vanish into nothingness in the span of a mere minute? At this very moment, the Emperor of Humanity stood aloft in the sky, surveying the horizon. What once were mountains, rivers, and vast plains were now utterly erased, leaving behind only a vast, dark void. In the Emperor's list of friends, name after name began to fade away. Those were powerful dragons with whom he had connections. Hurricane Demon Dragon Laney, Sage Silver Dragon Yalman, Destruction Sky Dragon Reuben. One by one, these names dimmed. The Emperor realized that nearly the entirety of the Dragon Clan in his list had been decimated, save for Supreme Mage White Dragon and a few dragons lingering among humanity. Within the territory of the Dragon Clan, a staggering 99% had perished. What on earth is happening? The Emperor lingered in the sky, unwilling to advance further. Simultaneously, he reached out mentally to communicate with the Grand Sage within the White Tower. Grand Sage, did you witness this? The Emperor's perspective was now synchronized with numerous powerful beings of humanity, various kings, sages, leaders of major associations, heads of academies, and prominent families. At this moment, the focus of all the elite was directed through the emperor's eyes towards the territory of the dragon clan, which no longer existed. The scene was harrowing, truly a spectacle of utmost tragedy. The earth was stripped bare, leaving behind only an empty, desolate pit. Meanwhile, atop the White Tower, the Grand Sage was engaged in an analysis of this phenomenon, attempting to deduce what had transpired. In the city of Saint Lien, in a fleeting instant, Lutsong sensed a terrifying surge of energy, a foreboding feeling gnawed at him. As he perused the refreshed posts in the community, he found that they no longer pertained to mundane matters. Instead, they were replaced by announcements of calamity. The Dragon Clan's territory now consists solely of an unfathomable pit. The Dragon Clan appears to have been entirely annihilated. Aerial footage. The site of the Dragon Clan's obliteration. I witnessed the process of their destruction firsthand. Video attached. Breaking news. The territory of the Dragon Clan has been leveled to a deep pit. A frontline reporter brings you live coverage from the scene. Lutsong clicked on a news video. The footage captured a breathtaking aerial view from the perspective of a human soaring through the skies above the southern territories of the human realm, gazing toward the domain of the dragon race. Suddenly, a faint flicker of dark crimson light caught his eye. In the next instant, an immense spherical ripple surged forth, expanding in an almost instantaneous manner, its mechanism of growth obscured from view. Within the blink of an eye, this terrifying wave of energy enveloped a significant portion of the dragon territory. Moreover, the destructive wave showed no signs of abating. It continued to propagate in all directions, leaving behind vast craters in its wake. Lutsong, observing this scene, felt a lump form in his throat despite not being present at the site. The individual filming was seen retreating frantically, with the devastation seemingly pursuing him relentlessly. After 5 minutes of desperate flight, the cameraman managed to escape, though the annihilation eventually ceased only a short distance from him. However, once the chaos settled, 2/3 of the southern human territories had transformed into deep craters, remnants of the cataclysm. After watching the video, Lutsong took a deep breath. He clenched the pendant labeled reversal tightly in his hand, contemplating the scale of destruction before him. What could he possibly do in such a dire situation? He was merely a level 60 second-tier practitioner residing in Saint Lien City. He pondered, should such an explosion occur in Saint Lien City, he might not even have the chance to flee. To escape the human territories within an hour was an impossibility at his current pace. It would take him at least 2 days. Only a spatial mage of level 100 or above could traverse such distances swiftly, yet even they would be unable to teleport so far within such a limited time frame. Furthermore, even the ability known as desperate resistance had its constraints, requiring one to survive for over 5 minutes within the affected area, an ability he currently lacked. Taking another deep breath to steady himself, Lutsong quickly realized what he needed to do. Although he lacked the power to avert this disaster, he could at least undertake actions within his capabilities. After all, he was a member of the human race, and he possessed the potential to effect some change, as well as ample preparation time. With this resolve, Lutsong activated the reversal pendant. At 22:30, he dispatched a message to the Emperor of the Humans, urging all individuals in the southern territories to board any available means of transport and flee northward with utmost haste. Every person who could escape should do so. After relaying this information, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately refrained from mentioning the dragon race's predicament. For them, fleeing was already rendered futile. The devastation had already spread to the south. Even if they began to run now, escaping from the dragon borders was no longer an option. Moreover, it is worth noting that the vast majority of dragons reside deep within their own territories. Informing the Dragon Clan now would serve no purpose. Luo Jiutian was momentarily taken aback upon receiving this message from Lutsong. Flee. Why should one flee? Yet, Lutsong conveyed his thoughts with utmost seriousness, urging Luo Jiutian to act without hesitation, for time was of the essence. The reasons could be elucidated later. The chat application offered various means of communication: voice, text, thought, and video, but the simplest was thought. At that moment, Luo Jiutian sensed the gravity of Lutsong's message, recognizing it as no jest. Such a significant matter could not possibly be taken lightly. He then posed one final question: is this a divine directive? Upon reading this query, Lutsong affirmed, indeed. The situation is dire. Additionally, please assist me in locating the whereabouts of the divine afflicted monstrosities. I am in Saint Lien City, and the closer, the better. After perusing this message, the Emperor of Humanity swiftly replied, understood. I shall inquire regarding the divine entities. The Emperor was not one to beat around the bush. He knew well that indecision breeds chaos. Furthermore, today marked a day of upheaval. Given Lutsong's connection to the divine and the numerous miracles he had conjured in such a short span, he was inclined to trust Lutsong. Surely, Lutsong would not deceive him for mere amusement. Almost simultaneously, a notification appeared before Lutsong. Clan announcement. Imperial decree. All humans in the southern region are to flee north at all costs. If necessary, abandon all resources. Upon reading this proclamation, Lutsong exhaled in relief. What the Emperor chose to do next was no longer his concern. That was a matter for the Emperor to deliberate. As for himself, in St. Leon City, he could not afford to think so far ahead. He had done all he could. Now, it was left to fate. Subsequently, Lutsong followed the protocol to enter the Temple of Metamorphosis, reciting verbatim everything he had previously articulated. Within the confines of the Temple of Metamorphosis, Lutsong possessed an exceptionally clear awareness. He smoothly brought Eliza into the temple. After ensuring her well-being, he proceeded directly to the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association. At this juncture, having completed his second transformation, Lutsong was in possession of a black card bestowed upon him by the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association during the Fourth World event. At that moment, he also had amassed 5 billion gold coins. However, this time, Lutsong did not replicate his previous actions. Instead, he sought out Manager Wang at the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association and sold all of the over 60 pieces of platinum equipment he had acquired from defeating the world bosses, retaining only a complete set for upgrading purposes. Simultaneously, he instructed the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association to assist him in procuring divine essence flowers and other supplementary materials. After conveying all these instructions, the time was 22:43. Following this, Lutsong, with utmost speed, swiftly procured the necessary items. Subsequently, he donned his movement-enhancing gear and made his way directly to the challenge instance. Upon entering the instance at a frenzied difficulty level, Lutsong activated the active effect of the Swift Journey Boots. Within mere seconds, he ascended to the mountain's summit and commenced his treasure hunt. After 30 minutes, Lutsong had amassed over 1,000 treasure chests. However, due to the accelerated pace of his progress, Elise did not have the opportunity to deliver the Black Star meteorite to him. Consequently, Lutsong could not forge the heavenly bow to vanquish the final storm. Instead, he consumed the Wind Spirit Potion, which granted him the ability to fly, and proceeded to slay the foe with mountain suppression. Taking slightly longer than his previous endeavor, an additional 20 milliseconds. Once all tasks were completed, Lutsong arrived at the Class Advancement Sanctuary to accept the Advanced Transfer quest. Ultimately, at 23:30, he was entrusted with the third transformation. Under the immense pressure of time, he found himself with an additional half-hour compared to his last attempt. In the southern region, under the urgent proclamation of the Human Emperor, airships were mobilized at unprecedented speed to evacuate citizens. Those with flying mounts brought along their families and neighbors. The entire southern region rallied all available transport resources, unloading all goods solely to accommodate people. Once filled, they departed without delay. Meanwhile, the flying mounts soared toward the north at their utmost velocity. Lutsong, came the message. I have initiated the evacuation of the southern region as you instructed. The resources mobilized are substantial, and I hope this decision proves to be judicious. Furthermore, the divine creature you seek has been located in the southeast of St. Leon City, within a certain ruin. It appears there exists an organization that venerates these divine beings. Numerous official teams dispatched to eradicate them have met with annihilation, including the loss of an elite level 87 adventurer. The official association estimates the challenge level to exceed 100. Recently, St. Leon City plans to assemble a formidable team to eradicate that ruin entirely. Perhaps, there lies the presence of the divine. Lutsong perused the message from the Human Emperor. I can assure you that your actions are correct. As for what transpires, we shall know within half an hour. I appreciate the information regarding the divine. With that, Lutsong closed the chat window. Words were futile. In merely half an hour, the Human Emperor would witness the impending catastrophe. Regarding the Dragon Clan, although they were allies of humanity, it was regrettable that he lacked the strength to save them. Perhaps there was still hope for the dragons. For now, he deemed it best to abandon the thought, as even a mere brain would take too long to deliver, compounded by the information fog hindering communication. As for the rationale behind reversing time to save humanity, such was the absurdity of it. He incurred no personal loss while potentially saving billions of his compatriots. Each life was invaluable. To refrain from such action would be unthinkable. To expedite the acquisition of the divine thought flower, I have also increased the number of treasure chests in the Wind Demon Cliff, resulting in a greater yield of platinum equipment and various materials and supplies. While Lutsong may still hesitate and ponder, the absence of cost and the presence of benefits beg the question of why he would refrain from action. The only plausible explanation is that this individual is inherently malevolent, a traitor to humanity. Upon completing the class transition quest, at 23:31, Alith summoned him as expected. Lutsong responded to the call, synthesizing the heavenly bow. He then entered the Temple of Metamorphosis and engaged in conversation with Alith, maintaining his unwavering principles regarding her treatment. At 23:34, he was then met by the divine creatures under the deity's favor. Lutsong accessed the map and input the coordinates provided by the Emperor of Humanity. Ultimately, a location appeared on the map, not particularly close by. Consequently, Lutsong replaced all his equipment sub-attributes with enhancements to base movement speed. Each piece of gear with sub-attributes, once modified, matched the base movement speed of the Swift Journey Boots. However, the base movement speed attributes increased logarithmically. The more stacked, the higher the decay. In the end, Lutsong's base movement speed reached a mere 100. Subsequently, he activated the enhanced armament attribute on the swift journey boots, directly doubling the effect. His movement speed bonus surged from 100 times to 200 times. At the current maximum movement speed, he could reach up to 240 kilometers per hour. The Emperor of Humanity. You claim this distance of 200,000 kilometers is near. In terms of my past life, how many times could one circle the entire blue planet? At this speed, it would take me at least 2 minutes to arrive. Contemplating this, Lutsong set off towards the mystic ruins. In this locale, a pyramid forged from stone stood. Encircling the pyramid were inscriptions venerating the divine creatures. The ground was littered with human bones and flesh as sacrificial offerings. As Lutsong approached the mystic ruins, he was immediately struck by a nauseating aura. He gazed in the direction from which the aura emanated and beheld a figure, entirely wrapped in bandages, blood seeping through. Staring intently at him. Level, 89 health. Mana. All information remained unknown, which was to be expected, as he possessed no ability to discern the truth. However, the sensation radiating from the figure suggested it was not particularly weak. Lutsong fixed his gaze upon it, and inquired coldly, "Are you favored by the divine?" The bandaged figure rasped, "Ah, another soul come to meet death. Indeed, I am the one favored by Lord Omniscience." Before he could finish his sentence, the next moment transpired. Lutsong suddenly appeared behind him. Powerful armed enhancement, Town Mountain Shockwave. Boom. Lutsong's sword struck directly at his neck. Bang. In an instant, a mist of blood erupted. Almost simultaneously, the massive pyramid was riddled with countless cracks. Within the pyramid, a copious amount of blood seeped forth. Lutsong gazed upon the shattered corpse before him. I was not inherently a violent person, but at this moment, my mood was rather irritable. Chapter 41. Blood of Resurrection. Materials for revival. The divine favored are not mere monsters of the wild. They are beings with professions, graced by the favor of divine creatures, or perhaps tainted by their essence. Attribute values typically belong to the realm of class changers. Their abilities may experience a moderate enhancement across various aspects. Ultimately, they are individuals who hold faith in divine creatures. However, ordinary class changers are not so fortunate. To amass health points in the billions is akin to scaling the heavens. Even a level 100 tank class possesses health in the tens of millions. Reaching the billion mark is a mere dream. This is precisely why Lutsong believed he could slay the divinely favored, unless this being, as a class changer, could surpass 1 billion in health. Even so, it would merely transform his single strike into several blows, the difference being negligible. Class change task prompt. Your task has been completed. Upon seeing this prompt, he turned his gaze toward the pyramid before him. Typically, places guarded by divine creatures conceal something unique. Of course, whether it is good or evil remains uncertain. Sometimes, it may harbor malevolent objects that induce corruption. Yet at other times, it could contain rare materials or special skill tomes. Since I have arrived, Lutsong decided to venture inside and take a look. Upon entering the stone pyramid, he was enveloped in darkness. Lutsong tore open a lighting spell scroll. Instantly, a beam of light spread forth, illuminating the entire passageway. Inside the corridor, there lay numerous corpses of divine creature followers, all wrapped in bandages. They had been slain by Lutsong's swift strike. He proceeded at a moderate pace, observing his surroundings, wary of missing any hidden doors, for such places often conceal treasures. Suddenly, Lutsong felt a chilling breeze at his back. Ding! A dagger pierced into Lutsong's back, yet it caused no substantial harm. 23532. I was actually ambushed. In that moment, my health bar diminished by 0.5. The physical manifestation of this was merely a slight graze. Lutsong turned to look behind him, but saw nothing. Indeed, the range of Town Mountain did not sufficiently cover the entire pyramid. Faced with the lurking assassin, Lutsong showed no inclination to search. Artillery posture. With a swing of Town Mountain. Boom. In an instant, from the ceiling, bodies cascaded down in a disconcerting flurry. These assassins had stealthily concealed themselves above, remaining utterly silent. Yet, the crucial issue was that their attacks required a breach of defenses. Lacking reconnaissance abilities rendered navigating this labyrinth exceedingly inconvenient. Lutsong furrowed his brow and promptly decided to abandon his leisurely pace, instead transitioning into a state of swiftness. Simultaneously, he activated the boots of swift travel, propelling himself directly to the end of the passage. Before him lay an expansive circular hall. At the heart of this chamber was a ritualistic formation drawn in blood, with an altar at its center. Arrayed upon the altar were offerings, reminiscent of a sacrificial rite dedicated to Elise. However, this ceremony was far more gruesome, with human bones and entrails strewn across the floor. Upon witnessing this scene, Lutsong's brow knitted once more. Any reasonable human would feel disgust at the sight of exposed organs littering the ground. Yet, he quickly set aside this revulsion. In this otherworldly realm, amidst elves and dragons, swords and sorcery, adventure and conquest, taverns and hearths, there existed shadows as well. Lutsong understood that he would inevitably confront this darker aspect. He assumed a defensive stance, for textbooks had taught him that such places often harbored traps. As he stepped forward, a resounding crash echoed. A thick bolt of purple lightning plummeted from the ceiling. Indeed, the textbooks had not deceived him. Lutsong's health had now surged to over 4 million. His heart of resilience had evolved since the cliffs of Wind Demon. Each type of monster could stack twice. Yet for Lutsong, who could eliminate groups in a single strike, this effectively doubled his health regeneration. In just over a minute on his journey, he had accrued hundreds of thousands in health. The damage from this trap was substantial. Even with damage reduction, it inflicted over 500,000 in harm. A fragile character would likely have perished instantly, even a level 100 class changer. Characters like mages or assassins, with their meager health pools, would scarcely endure a single trap strike. After a brief 2-second pause to restore his shield, Lutsong swiftly donned equipment that enhanced his shielding and death resistance. The efficiency of his shield generation surged by 220, though it paled in comparison to the 1,000-fold shields provided by the White Shield Tome. It still represented a significant enhancement for Lutsong at this juncture. He pressed onward. A gust of icy wind swept through the hall, which Lutsong disregarded. This effect was meant to freeze him in place, yet while his shield endured, he remained unaffected. The flames of divine retribution, the ultimate flash, and the chaotic spikes erupted in a cacophony of thunderous detonations. Merely 3 steps forward triggered 4 separate traps. Lutsong had effectively traversed a path laden with peril. After covering a distance of 10 meters, he paused momentarily to wait for 20 seconds. Upon the shield reaching its maximum value, far surpassing the limits of health, it was promptly activated, propelling the wearer forward with the agility of the boots of swift passage. In an instant, a distance of several hundred meters was traversed. Yet, in that very moment, the floor and walls erupted with intricate patterns. A cacophony of explosions reverberated through the air, accompanied by a myriad of elemental waves cascading behind Lutsong. Simultaneously, dozens of lightning bolts and beams surged towards him. The damage was recorded as 142, 819, 123, 828, 104, 386. While enduring the onslaught, Lutsong wielded his weapon, Zhenyu, maximizing his damage reduction. Ultimately, the multitude of traps' damage was entirely mitigated as he reached the center of the altar. There, resting solemnly, lay the singular offering, Blood of Resurrection. Effect can be used to craft resurrection scrolls, reviving beings below level 100 with a death time not exceeding 3 days. It is an exceedingly rare and valuable material. Effect 2 enhances the resurrection effect of the scroll, allowing for higher level targets and extended death times. Description: the blood scattered across the world from the ancient god of blood and immortality. The Blood of Resurrection was a total of 10 drops, an exceptionally rare find. While resurrection abilities exist in this realm, they are scarce and laden with limitations. Resurrection can only be performed on targets below level 100. Nevertheless, it signifies the power of revival. After securing the Blood of Resurrection, it became evident that remnants of Omizio had dispersed throughout the world. At that moment, its eyes suddenly opened within the crevices of rock. My Blood of Resurrection, it pondered, who has taken it? With just these final 10 drops, resurrection can be completed. All that remains is to await the next day of sacrifice, which is the day after tomorrow. Once these 10 drops are offered, it shall be reclaimed, and resurrection will be fulfilled. However, an unsettling realization struck. The Blood of Resurrection, placed upon the altar, had vanished, taken by a chaotic entity. Yet, it could not ascertain the nature of this presence, which felt shrouded in mist. Although there had been a tracking mark belonging to it on the blood, upon its removal, the mark had inexplicably disappeared, leaving no trace to follow. Such formidable stealth suggested at least the prowess of a grand sage among the human race. Could it be that my resurrection scheme has been discovered? During this turmoil, a being known as Omizio had attempted to probe its essence, yet found nothing. Divine monstrosities were indeed a plague upon the world, a common enemy to all races. Regardless, any misfortune that befell the enemy would be to its advantage. At this moment, the clock struck 23:43. On his return journey, Lutsong replenished his health once more. As Lutsong continued to encounter formidable entities, he increasingly felt that his vitality was insufficient. After some contemplation, he pondered whether possessing an ample amount of life force would render him impervious even at the epicenter of a dragon's cataclysm. Ultimately, it boiled down to the fact that his reserves were still lacking. Nevertheless, he resolved not to squander excessive time in augmenting his vitality and instead focused on fulfilling his mission. Mission accomplished. Please select your rank 80 artifact. Options: armor, lower garment. Crown, boots. He was currently crafting the crown and already possessed the boots. As for the armor and lower garment, Lutsong felt that he could opt for any of the 4 since an artifact could bear 2 attributes. However, after careful consideration, he decided to take a closer look before making a choice. The lower garment was the only part of his equipment that lacked an artifact. Thus, he selected the lower garment. You have obtained Leap Spirit Artifact. Leap Spirit Artifact level 5. Category: leg armor. Equipment level 60 follows user's level. Attributes: Agility 204114. Quality: Platinum, upgradable. Effect, grants spatial jumping ability, allowing the user to leap to any location within 60 kilometers, increases with level and quality, disregarding spatial constraints. Cooldown time, 2 seconds, can store up to 50 uses, automatically jumps to a safe location when about to receive a fatal blow. Description, an artifact endowed with formidable spatial jumping capabilities, enabling the user to go wherever they desire. Spatial abilities are undoubtedly among the rarest in this world. Space and time. Even spatial mages find it challenging to leap at will. However, Lutsong did not make an immediate decision. Instead, he activated rewind time to return to the moment before his selection. He chose the light armor. Unable to select armor type, you have been automatically assigned heavy guardian armor. Lutsong directly examined the effects of this artifact, dismissing its attributes. Effect, super heavy armor. Physical damage received is permanently reduced by 99. Armor value is amplified by 100 times, and a fixed reduction of 1,000 points in damage is granted after mitigation is calculated. The defensive capability against physical threats could only be described as overwhelmingly robust. However, Lutsong recognized that it was unnecessary at this moment, as he had yet to encounter any particularly formidable physical attackers. Choosing this equipment would be foolish if he were to face a magical adversary. Consequently, Lutsong activated rewind time once more and turned his attention to the crown. Master of the Dead. Effect, the Crown of the Undying summons undead creatures with a minimum level of 70. If the summoned creature's level exceeds 100, it receives a 30 level bonus. And all undead creatures gain berserk status, with cooldowns reduced by 40 and mana costs decreased by 90. All summoned undead automatically equip a full set of gear equivalent to level 3 in golden quality, and possess the ability to resurrect 5 times. Upon witnessing this crown, Lutsong's lips twitched slightly. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to summon the undead. Moreover, even if he utilized the effects of his equipment to summon, he could only conjure a handful of level 70 undead. Despite possessing these, it was insufficiently powerful. He needed to create the 10,000-fold summoning staff to truly engage in summoning. In the end, Lutsong glanced at the boots. Category, boots. Equipment level, 60, follows user's level. Attributes, agility 204114. Quality, platinum, can grow. Description, a spatial artifact endowed with extraordinary spatial mobility, capable of transcending billions of kilometers in an instant. Indeed, Lutsong examined all the equipment. He temporarily set aside the crown and clothing. What remained were 2 spatial artifacts, both undeniably potent. One offered great freedom, yet the places visited were unaffected by the timeline, which piqued Lutsong's interest. This implied that even if he ventured to places in the future, upon returning to the past, the timeline would no longer align with that of the future. After a moment of contemplation, although the ability for spatial jumps was formidable, it was not of use given his current speed. Initiating your second-tier job change quest. Chapter 42, The Second Cataclysm, Altered Timeline. Current task, second tier. Task objective, successfully clear 100 dungeons on Madness difficulty while maintaining the fastest clear record. Task reward, unique skill book of the Divine Transformation Armor, Spirit of Equipment. Clearing 100 dungeons on Madness difficulty. That seems manageable, not overly challenging. Most dungeons for levels 30 and above feature a Madness difficulty. However, the question remains whether an ordinary job changer can clear them. Yet, faced with such a grotesque task, Lutsong could treat it so lightly. Perhaps he alone could do so. If it were anyone else undertaking a third-tier job change quest, they might spend a lifetime without completion. As for the task's reward, while Lutsong could comprehend the skill book, he was at a loss regarding the spirit of equipment. There was no way to preview it. Well then, let us start by tackling the nearby dungeons. Lutsong opened the community interface to find the dungeon guide for St. Leon City. Previously, on the airship from St. Capital to St. Leon City, a guide was sold for 500 gold coins, which had since circulated widely throughout the forums of St. Leon City. Lutsong casually found a map marker and copied it onto his own map. Before long, his map was adorned with a multitude of markers. Dungeon, Dawn Canyon. Dungeon type, defense. Level, 35 to 60. Dungeon, marshlands. Dungeon type, combat. Level, 50 to 60. Dungeon, abandoned ancient tower. Dungeon type, battle. Level, 40 to 60. Dungeon, exquisite clock house. Type of instance, puzzle. Level, 4060. Each mark signifies a distinct instance. Within the city of St. Leon alone, several instances exist for players above level 30. The markers denoting the persistent type of instances were removed. With a swift motion, a small section of the map's indicators vanished. Yet, an abundance of various instances remains, including puzzle types, capture types, and escort types. These instances tend to be rather troublesome. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Lutsong made the decision to filter them out once more, opting for purely combat-oriented instances. Soon, a significant number of instances were eliminated from consideration. However, the remaining instances were all suitable for rapid clearing. Lutsong focused on the instance closest to him. As for the swift journey boots, They had become mere equipment devoid of attributes. Upon activating this trait, Lutsong's arsenal of divine traits had reached 6. The effects of this supreme divine trait of occupational specialization had been activated. Fountain of Mana. All equipment skills are active, granting an 80 reduction in cooldown, and all skill equipment effects can be released without any cost. Each of your skill equipment effects can be released in additional time. The cooldown reduction is not bound by the world's limits. The world's limit restricts cooldown reduction to 40. Regrettably, at this moment, Lutsong possessed no skills that required dual release. Subsequently, Lutsong donned his movement speed set. In a mere few seconds, he appeared before an instance known as the Abandoned Castle in St. Lien. He selected the difficulty, Madness. Upon entering the instance, Lutsong's figure vanished before it. 10 seconds later, he emerged from the instance. The record monument of the instance had notably transformed. Fastest completion record, Madness first place Lutsong, completion rating. Completion time, 00003. After departing from this instance, thanks to the presence of the Chaos Hidden Ring, no one was aware that Lutsong had ever been there. The only testament to his visit was the record monument. It remains uncertain when someone might discover that the records inscribed upon the monument had quietly changed. Starry Night Wilderness. Upon entering this instance, Lutsong immediately drew his bowstring towards the 3 colossal wolves in the distance. Enhanced armament. Enhanced trait effect. Tiansong Bao Tiansong Arrow Rain. Tiansong Arrow Rain. Divine. Enhanced your shots will simultaneously release 300 arrows, all bearing identical additional effects. The number of arrows from the Tiansong Bao doubled yet again. In an instant, tens of thousands of arrows were unleashed. Superstar Flash. Tens of thousands of beams of light surged forth. 3, 265, 820, critical hit. 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 Simultaneously, upon encountering the monstrous entities, streams of radiant light erupted, fracturing into finer luminescent threads that dispersed in all directions. 816455, critical hit. 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 In that moment, the entire dungeon was awash in brilliance. Indeed, the frantic difficulty of the challenges outside this instance paled in comparison. The final trio of colossal wolves possessed merely over 100 million in health, hardly formidable. The streams of light in Lutsong's hands resembled a Gatling gun, sweeping from left to right, dispatching foes with each shot. The damage from Superstar Flash was calculated based on agility, and Lutsong's arrows now inflicted over 3 million damage each. For these creatures with their health exceeding 100 million to withstand even 40 strikes of Superstar Flash was nothing short of absurd, let alone the thousands unleashed. From start to finish, Lutsong's completion time never exceeded 5 seconds. The minor adversaries barely had time to launch an attack before he lost several thousand health. Once vanquished, Lutsong promptly assessed his rewards, opened the treasure chest, and departed without a glance at the spoils. What significance did the contents of the chest hold? Merely a handful of platinum quality gear. Thus, Lutsong continued his quest, navigating the routes of over 100 dungeons scattered throughout St. Leon City. Regardless of the circumstances, time was inevitably consumed. Time flowed relentlessly. 0000. Lutsong heard the beep of his alarm, a sound he had set himself. Sighing softly, he murmured, "Rest well, dragonkind." Boom. Suddenly, the earth quaked violently. Yet Lutsong was prepared, having already ascended into the air. As he soared upward, he surveyed the community, which, as he had anticipated, was engulfed in chaos. After a mere glance, he closed the community interface and resumed cataloging dungeon locations. Lacking sufficient strength, he was ill-equipped to confront such overwhelming destruction. Worrying was futile. Southern borders. Hurry. Faster. Countless airships raced toward the north at breakneck speed. Behind these vessels surged a relentless wave of destruction, sweeping through the southern borders, mercilessly obliterating the homes of the human inhabitants. At last, the annihilation ceased. 2/3 of the southern borders, along with the dragon territory, was rendered to nothingness. Once the destruction halted, the airships, billowing thick smoke, made hasty emergency landings. Survivors gazed back in trepidation, their hearts racing. Had they been even a moment slower, they too would have been reduced to mere dust in the wake of this devastation. This was the decree of His Majesty, the Emperor. It is the Emperor of humanity who has saved us. I always knew it was right to place my faith in the Emperor. Meanwhile, high above, the Emperor stands in the sky, gazing towards the south, his eyes wide and round like bronze bells. What has transpired? What was that devastating energy? Such destruction could rival the legendary super forbidden spells, could it not? If such an assault were to descend upon the territories of humankind, would we possess the capability to counter it? Yet, what is most urgent now is to comprehend what has occurred within the domain of the dragon race. At that moment, the emperor also thought of Lutesong. Instantly, his thoughts shifted, and he extended his perception towards the southern regions of the human territories. The inhabitants of the south had managed to survive in large numbers. In the south, the majority of humanity resided in the pleasant northern environment. To the south lay perilous swamps and various formidable magical beasts, while the northern region housed suitable cities for habitation. Much like how, in Lutesong's previous life, there were populations residing within the vast expanse of the Sahara Desert, the same principle applied here. Benefiting from this, after the emperor's decree, the people of the south, disregarding all else, fled northward. Even though 2/3 of the south was obliterated, the number of those who perished was not excessively high. Gazing upon the harrowing scene and the immense chasm left by the dragons, the emperor could not help but swallow hard. What exactly has Lutesong foreseen? Or what revelations have the divine beings imparted to you? The emperor felt an urgent need to meet with Lutesong. Great sage, should you uncover any insights, please inform me immediately. I must pay Lutesong a visit. At the same time, another imperial decree was issued. Imperial decree. All inhabitants of the south are to migrate north immediately, away from the south. All cities within human territories are obligated to unconditionally accept the refugees from the south. Following the issuance of this command, the emperor turned and summoned the star dragon beast, setting off towards the city of St. Lien. Community. Imperial announcement. The people of the south should not thank me. They ought to express their gratitude to Lutesong. While on his journey, the emperor also conveniently posted a message, pinning it to the top using his authority for an extended period. All who entered the community interface would see this pinned post at once. He had no intention of claiming credit for Lutesong's achievements. Without Lutesong's intelligence, he, as the emperor, would be powerless to protect his people. This merit rightfully belongs to Lutesong. As one by one, the people of humanity clicked on the emperor's pinned post and learned the sequence of events. Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Of course, the emperor omitted certain details regarding the divine beings and Lutesong's private matters concerning divine favor. Goodness, I heard the emperor foresaw this calamity and preemptively instructed the people of the south to flee north. So, this was indeed the intelligence from Lutesong? When did Lutesong establish a connection with the human emperor? Do you truly believe that the title of king is merely a trivial matter? Once one is on the verge of becoming a king, it is inconceivable to lack ties with the human emperor. Therefore, what transpired in the Dragon Clan's territory? As a native of the southern region, I felt the terrifying devastation halt mere moments behind us. Had it been any later, my family and I would have perished. Our gratitude to Lutesong for saving us is immense. The majority of the southern people share this sentiment. It feels as though we are living in a dream, having endured a cataclysmic trial in such a brief span of time. Without Lutesong's warning, we would have been reduced to mere corpses, if, indeed, any remains would have survived at all. At this moment, the survivors from the southern region aboard the airship are gathered together, truly bereft of their homeland. Even though the southern region has not been entirely obliterated, with areas untouched by the destruction, who would dare to inhabit those places? Heaven knows what has transpired with the Dragon Clan. They are resolute in their desire to avoid experiencing such horror again. Furthermore, the human emperor has commanded that all inhabitants of the southern region evacuate. Should Lutesong ascend to kingship, we shall willingly follow in his footsteps. Will Lutesong become the king of the northern territory in the future? Mother, I wish to migrate to the northern territory, in the vicinity of St. Lien City. Having completed 35 dungeons, Lutesong has amassed treasures that, in total, do not surpass those from the Wind Demon Cliff. Dungeons that allow for infinite respawns and repeated runs are indeed rare. However, if measured by time, Lutesong has cleared over 30 dungeons within a mere span of minutes, acquiring nearly 100 frenzied treasure chests. In a conventional sense, this speed is not particularly slow. The Wind Demon Cliff dungeon merely served to ensnare him. Just as Lutesong prepared to delve into the next frenzied dungeon, he received notifications. Ding. You have new messages. 2 unread messages awaited his attention. The only individuals capable of messaging him at this moment were 3 specific people. Lutesong, I have many questions for you. I will arrive at St. Lien City shortly for us to converse. On the other end, Wang Yuanmo had also sent him a message. Hero Lu. The divine thought flowers you requested have been procured ahead of time by our brilliant gem merchants. The materials from the Demon Clan are also ready for you to collect. This time, our guild has not profited a single coin from you. After reading these messages, Lutesong smiled lightly. The timing was indeed fortuitous. He received the materials for the Crown of Insight just before his meeting with the human emperor. Chapter 43. What on earth? Why has the dungeon record suddenly increased? There are still 65 dungeons of frenzied difficulty remaining. Retrieving the materials will not consume much time. With this thought, Lutesong prepared to act. In an instant, he moved. Lutesong appeared before the entrance of the Radiant Gem Merchant Association. His optimal strategy was to traverse all the dungeons he intended to conquer before embarking on his first venture. This way, he could access any dungeon in an instant. Naturally, the Radiant Gem Merchant Association was one of Lutesong's frequent haunts, and he made a visit there as well. At this moment, Song entered the association and arrived once more at Manager Wang's office. "I have come to collect materials," he stated. Manager Wang seemed accustomed to Song's stealthy method of transportation, as he made no effort to walk through the door, but instead appeared right before him. Were it not for the spatial restrictions imposed upon the association's warehouse, which barred entry, Manager Wang might have believed that Song could simply step into the warehouse and take what he needed without needing to make a purchase. Of course, even if Song were capable of such a thing, he would not stoop to such ungraciousness. Payment for goods was still a matter of principle. He was hardly in a position to forego it. Upon seeing Song, Manager Wang greeted him with a sycophantic smile, recognizing him as a paramount benefactor, whose significance rivaled that of other partners within the merchant associations of similar caliber. One individual could equate to an entire association. Thus it would be remiss not to extend him the utmost hospitality. Had Song's appearances not been so enigmatic, Manager Wang would have endeavored to discern his preferences. Otherwise, he would have arranged a veritable entourage of stunning beauties, ample bosoms and slender waists as the standard, featuring an assortment of beast-eared maidens, half-elves, elves, and humans, all for the delight of Song. As for half-dragons, alas, given the plight of their kind, it would be best to forego such arrangements. "Lord Liu, I have heard of your valiant deeds," Manager Wang continued. "It is said that you have rescued our compatriots in the southern region. For this transaction, we shall offer you a 50% discount. It is the due recognition for our human hero. This price cannot be lowered further. We are already incurring losses on this order, having even absorbed the price hikes from other associations to expedite the acquisition of divine thought flowers for you. Purchasing from other associations costs 15 billion gold coins per flower, yet we are offering it to you at 5 billion. Selling this flower to you incurs a loss of 10 billion on our part. As for the proceeds from the equipment sold, that has already been deposited into your account." The Radiant Gem Merchant Association was not the type to engage in altruism without recognition. They were merchants, after all. Song had inscribed their name in the annals of the first successful kill in the challenging dungeon, which could be considered a favor returned. Simultaneously, they were obliged to clarify what they had done for Song. Otherwise, their good deeds would go unnoticed, and the goodwill generated would be squandered, leading to a loss. As businessmen, they would not commit such folly. Acts of kindness were permissible, losses were tolerable, but it was imperative that the other party recognized and understood their contributions. Upon hearing Manager Wang's remarks, Song nodded slightly. "I understand. I have a batch of goods available for you to sell. Next time, assist me in acquiring materials. I prioritize speed, and I am willing to accept a slightly higher price." Presently, Song possesses substantial wealth and can be deemed monopolistic in terms of platinum-grade equipment. In merely an hour, he can produce the equivalent of decades' worth of platinum gear for the human race. If he were still lacking in funds, it would indeed be inconceivable. Having concluded his statement, Song selected 2,000 pieces of platinum-quality equipment from his inventory. He then directed his gaze towards the storage box in Manager Wang's office and promptly transferred the equipment into it. This box now housed 2,000 pieces of platinum-grade gear. The division of profits was to be determined as they saw fit, and he instructed them to inform him once this batch was sold. In a flurry, Song hastily abandoned the equipment and departed. The platinum gear was left strewn across the floor. Thus began the presence of a new storage box in Manager Wang's office, designated for the elusive Song to place the items he wished to sell. Ordinarily, his office was not a transaction reception room. Typically, substantial deals necessitated negotiations in the designated transaction reception room. However, Song was an exception to the rule. One could only say that Lu Shun could conduct his affairs as he pleased. The reason Manager Wang worked late into the night until midnight was largely due to Song, fearing that if Song sought him out, he might be unavailable. Of course, working late was inconsequential. The paramount concern was the profits. Song's recent transactions had earned him a commission of over 10 million gold coins. How many years of labor would it take to amass such wealth? Upon viewing the order for 2,000 pieces of platinum-quality equipment that Song had presented, Manager Wang felt an overwhelming surge of ecstasy. Rest? What was there to rest for? From this day forth, I shall be the canine of the Radiant Gem Merchants Guild. I adore work. I adore overtime. For every order that passed through their hands, they would receive a commission of one of the transaction amount. Selling these 2,000 pieces of platinum gear would yield a commission of 1, were it not for the fact that this was the headquarters of the Radiant Gem Merchants Guild. In any other regional branch, the president would have to relinquish their position to him. After discarding the equipment, Song turned and left. He intended to tackle several high-difficulty dungeons before the arrival of the Human Emperor, ideally completing his third advancement quest beforehand. He would be facing the current Human Emperor, and regardless of the circumstances, strength was paramount. As he departed, Song quietly synthesized the Crown of Insight from within his inventory. Crown of Insight, Artifact, 5. Quality, Platinum, Upgradable. Equipment level, 60, follows user's level. Mental value, 204, 114. Mental resistance, 180. Effect 1, grants the ability of divine thought perception. allowing detection within a radius of 3 mental values, kilometers, and provides information regarding all living beings and items within that perception. This ability cannot be perceived by entities below the divine level, enabling the user to accurately discern lies, falsehoods, and see through disguises. Effect 2. Awaiting absorption. Effect 3. Awaiting absorption. Description: a crown capable of perceiving all, possessing formidable detection and reconnaissance abilities, able to see through all disguises and falsehoods. Song equipped the crown of insight. The number of divine artifact attributes on his person increased, now totaling 7. Simultaneously, the effects of the supreme artifact attributes reactivated. Supreme artifact attribute. Effect of 7 attributes. Death resistance. This death resistance can negate lethal damage from divine beings, including instant death effects, and cannot be immunized by abilities of divine rank or below. 7 attributes. This effect. This must be the ultimate life-preserving effect, no matter the circumstances. It grants him a means of survival. More importantly, he now possesses 7 divine artifacts. This effect can trigger 7 times, allowing him to endure for 7 minutes. This implies that even the catastrophic explosion capable of obliterating the dragon race cannot bring about his demise. According to the footage, from the onset of the explosion to its conclusion, a mere 5 minutes elapsed before it ceased entirely. Assuming no further calamities follow this strike, he could indeed survive. Most crucially, this ability, regardless of the situation, affords him the opportunity to trigger reversal of time. Even in the worst-case scenario, Song would not be instantaneously eliminated. The shattered artifacts are rendered as if they had never been broken. Having accomplished all of this, he returned to his original task and continued to engage in dungeon runs. St. Leon City. At this moment, before the abandoned castle, dungeon, several transcenders gazed at the entrance. Are we all prepared? After 2 years of being stuck at the 3rd transition, we aim to attempt to conquer this dungeon of insane difficulty. No one has yet succeeded in clearing the insane difficulty of the abandoned castle. Based on the intelligence I have gathered, we are the optimal configuration for overcoming this challenge. A level Spirit Exorcist, a level Holy Purifier, myself as a level Demon Hunter, along with a level Radiant Guardian, and a level Judgment Archer. We are all high-level professionals hailing from various corners of the world. As the captain, the level Demon Hunter is truly the most fitting for this dungeon. The ultimate adversary in this dungeon is, after all, a demon. Just as the captain was elaborating, suddenly, a teammate of the Holy Purifier class, glancing at the record monument, covered her mouth in astonishment. Captain, did you not say that no one has ever cleared this dungeon? The name inscribed on the record monument for insane difficulty, Song. Upon hearing this name, the captain was momentarily stunned. He instantly grasped the situation and dashed toward the record monument, staring at it in disbelief. When did he clear the insane difficulty of this dungeon? No, I just checked, and there was no name recorded. This was not just a surprise for this team. As time passed, the astonishment grew. An increasing number of job changers have discovered that, within the dungeons they traverse, a name has inexplicably appeared on the monument of record, chronicling the astonishing difficulty levels achieved. In a manner both subtle and unnoticed, a new entry has emerged. The completion of these dungeons bears little resemblance to the world or challenge instances. There are no grand announcements made. Instead, updates occur solely on the record monument. As for the dungeons within the sacred capital too, those were meticulously crafted by hired professionals. Upon the emergence of a new record, an immediate announcement follows, not so much an announcement, but rather akin to a speaker activated within the dungeon, announcing the name of the individual who has refreshed the record, thereby showcasing the institution's honor. However, in the outside dungeons, such ostentation is absent. Upon completion, names merely appear on the record monument, and that is the extent of it. Today, the inhabitants of St. Leon City have encountered a most peculiar phenomenon. The incredibly challenging dungeons have all been cleared, and astonishingly, by the same individual, none other than Song. What is most alarming is that even in the face of such formidable challenges, this man has never taken longer than 10 seconds to complete a dungeon, with some records astonishingly clocking in at a mere second. In the community, whispers abound. The specter haunting St. Leon City, relentlessly clearing dungeons of insane difficulty. No one has ever seen the visage of Song, yet the records have been shattered. Forbidden arts? Speculations dismissed. Scholars from the White Tower assert that even the highest tier of forbidden arts could not yield such results. Experts in the study of forbidden arts clarify that there is some misunderstanding regarding the knowledge of such practices. On the World Channel, job changers engage in fervent discussions, attempting to unravel the mystery. Within the St. Leon City map channel, specifically subchannel 358965, a small gathering of a few hundred individuals is buzzing with chatter. Wow. I distinctly remember the dungeon records I just observed. I was watching intently. Just moments ago, there was no record of a completion at the insane difficulty level. The player was Song, and the completion time was 5 seconds. Can you believe it? It was instantaneous. I was about to explain to my girlfriend that I was clearing the dungeon with my buddies, no girls around. So I even recorded a video file. Once this video was shared, it rapidly spread, reaching countless viewers in no time. Is this for real? What on earth happened? I didn't even see Lutsong. Right. The camera panned around, yet I didn't spot him near the dungeon. How did the record monument refresh so suddenly? A ghost, truly a ghost. I believe. I really do. Just the other day at the waterless cliff in the northern part of St. Leon City, I was preparing to venture into a dungeon when I witnessed the record refresh in real time. The timestamp was 0:23, refreshing at the 21-second mark. What? You saw the record refresh at 23 minutes? I, too, witnessed the record refresh of the desolate mountain peaks at the same time as you. Indeed. It was Lutsong who achieved it. I distinctly remember capturing a screenshot, though I failed to record a video. Upon examining the timestamp of the screenshot, I was astounded. The instance record refreshed in merely 27 seconds. Is it not true that the desolate mountain peaks lie to the south of St. Leon City? The distance must be thousands of kilometers. Truly, it is bewildering. Completing a dungeon in 10 seconds is already impressive. But how on earth did he manage to finish the record in the north and arrive at the southern outskirts of St. Leon City in mere seconds? This defies logic. It seems the job changers of St. Leon City are utterly baffled. As this event unfolds, an increasing number of individuals inexplicably witness new completion records appearing before them in their respective dungeons. It is still that familiar name, Lutsong, and that well-known completion time, a mere 4 or 5 seconds. In each dungeon, Lutsong's name appears, yet his presence remains elusive. In the night sky, the Emperor of Humanity rides swiftly towards St. Leon City on a dragon beast. While en route, he seeks to comprehend the changes occurring in this world and endeavors to gather more information about Lutsong. Ironically, the intelligence obtained from his own department is scant, even less than what is available in the community. Up to this point, the intelligence department has only provided details of Lutsong's life for the first 18 years, during which there were no discrepancies. However, since his job change today, Lutsong has seemingly vanished, leaving no trace or evidence of his actions. His identity is a profound enigma. The Emperor is compelled to search for Lutsong's name within the community, drawing inferences from the scant clues available. Yet, as he delves deeper into the community, he finds himself even more perplexed. A ghost? What is happening? New rumors are circulating in St. Leon City. Has Lutsong completed the insane difficulty combat dungeons within this brief span of over half an hour? Surely not. Are dungeons now being completed en masse? Chapter 44, The Legend of the Walking Ghost. What is this ghostly legend? Insane difficulty dungeons should represent the most formidable challenges for those below level 100. Even a full team of job changers would struggle to conquer them without class advantages. Yet what is being discussed in this community? Should they not reflect on the absurdity of their claims? Completing dungeons in under 10 seconds? Or en masse? Since when has humanity become so formidable? Is it truly possible to conquer insane difficulty dungeons in such numbers? Nevertheless, the Emperor suddenly recalls the name Lutsong. If these feats were attributed to anyone else, one might dismiss them as mere fabrications. Even if these events were attributed to him, the Emperor Luo Jiutian, they would still evoke disbelief. Luo Jiutian could only say that it was a chaotic concoction. However, when it comes to the name Lutsong, it truly becomes a perplexing matter. After all, this entity had recently triumphed over the extraordinarily challenging dungeon. Logically speaking, conquering other standard dungeons of such difficulty should not pose any issue. The sole concern lies in the absurdity of this seemingly trivial matter. Lutsong, oh Lutsong, how many more surprises do you intend to bestow upon me? Although I am aware that divine beings may possess chosen ones, the inheritance has never informed me that such selections could be so outrageous. Luo Jiutian even contemplated rousing the previous generation's emperor from his tomb to inquire whether, in his era, the chosen ones were equally preposterous. Were the disciples of the divine this formidable? While it is said that the disciples of the divine can indeed challenge dungeons of extreme difficulty, is this truly how one engages in such challenges? No, esteemed former emperor, according to your prior descriptions, you did not assert that the disciples of the divine, even when alone, could still gain the upper hand following fierce battles in extreme difficulty dungeons. How is it that Lutsong's performance exceeds your initial portrayal by such an extraordinary margin? You refer to a 10-second completion as having gained the upper hand after a fierce battle? Luo Jiutian's desire to witness this legendary prodigy intensified. As for the Dragon Clan's territory, the Emperor was not neglecting it. Rather, he believed that inquiries regarding the happenings there should be directed towards Lutsong. After all, it was he who had commanded the evacuation of the people in the southern regions. Thus, the answers to all enigmas lay with Lutsong. In the Dawn Forest, while Lutsong was engaged in dungeon runs, Elithis was no exception. Elithis had also commenced her second transition quest. I pray to you, Song, she uttered. As with her supplication, the heavenly bough of the thicket gradually materialized in her hands. Standing before the entrance of the dungeon, she clutched this longbow, her heart racing with fervor. A level 30 platinum quality equipment? It was astonishing that a level 30 item could achieve such a quality. Truly, the master of artifacts could transcend the world's rules. At the same time, Elithis believed that this level was set by Tsong in consideration of her. Otherwise, How could a divine being wield equipment of merely level 30? Moreover, Eli was convinced that the quality of this artifact was far more complex than it appeared. This was the utmost limit she could wield. Were all seals of this artifact to be lifted, it certainly could not be confined to the level 30 threshold. Yet, she could never fathom that this artifact was platinum quality simply because it was, in fact, platinum quality. Subsequently, Eli glanced at the equipment's effects, and upon doing so, she was taken aback. Each arrow would transform into an equivalent effect of 150 arrows. As an archer, she was acutely aware of the implications represented by this effect. Possessing such an equipment should render soloing the nightmare difficulty dungeons a trivial endeavor, wouldn't it? It would be more apt to say that, upon witnessing this effect, Iris's confidence surged. Initially, she harbored doubts about her ability to tackle the nightmare difficulty dungeon alone. Yet now, she felt no trepidation regarding the challenge ahead. Instead, an exhilarating eagerness welled up within her. Clutching this artifact, she was overcome with an irresistible urge to unleash its power. Selecting the nightmare difficulty, she entered the dungeon. You have entered the dungeon, Tranquil Forest. Before the darkness had fully receded, Iris had already drawn her bowstring, disregarding the minor creatures surrounding her. As a ranger, she possessed extraordinary vision. The instant she entered the dungeon, she keenly detected the positions within the distant woods. In that fleeting moment, she released the bowstring. In an instant, hundreds of starry bursts erupted. Star flash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 895, 587. 895, 587. Just 2 damage instances pierced through. You have slain the Tranquil Lich. You have completed the dungeon, Tranquil Forest, Nightmare. Your dungeon rating is. As the dungeon record refreshed, the elven girl, anxiously watching the record stone, was left utterly stunned. Soon, Iris's completion record reverberated throughout the entire elven race. City of St. Lien, Lutsong's speed in traversing the roads increased significantly, to the point where he no longer needed to consider the order of dungeon strategies. He had already traversed every dungeon he intended to challenge. Thus, all dungeons essentially became teleportation points, allowing him to continue to the next without any travel time whatsoever. Efficiency soared exponentially. Even if the travel time required a few seconds, or even over 10 seconds, the accumulated time across 100 dungeons was no negligible matter. However, now all that time was saved. Nevertheless, even accounting for the dungeon's settlement and the potential for different mechanics in various dungeons, there would occasionally be a need for some effort. Furthermore, even when teleporting directly to the dungeon entrance, selecting the dungeon difficulty and entering still took 1 or 2 seconds. Ultimately, it took half an hour to complete all 100 dungeons at the insane difficulty. 100 dungeons completed in half an hour. In that brief span, the legend of Lutsong's ghostly exploits began to spread throughout the city. It was oddly peculiar. Not a single figure was seen, yet the dungeon records surfaced. Even records from dungeons thousands of kilometers apart appeared simultaneously. How could that not be strange? Of course, no matter how hard they speculated, they could never fathom the manner in which Lutsong had achieved his dungeon triumphs. This may well become the enduring enigma of St. Lien City, a mystery that persists for a millennium, a brand new urban legend. Meanwhile, Lutsong estimates that Elise has completed 78 nightmarish dungeons. Elise frequently prays to him. Recounting her recent circumstances, Lutsong expresses his willingness to listen to his disciples' prayers, acknowledging that it is her duty to report her situation to him. He can roughly infer the circumstances on her end. Currently, Elise exhibits an overwhelming strength, drawing the attention of her kin. The evaluations of her within the clan continue to rise, and being the holy maiden of the elves is already a commendable accolade. This appraisal is destined to escalate even further. Lutsong can already envision how much material Elise will contribute to him in the future. As for the discovery of the artifact, Lutsong feels no apprehension. Elise bears the concealment of the chaos-hidden ring, which, upon its elevation to platinum quality, bestows the ability to further obscure the information of others. Unless a divine-level probe were to scrutinize Elise, her possession of the artifact would remain undetected. As for Elise voluntarily disclosing this information, Lutsong believes she harbors no such inclination. Whether she would act thus will become clear in their next meeting at the Temple of Transmutation. Presently, he possesses the Crown of Insight and the Temple of Job Change. Once again, Lutsong finds himself within the Temple of Job Change. This time, he overhears discussions among the people regarding his ghostly legend. The tale has transformed him into a specter capable of completing dungeons autonomously, requiring no personal involvement to secure rewards. Moreover, there are whispers that the Radiant Gem Consortium has acquired 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment for sale. This rumor further solidifies the populace's conjecture. After all, if it were not for Lutsong, who could possibly present 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment for sale? The Radiant Gem Consortium is not inclined to reveal information about Lutsong. However, selling 2,000 pieces of platinum quality gear without attracting attention is an exceedingly arduous task. They would surely maintain strict confidentiality regarding Lutsong's information. Yet, It is impossible to sell goods without disclosing their details. Once buyers become aware of the availability of platinum-quality equipment, they will naturally speculate about the fervor surrounding Loot Song in St. Leon City. In stark contrast to discussions in other regions inhabited by humanity, which revolve around the Dragonkin territory, St. Leon City emerges as a peculiar anomaly amidst the chaos. While merely half an hour has elapsed since the cataclysmic destruction of the Dragonkin realm, the world's focus remains firmly fixed on that front. Only in St. Leon City does the conversation lean more towards the matters concerning Loot Song. However, as the party involved, Loot Song feigned ignorance and proceeded directly toward an awakening crystal. He placed his hand upon the awakening crystal and accepted the third transition task. You have obtained the unique skill book for the transformation divine gear. You have acquired the spirit of special partner equipment. Spirit of equipment, capable of assisting you in equipping an additional weapon and automatically locking onto enemies for attack if a defensive weapon is equipped. It will actively engage in protective defense, and if a healing weapon is equipped, it will automatically heal the most endangered allied unit. The spirit of equipment enjoys the benefits of your existing attributes as a bonus, possessing the same skills as you do, including additional skills from the Temple of Transformation. The spirit of equipment is invisible to entities below divine rank. The spirit of equipment has a physical form and cannot pass through walls. But you can actively summon it to teleport to your side. This action disregards any obstructions. Once you equip a weapon to the spirit of equipment, you will gain equivalent attribute values from that weapon. A small orb of pure white light materialized beside Loot Song, floating gently around him like a cluster of fireflies. He equipped this entity with the Amaterasu bow, and in an instant, the small orb transformed into a miniature figure resembling his own silhouette, grasping a short bow, which was indeed Loot Song's Amaterasu bow. Such a splendid item. Henceforth, he would no longer need to vacillate between melee and ranged combat. Simultaneously, the attributes of the Amaterasu bow were conferred upon Loot Song, adding an impressive 20,000 agility points to his repertoire. Truly delightful. Subsequently, Loot Song's gaze shifted toward the unique skill book he had also received as a reward. It was at this moment that the Emperor of Humanity sent him a message. I have arrived in St. Leon City. Chapter 45, The Emperor and Song. The Emperor of Humanity had indeed reached St. Leon City, yet upon his arrival, he did not immediately seek out Loot Song. Instead, he chose to investigate the various dungeons suitable for level 3060. As expected, the rumors circulating within the community proved to be accurate. These dungeons were all completed in extraordinarily brief intervals. The fastest completion time was a mere second, while the slowest took no longer than 10 seconds. As long as it was a purely combat-oriented dungeon, Loot Song would accomplish it in a remarkably short time. He did not even need to engage. It was undeniably true. After reviewing several dungeons, the Emperor made his way directly to the Radiant Gem Merchant Guild. He circumvented the guild's restrictions and, in a matter of moments, stood before the guildmaster. The guildmaster had been seated within, perusing the latest data reports. Ever since Loot Song's arrival, the guild's metrics had soared to unprecedented heights. Just as he reveled in these figures, envisioning the prospects of promotion and salary increases, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find it was none other than the Emperor of Humanity, a figure of utmost authority, wielding life and death over all humanity. Simultaneously, he stood as the most formidable entity within the entire race. How could such a magnificent figure appear before him? As a merchant, his initial instinct was to assume that the Emperor of Humanity had come to procure goods. However, it was well understood that the Emperor had no need to make purchases. Under the heavens, all resources of the human race belonged to him. Whatever he desired could be summoned without the necessity of a transaction. Nevertheless, driven by his professional instincts, he politely inquired, Your Majesty, is there anything you require? The Emperor, not one to beat around the bush, directly asked. I have heard that your trading guild has suddenly come into possession of 2,000 pieces of platinum quality equipment that are urgently for sale. I would like to inquire about the source of these 2,000 pieces. Are they related to Loot Song? This question left the head of the brilliant gem trading guild in a quandary. They had been instructed by their superior not to disclose any information pertaining to Loot Song. Yet, the individual before him was the Emperor, the highest authority of the entire race. This internal struggle lasted scarcely a second, as the guild leader quickly understood what course of action to take. To hell with orders. What did the guild leader amount to? Could he possibly overshadow the Emperor? Clearly, the Emperor's word held precedence. This was not a deliberate attempt to betray Loot Song. Rather, faced with the Emperor, he felt he had no other choice. In that fleeting moment of indecision, a conclusion had already formed. Just as he was about to speak, the Emperor raised a hand to interrupt him. Enough. No need to elaborate. The Emperor then glanced toward an empty space beside him. Soon, the figure of a youth became increasingly discernible in his sight. Loot Song was indeed present in this room. How had he failed to sense this earlier? His presence was astonishingly subtle. What kind of extraordinary ability was this? Loot Song of the human race pays his respects to you. Just as Loot Song was about to perform a gesture of homage, a force lifted him up. You are a hero of humanity. There is no need for you to bow before me. In that moment, The Emperor of Humanity encountered the rising star of their race, Lutesong. The Emperor activated his abilities to delve into Lutesong's past. Yet, what he encountered was a nebulous chaos, yielding no results. Despite being so close, he could not uncover any information. As the Emperor of Humanity, his authority was exceedingly high, especially regarding matters of his own race. Theoretically, there should be no one capable of concealing themselves from his scrutiny. Yet now, even with Lutesong before him, he was unable to glean any information. However, while the Emperor could not discern Lutesong, the latter effortlessly utilized the Crown of Insight to uncover all details about the Emperor. Emperor Luo Jiutian. Profession, Balancer. 272 years ago, ascended as Emperor. Level, 200. Personality, calm, steady, earnest, kind, dedicated, straightforward. Combat power evaluation, the strongest of the human race. A level beyond my current capabilities. Attributes, eternal sovereign, fortune of all beings, pinnacle of humanity. Skills, equilibrium of all things, equality of life, equality of mana. Shared damage, shattered equilibrium, powerful assault, strength weakness conversion. Class specialization, balanced attribute distribution, tactical transformation, mastery of healing, mastery of defense, proficient in martial techniques, mastery of magic. Upon observing this evaluation of combat prowess, Lutesong could not help but marvel. The Emperor of Humanity is indeed the Emperor. Lutesong understood that even against a level 100 third-tier class changer, he would likely be able to vanquish them with ease. Yet, when facing the Emperor of Humanity, the disparity was unmistakable. Of course, being unable to defeat him did not imply that he could not escape. If it came to running, he would undoubtedly elude any pursuit. Lutesong's ability to flee had reached an extraordinary level. However, this insight was indeed impressive. Even the Emperor's information could be scrutinized so meticulously. Logically, the Emperor should have concealed his own information. Conversely, the Chaos Concealment Ring had also relayed a message to him. Detection of a probe from Emperor Luo Jiutian. This probe has been shielded by the Chaos Concealment Ring. You may choose to disable the shield voluntarily. The Emperor had initiated a probe against him, yet had gleaned nothing of significance. Their initial encounter had merely been a brief test of intentions. Subsequently, the Emperor glanced at the person in charge beside him and then addressed Lutesong. It is rather inconvenient to converse here. Shall we step outside? Certainly, Lutesong replied. In an instant, the two departed the resplendent Gemstone Merchant Association and strolled down the street. The Emperor was slightly astonished by Lutesong's speed. Could it be that Lutesong could match his pace? Yet, despite his inner surprise, the Emperor kept his thoughts to himself. To be candid, I have wished to meet you for quite some time, Lutesong. Ever since you vanquished your first world, I have longed to see the strongest young genius of our human race. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, Lutesong did not indulge in flattery. Instead, he chuckled. Ha! In this world, who wouldn't yearn to meet the Emperor? I have long heard of your esteemed name. You wish to meet me, and I wish to meet you. It seems we both share this sentiment. In the presence of the Emperor, Lutesong felt no sense of oppression. Instead, he jested, and the more he did so, the more the Emperor perceived that Lutesong was extraordinary. At merely 18, his composure was remarkably steady. Before the Emperor could continue, Lutesong interjected, however, I am curious as to why you wish for me to become a sovereign. Now possessing the ability to discern falsehoods, Lutesong felt emboldened to pose this direct inquiry. Should the Emperor speak untruths, he would discern it immediately, allowing him to weigh the merits and drawbacks accordingly. In response to Lutesong's question, the Emperor stroked his chin, contemplating. Shouldn't it be my turn to inquire first? How did it become him questioning me? Certainly, such is the nature of thought. After a brief interlude, the Emperor of Humanity provided his response. If I speak the truth, will it provoke discontent from the entity behind you? The Emperor's intent was unmistakable. He inquired whether the divine being associated with Lutesong would harbor dissatisfaction. Lutesong was no fool. He grasped the Emperor's meaning in an instant and smiled, stating, dissatisfaction? Your Excellency, you underestimate the magnanimity of the divine. Hearing this, the Emperor seemed to exhale in relief. Very well, I shall speak plainly. I believe you are a chosen one of the true gods, capable of saving humanity from the impending calamity of a millennium. Thus, I hope you will accept the position of a sovereign, contributing to the salvation of our race. Although the precise form of the millennium calamity remained uncertain, the Emperor knew it would not be trivial. Particularly, on this very first day, the Dragon Clan had already met its demise. To suggest that humanity was not in peril would be utterly preposterous. The millennium calamity grows more treacherous with each passing year. During the last millennium, humanity was already on the brink of destruction. Therefore, it is imperative to place hope in those extraordinary beings. In this current epoch, is there any being more extraordinary than Lutesong? He could not conceive of another. Upon hearing this proposal, Lutesong regarded the Emperor with quiet contemplation. The Crown of Insight relayed its feedback. The Emperor spoke the truth. He truly regarded himself as one connected to the divine. His purpose aligned with his words, to consider himself one of the hopes for salvation in the face of the millennium calamity. Of course, while protecting humanity, he could also enjoy resources commensurate with the power of a sovereign. Though it was said to be a protective measure, in reality, he simply needed to grow stronger. His sole obligation was to enhance his prowess, thereby gaining the strength to confront the impending anomalies. In other regards, the emperor would impose few constraints upon him. He even permitted a degree of sacrifice, as long as it did not exceed reasonable bounds. The emperor was acutely aware of the brutal nature of the Millennium Calamity. To expect salvation without any sacrifice would be utterly absurd. Confronting a millennium of anomalies, no one could guarantee 100% assurance of success. What he could do was prepare for the best response, maximizing his chances of survival. After absorbing the emperor's proposal, Lutesong made no immediate response. And the emperor did not rush him. One was the reigning emperor of humanity, and the other was the future hope of the human race. Their leisurely stroll along the riverbanks of St. Lian City could ultimately influence the very fabric of the future world. Lutesong arrived at his decision. Very well, I accept. The only territory remaining for me is the northern region, correct? Indeed. I initially intended to allocate land in the southern frontier to you, as it is adjacent to the Dragon Clan and poses little danger. However, it now appears that the Dragon Clan represents the greatest peril. The northern region, bordered by the abyss and in light of the Millennium anomalies, will see all previously occurring anomalies awaken once more. 4,000 years ago, the abyss emerged alongside divine beasts, commencing a series of events. Thus, this year has arrived. However, given the potential you have demonstrated, I must bestow upon you the title of king. This is a necessary right for the heir to the emperor's throne. If you can maintain this formidable momentum in your growth, I am confident you will soon surpass my strength. Luo Jiutian's words have been unambiguously stated. He holds great expectations for Lutesong and harbors intentions for him to inherit his position. The comparison of potential is evident. The emperor acknowledges that during his youth, he did not possess such illustrious achievements. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he ascended to the throne of emperor more than 200 years ago. What talents has he not encountered? The current kings are the most brilliant prodigies he has witnessed in his era. Each generation's genius can be deemed equally remarkable, with no one clearly inferior to another. Yet, someone like Lutesong is truly unprecedented. Thus, the emperor is firmly convinced that Lutesong is the most extraordinary talent he has ever encountered. Chapter 46. First, let us procure several tens of thousands of divine artifacts. Very well, I understand. The northern region poses no issues. It conveniently lies along the way. As for the emperor's attitude, Lutesong has also made his stance clear. All right, I will expedite your coronation ceremony. With this topic concluded, the emperor shifted the conversation. Now, regarding the northern region's king, King Lu, how much do you know about the cataclysm faced by the Dragon Clan? Lutesong could surmise that the emperor would pose such a question, as it had indeed been raised by him. However, he was unaware of the true circumstances surrounding the Dragon Clan. Yet, he had already devised a strategy for this inquiry. I am entirely ignorant of the matter. This is the guidance from the divine. Since the other party is evidently certain that he is the chosen one of the deities, everything aligns harmoniously. Deities, after all, are enigmatic figures shrouded in mystery. There is nothing peculiar about this. As a disciple of the divine, it is only natural to fulfill their commands. In any case, should inquiries arise, Lutesong would be in a state of complete ignorance. Upon hearing Lutesong's response, Luo Jiutian let out a slight sigh. He too had contemplated such a possibility. In fact, it seemed rather normal. Nonetheless, the emperor could glean the attitude of the divine behind Lutesong from this matter. Although he could not fully guarantee that he could decipher the intentions of the deities, it appears that this particular deity is, at the very least, supportive of humanity. Otherwise, the deity would have no reason to concern itself with the destruction in the southern wilderness or the loss of human lives. Simultaneously, one could only consider this perspective. After all, if one were to view the deities as adversaries of humanity, the situation would be dire indeed, potentially leading to a deadlock. Moreover, the myriad possibilities are overwhelming. Overthinking serves no purpose. The only course of action now is to remain steadfast in one's choices. Indecision leads only to chaos. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If you have no other matters in St. Lian City, I shall escort you directly to the northern realm. Coincidentally, you have reached level 60, and this year's level 60 area is conveniently located near the north. Once you complete your third advancement, you can also utilize that opportunity to level up within. By the way, is there anything you require my assistance with regarding your third advancement? I shall do my utmost to assist you in any way I can. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Lutesong fell into a moment of contemplation before responding. Please give me 10 minutes. I do have a few matters to address. Additionally, for the third advancement quest, I will require 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. The emperor, seemingly uttering this casually, considered that aiding a prodigy in completing their advancement task should not be a formidable challenge given his status and the resources at his disposal. However, upon hearing Lutesong's stipulation, Luo Jiutian's expression became momentarily dazed. 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. What sort of condition is that? 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Why not just rob a bank? Lord Lu, let me consult the Treasury Administrator, Luo Jiutian replied. quickly retrieving the contact information for Treasury Administrator Zhang Bao from his friends list. Zhang Bao, how many Black Abyss Sage Stones do we currently possess in the treasury? Do we have 100,000? Startled by the Emperor's inquiry, Zhang Bao fell silent for a brief moment. My lord, are you planning to deploy a grand formation for the human race, or perhaps establish an oversized soul refining array? Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply provide me with the information, the Emperor commanded, for his actions required no justification. Understood. I have just conducted an inventory, and we currently have over 50,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Upon receiving this response, Luo Jiutian felt a twitch in his eyelid. What had Lu Tsang just stated? 100,000 Sage Stones. If we were to completely deplete the treasury, we would still owe him 50,000 more. Lord Lu, have you taken on a level advancement quest? In response to this question, Lu Tsang merely nodded slightly. That cannot be right. My third advancement is also a level quest, yet it is not as outrageous as yours. Faced with this inquiry, Lu Tsang could only offer a smile. Refraining from disclosing that an option for a higher tier quest had presented itself, along with significantly enhanced rewards. Such quests were unheard of in his experience. However, as a being of divine status, he instinctively chose the most challenging difficulty. Consequently, one of the quest requirements demanded 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Lord Lu, we truly do not possess that many Black Abyss Sage Stones in our treasury. If you require Sage Stones, we could still gather 100,000. But the Black Abyss Sage Stones can only be obtained by venturing deep into the abyss, which is perilously dangerous. In recent years, our explorations into the abyss have diminished significantly, and the production of the Black Abyss Sage's stone has essentially ceased. I understand. I shall devise my own means. However, I do have a need for other materials. Lu Tsang promptly produced a list. Now, as a quasi-king of the human race and a hero among them, is it unreasonable to request a modest amount of materials? The human emperor glanced at the list presented by Lu Tsang, and his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. 100,000 of the White Dragon's reverse scales? What on earth? What does he intend to do with such an abundance of various souls? The essence of the Mother Tree of Life? Isn't that the very lifeblood of the Mother Tree? The Mother Tree is a being of primordial existence, far surpassing his own authority as the human emperor. Is there even a single reasonable material on this list? Each item requested is tantamount to depleting the national treasury. As the human emperor scrutinized the list, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Yet, he soon recognized its true nature. Perhaps these were the items sought by the divine. The power Lu Tsang currently possesses is a blessing from the gods, yet he must also fulfill their mandates. I understand. As long as I can procure these items, I shall strive to gather what I can for you. However, even I cannot provide you with too much, for these materials are exceedingly rare, and many formidable beings also require them. I cannot be seen to favor you unduly, at least not until you achieve more illustrious deeds. Do you have a priority list for these materials? Lu Tsang nodded slightly, and promptly sent a chart to Luo Jiutian, highlighting certain materials of significance. Very well. You may proceed with your affairs. I will assist you in acquiring the materials. You can resolve your matters in 10 minutes, correct? Let us reconvene here in 10 minutes. Luo Jiutian concluded. Without delay, Lu Tsang vanished in an instant, a movement that caused Luo Jiutian's pupils to constrict slightly. Such remarkable speed. Even he, the human emperor, could not discern the motion. No, but how could he possess the ability for spatial movement at merely the second transformation? Even those in professions such as spatial assassins or spatial casters do not achieve direct spatial jumps until at least the third transformation. In this world, spatial abilities are quite challenging to obtain. Luo Jiutian was bewildered yet profoundly impressed. This time, Lu Tsang did not seek Wang Yuanmo, but instead headed directly to the trading hall, where he made his purchases at the transaction window. He acquired 50,000 copies of the Earth Roll Technique skill book and purchased 500,000 Earth crystals. Additionally, he procured 50,000 great swords, all of golden quality. As the platinum quality equipment consigned at the Glimmering Gem Merchant Association sold, the funds flowed steadily into Lu Tsang's account. Currently, Lu Tsang's account boasts an impressive 500 billion. The rationale behind acquiring such items is remarkably straightforward. These items serve as the synthesis materials for the Jinyu. The Jinyu is the most economical artifact along the synthesis path, requiring merely 100,000 gold coins for its creation. Now that he has activated the ability known as inevitable resistance, each artifact essentially equates to a minute of life. Would it not be prudent to procure several thousand of them? An infinite extension of life. Chapter 47, Double Artifacts. Multiple Attribute Stacking. After Lu Tsang's departure, the human emperor strolled through the city of Saint Lien, contemplating the numerous miraculous records created by Lu Tsang, his heart awash with myriad thoughts. Yet, back then, he was not nearly as formidable as Lu Tsang. Just as the human emperor reminisced about the past, a sudden message arrived. Your Majesty, I have traced the cause of the dragon race's catastrophic demise. Within this destruction lies divine energy, seemingly activated from the remains of a deity, rendering it frenzied and unstable. The results align strikingly with the design outcomes from the magical essence laboratory we dismantled 2 centuries ago. I have just retrieved the operational documents from that endeavor, discovering descriptions regarding this matter within the confiscated blueprints. This entity appears to be a potential exploitation of divine remains, designated as Design Proposal Number 3, Marrow Explosion. Furrowing his brow, the human emperor pondered, magical essence? Did we not eradicate these frenzied races 2 centuries ago? Their plans and experimental facilities should have been obliterated. How could such a situation arise? Moreover, divine marrow? Where did they procure that? And what of the Seer Association? Why did they not foresee this monumental event? Do they not always assert that the more significant the occurrence, the clearer the prophecy? Is the annihilation of the dragon race not sufficiently grand? Upon receiving this intelligence, Luo Jiutian felt a surge of indignation. Magical essence? The Alliance should have eradicated the remnants of magical essence during the Crusade 2 centuries ago. Predictions from various factions indicated that this world was devoid of magical essence. Now you claim it was the work of magical essence? What were you doing all this time? However, Luo Jiutian quickly composed himself, continuing to inquire. Thus, can you ascertain that this attack was indeed the handiwork of magical essence? In response to the human emperor's inquiry and the scholar's analytical capabilities, they expressed a 97% certainty that the destruction was instigated by the marrow explosion, with a 3% possibility that a deity had intervened directly. The human emperor narrowed his eyes slightly. Marrow explosion. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is it feasible to mass-produce this marrow explosion? Upon hearing the human emperor's question, the intelligence department promptly provided a response, based on the blueprints. As long as there exists divine marrow, the marrow explosion should indeed be capable of mass production. However, one divine marrow signifies the demise of a deity. For an extended period, we have failed to uncover a second divine relic. The quest for such an artifact, relying solely on a scant number of surviving magical essences, appears rather futile. Yet, upon hearing this response, the countenance of the Emperor of Humanity shifted to one of grave concern. No, do not entertain such thoughts. Even if there exists but a 1 in 10,000 chance, we cannot afford to gamble. Devise a means to retrieve the remaining magical essences. Should the marrow explosion occur within the realm of humankind, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the dragon territory, the land has been transformed into a vast chasm. At this very moment, a colossal dragon is emerging from the abyss, its body shedding ash, exuding an aura of extreme frailty. The ability to survive is not exclusive to Lu Tsang alone. Upon reaching a high level, many possess such capabilities. However, in the face of such catastrophic destruction, survival becomes an insurmountable challenge. Even if a resurrection array were prepared in advance, allowing for revival in a designated location post-mortem, its efficacy would be rendered moot, as the devastation would obliterate even the resurrection array itself, leaving the very ground torn apart for miles. To cling to life under these circumstances is but a delusion. Nonetheless, a minuscule fraction of the dragon race has managed to endure this cataclysm. Damn, this hurts. What in the world has transpired? Within the depths of the chasm, a golden dragon is employing the healing spell to mend its wounds, while gazing at the desolate expanse before it. For a moment, its mind lapses into a state of confusion. It had been engaged in a dungeon raid alongside friends, battling fiercely with the intent of acquiring more treasure and elevating its prowess. Yet, during the midst of their endeavor, as they prepared for the final confrontation, they were ensnared by a terrifying wave of destructive energy. Before it could comprehend the situation, it felt its life force drain away instantaneously, suffering grievous injuries. With no other option, it activated its sole skill, absolute invulnerable defense, rendering itself immobile while enveloped in an invincible state. It was through this formidable 4th-tier unique skill that it managed to survive. Now, however, the invincible state has dissipated, and it remains oblivious to the events that have transpired. Was I not just at the summit of dragons? Where am I now? It is so desolate. Am I above the stars? That cannot be. All my life-preserving capabilities have shattered. What has occurred? This golden dragon, surveying its current predicament, can only express bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Subsequently, it attempts to access its friends list to inquire about the situation, but upon doing so, it discovers that nearly all the names of its fellow dragons have turned gray, indicating an inability to establish contact. Under ordinary circumstances, there exists another explanation: death. Jinlong Aori gazed vacantly at his friend list. The expressions of his companions were devoid of life. Almost all of his human friends were illuminated, readily accessible. The same could be said for the elves. Even the demons were present. Yet, among the dragons, every name had turned gray. What could have transpired? At that moment, Lu Tsang had already procured the materials necessary to forge Jinhua. Although he possessed Nishi, he found himself with merely 7 artifacts, a precarious situation at best. He could remain invincible for no more than 7 minutes. In the face of annihilation from the dragonkin, survival would be a desperate endeavor. Thus, prudence dictated that he should acquire several tens of thousands of artifacts. Alas, his inventory slots were woefully insufficient. Skill books and earth crystals were manageable. Identical materials, items, and skill books could stack in a single slot. One slot could accommodate 100 skill books or 1,000 earth crystals. Even tens of thousands of skill books would occupy only a few hundred slots. The same rationale applied to earth crystals. However, equipment was a different matter entirely. Each piece of gear inevitably consumed a slot. Not even items with identical names, attributes, and effects could be stacked within the same space. This meant that even if he maximized his inventory solely for great swords, he could only store 500,000 of them. Even if all those swords were forged into Jinhua for his survival, he would only achieve invincibility for a limited duration. Ultimately, everything was finite. Lu Tsang harbored a certain yearning for the infinite. His current semblance of eternal life could only be deemed a pseudo-infinity. It allowed for a prolongation of existence, but was not true immortality. Nevertheless, for the time being, he would accept this. Pseudo-infinity was still formidable. After acquiring these materials, Lu Tsang found himself once again in the outskirts, far removed from the city of St. Rian. Crafting, Artifact Jinhua. To craft the Artifact Jinhua, the following materials are required: Earth Scroll Skill Book, 10 Earth Crystals, and any quality greatsword equipment. Once crafted, materials cannot be returned. Confirm crafting? Confirm. Buzz, the current world artifact, Jinhua, already exists. Crafting impossible. However, another prompt soon emerged. Skill, Dual Artifact, Passive, has been triggered. You have successfully crafted the artifact, Jinhua. Lu Tsang beheld the second Jinhua manifesting in his hands, a result of the unique skill book of Transformative Divine Armor. Temporary Second Artifact. This skill enabled him to utilize materials to forge a second artifact with a time limit. This artifact would vanish, along with its attributes, regardless of how those attributes were transferred. He then endeavored to forge a third artifact. Lu Tsang attempted to create a third Jinhua. Bang! A singular sound resonated as the materials shattered. Indeed, the synthesis of the third Town Guardian had failed. Artifacts possess uniqueness and cannot be synthesized into a second artifact. You currently possess the passive skill, Dual Artifacts. You may hold a maximum of 2 artifacts of the same name. What a disappointment. Upon witnessing this result, Lu Tsang found himself at a loss for words. The failure of the synthesis rendered the materials utterly wasted. Yet, this outcome was somewhat anticipated. It was worth a try. After all, there was no loss in attempting. Subsequently, Lu Tsang activated Rewind Time, returning to the temporal moment prior to his creation of the third Town Guardian. The materials had been restored. He then gazed at the Town Guardian in his hand. This weapon had accompanied him since his awakening, serving as a significant contributor to his growth. My apologies. Destroying the item. Items cannot be restored once destroyed. Do you wish to confirm? Confirm. Bang. With a crisp sound, the artifact, Town Guardian, shattered into luminous particles. Almost all items that could fit in one's backpack could be destroyed, barring those marked with terms like absolutely indestructible. Even the most resilient materials, such as extreme steel, could be obliterated if they were within the confines of the backpack. Of course, this was contingent upon the item being able to fit inside the backpack, which could only accommodate items wholly belonging to oneself. After the destruction of Town Guardian, Lu Tsang extended his right hand and immediately consumed the materials from his backpack. In the next moment, a brand new Town Guardian coalesced in his grasp. This indicated that as long as the original artifact was destroyed, it could indeed be recreated without any cooldown restrictions. The crafting process, however, took approximately 2 seconds. Having reached this conclusion, Lu Tsang felt a sense of relief. Although he could not amass thousands of Town Guardians at once for storage, he could trigger Death Resistance and create a new one immediately after the previous one shattered, achieving the same effect. After completing this experiment, Lu Tsang employed Rewind Time to revert to the moment before he destroyed the Town Guardian. The Town Guardian he had destroyed was restored due to the reversal of time. With Rewind Time at his disposal, Lu Tsang could easily undertake high-stakes experiments. Next came the second trial. The skill, Dual Artifacts, compared to its pre-evolution state, exhibited a particularly unique effect, the removal of temporality. Lu Tsang had one more test related to this effect to conduct. The Town Guardian possessed 4 slots for attributes, which were occupied by Charge Level, Body Slam Attack, and the inherent Shockwave attribute of the Town Guardian. As for the 4th slot, Lu Tsang carelessly filled it with a 20 lifesteal on normal attacks attribute. The lifesteal attribute was exclusive to Platinum tier equipment. Observing this effect, he realized that he had no current use for the lifesteal effect. He intended to replace the 4th attribute with the Absorption attribute of the Town Guardian. With a thought, Lu Tsang initiated the change. The entry 4 was absorbed. In the next instant, the entry itself underwent a transformation. The entry 4 vanished, while acquired 2 entries 4. It truly could absorb. Subsequently, Lu Tsang obliterated the blank entry 4. After the new was annihilated, the old retained both entries 4. Indeed, it was feasible. This meant that other divine artifact entries could also be stacked in a similar manner. How formidable that would be. Chapter 48, Retracing Long-Distance Teleportation. In the northern region of the map, the darkness represented the abyss, with the central city being Baiyuan City, an original creation by the author. Ultimately, the most unique aspect of the temporary second artifact was that once the temporary artifact vanished, the entries derived from it would also disappear. However, the double artifact did not explicitly mention this detail, which inspired Lutzong to experiment. In this manner, the materials for crafting the Heart of Resolve could also be procured with currency. Lutzong planned to affix 4 entries of to the Heart of Resolve. This stacking effect would quadruple the previous blood absorption rate. As for the Boots of Swift Travel, the world had initially revealed 50 pieces of the Eternal Stone. He could indeed create 4 more. Yet, it remained uncertain whether identical entries would be calculated multiplicatively or additively. Regardless, an enhancement would undoubtedly lead to a qualitative transformation. Upon contemplating these matters, he instantaneously arrived at the trading hall to procure supplies once more. He paid no heed to whether the current health points were beneficial to him. After all, it was prudent to maximize the entries of the divine artifacts first. Moreover, how could health points possibly be useless? The 90th ranked, Burning Sea Armor, inflicted damage based on maximum health limit, dealing 50 fire attribute damage per second to a wide range of enemies. Should this equipment be crafted, health points would undoubtedly prove exceedingly valuable. You have purchased 100 dragon beast hides, 1,000 life crystals, 10 stomach pouches of the devouring giant, and 10 hearts of giants. You have synthesized the divine artifact Heart of Resolve. Subsequently, Lutzong commanded the synthesized Heart of Resolve to absorb the original Heart of Resolve. Heart of Resolve has absorbed the entry 4. Heart of Resolve has absorbed the entry 4. Heart of Resolve has absorbed the entry 4. He directly affixed 4 entries of to the Heart of Resolve. As for the previous entry that enhanced health by 30, Lutzong dismissed it. An increase of 30 would merely equate to each monster providing him with 13 times the health. Yet, even if 3 entries of were augmented to 4, the health provided by each monster would surpass the previous 30. It was akin to the difference between 300 and 390, but with 4 entries, he could secure 400 health. Ultimately, affixing all entries as proved to be the superior choice. Regarding the Boots of Swift Journey, Lutzong made a slight attempt. Alas, this attribute cannot be stacked. Upon disengaging from combat, movement speed increases 100-fold, compounding with other acceleration effects. While in this state, movement will not induce fatigue, and one gains heightened awareness, allowing for perfect control over one's speed. One attribute enhances movement speed post-combat to 100-fold. 2 attributes still only elevate it to 100-fold. Utterly useless. Never mind. If it cannot be stacked, so be it. However, the mountain suppression attribute indeed triggered the shockwave twice. In dual-wielding mode, it resulted in 4 instances. Naturally, the range remains unchanged at 225 meters. Lutzong glanced at the time. There were 5 minutes remaining until the appointment with the Emperor of Humanity. He planned to utilize this 5-minute interval to replenish his health. Invincibility has its merits, but having ample health also holds its advantages. Moreover, in this world, damage inflicted upon one's body is genuinely painful. The higher the percentage of health lost due to damage, the more pronounced the resulting effects on the body. For instance, inflicting 1 point of damage on a person with 100 health might merely leave a slight red mark. Inflicting 10 points could result in a layer of skin being affected. A 50-point injury would be a penetrating wound. Excessive pain could certainly impact one's combat efficacy. Lutzong certainly did not wish to endure excruciating pain while simultaneously striving to survive in battle. He stood firm amidst the Liandao mountain range, gripping the heavenly bow of a monks, raising it high toward the sky, and unleashed a flurry of arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Soon, the sky erupted with tens of thousands of streams of light. His health rapidly accumulated. The most terrifying aspect of Superstar Flash compared to Star Flash is its scattering ability. 800 arrows, under the double effect of enhanced armament, increased to 600. And these 600, under the effect of Superstar Flash, underwent 5 further splits, transforming into a staggering 18,000 streams of light. Coupled with Lutzong's currently rapid attack speed, the number of arrows per second had exceeded 100,000. Lutzong aimed his arrows at the very heart of the Liandao mountain range. The arrows erupted in the sky, dispersing in all directions, enveloping every corner of the Liandao mountain range. Without the need to run, he merely stood and replenished his health. Ding, ding, ding. 7 million, 8 million, 9 million, 10 million. The variety of monsters within the Liandao mountain range is so numerous that one cannot even count them. As long as the names differ, they are not of the same kind. 20 million, 25 million, 30 million. As time progressed, Lutzong's health replenishment speed eventually slowed considerably. He had nearly cleared the monsters from the Liandao mountain range. Yet, even so, within the span of 5 minutes, he had amassed 30 million in health. Lutzong was exceedingly satisfied. Before long, I anticipate possessing a vitality that surpasses even the world itself. Indeed, the time has come. Lutzong, keenly attuned to the moment, declared that it was precisely as long as it needed to be. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the rendezvous point agreed upon with the Emperor of Humanity. Swiftly, Lutzong materialized before Luo Jiutian. The latter, observing Lutzong's sudden appearance, felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. This spatial ability was simply astonishing. No matter how many times he witnessed it, it never ceased to amaze him. To appear without warning before the Emperor himself was truly remarkable. Are you fully prepared? You have no other matters to attend to in St. Leon City, correct? None at all. Your coronation ceremony must be conducted under my personal supervision. Come with me. Our pace will be swift, at least not excessively slow. After witnessing Lu Tsang's spatial prowess, the Emperor began to harbor doubts about his own speed, even contemplating whether Lu Tsang had surpassed him in that regard. After all, Lu Tsang's velocity was beyond his comprehension. The Emperor summoned his steed, the Star Dragon Beast, which emerged in a majestic flourish. This creature was cloaked in a deep black, akin to the night sky, adorned with patterns reminiscent of stars upon its back. Luo Jiutian affectionately patted the dragon beast's head and remarked to Lu Tsang, "My mount has been my companion for many long years. It can traverse tens of thousands of kilometers in a single second. Even a journey from here to the northern realm takes only 20 hours. Upon hearing this distance, Lu Tsang's expression remained unchanged, yet internally, he felt a slight shock. While he was aware that this world was vast, far exceeding that of his former existence, it now seemed almost incomprehensibly immense. A speed of tens of thousands of kilometers per second necessitating 20 hours? Was the swiftness of this dragon beast nearing the speed of light? Yet, when considering it further, the comparison was indeed valid. The blue planet of his previous life was but an atom in relation to the cosmos. Comparing a single celestial body to an entire world was somewhat laughable. If this world were akin in size to the universe he once knew, then such distances were hardly extraordinary. After all, it hadn't even reached a light-year scale. However, it appeared that the speed of light in this realm had no definitive limit, rendering the light-year an unsuitable measure for this world. Very well, contemplating such vast distances, Lu Tsang and the Emperor mounted the Star Dragon Beast. As they ascended, the creature radiated a brilliant light, and in the next instant, it transformed into a streak of luminescence, vanishing toward the northwest. After a grueling 20-hour journey, Lu Tsang and the Emperor finally arrived at the northern realm. During their travels, Lu Tsang engaged in extensive discussions with Luo Jiutian regarding the intricacies of this world. Bearing the identity of a recent high school graduate, coupled with his humble background, he found it fitting to inquire about various topics without appearing out of place. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Tsang, through the Emperor, sought to deepen his understanding of the world's vast knowledge. The Emperor of Humanity can undoubtedly be considered one of the most perceptive individuals regarding the intricacies of the world. After a series of conversations, Lu Tsang discovered that the upper limit of levels truly caps at 200. Beyond this threshold, the path ahead is severed, and thus far, no means of advancement has been uncovered. The last incursion of divine monstrosities revealed that their levels reached an astonishing 300, surpassing even the world's inherent strength. This staggering 100-level disparity rendered the entire realm perilously vulnerable. A millennium ago, Luo Jiutian was merely a 20-year-old youth. Yet he bore witness to the harrowing brutality of that great conflict. Humans, dragons, elves, and even the treacherous demons united in their struggle against the divine creatures. Otherwise, they would all face annihilation. In that era, the strategies and machinations of various races culminated in the emergence and subsequent sacrifice of numerous heroes. After enduring countless tribulations, they finally grasped a modicum of hope. In the climactic battle, all races, regardless of age or gender, poured their utmost efforts into assaulting the divine monstrosities. The ferocity of the conflict was such that the world was engulfed in a relentless downpour of severed limbs and blood for 4 to 5 months. The skies remained perpetually tinged in dark crimson, with the incessant murmurings of madness echoing in their ears. The earth fractured, and existence teetered on the brink of obliteration. As Lu Tsang listened to the Emperor recount the battles of yore, he felt as if he were ensnared within the turmoil. It was precisely because Luo Jiutian had personally endured that cataclysmic struggle that he held such trepidation toward this millennium's calamity. For Luo Jiutian, the trials of 1,000 years are indelibly etched in his memory, a haunting reminder of the precariousness of their race's survival. The current plight of the Dragon Clan serves as a poignant illustration. Their destruction came unexpectedly and swiftly. Were this bone explosion to afflict the human race, Luo Jiutian dared not contemplate the ramifications. The journey ahead is long and arduous. For Lu Tsang, these 20 hours constituted an intense immersion into the vast reservoir of knowledge awakened within him, supplementing what he had not gleaned from textbooks. Noticing Lu Tsang's insatiable appetite for various materials, the Emperor gifted him a compendium of precious materials, detailing the methods and sources for acquiring these valuable resources. With this tome in hand, as long as one possesses the requisite strength, they can seek out the materials they require, for there are indeed some items that humanity lacks. As their journey progressed, the younger generation outside steadily ascended to level 30, venturing into the continuous mountain range. However, this time, they found themselves devoid of any world to hunt, relegated to clearing dungeons within the mountain range, battling wild monsters, and opening treasure chests. Their sole consolation lay in Lu Tsang's disinterest in the treasure chests of the continuous mountain range. Yet, for now, all matters concerning St. Lian City were irrelevant to him. At last, they reached the northern frontier, which was not the perpetual snowy landscape Lu Tsang had envisioned, but rather a tapestry of diverse terrains. The climate is not particularly harsh. Upon arriving in the northern realm, Lu Tsang finally beheld the distant abyss. North of the northern realm, the entire northern expanse is enveloped by this inky void. The abyss stretches infinitely. Even from their elevated vantage point, its depths remain unfathomable. The land adjacent to the abyss bears a slight darkness, as if tainted by some unseen malady. 2 millennia ago, our human race possessed a far more extensive continent, and the northern realm was not originally known as such. It was called the Middle Passage Realm, an exceedingly broad land leading westward. However, since the emergence of the abyss, the continent has become fragmented, and we have since lost contact with the western tribes. North Abyss City is fast approaching. This is the principal city of the northern realm, and it is also the dominion under your jurisdiction. I shall use the imperial seal of the human sovereign to mark you, thus formally designating you as the lord of this territory. Henceforth, safeguarding the safety of this land and its people shall be your solemn duty. Naturally, as the guardian of the most perilous fief, you shall also enjoy elevated privileges. Each year, you will have priority access to resources, as well as the largest allocation quota. Moreover, you are expected to attend the next sovereign assembly, which is precisely where the allocation of resources among the lords will take place. Suddenly, Lu Tsang interjected. May I first visit the vicinity of the abyss? Luo Jiutian glanced back at Lu Tsang, hesitating momentarily before nodding in agreement. Very well. The abyss is indeed a treacherous place, but as long as you do not venture too deep, it should not pose a life-threatening risk for someone of your caliber. However, we will only circle the periphery of the abyss without delving deeper. In no time, the star dragon beast ascended once more, soaring towards the dark expanse of the abyss. The star dragon beast circled the vicinity of the abyss, and Lu Tsang disembarked to explore the area briefly. Afterward, he nodded to the human sovereign. Luo Jiutian did not question him further. Many among the human race harbor curiosity about the abyss, and it was not unusual for Lu Tsang to be inquisitive as well. Subsequently, the two mounted the dragon beast and continued their flight. Soon, the star dragon beast alighted in a wilderness near North Abyss City, sending ripples across the grass without causing any destruction. Lu Tsang and the human sovereign leaped down from the back of the star dragon beast. In that instant, Lu Tsang activated the reverse time. The next moment, just as the human sovereign summoned the star dragon beast, Lu Tsang declared, "Your Majesty, there is no need for you to escort me. I will take my leave now. I shall await you in North Abyss City." After uttering this, Lu Tsang vanished from sight, leaving the human sovereign, who had just summoned the dragon beast, utterly bewildered. What had Lu Tsang just said? He would wait for him in North Abyss City? The next moment, he received a video call from Lu Tsang. The human sovereign accepted the call, and on the screen appeared Lu Tsang's face, along with the backdrop of his surroundings. The city, forged entirely from obsidian bricks, is known as Northern Abyss City. Just moments ago, you stood before me. In the blink of an eye, have you already dashed off to Northern Abyss City? Such swiftness is rather extraordinary. The Abyss. After exchanging pleasantries with the Emperor of Humanity, Lu Tsang found himself at the very edge of the abyss in the next moment. He gazed into the depths before him and leaped into the void. Chapter 49, The Abyss. Following his conversation with the Emperor, Lu Tsang did not linger in Northern Abyss City. Instead, he arrived at the abyss's edge, a location recently traversed with the Emperor. By passing through this area, Lu Tsang effectively marked it as his own. Below lay the infamous abyss. Staring into its depths, Lu Tsang took the plunge. His descent into the abyss was not a mere act of recklessness. Armed with this certain death resistance attribute, death would not come so easily. Lu Tsang plummeted rapidly into the abyss, accelerating further. Dark mist enveloped his form, and even his health bar began to shift from a vibrant green to an ominous black. For the average individual, exploring the abyss necessitates a significant sacrifice. They can only dare to crawl slowly down the stone walls, engaging in limited explorations within its myriad caverns. However, for Lu Tsang to leap directly into the abyss was tantamount to courting death. As he descended, the numbers flashed: 1296, 2320, 10402, 42029, 107392, 209854, 793921. Lu Tsang, undeterred, actively quickened his fall. In mere seconds, he had descended hundreds of kilometers, his speed so great that even some of the monsters below failed to react. Yet, it wasn't long before Lu Tsang triggered this certain death resistance. A shroud of dark mist enveloped him, eroding his body, causing genuine pain. He consumed a vial of the world's pain resistance elixir to mitigate his suffering while simultaneously attuning himself to the surrounding magical restraints. The restrictions of the abyss were straightforward. Within its confines, one could not ascend. One could only continue to descend. Attempting to climb upward would invoke a curse as punishment. The deeper one ventured into the abyss, the more severe the curse for attempting to ascend. Third, transition quest. Quest Objective 1. Acquire 100,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Quest Objective 2. Prevent the resurrection of a great entity. Completed. Quest Objective 3. Participate in the extermination of a being that surpasses the human race's level limits and has achieved maximum level. Quest Reward. Promotion of the transformative divine equipment profession, acquisition of a rank 9 artifact, and the foundation stone of the temple. Seeking the Black Abyss Sage Stones is one of Lu Tsong's motivations for plunging into the abyss. The available Black Abyss Sage Stones from humanity are insufficient for his ascension. What choice does he have but to seek them out himself? According to the Emperor's descriptions, in the depths of the abyss, it is highly probable that there exists a vein of the stone of the abyssal sage. This conclusion has been drawn by the profession of gem researcher with a remarkable credibility of 99. However, with the current capabilities of humanity, it is impossible to delve so deeply into the abyss. Consequently, one can only exploit the stone of the abyssal sage at shallower levels. Should Lu Tsong be unable to acquire the stone of the abyssal sage, he would have to settle for completing lower-tier tasks. Nevertheless, Lu Tsong has an inkling that his combat prowess would diminish significantly. After all, the last time, had it not been for the completion of the advanced class transfer task, he would not have obtained the Temple of Metamorphosis and Time Reversal. The disparity between these two rewards is indeed vast. As for the second task objective, Lu Tsong is uncertain how it was accomplished. The only notion he can conjure is that he took 10 drops of the resurrection blood from the altar. However, he remains unsure of what ritual might have been disrupted. Yet, it stands to reason that the resurrection blood pertains to matters of revival, likely associated with a resurrection ritual. It seems plausible, considering there was something referred to as Omizio that had cast a glance in his direction. This appears to be the name of the divine creature that the altar was meant to sacrifice. Perhaps it is indeed the resurrection ritual of Omizio. Yet, there is no need to dwell on that. The disruption is what matters. This task has proven to be the most troublesome for Lu Tsong. After all, without any leads, who knows how one might seek out the ritual of a great being? Moreover, would a ritual devised by such a magnificent entity be so easily dismantled? Regarding the beings that transcend the limits of humanity, Lu Tsong had inquired about them from the human emperor in a previous timeline. According to the emperor, such beings may exist within the abyss. As for how to eliminate them, that remains a conundrum. Nonetheless, Lu Tsong intends to locate them first before devising a plan. As Lu Tsong descends, this spirit of equipment beside him relentlessly unleashes its firepower. Superstar Flash. Superstar Flash. Superstar Flash. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. 1-0-29, 923. 1-0-84, 842. 1-863, 293. 428, 853. 1-0-29, 923. 1-0-84, 842. 1-863, 293. 428, 853. Although it fires a staggering 18,000 arrows in one shot, it only consumes the mana of a single arrow. Each arrow requires 20 points of mana. Lu Tsong's crown provides 200,000 points of mental power, equating to 20 blue points per mental power, resulting in a total of 4 million blue points from the crown alone. Even if the mana does not regenerate automatically, such an abundance could sustain shooting for an entire day without exhausting it. Moreover, Lu Tsong has activated 6 artifact attributes, rendering all current skills mana-free. Not to mention shooting for a day, even a year of shooting would not deplete his resources. Within the abyss, the monsters continue to spawn incessantly. These monstrous beings predominantly inhabit the caves that at the surface of the abyss or lurk in the shadows, crawling along the rocky walls. Furthermore, within the depths of the abyss, one may encounter a variety of flying creatures. Unlike the terrestrial beings, which are foreign entities prone to plummeting, these abyssal denizens are born of the abyss itself and possess the ability to soar through its vastness. Thud, 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 thud. Lu Tsong's Superstar Flash streaked across the stone walls of the abyss with remarkable brilliance. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless onslaught ensued, as a series of abyssal creatures fell victim to Lu Tsong's might. The luminous radiance of Superstar Flash was particularly striking in the dimness of the abyss. Armed with the spirit of the heavenly branch bow, Lu Tsong continued his unyielding assault, while the effect of his heart of resilience triggered repeatedly. Ding, 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 ding. Health, 363, 852, 912. Health, 365, 857, 612. Health, 372, 291, 812. In the span of a mere hour, Lu Tsong's health had soared beyond 100 million, eventually reaching an astonishing 300 million. During this interval, he returned once to St. Lien City, replenishing his supplies at the trade post, where he acquired several vials of the pain suppression potion. This potion, albeit exorbitantly priced due to its demanding materials and limited utility, was a rare commodity, driving its cost skyward. Nevertheless, he could afford it, with each vial costing merely 500,000 gold coins. The ability to nullify all sensations of pain for an hour came at a cost of 10 million gold coins, prompting him to purchase 20 vials. Equipped with the Crown of Insight, Lutsong could detect all living beings and their respective information within a radius of 600,000 kilometers. As he delved deeper, the abyssal creatures grew increasingly formidable. In the regions near the surface, these beings were merely around level 30, but as he ventured further, their levels escalated dramatically. At this juncture, he had penetrated into the territory of level 100 monsters. In the void of the abyss, a creature composed entirely of darkness, lacking any tangible form, extended its hand toward Lutsong. Shadow of dusk. Buzz. Swish, 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 swish. The brilliance of Superstar Flash instantaneously pierced its being. Boom. The level 103 monster erupted into fragments. Even creatures of level 100 could not withstand the force of Lutsong's assault. He diligently collected the spoils from the vanquished foe into his backpack. How far have I descended? Lutsong mused as he glanced at his health bar, which had plummeted to 600 million. Presently, his health was dwindling. 752, 999, 823, 822, 1022, 942. As he descended deeper into the abyss, the toll on his health became increasingly dire, with the loss becoming ever more formidable with each passing second. Now, every second, an immense loss of health occurs, compounded by the affliction of corruption, which accumulates at a rate of 200 layers per second. This condition accelerates one's exposure to the taint of the abyss. However, the moment this status reaches its peak, it is immediately nullified. At this juncture, Lutsong relies entirely on desperate resistance to prolong his existence. After his weapon, the Jinhua, shattered, Lutsong painstakingly reconstructed it, prioritizing the restoration of Jinhua above all else. Should the equally ranked Tian Tsongbao break, he would be unable to replicate it. The relentless depletion of health is indeed excruciating. However, with the pain-suppressing elixir, the agony can be effectively disregarded. Currently, with the aid of the spirit of his equipment, automatic attacks are in play, allowing Lutsong to remain motionless, merely descending. Simultaneously, the Crown of Insight is tirelessly searching for the Sage Stone of the Black Abyss. During his descent, Lutsong has sensed dozens of these stones. However, they fall short of his requirements. As time drifts away, the concept of time seems to dissolve within the abyss. Lutsong appears to have entered an idle state, relying solely on the spirit of his equipment for automatic assaults, resulting in a steady increase in his maximum health. The idle mode is indeed quite advantageous. 3 hours have passed in this downward plummet. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. 5 hours have elapsed since Lutsong entered the abyss. Within this span, monsters have proliferated, becoming denser and more frequent. Ironically, this has led to an increase in Lutsong's health depletion. Nevertheless, he has begun to encounter abyssal creatures that he cannot vanquish in a single blow. As of now, Lutsong's health has reached a staggering 30 billion. Is the depth still insufficient? Why has he not found it yet? Continuing his descent, Lutsong suddenly sensed something. A Sage Stone of the Black Abyss. At last, he has discovered it. Moreover, it is an entire vein of Sage Stones of the Black Abyss. In the next instant, he swiftly altered his trajectory towards the vein. Although upward flight is restricted here, he can still adjust his direction downwards. Before long, Lutsong arrived at a cavern nestled within the rocky surface. The walls of the cave are entirely adorned with black stones. This is indeed a complete vein of Sage Stones of the Black Abyss. Luo Jiutian did not deceive me after all. Upon landing, Lutsong refrained from hastily mining. You are in an area with spatial movement restrictions. In an instant, he found himself at the trading hall of the Brilliant Gem Merchant Association, replenishing his stock of Earth Roll Technique, skill books, along with earth crystals, and a great sword. These are all essential materials for crafting Jinhua. You have spent 78 million gold coins. Lutsong collected all the materials into his backpack. Ding. Once again, a prompt emerged. The area you are entering is subject to spatial movement restrictions. Yet, the constraints of space were disregarded. A hum resonated through the air. In the next instant, caution was paramount. One must always proceed with prudence. It was essential to replenish the lost materials of the divine artifact. However, Lutsong had no intention of doing so. After all, he had painstakingly accumulated 5 hours of health, an impressive 30 billion points. To start from scratch would incite a murderous rage within him. Furthermore, time was not of the essence. The Emperor would not arrive in the Northern Territory for another 15 hours. Lutsong was well aware of the events that transpired during these 20 hours. Nothing particularly significant was anticipated. Lutsong plucked a fragment of the Black Abyss Sage Stone. Yet, as soon as he extracted it, he sensed a formidable presence swiftly approaching from afar. The speed was astonishing, rivaling that of the Star Dragon Beast. Nevertheless, Lutsong's perceptual range extended to 600,000 kilometers. Even with the velocity of the Star Dragon Beast, It was impossible for this entity to close the distance without granting him any time to react. Such a distance would require a few moments, at the very least. Upon perceiving the presence of a powerful being, the spirit of his equipment instantly heightened its alertness. Superstar flash. In an instant, myriad stars erupted in brilliance. However, this time, the superstar flash proved ineffective. The attacks pierced through the creature's body with alarming ease. Cursing under his breath, Lutsong realized he was in over his head. A quick assessment of the enemy's attributes revealed the following. Lord Sarko of the Abyssal Kingdom. Level, 250. Health, 75 billion. Personality, dark, depraved, gambling addicted, indulgent. Skills, dark deflection, abyssal resurgence, undying, instant kill against lesser demons. Domain, Chaos Realm. Kingdom, land of bets and stakes. Description, a gambling-obsessed lord of the abyss, possessing countless treasures of the abyss, with low aggression and combat desire. Upon reading this description, Lutsong's brow furrowed slightly. With 75 billion health, even after 5 hours of accumulation, his own health paled in comparison. Most critically, this entity, at level 250, had surpassed the human level cap. Good heavens! Having just entered the abyss, he now faced such a formidable foe. Even the Emperor might not secure a definitive victory against it. His recent attack had been entirely disregarded by the creature's shadow form. All arrows passed through as if evading damage altogether. Within mere seconds, this being stood before Lutsong. Its height was approximately 5 meters, tall, but not excessively so in this realm. Yet, Lutsong felt an overwhelming sense of oppression emanating from it. The creature gazed at Lutsong and spoke. You are not a denizen of the abyss. Lutsong adorned the chaotic concealment ring. It rendered him less noticeable. Yet it did not equate to true invisibility, for it was not a genuine cloak of shadows. If he were to exert a certain influence, he would inevitably attract attention. However, the information surrounding him remained utterly impervious to scrutiny. You are a creature of the surface. I have never encountered a being like you from above. Subsequently, his gaze shifted to the Black Abyss Sage Stone that Lutsong held in his hand. Ah, indeed. The Black Abyss Sage Stone you possess is my property. Chapter 50. A Gamble with Time Reversal. Who has ever bested me? In an instant, Lutsong utilized the Crown of Insight to release his thoughts. Locking onto this particular vein of, or, Black Abyss Sage Stone Vein. Mining level, 8. Holder, Sarko. With a mere thought, Lutsong attempted to stow the Black Abyss Sage Stone into his backpack. As anticipated, the stone could not be absorbed into his bag. Once a vein is claimed, the resources within belong solely to the claimant or to those granted mining rights by the claimant. Otherwise, one must either seize control of the vein or forcibly compel the owner to relinquish their claim. Alternatively, one might spend an inordinate amount of time reclaiming the vein or eliminate the current holder to render it ownerless. If one cannot seize ownership of the mine, the only recourse to obtain items from within is through theft. After forcibly prying away a piece of ore, one must wait several days until it becomes ownerless, at which point it would rightfully belong to the thief. Of course, such thievery is exceedingly inefficient and makes large-scale mining nearly impossible. After all, theft is still theft. The abyssal demon regarded Lutsong, observing his utter lack of fear. Simultaneously, he found himself unable to penetrate Lutsong's information. This suggested that Lutsong was at least his equal, if not stronger. After all, this was within the depths of the abyss, not upon the surface. All creatures not native to the abyss would be subjected to its corrupting influence, while those of the abyss would enjoy additional enhancements. Yet even so, he could not decipher Lutsong, indicating that Lutsong's power surpassed his own. As for the earlier probing attack, it had merely been a casual test. That Lutsong evaded it was entirely reasonable. However, should a true battle ensue, he would undoubtedly incur some cost. Contemplating this, Sarko's desire for combat diminished significantly. I have long heard tales of other species existing upon the surface, yet I have never ventured above to witness them. Surely, you are that entity known as a human? Sarko's gaze fell upon the Black Abyss Sage Stone, in Lutsong's grasp. What? Are you intrigued by my vein? Lutsong met Sarko's gaze and nodded slightly. Indeed. I am human. There is no denying it, Lutsong candidly admitted. Simultaneously, he did not conceal his fascination with the Abyssal Sage Stone, gazing with keen interest at the dark crystal in his hand. This Abyssal Sage Stone, I desire it. What must I offer in exchange? Lutsong inquired, as casually as one might in a marketplace. However, beneath this facade of nonchalance, he had already discerned all of Sarko's abilities through the Crown of Insight in mere moments. Class, Dark Contractor. Class Specialization, Betrayal Pact, Fortune Plunder, Coercive Bet, Aura Suppression. Pact's Dark Side. Betrayal Pact. When you sign a contract and violate its terms, you may choose to pay only half the cost. Fortune Plunder. When you engage in a fair bet with another being, should they fail, you may permanently gain their fortune, provided their fortune exceeds yours. Coercive Bet. You can force a being into a betting agreement, but doing so will result in losing certain advantages in this wager. Aura Suppression. When you have a betting agreement with a being, you reduce the damage taken from them by 50 while deepening the damage inflicted upon them by 50. Pact's dark side. After signing a betting contract with a being, you need not strictly adhere to the contract's terms, as long as your deceit remains undiscovered. It is not considered a violation. This abyssal creature, much like a class changer, possessed its own profession, and its abilities were predominantly related to betting agreements. Its primary mode of manifestation was through various gambles, draining abilities from opponents, a rather formidable existence. With a high level and robust capabilities, Lutsong suspected that this demon might even surpass the human emperor in strength. Of course, this was merely a suspicion. Nevertheless, observing its abilities in conjunction with its character, Lutsong could almost ascertain that Sarko's subsequent actions would involve luring him into a game. Oh, a human? You are interested in the Abyssal Sage Stone? That can be arranged. I have no desire to engage you in battle, Sarko stated, subtly gesturing with his right hand. With a cascade of sound, numerous stones within the mine shifted, and a multitude of Abyssal Sage Stones fell to the cave floor. These 5,000 Abyssal Sage Stones are my gift to you as the Abyssal Lord, as well as the stakes for our wager. Upon hearing this, Lutsong's expression remained unchanged. He simply stowed the 5,000 Abyssal Sage Stones into his backpack. After all, why refuse a gift? In any case, should he wish to flee, it would merely take a thought. These stones could also be utilized in a combat scenario. Witnessing Lutsong accept the Abyssal Sage Stones, Sarko's shadow revealed a smile. Humanity, I have long harbored a profound curiosity for your world. In your realm, does the concept of gambling exist? This being, in truth, communicates with Lutsong through mere thought. The greatest advantage of such communication is the absence of any language barrier. Thoughts convey the most precise meanings, devoid of any deviation or ambiguity. Consequently, the differences in language do not hinder the exchange of ideas. As for gambling, indeed it exists. A world devoid of such a practice cannot be deemed perfect. Humanity, do you desire the Abyssal Philosopher's Stone? Very well, it can be yours. However, there is no need for any form of exchange. In my realm, only bets are permitted. This marks Lutsong's inaugural encounter with a sentient being from the abyss, specifically a creature of intellect amidst the depths. Prior to this, he had only encountered monsters solely driven by combat and slaughter, lacking any semblance of wisdom. Sarko stands as the first abyssal being capable of dialogue that Lutsong has encountered. In fact, this may very well be the first sentient entity from the abyss that humanity has engaged with. Contemplating this, Lutsong couldn't help but regard the situation with heightened significance. Subsequently, Sarko dislodged 5,000 Abyssal Philosopher's Stones from the veins. This treasure is unique to our abyss. Would you wager 5,000 of your own Abyssal Philosopher's Stones for the same amount? In response to this inquiry, Lutsong maintained a placid smile. Let us indulge in a game. Utilizing a fairer method. This area frequently spawns new abyssal monsters, does it not? I have observed that their levels hover around 135 to 136. How about we wager on the level of the nearest newly spawned abyssal creature? If I am correct, shall we consider it my victory? This method poses difficulty even for Sarko to ascertain the outcome. The spawning of wild monsters is entirely dictated by the world's rules. After articulating this proposal, Lutsong added, Abyssal Lord, you cannot possibly influence the birth patterns of these monsters, can you? Upon hearing Lutsong's words, Sarko's form solidified into a tangible entity. He resembled a jester-like dark being, distinct from the other grotesque abyssal monsters. Sarko's figure exuded an intricate beauty, akin to a work of art, standing in stark contrast to the wildness, chaos, and decadence of the abyss. Let us wager as you suggested. Indeed, humanity is quite intriguing. Rest assured, even I cannot alter the rules governing monster generation. Lutsong's crown of insight confirmed this. Sarko was truthful, lacking the ability to change the laws of this world. Thus, the contract is formed. The wager contract is established. In an instant, a radiant light illuminated the space, and Lutsong sensed the completion of the contract. Truly, this demon excels in the art of gambling, handling such matters with remarkable finesse. With the contract finalized, Lutsong wasted no time in making his guess. The next refreshed monster is at level 135, a new abyssal creature, appearing near the cave entrance. The dim shadow fish, level 136. Haha, you have lost. As per our agreement, your stakes have all been forfeited to me. Lutsong observed the outcome with an expression of indifference. He silently activated time reversal. With a click, time reversed, returning to the moment before Lutsong announced the result, back to the temporal state prior to the wager. Lutsong did not immediately proceed with his guess. Let me confirm first, you will not cheat, correct? A subtle smile graced Sarko's face. Naturally, I would not resort to cheating in such a game. In the next moment, Crown of Insight promptly reached a conclusion. Sarko had not lied. I surmise that the next abyssal creature to emerge closest to us will be of level 136. Soon, a new abyssal monster appeared nearby, the dim shadow fish, level 136. Upon receiving this result, Sarko showed no signs of astonishment. In this region, the probability of spawning a level 135 monster compared to a level 136 one is not significantly different. A 50 chance meant Lutsong's victory was quite ordinary. Sarko indeed did not engage in any deceitful behavior. After all, this was merely a prelude. Fortune favors you. According to our wager, these 5,000 Abyssal Sage Stones now belong to you. You may wager all your Abyssal Sage Stones in exchange for 10,000. Sarko's lips curved upward, gradually becoming more animated. Each time, he sought to gamble everything Lutsong possessed. In Sarko's perspective, continuing this manner of wagering provided him countless opportunities for failure. However, should Lutsong lose just once, all that he had won would have to be returned. This was the thrill for Sarko, torturing his opponent, making them plummet from paradise to despair. As for deceitful tricks, Sarko was certainly capable of them. For instance, swiftly eliminating a multitude of level 135 monsters would significantly enhance the likelihood of the next refresh yielding a level 135 creature. Yet, there was no need for such tactics. The current game was merely a diversion for him. Cheating would only detract from the enjoyment. He held disdain for engaging in underhanded practices in such trivial games. 10,000 Abyssal Sage Stones were insignificant to him, a lord who possessed an entire vein of ore. Exchanging 10,000 for another 10,000? Indeed, within this abyss, that constitutes a fair trade. However, should you seek to discover new veins, you must acquire them from other abyssal lords. They may not be as amenable as I. I am merely a gambler. They are ruthless and combative. Attempting to seize anything from them will exact a painful toll. Unlike me, who is so accommodating, if you win, I shall grant it to you. The corners of Sarko's mouth gently curled into a smile as he slightly bowed. Resembling not a lord of the abyss, but rather a sincerely courteous servant, Lutsong's crown of insight delved once more into the depths of his character. To his astonishment, this gambling entity, Sarko, was indeed speaking the truth. Could it be that this jester-like creature was not deceiving him? This revelation left Lutsong rather taken aback. It was a testament to the fact that one should not judge abyssal beings by their appearance. Yet, it was unsettling to realize that such a formidable being was merely a fraction of the threats that the abyss harbored. Indeed, the abyss posed a terrifying menace. Despite the surprise brewing within him, Lutsong's demeanor remained unchanged. Upon hearing the proposal, he merely smiled slightly. Of course, but I would prefer to be the one to guess. Your guesses leave me uneasy. Witnessing Lutsong's generous nature, Sarko's smile widened. I do enjoy your forthrightness. Lutsong, not inclined to ponder deeply, casually guessed, level 135. Time swiftly passed, and soon another abyssal creature emerged. This time, Lutsong fortuitously guessed correctly on his first attempt. It was indeed level 135. Sarko's expression remained unchanged, still adorned with a smile. Shall we continue? 20,000 for 20,000. Sarko was not in a hurry. A 2-win streak was statistically significant. A 25 probability was hardly negligible. However, as Sarko had pointed out, he possessed an abundance of opportunities. With each wager, he staked everything Lutsong had won thus far. Should Lutsong lose even once, he would be left with nothing. Yet, even if Lutsong triumphed a dozen times, it would not be a matter of great concern for this lord of the abyss. As for what Sarko stood to gain, he could only express that dragging his opponent from paradise into the depths of despair, witnessing the exhilarating sensation of losing everything, was his greatest satisfaction. Subsequently, leading his opponent further into the abyss would bring him unparalleled delight. Every abyssal creature harbored an innate vice, and indulging in this vice was the essence of their existence, surpassing even the meaning of human life. Sarko believed that in terms of combat prowess, he might not rival the human before him. Yet, through cunning and gambling, he could gradually outmaneuver this human. First, he would strip him of his assets, and then exploit the deep-seated greed within him, enticing him into a spiral of continuous downfall. Time and again, he would let him lose until he was utterly bereft of all. In response to Sarko's proposition, Lutsong maintained his serene smile. The expressions of both the human and the Lord of the Abyss remained unchanged. Very well, let us proceed. I predict that the next creature to emerge will be at level 136. However, the next beast that appeared was, once again, at level 135. Just as Sarko's smile morphed into a sinister grin, prepared to seize all that Lutsong possessed, Lutsong activated time reversal once more. With a grin, he declared, I believe the next summoned creature will also be level 135. Soon, in the vicinity, a brand new abyssal creature respawned, astonishingly at level 135. Chapter 51, A Shallow Victory in Securing a Mine. Upon witnessing this scene, Sarko furrowed his brow. A 3-game winning streak? Yet, the probability is still not negligible, 1 in 8. With a stroke of fortune, it is indeed possible. Sarko's grip tightened slightly. Bang! In the distance, the newly respawned abyssal creature suddenly contorted, collapsing into a singular point. Before long, its form entirely succumbed to a singularity, vanishing without a trace. Instant death magic, low-level creature annihilation. Effect, instantly kills a regular creature that is 80 levels below you. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Mana cost, 15,000. At Sarko's level, the skills he possessed had reached into the dozens. This instant death magic could be deemed a universal skill, After all, generally speaking, one could easily annihilate a regular creature 80 levels lower without any special skill. However, this skill could synergize with Sarko's other abilities, which was why he had chosen to learn it. Sarko vanquished the creature, releasing a slight frustration within him, and then turned to Lu Tsong and said, "Let us continue." Next up was the fourth round. Lu Tsong proceeded to sign a betting contract with him, maintaining the same wager as before. This time, however, it was for 40,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones, in exchange for another 40,000. Lu Tsong estimated that if this continued for another round, the mine would be rightfully his. "I suspect the next respawn will be at level 136, Lu Tsong remarked nonchalantly. The monster respawned. One must say, his luck had truly been unfortunate. Level 135. Losing 3 out of 4 times. Lu Tsong shrugged slightly, then activated rewind time. Click. Time reversed. Lu Tsong announced the count once more. The next creature was level 135. This number assured Lu Tsong's victory without doubt. Meanwhile, beside him, Sarko's lips twitched slightly. A 1 in 16 chance was already exceedingly low. Sarko felt deeply vexed. Wait, why was this happening? Was this human's luck truly this extraordinary? Could it be that his luck stat was exceptionally high? After all, this was within the abyss, and betting was his area of expertise. Sarko believed that unless the opponent was a true god-level entity, there was no way they could cheat in his wager without him noticing. If it wasn't cheating, it could only be luck. And if the being before him was indeed a true god capable of cheating in his bet, then what was the point of gambling? Sarko's only option was to turn and flee. If the entity before him truly was a god, no tricks would suffice. A true god would have no need to engage in any gambling with him. To vanquish him directly and seize what one desires. That is the essence of it. This indicates that Lu Tsong lacks the assurance to eliminate me without incurring any cost. In fact, he harbors no certainty of achieving a complete victory over me. Thus, he resorts to wagering against me. Yet, under the circumstances devoid of deceit, relying solely on fortune, he has achieved 4 consecutive victories. How astonishing. Indeed, at times, the probabilities of this world transcend mere chance. When luck ascends to a certain zenith, theoretical probabilities cease to serve as reliable benchmarks. However, the better his fortune, the more devastating his defeat against me will be. As Sarko contemplated this, a smile returned to his lips. If Lu Tsong were to lose to him even once, Lu Tsong's luck would become his own, especially since he possesses the skill, Luck Plunder. Consequently, his own luck has escalated to a remarkable level, allowing him to perceive his luck attribute. His luck stands at an impressive 9 points. It is precisely for this reason that Sarko scorns the notion of employing tricks in such a game. 9 points of luck. Merely relying on fortune is sufficient to surpass the vast majority of beings. Moreover, he has numerous opportunities for failure. Is there truly a need for deceit? Yet, this entity before him has managed to secure 4 consecutive victories against him, relying solely on sheer luck, even in the presence of his 9 points of fortune. This human's luck may very well have reached a terrifying 10 points, or perhaps even 10. 5. Each incremental increase in luck represents a transformative leap. The deeper one delves into the concept of luck, the more profound the understanding becomes. Sarko could scarcely fathom the possibility of his opponent possessing 11 points of luck. Nevertheless, the mere thought of such an outcome exhilarated him. Should he triumph over Lu Tsong even once, the opponent's luck would become his own. Meanwhile, Lu Tsong feigned ignorance of his opponent's intentions and calmly inquired, "Demon Lord, you have yet to reveal your name." Although Lu Tsong was already aware of his name, he chose to maintain the facade. This way, his opponent remained oblivious to the fact that he had gleaned information about him, thus creating an information disparity. "Saliel. Simply call me Saliel. May I inquire how I should address you, esteemed guest from the human realm?" "Ah, you may refer to me as Hengluo." Lu Tsong recalled the fictitious name he had initially conjured for this dungeon. The Abyssal Lord had even bestowed upon him a pseudonym. Was he fearful that Lu Tsong might discover his true name and cast a curse upon him? However, Lu Tsong had no intention of revealing his real name either. Even if his opponent divulged it, Lu Tsong planned to obfuscate it with a false identity. One must remain vigilant. "Lord Saliel, shall we proceed? However, I feel that these repeated wagers are somewhat trivial. Why not offer me the entire mine? After all, once this wager concludes, you shall be left with scarcely a handful of stones. If you find it unfair, I can provide some additional materials." Lu Tsong smiled, and upon hearing his words, the Abyss Lord's grin intensified. "No, you are the guest, so let us wager according to your terms. However, this time, you must guess 10 times in succession. Should you correctly predict at least half, you shall be deemed the victor." Lu Tsong gazed into the other's eyes, a glimmer of light igniting within. It felt as though he had fulfilled some peculiar condition. In that instant, Lu Tsong's crown of insight detected the opponent's information. Disadvantageous bet. When you establish a wager with returns significantly inferior to those of your opponent, you will gain a substantial advantage, as fate will favor you with certain blessings, granting you additional fortune. He intended to decisively win this round against Lu Tsong, thus planning to trigger the disadvantageous bet enhancement. A third-tier occupational specialty? Quite intriguing. I wonder what this favor of fate entails. Lutsong hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Very well, if it is a favor, then let it be so. Unless this favor can alter the already predetermined future, it will be of little use against my time reversal. Moreover, it was only logical that his opponent could not discern any cheating on his part. After all, this was not within the purview of ordinary beings. The artifact ranked 10th in power. Merely possessing it was akin to harboring a formidable true deity. If such a being truly existed, one might as well disregard their existence. But aside from the elements and the magic of Ispalat, if we consider the winds and the bow of Luluwei, as well as the earth in defense of Abads, Lutsong found the notion of true deities in this realm rather absurd. The betting contract has been signed. Your Contractor 1, wager, 80,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. Contractor 2's wager, ownership of the Black Abyss Sage Stone Mine. Lutsong's mind swept across the area. The crown of insight could not only probe the essence of living beings, but could also unveil the nature of all objects. This particular mine could still yield approximately 200,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones. In terms of new generation, around 100 stones could be produced daily, leading to over 30,000 stones annually. It must be said that, deep within the abyss, this resource was not exceedingly rare. At least, it did not reach the level of Black Star meteorite. However, humanity was unable to excavate to such depths. 80,000 Black Abyss Sage Stones in exchange for an entire mine placed the opponent at an absolute disadvantage in this wager. If not for the potential to trigger a special enhancement, any reasonable person would avoid such a bet. The first creature was level 135. The second was also level 135. The sequence continued. 135, 136, 136, 135, 135, 136. Lutsong disregarded everything and made random guesses, opting to await the results. Soon, the abyssal creatures began to respawn. However, Lutsong soon realized that his luck had utterly deserted him. He failed to guess correctly even once in 10 attempts. The opponent's disadvantage is indeed a curious blessing of fate. Humanity, you have lost. As per our agreement, you must. In an instant, before the opponent could finish speaking, time reversal was activated. The first creature, level 135. The second, level 135. The third, level 135. The fourth, still level 135. Lutsong reported a continuous string of level 135s, 10 in total, all at that same level. Upon hearing Lutsong's declarations, Sarko could not help but smirk inwardly. Guess away, guess away. No matter how you play it, you cannot win against me. Under the terms of this disadvantageous wager, in terms of luck, I cannot possibly lose. As expected, Lutsong made an incorrect guess with the first creature. The second was also wrong. The third, yet again, was incorrect. However, he did guess correctly on the fourth. Sarko paid little mind to Lutsong's occasional correctness. After all, even the unluckiest can stumble upon fortune now and then. Yet, the subsequent results caused Sarko's expression to shift. Another correct guess? Impossible. But soon, as the seventh creature emerged, Lutsong had already erred 5 times. With the remaining creatures, Lutsong needed only to make one more mistake to secure his victory. And now, he still had 3 opportunities remaining. Ah, Hung Luo, you have fallen into my grasp. Under such adverse fortune, you cannot possibly get them all right, can you? Sarko maintained his smile, believing another wave of luck was about to befall him. However, what transpired next left Sarko utterly dumbfounded. Ultimately, the creatures that appeared were all level 135, and astonishingly, Lutsong guessed them all correctly. Witnessing this outcome, the smile on Sarko's face froze. What is happening? This should not be. In a situation of disadvantage, how could one lose by luck? Moreover, had the previous momentum not been favorable? Out of 7 choices, he had won 5. Logically, it should not have concluded this way. Yet, Sarko quickly regained his composure. In a flash, he had completed his analysis. Luck was merely a hair's breadth away from leading him to defeat. This time, it was indeed at the limits of his fortune that he could be saved, which implied that if I increased my stakes, should I find myself in a more disadvantageous position, fate would favor me even more. I could then triumph over him. In that instant, Sarko grasped this conclusion. The outcome of this wager hinged upon the slimmest of margins. Meanwhile, Lutsong caressed the vein of ore. This mine, having been established post-wager, had already become his rightful property. To his surprise, the first vein he possessed was not within his own domain, but in the abyss. Merely visiting the abyss had yielded him a mine. How embarrassing. Thank you, dear Salir, for this gift from the depths. A relaxed smile graced Lutsong's face. With a contaminated staff grasped in his left hand, he began to strike the wall. Boom, 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 boom. The walls of the mine trembled. The stones of the Black Abyss Sage fell like leaves. Lutsong collected the Black Abyss Sages one by one into his backpack. Witnessing this act, Sarko's eyes reddened slightly. These were his possessions. The mine, while rare, was not exceptionally so. However, to claim it was worthless would be utterly absurd. After all, why would each Abyss Lord seek to seize a vein of Black Abyss Sage? To relinquish this vein felt painful for Sarko. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. It mattered not. As long as he could defeat Lutsong once, all these treasures would be returned to him. Chapter 52. Slow? Well, brother Hangluo. In just a few exchanged words, they had begun to address each other as brothers. Our meeting in the abyss surely signifies a fateful connection. Moreover, brother Hangluo must have ventured deep into the abyss for a reason. Why not visit my realm? Allow brother Hangluo to experience the exotic charm of my land. Perhaps I could assist you with matters you wish to address. While the abyssal language may not be the most straightforward, the essence of the intent was conveyed clearly. Upon hearing the proposal, Lutsong did not rush to resume mining but turned to Sarko instead. Your realm? Yes, indeed, a land filled with joy. It is also the most orderly domain within the abyss. With brother Hangluo's fortune, you would surely thrive in my kingdom. Would you care to enjoy it? Intrigued by this, Lutsong found the notion appealing. More importantly, this level 250 Abyss Lord presented a prime target. Even if he did not eliminate this level 250 Abyss Lord, Lutsong felt he could utilize betting strategies to have this Abyss Lord eliminate others. From what Lutsong knew of Sarko, if he could win the wager, it might indeed be feasible. In that case, he could sit back and watch two Abyss Lords clash while he reaped the benefits. Simultaneously, he would complete his third job transition and eliminate two formidable foes for humanity. Was this not a splendid opportunity? With this in mind, Lutsong readily agreed. Very well. Then, guide me to see it. This will be my first visit to the abyss. I would appreciate it if you could lead the way, dear Sarko. Sarko's lips twitched. Of course, I am the most hospitable lord in the abyss. As he uttered these words, the crown of insight provided feedback. This is a falsehood. Sarko's true intention was merely to defeat Lutsong. It is said that the goddess of fortune's luck is merely 13 points. If one could elevate their luck to the level of 10 points, it would not equate to that of a true deity. Yet it would be akin to possessing the fortune of a demigod. Thus, he regarded Lutsong as a being of demigod status, treating him with utmost caution. Your devoted disciple, Elise, prays to you, Song. Just as Lutsong was engaged in conversation with Sarko, a sudden prayer resonated. In the depths of the abyss, information cannot be transmitted to the outside world, nor can it receive external information. Yet, the prayers from the disciples could still reach Lutsong. I have completely adhered to and fulfilled your request. I am now about to proceed to the temple for my class change. Upon hearing this prayer, Lutsong turned his attention to Sarko before him. Sarko, my dear brother, I have some matters to attend to for the moment. I hope you can wait for me a while. As soon as Lutsong uttered these words, he vanished in an instant from the abyss. In the next moment, he found himself in a property he had purchased through the Radiant Gem Merchant Guild in the city of St. Lien. It was not expensive. The property spanned over 2,000 square meters and cost only 5 million gold coins. One must admit, it was somewhat of a bargain. However, this was to be expected. The territory in this world is astonishingly vast, and the speed of construction is remarkably swift, thanks to the profession of builder. In his past life, constructing a house might take several years, but in this world, a house could potentially be completed in half a day. Therefore, houses are indeed not very valuable. A villa acquired for 5 million gold coins, a quaint cliffside retreat, was also part of Lutsong's wishes. Upon returning to the abode, he felt quite satisfied. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he entered the Temple of Transformation. Elise was drawn into it alongside him. Praise you, Tsong. Lutsong looked down upon Elise, who, at that moment, no longer exhibited fear in his presence. Instead, she radiated a modest pride as a disciple of the divine. Though her reverence for Lutsong remained unwavering. As per your request, to avoid raising undue suspicion among my kin, I have suppressed the speed of completing the instances. In response to their inquiries and scrutiny, I have explained it as a brief, unique blessing bestowed upon me by the wind and bow goddess, Luluwei. Unlike Lutsong, who possessed divine artifacts that were manifestations of his own formidable power, the strength that Elise wielded was not her own, but borrowed from Lutsong. Furthermore, Elise's identity was exceedingly sensitive within the elven race, to the extent that the upper echelons of the elven society were entirely aware of her capabilities. After successfully navigating several instances, Elise's overwhelming prowess instigated a sense of wariness within the clan. Consequently, the elven hierarchy temporarily halted Elise's advancement and brought her into the clan's prayer chamber for examination. Fearing she might have unwittingly devoted herself to an obscure malevolent deity or been possessed by the spirit of some ancient and powerful entity. After all, the corporeal form of a high-tier practitioner is a lethal temptation for any spirit. In this realm, the perils accompanying power are manifold, necessitating a cautious approach. Otherwise, the divine beings corrupted by malevolent forces serve as a prime example. Their strength is indeed formidable, yet they have succumbed to depravity, even losing their rationality. The process of safety review is by no means brief. Only after considerable deliberation did the higher echelons of the elven race come to believe in Elise's claims that she was indeed blessed by a deity, endowing her with such immense combat prowess. However, this scrutiny has also brought a sense of trouble to Lutsong. Thus, he intends to have Elise publicly reveal her identity as a chosen one of the true deity, akin to Luo Jutian. who believes himself to be a true divine selection. The disciples of a true god are not to be inspected by others, a notion that is entirely logical. Consequently, whatever actions Elise undertakes shall no longer evoke astonishment among the elven kin. Even if Elise openly states that she has borrowed a divine artifact, it would not be surprising. After all, it is reasonable for a true deity to lend their artifact to their disciples. In fact, the ability to wield such a divine tool further affirms her status as a genuine disciple of the true god. Nevertheless, a pivotal opportunity is still lacking. Lutsong plans to have Elise declare her chosen identity in the most shocking of circumstances. Hence, he advises her to maintain a low profile for the time being. Currently, the pace of clearing the dungeons should be slightly slowed, ideally keeping each dungeon run to around 20 minutes. This is also the reason why it took Elise 5 hours to complete this solo challenge, Nightmare Dungeon. After completing her class transition, she shall inform her kin of her status as a disciple of the true god. However, it is imperative that no divine names be mentioned, whether it be Luluwei or myself. Lutsong is unaware if other true gods are observing this world, yet to deceive under the names of other deities seems rather improper. It would suffice to claim she has received a blessing from a certain god. However, to masquerade as another's disciple would be truly discourteous. Other fabrications may be spoken freely, but the pretense of being a disciple of a different true god is absolutely unacceptable. Furthermore, previously, Elise had already conveyed to her kin that she had received the blessing of wind and bow from Luluwei, even without naming the deity. The elven folk are likely to make such conjectures. Moreover, it is entirely normal for gods to have their own regulations. If the divine prohibits the utterance of their name, the elven kin cannot compel Elise to disclose it, can they? In accordance with your will, Song, I shall fulfill the task you have set forth with perfection. After uttering these words, Lutsong cast 2 projections within the temple, bestowing 2 divine artifacts upon Elise, a pair of boots and a great sword. He lent her the unenchanted boots of swift travel and his second Jinhua, along with the heavenly bow. In total, there are 3 divine artifacts. The conditions for this job transfer quest have all been met. Upon seeing these 3 sacred items, Iris's pupils slightly constricted. Although she understood that the true deity before her wielded these artifacts, the prospect of acquiring all 3 remained profoundly staggering. Thank you. I praise you, Song. To be your disciple is my utmost honor, Iris expressed sincerely. Had it not been for her becoming a disciple of Song, she would have never had the opportunity to encounter such divine relics. Very well, go forth, she was instructed, her backpack now containing the 3 artifacts. She then made her way to the Awakening treehouse. Lady Iris is about to complete her job transfer. It was said that the deities had recognized Lady Iris's potential and were currently testing her. Should she pass the trial, she would become a disciple of a deity. Is that true? Which deity? The Holy Maiden is truly remarkable. Haven't you heard? The deity seems to have taken notice of her, ultimately granting her the blessing of Luluwei, the goddess of wind and archery. The Holy Maiden has consecutively cleared 8 nightmare-level dungeons, each within 5 seconds. 5 seconds. How astonishing. News traveled at varying speeds. Then, the deity selecting the Holy Maiden must be Luluwei, right? She is a venerable true god and one of the primary deities of our elven kin. Surrounding Iris, the elves formed a circle. A job transfer at the advanced tier is a rare occurrence, particularly one chosen by a true deity. With a sigh, Iris silently prayed, Song. At the same time, she placed her hand upon the awakening crystal. Task 1. Clear 20 nightmare-level dungeons solo and set the fastest completion record, 2020, completed. Task 2. Acquire 3 divine artifacts, 33, completed. Task rewards, Starry Archer Advancement, Absolute Mastery of Archery Weapons, Starfield Execution Domain. You have achieved job promotion. Starry Archer, Starfall Descender. Divine Transformation Temple. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the announcement finally came. Iris has advanced to Starfall Descender. Level 30. Your disciple profession has achieved tier advancement. You have acquired disciple abilities, Star Convergence, Star Chain Flash. Star Convergence, continuously shoot, but cannot release arrows. During this sustained shooting period, all arrows fired will accumulate damage, ultimately manifesting as a singular arrow releasing the total damage. Star Chain Flash, all your arrows, upon hitting an enemy, will additionally ricochet to 2 nearby foes, but cannot trigger arrow effects a second time. These abilities are indeed formidable. However, she did not acquire any skills this time. Both are profession specializations, not skills. It is likely due to her not having learned any skills yet. If she were to obtain a skill book, would I then be able to learn her new skills after she studies them? Lutsong pondered. If Elise could unveil the sole skill book of her profession, would it not grant her the unparalleled skill of the Starfall? Furthermore, this skill could evolve once more through the metamorphosis, akin to the evolution of Starflash into Ultra Starflash. That would indeed be quite remarkable. To continue enhancing one's strength, you may borrow my heavenly bow to complete the challenge dungeon within your clan. After making arrangements for Elise, Lutsong first replenished his stock with 100 bottles of pain resistance potions. Then, in an instant, he returned to the abyss. Salir. Witnessing Lu Tsang vanish right before his eyes, was left somewhat bewildered. What just transpired? He disappeared just like that? This is the abyss. Creatures not of the abyss should be prohibited from ascending. As for teleportation, what a jest. Where could he possibly teleport to? This is the abyss. Yet, Lu Tsang had indeed vanished without a trace, not even a hint of his presence remaining. Perhaps, it could be said that Salir was incapable of sensing Lu Tsang's aura at all. This, in an intangible manner, elevated Salir's assessment of Lu Tsang even further. However, fortune often favors the bold. It was precisely Lu Tsang's might that ignited Salir's desire for adventure. He was, after all, an inveterate gambler, eager to seize victory from a formidable opponent and claim his luck. Was this not a grand gamble in itself? With this thought, Salir's spirits soared. Since I must wait, I shall do so unperturbed, for there is naught else to occupy my time. Sensing Lu Tsang's unfathomable strength, Salir felt a twinge of existential threat. Yet, it was precisely this sensation that exhilarated him. He yearned to win in this high-stakes gamble. However, he did not have to wait long. In a flash, without any prior indication. All right, let us depart. My kingdom lies in close proximity to this mine, and we shall reach it in mere minutes. Upon hearing this, Lu Tsang nodded slightly. Indeed, you shall lead the way. Lu Tsang regarded Salir, who, although astonished by Lu Tsang's sudden appearance, concealed his surprise with a slight nod before swiftly darting in a direction deep within the abyss. The moment he took off, Lu Tsang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, this speed is truly astounding. I cannot keep pace with him, even with the boots of swift travel. Lu Tsang's speed was merely 240 kilometers per second. Yet this creature's velocity approached that of the celestial dragon beast, estimated to be in the tens of thousands of kilometers per second. He could not even match a fraction of that. Damn it. Nonetheless, Lu Tsang pursued from behind. After a few seconds of flight, Salir glanced back and sensed that Lu Tsang seemed to be trailing him like a tortoise. In that instant, Salir appeared to grasp something profound. It appears that the weakness of this human lies in his speed. His velocity is significantly slower by a factor of 50 compared to his peers. With this realization, Sarko seems to have grasped a particular vulnerability of Lu Tsang. My human friend, I was unaware that your speed could be so lacking. We are in no rush. We shall fly leisurely. Lu Tsang perceives the transmission of Sarko's thoughts, and his lips twitch slightly, recognizing the underlying mockery. However, Lu Tsang remains unfazed, choosing instead to accompany Sarko in their languid flight. Fortunately, the corruption of the abyss does not compel Lu Tsang into a state of battle. Otherwise, it would indeed pose a significant problem. What would take Sarko merely a few minutes to traverse took Lu Tsang over 4 hours of flight. He has begun to develop a rudimentary understanding of the abyss. Of course, this information was exchanged using the intelligence of the human race. Lu Tsang candidly divulged numerous confidential details about humanity, as the human emperor had shared many secrets with him, having groomed him as a successor. The previous 20 hours of travel had afforded him ample opportunity to learn, as mental communication is far swifter than spoken words. Moreover, the innate learning capacity of a strong individual is formidable. Lu Tsang has now acquired knowledge that is typically reserved for those at the kingly level, which qualifies as a closely guarded secret of humanity. Through this method, Lu Tsang and Sarko exchanged information. Sarko occasionally wondered if Lu Tsang had lost his sanity, revealing clan secrets so freely. Was this human truly seeking to ally himself with the abyss? In contrast to Lu Tsang, the information Sarko initially provided was largely fabricated. Yet, when Lu Tsang revealed his ability to discern lies, Sarko became remarkably compliant, sharing only the truth regarding what he could disclose. If there were matters he could not discuss, he would simply tell Lu Tsang as much. Whenever Sarko attempted to obfuscate or engage in verbal games, Lu Tsang would catch him, compelling him to reveal the truth. As they engaged in casual conversation while making their way, they finally arrived before a vibrant dimensional entrance. This was a passage into another realm, akin to the entrance of a boutique mount shop. On the other side of the passage lay a distinct space. Upon seeing this portal, Lu Tsang remarked, "Thanks to your speed, Your Majesty, we have had ample time for our extended dialogue. I am delighted to gain a deeper understanding of you and your kin." In response to Sarko's taunt regarding his speed, Lu Tsang smirked, then activated reverse time. "Is my speed lacking? If it were not, I would not have been able to extract so much information from you." Chapter 53. There are countless others stronger than me. Vacation's end. Buzz. At this moment, Sarko was delivering his final words to Lu Tsang. "Very well, let us proceed. My kingdom is in close proximity to this mine. In just a few minutes, one can arrive. Upon hearing this, you may simply lead the way." After Lu Tsang uttered these words, in the blink of an eye, Sarko vanished from sight, his speed as swift as ever. However, this time, Lu Tsang did not lag behind. He directly positioned himself in front of Sarko. After a few moments of running, Sarko was astonished to find Lu Tsang appearing right before him. This realization took Sarko by surprise, such incredible speed. Noticing the slight narrowing of Sarko's pupils, Lu Tsang chuckled and remarked, "Brother Salir, is this the speed of the Abyss Lord?" Upon hearing Lu Tsang's words, Salir's heart raced. This human speed far surpassed his own. he was likely a being of much higher rank. Such beings, how many might there be within the human realm? The day of transformation has arrived, and the abyss is poised to extend its territory outward. However, if the humans possess numerous formidable individuals like Hung Luo, perhaps the plan to invade the surface would require more careful consideration. Contemplating this, Sarko slowed his pace. Brother Hung Luo, why are we in such a hurry? How about you share some intriguing tales from your human world? I can also regale you with some amusing anecdotes from the abyss. For instance, I know of a certain abyss lord called the Lord of Profound Darkness. He harbors an intense fear of the light emitted by sun creatures. Conversely, in the shadows, his combat prowess is unparalleled. Due to the nature of the abyss, he is nearly always in his strongest form, making him one of the most formidable beings among abyss lords. Yet, if he were to acquire sunstone, a unique mineral that radiates the light of sun creatures, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage against any of us abyss lords. Unfortunately, sunstone is nowhere to be found within the abyss. Don't you think that's quite fascinating, Brother Hung Luo? Sarko, seeking to entice Lu Tsong, openly revealed the vulnerabilities of other abyss lords as a means of intelligence exchange. He believed that even if Lu Tsong did not divulge particularly sensitive information or critical secrets of the human race, he could glean insights into the nature of the human world through the subtleties of Lu Tsong's words. Moreover, the tidbit of information he offered was already common knowledge among many abyss lords, thus hardly a secret. Yet, he remained unaware that this information had already been presented to Lu Tsong in a previous encounter, where Lu Tsong had seamlessly engaged in the exchange of intelligence. Sarko was left astounded by the breadth of Lu Tsong's disclosures, as he was remarkably forthright in his information exchange, avoiding any unnecessary circumlocution or superficial pleasantries. Lu Tsong once again heard Sarko's attempt to provoke a response, merely smiling in amusement. Indeed, it was quite intriguing. Observing Lu Tsong's lack of reaction, Sarko continued, "So, my dear brother Hang Luo, are there any interesting happenings in your human realm? Consider it a sharing among friends." Upon hearing Sarko's inquiry, Lu Tsong remained silent, focusing on their swift journey through the abyss. The two moved at a rapid pace, with Lu Tsong consistently maintaining a half-step lead over Sarko. Moreover, Sarko could not discern how Lu Tsong moved. To him, each of Lu Tsong's motions appeared as instantaneous teleportation. In Sarko's mind, he had formed a preliminary assessment of Hang Luo, a demigod capable of manipulating spatial powers. Of course, among demigods, there existed varying degrees of strength. Those above level 200, possessing a nascent divine power, could be deemed demigods. Yet, the disparity among demigods was often more pronounced than the gap between a level 200 and a level 1 entity. A being with no divine foundation, possessing merely a drop of divine power, qualified as a demigod, while another with a complete divine essence at its peak also fell within the same category. The chasm between these two types was astonishingly vast. A weaker demigod might not necessarily surpass an equally ranked entity devoid of divine power. In fact, they could be at a disadvantage. Conversely, a powerful demigod could easily overpower higher-level beings lacking divine strength, even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of rank. It seemed that Lu Tsong might belong to the stronger echelon of demigods, as his spatial abilities were executed with remarkable finesse. Well, there is nothing particularly novel in the human world. Aside from the strongest among us, the Emperor of Humanity, the various monarchs represent the most formidable faction. Beneath these monarchs are the city lords and the presidents of numerous associations, as well as the heads of academic institutions. As for my current status in the human realm, I am neither a monarch nor even a city lord, he confessed, a flicker of tension crossing his heart. Yet, he quickly recovered, smiling, "Brother Hang Luo, with your prowess, you ought to be regarded as a formidable figure among our kind, no? Could it be that you harbor some untold difficulties, shunning the status you rightfully deserve? Surely, with your strength, the title of monarch would be yours without question." Lu Tsong sighed in response. "It is not that I do not desire such a position, rather, I am simply not yet worthy of it. Indeed, I cannot attain such a rank while the emperor still approaches. Without his anointment, how could I become a monarch? Furthermore, my strength remains insufficient. To be candid, any monarch among the humans could easily overpower me, and I would have no chance of victory." This statement held a grain of truth, as Lu Tsong's current level was merely 60, a stark contrast to the 200-level monarchs. He was well aware that he could not contend with them. However, these words took on a different connotation in Sarko's ears. The strength Lu Tsong exhibited, even if only a mere glimpse, was already profoundly formidable. Spatial abilities allow for effortless navigation within the abyss, while one's fortune has reached an almost unparalleled zenith. Even activating disadvantageous situation does not guarantee victory over Lu Tsong. The luck value may indeed have ascended to an astonishing 11, just based on this single attribute. Lu Tsong cannot be considered weak. Sarko has never encountered a being with high luck who lacked strength. After all, with a luck value of 11, one could simply stroll along the path and potentially stumble upon rare materials or extraordinary treasures. Moreover, one's profession might undergo various mutations, all of which would undoubtedly be beneficial transformations. Opening treasure chests almost guarantees the acquisition of desired items. Should one focus on critical hit rates or various critical attributes? Even a meager rate of 1 might yield consecutive critical hits. How could such a presence possibly be weak? If his strength is indeed formidable, then there remains only one explanation. The human race is exceptionally powerful, and others truly surpass him. Chapter 54. The Abyssal Kingdom. However, Salco is not so easily swayed by the claims of a foreign powerhouse. He maintains a cautious attitude towards Lute Song, though not entirely distrustful. He is also not wholly convinced and intends to observe gradually. Brother Hengluo, given your strength, just how formidable is your human race as king? Please, enlighten me about your kings. Yet, Lute Song merely shook his head slightly. There is little to discuss. I have only heard tales of the human kings, but I have never witnessed one. Furthermore, Salir, have we not arrived? Salco gazed into the distance, and, unbeknownst to them, they had indeed approached their destination. Despite his inquiries, the information he had gleaned from Salco was already substantial. It would be challenging to extract anything of true value from further exchanges. Salco, being quite astute, would not divulge any useful information unless Lute Song offered substantial intelligence in return. Therefore, Lute Song decided it was unnecessary to exert further effort in conversation. He remained tight-lipped, unwilling to engage in an exchange of information. Unaware of this, Salco lamented, since you are reluctant to share, let us proceed. Welcome to my realm of wagers and stakes. With a bow, Salco gestured for Lute Song to enter the entrance of the kingdom. As Lute Song stepped into the portal leading to another dimension, the world before him suddenly brightened. This realm possessed a luminous existence. Unlike the abyss where only the occasional gem emitted a faint glow, leaving everything else shrouded in darkness. Without the ability to perceive in the abyss, one is no different from the blind. In this realm, a blood-red gem hangs high in the sky, illuminating the entire world. Lute Song's perception expands, enveloping a radius of 600,000 kilometers. Simultaneously, Lute Song becomes aware of a peculiar phenomenon. Lord of the realm, within your own domain, all attributes are doubled, and you possess the ability to perceive everything within it, along with the capacity to utilize its unique enhancements. In an instant, Sarko's attributes are doubled. Moreover, within this realm, he possesses abilities such as instantaneous movement, multiple resurrections, and boundless magical energy. His prowess in gambling has also seen a slight enhancement. Guaranteed victory. When you gamble with your subjects, within the bounds of reason, you shall always win. This assurance of victory is nothing short of unscrupulous. Fortunately, Lute Song is not a subject of his realm. Otherwise, even with a reversal of time, victory would not be guaranteed. This effect of assured victory seems to approach the strength of causality. Even with foreknowledge of the future, it may prove useless. Of course, this is merely Lute Song's conjecture. He has not tested it and has no desire to do so. Upon entering this realm, it is not only Lute Song who observes Sarko. Sarko, too, is scrutinizing Lute Song. However, Sarko's attempts to probe Lute Song yield nothing but chaotic obscurity, devoid of any information. This intensifies Sarko's wariness, even leading him to contemplate expelling Lute Song outright. It is terrifying. Even within his own domain, where he possesses near omniscience, he cannot glean any information about this entity. Just how powerful is this existence? Ultimately, however, his gambling instincts prevail over his fear. He is determined to win a substantial wager against Lute Song. It promises to be exhilarating. The Abyssal Lords have always been reluctant to gamble with him, avoiding his games. For years, he has never gambled against a true powerhouse, and he has not encountered a competitor capable of defeating him. Even his last loss occurred a millennium ago, and that singular defeat resulted in the opponent's utter ruin. Before him stands Lute Song, the only worthy adversary he has encountered in 1,000 years. Most importantly, this opponent is not merely a rival in combat, but in the realm of gambling. This distinction is crucial. For abyssal beings, fulfilling their most primal desires outweighs all else. They would even forsake their lives for it. Sarko's most fundamental desire is that of gambling. Brother Hengluo, within my realm, there are certain special rules I hope you will adhere to. Of course, with your strength, seizing it by force is also an option. Adhering to the rules is merely a modest request from me. After Sarko uttered these words, several prompts appeared before Lute Song. In the realm known as the land of bets and stakes, one can acquire anything through the art of wagering. Every being is entitled to compel another to engage in an irrevocable bet once per day. Conversely, each individual is permitted to accept only one such unavoidable wager daily. Should they receive multiple invitations, they may decline the excess. Once both parties consent to a wager, there are no limits to the number of bets that can be placed. This world is endowed with unique tokens that assess the intrinsic value of basic items. With mutual consent, unfair bets may also be enacted. In this realm, all games of chance are safeguarded by special regulations to ensure fairness, and any form of cheating and betting is strictly prohibited. However, beyond these established rules, the Crown of Insight has discerned an unspoken, latent rule. Every wager in this land is regarded as a game initiated by the sovereign of the realm, who may join at any moment and partake in the spoils of victory. Lutsong regarded the information before him, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Understood, he murmured. Subsequently, Sarko narrowed his eyes at Lutsong. You are a distinguished guest in our domain. I shall provide you with a luxurious palace for your abode, situated near the most opulent casino. Whenever you wish, you may challenge me to a game. As Sarko spoke, he guided Lutsong towards the heart of the realm. Yet, due to the absence of recorded coordinates, Lutsong's flight speed diminished once more. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed by this pace, utilizing the opportunity to observe this so-called abyssal kingdom. His perception traversed this world, revealing every detail within Lutsong's keen insight. The very composition of the soil, the characteristics of flora and fauna, and even the locations of hidden treasures were unveiled before him. In this abyssal world, Lutsong's eyes were opened wide. It was said that different races possessed distinct civilizations. And this was undeniably true. The disparities between the abyssal realm and that of humanity were profound. Within the depths, there existed many wonders unknown to humankind, such as the teleportation array. Teleportation array. Effect: transports the target utilizing the array to another designated array. Description: a unique means of transportation. Upon sensing the existence of this phenomenon, Lutsong's heart skipped a beat, and his pupils flickered momentarily. However, he soon realized that Sarko appeared to have detected this shift in his emotions. Though he could not directly probe Lutsong's information, he was perceptive enough to observe the subtle quickening of Lutsong's breath. Sarko adeptly grasped the nuances of his own feelings, while Lutsong, through the crown of insight, sensed the scrutiny directed at him. Yet, he dismissed it as inconsequential. The other's observation was ultimately futile. Lutsong continued to observe this realm. He discerned that beside the teleportation array stood a formidable abyssal creature, clad in robust armor and wielding a black spear, towering at approximately 5 meters. Owner of the teleportation array, Boon. Level, 132. Race, Abyss. Class, Guardian. All beings wishing to traverse the teleportation array must wager 50 tokens against it. Victors may obtain the right to use the teleportation array. Failure results in the loss of 50 tokens. This teleportation array is privately owned. Boon lost the schematics of the array to another entity in a wager 15 days prior. The schematics can be acquired at the Royal City Mall through a wager of 10,000 tokens. Boon's historical win rate, 36. Is the teleportation array privately owned? Constructing a teleportation array and wagering against all who wish to use it seems indeed to be a lucrative venture. Upon gleaning this information, Lutsong realized he need not procure the schematics of the teleportation array from Sarko. With sufficient tokens, he could wager at the Royal City Mall. It appears that teleportation arrays are not rare commodities within the abyss. However, should the human race acquire such an array, a transformative change would undoubtedly ensue. The expanse of human territory is vast. Even the Mount of the Human Emperor takes 20 hours to traverse from the central hub of St. Leon City to the northern frontier at such swift speeds. Other modes of transportation might require months or even years to reach their destination. Possessing the ability to teleport would significantly reduce travel time. Indeed, if this capability were to become widespread, even Lutsong himself would benefit from the convenience, for the cost of his own time is exceedingly high. His perception did not linger excessively upon the teleportation array. Beyond it, Lutsong sensed numerous other unique materials, specifically those found only within the abyss. His focus locked onto a type of black grass growing upon the soil of this realm. Black abyssal grass. Effect: can absorb pollution emanating from the abyss. Can be formulated into abyssal pollution purification potion. To his astonishment, he discovered such a herb here. Indeed, the one who ties the knot must be the one to untie it. The pollution from the abyss has long been a vexing issue for humanity. Upon contact with the abyss or its denizens, one inevitably faces the specter of contamination. If such pollution is not promptly purified, it accumulates over time, leading to assimilation into abyssal creatures. In the human world, each purification of abyssal pollution necessitates a substantial expenditure of resources, requiring particularly advanced purifying capabilities to cleanse even a fraction of the contamination. Yet, he had not anticipated. In the realm of the abyss, herbs capable of purifying pollution proliferate like mere weeds. The creatures dwelling within the abyss possess no need for such purification, rendering these herbs devoid of demand. With this in mind, Lutsong resolved to gather more of these weeds. He was about to govern the northern territories, which signified that he would stand at the forefront of the battle against the abyss. Possessing the ability to purify the pollution of the abyss would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess against it. Simultaneously, Lutsong recalled his abyssal summoning staff. My staff is yet incapable of creating the abyssal summoning staff. He had prepared all other necessary materials. According to the Divine Artifact Codex, what was required was a staff severely tainted by the abyss. However, after enduring such prolonged pollution, each time he attempted to synthesize it, he was met with the message that the pollution level was insufficient for synthesis. To date, Lutsong had not acquired even a single staff with adequate pollution. He was uncertain what constituted a staff severely tainted by the abyss. Determined, Song intended to procure some ancient staffs from this realm, those that had been born of the abyss and had endured hundreds, if not thousands, of years within it. He could not believe that such artifacts would lack sufficient pollution. Along his journey, Song expanded his perception, meticulously marking the materials he sought: teleportation array blueprint, black abyssal herb, forbidden wood, and various other abyssal materials suitable for crafting divine artifacts. Such items were scarce in the human realm, likely obtainable only within the abyss. Who, besides himself, could venture so deep into the abyss and emerge unscathed into the domain of the Abyssal Lord? After nearly 3 hours of flight, Song and an Abyssal Lord finally arrived at the royal capital. Upon landing, Song employed his familiar technique, activating time reversal. With a hum, time turned back. "You are a distinguished guest of our realm. I shall provide you with a luxurious palace residence," he proclaimed, as the other's thoughts began to form. In the next instant, they arrived at the heart of the royal capital. Sokka was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Song vanish before him. What the? Here again? I could understand it in the abyss, but in my own realm, he can teleport? Must he be so excessive? Who truly wields control over this land? Sokka's lips twitched, and he felt the urge to curse, yet he ultimately restrained himself. He sensed Song had indeed appeared within the royal capital. Song had deliberately released his coordinate information for him to perceive. Otherwise, he would have had no clue where Song had gone. Did he truly possess awareness of the location of our capital? Could his perception have encompassed my entire realm? Contemplating these thoughts, Sokka's body trembled slightly, a mix of fear and excitement coursing through him. However, Sarko exhibited no hesitation. He had resolutely made his choice. Regardless of how twisted Song might be, he was determined to triumph over him. In an instant, he shifted his form and appeared within the royal capital. Being within his own realm, he could traverse to any location at will. He approached Song, suppressing his inner astonishment, and feigned a composed demeanor. Pointing to a nearby opulent palace adorned in hues of red and black, he remarked, "Brother Hengluo, this shall be your residence. You may dwell here for as long as you desire. Should you require assistance, I am always at your service. Ah, and by the way, to the northwest of the palace, there are fresh succubi delivered by demons with whom we have dealings. These succubi have undergone purification, rendering them devoid of any harmful capabilities. Only pleasure remains, without pain. You may indulge to your heart's content."